Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 401, The First Step of World Master. Even I consumed countless resources to climb the peak of the Lord class as soon as possible. I had one slight advantage, which was the realization of my path and method of how to condense the arcane crest from my path, and that was already set in stone. So, the only thing that I lacked in reaching a higher tier was the energy that I lacked. However, fortunately, with how many treasures and resources we had before I gave my order, it was not really a problem to cultivate my godhood index to the peak, together with my demonic god force. In the end, after 1 year, I was able to reach the limit of tier 11 after consuming approximately 20% of the entire treasures, and that was consumption alone because I was trying to reach Exark rank as soon as possible to have at least some power against the void insect swarm. My second godhood was still developing, and it didn't show the slightest change. However, for now, my focus was on different things. "Father, can we go, then?" Zeoticus asked me as I kept daydreaming while staring from the balcony of my chambers in the Imperial Palace. "Yes," I answered as we went to the secret room, underneath the Imperial Place, in the deepest parts of the Imperial dungeons, where the sealed gate to the planar core was located. This place was always guarded by one tier 11 elder and a whole bunch of tier 10 custodians and other experts because this could be said to be the lifeblood of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Custodians were one of the military forces with the greatest rise in strength during this 1 year, as several tier 10 and tens of tier 9 experts rose among them. But that was understandable because the new method that didn't focus on the law was introduced, making it easier for the general populace to reach higher tiers, albeit at the price of lower combat prowess. But that was okay, for those who didn't have an aptitude for law comprehension. Zeoticus remained outside as I entered the gate and appeared on the long narrow path, which seemed endless. I waved my right hand as a glowing crest appeared on the back of my hand, as the path cleared out, and I entered the place where the planar core was located. There were countless inscriptions and runes all around the planar core, which was laid down by me to have a better refinement and evolutionary process. I took out a tish while striking it down, directly at the eye of the formation, as all of the inscriptions and runes all around the several kilometers in this huge vast space lit up in shining blue light. At the same time, I started chanting the activation chant. Astral boundary, central star region, outside of the Kangzi plane. Kangzi plane was one of the oldest planes in existence, just its size alone was comparable to several tens or hundreds of galaxies, but right now, such an enormous place was devoid of any life. Aside from some unscrupulous civilizations that were hiding somewhere there, and Thonians deemed them useless, so they left them to their fate. Fleets of the Thonian Empire of the Baator were outside of the Kangzi plane, as they were observing the plane with great importance. Especially for the high-ranking officials or members of the noble houses, they knew what was happening after the plane started shaking and dawn pillars shone in blue light. The planar refinement has started. Not only on the Kangzi plane but across several tens of planes all around the astral boundary, including the wind god plane or heavenly plane, or other secondary or primary grade 2 plane, everything was being refined at the same time. And, of course, being used as an evolutionary material for the Baator so that it could evolve into a grade 1 plane. On the top of an adjudicator-class juggernaut capital ship, Lord Admiral Orlok, together with several other people, including Lord Generals Ragnar or Feng Xiu from the Imperialis Militarum, were observing the planar refinement as it was just starting. There were even some members of the Imperial House, as Valle and his wives Rias, Kuroka, and Latia were present. Out of nowhere, a powerful tremor ran through the entire Kangzi plane as it broke apart into several enormous chunks of the landmass, from which all of them started disintegrating into pure energy particles, which were devoured into a spatial crack that appeared high above the Kangzi plane. All people on the void ships, in the safe distance away from the Kangzi plane, could observe how some species that were left on the Kangzi plane, especially the Dullans or other ones who were hiding or even some warlocks that managed to somehow survive by hiding into forgotten corners of the Nogzi plane, were attempting to escape the plane, into the stars. But it was futile. The suction force of the spatial crack, which was devouring everything greedily, was something that not even tier 11 entities could ignore and leave unscathed. So all people that were attempting to escape, especially the tier 10 who were even some distance from the Kangzi plane already, were immediately drawn back and disintegrated like the rest of the plane while screaming and pleading for mercy or help. This entire process took several hours until the entire landmass of the Kangzi plane was completely devoured, and only the planar core remained, which contained most of the energy. Suddenly the spatial crack enlarged itself several times as the wave of crimson energy shot from the spatial crack towards the planar core of the Kangzi plane, creating cracks upon cracks on it. When the crack appeared on the planar core, the energy from it started leaving at an alarming speed and being devoured by the spatial crack high above. And as time went on, the light of the planar core was diminished until it completely died down and turned to dust, which was devoured by the spatial crack too. This was the moment that signaled the end of the grade 1 plane, home of the warlocks, the Kangzi plane. Chapter 402, the second step of Exark. Meanwhile, back at the Baator. At the same time, literal catastrophe was happening all around the Central Star region because countless planes were being refined and used as an evolutionary material at the same time, from which many of them still had their local population. All those were being refined and disintegrated into pure energy particles, and all of that energy was being transferred into the Baator in real time. Evolution of primary grade 2 plane, designation Baator has started. Activating the Dawn Pillar formation. The architect said, as countless dawn pillars that were all around the Baator suddenly activated and started helping the plane in getting the energy refined and speeding up the evolutionary process of the plane. The dawn pillars were a really wondrous piece of technology that had countless uses, aside from suppressing the world's will during the planar invasion. After more than half an hour, after the planar core of the Baator absorbed enough energy from the refined planes, it started violently shaking, cracks appearing around the entire surface of the core, as the entire plane started the expansion. It was a relatively similar phenomenon to what it was before, but now it was more of a larger scale, as the Baator started tremendously expanding, far more than before. Countless energy waves crashed into the plane as they swept through it several times, increasing the mana density in the air, increasing the quality of the plane, which even before was comparable to the Grade 1 plane standard, because of all resources and methods I used to cultivate the plane. Normally, even a secondary Grade 2 plane was of the size galaxy, that huge they were or rather enormous. Just now, I realized the absurdity of astral boundary size because all planes and everything were freaking huge. Despite of the relatively low strength of the astral boundary universe, it was far bigger in terms of size, it was bigger than most of the stronger universes in the void. Soon enough, all layers of the Baator started expanding in the landmass like crazy, practically all of them reached the size standard of the primary Grade 2 plane, aside from the first layer of the Baator, Dis, which I purposely controlled to remain at the size of Grade 5 plane. This was the entrance to the Baator, the only entrance we could be invaded, and even the current size was a hassle to defend if we were not prepared properly, so the expansion of that layer was the last thing I ever wanted to do. Contrary to the rest of the layers, there were practically no civilians on the first layer, only military personnel, fortresses, castles, arcanotech constructs, and the fabled bronze citadel, which acted all as defense of the Baator. Because of that, the current size of the first layer was sufficient enough. As the Baator was evolving Grade 1 plane, I received the strongest blessing from the world's will because I helped it to evolve into the Grade 1 plane. At that moment, I started my breakthrough to the Exark rank. Reaching Exark rank was simple but very challenging at the same time. Simple in the thing, which was required, challenging because the process was very arduous. To reach Exarchy, one needed to create arcane crest from his path. Fortunately for me, that was an easy thing to do because I knew exactly how to create my arcane crest, and instantly after I got the blessings from the Baator, which was now Grade 1 plane, I started the process of the arcane crest creation. Arcane crest creation in progress. When I started the arcane crest creation process, I heard Architect's voice in my head as a translucent crest appeared before my eyes. The process of the arcane crest creation was basically using your path and giving it a material shape, one could say. Paths were always imaginary, they were non-material, but crests were, that was the aim of that. And because of this aspect, creating the arcane crest from your path was a very arduous thing. But fortunately for me, I had a complete guide on how to do it and a cheat called Baator's Blessing, which significantly eased up my job. Demonic God Force is being increased at tremendous speed, Host has crossed the threshold of initial Tier 12 entity. Godhood of Father of the All Devils is absorbing the residual energy. Arcane Crest creation process is completed. When I created the Arcane Crest, I was immediately classified as Tier 12. After I finished with the creation of the Arcane Crest, I fused it with my physical body, as it appeared on my back, in the form of a weird runic tattoo. Aside from being powerful, it looked rather cool. Arcane crests were divided into lesser, greater, perfect, and beyond. The lesser crests were those from weaker paths, based on average laws. Greater crests were based on strong paths, sometimes with even some special laws. Perfect crests were from paths, which were created from fundamental laws, which included laws like death, life, destruction, creation, and so on. Considering the perfect crest was basically the best one could hope for. And finally, there were so-called beyond crests, which were from absolutely unique and special paths, exactly just like the end. These ones were impossible, and not even Weissman heard about anybody or read about anybody who managed to achieve that feat. Usually, these people died on their journey because universe wasn't really fond of people with forbidden paths. I was probably the only exception due to somehow getting the constitution of the Fateless One, which allowed me to be not seen by universal will. Or the universal will could predict my own desire to create my own universe, which would mean I will leave sooner or later, so it didn't bother with me. Who knows? After several seconds, I finished my breakthrough to Tier 12, I started some weird stirring in my soul. Suddenly, only a vision of desolate and lifeless worlds flashes through my eyes, as everything withered and turned to dust, forgotten in its own insignificance. Nothing could escape the crimson wave of the energy, as it changed the fundamental reality. Be it worthless mortals to tier 13 entities, nobody could escape it. Nothing can evade the ruination. I said subconsciously as I awoke my origin. Chapter 403, the third step of Ascended. The origin is the starting point that defines one's existence and directs one's actions throughout life. It is the driving force that comes from within the root of the soul that has managed to stream out of the source and take on material form. Upon awakening one's origin, one practically reached the peak of his potential because awakening the origin meant one's potential could be fully realized to its limits. Demonic God force is undergoing sublimation in the host's body. Sublimation is at 57%. Instantly after awakening the origin of ruination and condensing the arcane seal, my demonic God force started the sublimation, as it was increasing in its density, purity, and potency to reach standards or, rather, above the standards of tier 12. While my godhood still remained at the peak of the paramount god, because reaching annulled was even harder than condensing the arcane crest, I felt my power tremendously increase, but this was also probably the end of the precise calculation of my energy quantity in numerical description. Sublimation progress has crossed 98%. Sublimation progress has crossed 99%. Sublimation is complete. When the sublimation of my demonic god force was completed, suddenly, a ridiculous amount of energy burst out of my body, strong enough to pulverize smaller universes into nothingness. Still, even now, I felt that probably several thousands of planes in my vicinity were destroyed by this wave. When I opened my eyes, I then activated the command sequence of the Baator and started fusing all god slots into my body. Grade 1 plane had 1 million god slots, and neither even a single one of them was used in the Baator because I forbid anyone to ascend as a god in the Baator, using the divine path of the astral boundary. Now that I reached tier 12, I proceeded with the second part of my breakthrough, as all of these god slots were being refined into my body, fused with my very own soul, as I was becoming one with the Baator. Normally, the gods of the astral boundary had some certain level of control over their home plane, and that was precisely because of the god slots in the planes. Each god slot had a certain level of control imbued with it, and even the Baator was not an exception. But with the command sequence, my control was absolute, so theoretically, even if there were 1 million gods who did something at the same time, I could overdrive it with a single thought. But, if all of the god slots were combined with my command sequence, I could gain the advantages of having the god slots, especially the some bastardized form of a pseudo-immortality that I should be able to bestow onto other people. Ironically, fusing with all god slots didn't increase my power directly, but what it gave me was a new godhood, the god of the Baator. Becoming the sole god of Baator basically gave me some sort of pseudo-immortality, which, when coupled with my true name ability Nirvana, made me almost impossible to kill. Not to mention, in the Baator, I predicted that I could fight even some weaker tier 13 entities, which was shocking, but that was only under the premise that I managed to lure them into the Baator and lock down the plane before they could do anything else. I then ordered Architect to carry out a scan of my being to observe the changes. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satani Storia, Purgatory Furnace. Race, God Devil, Trans-Devil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Leviathan. Age, 3000 plus years. Class, Exark / Paramount God. Combat Prowess, Elite Tier 12. Life Form Level, 3. Origin, Ruination. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Arcane Crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, Beyond. Path, The End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Supreme, Dark Light, 100%, Perfect, Slaughter, 100%, Supreme, Destruction, 100%, Supreme, Lightning, 100%, Perfect, Space, 100%, Supreme. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils. Unable to analyze, God of the Baator. Concept, Void, 8%. Demonic God Force, 2, 3. Godhood Index, 100 billion. Body, Average Exarch Grade, Magic Resistance. Constitution, Fateless 1. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Devil Magic, Origin. Norse Runic Magic, Forbidden. Abyssal Runic Magic, Forbidden. Human Magic, Forbidden. Mysticism, Forbidden. Warlock Spells, Forbidden. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand to Hand, Master. Blade Staff, Grandmaster. For one thing, I didn't get another part of my true name, or rather, now that I fused with all god slots of the Baator and became the god of Baator, I would need to give myself a new part of the true name. This was primarily because the Baator and I were becoming one, like two sides of one coin. Such was the path of the World Master. The coefficient of my demonic god force of 2-3 meant that I had practically that high amount of energy in my body compared to the average energy amount of ordinary tier 12. This was attributed to my unique path and especially the arcane crest, which I condensed from my path. In later tiers, it was almost impossible to quantify the energy levels of any beings. For example, all tier 13 entities and higher were basically conceptual entities, not to mention then subdivisions of tier 13, like divine thrones, could borrow the powers of their universe through their divine throne. And world masters were one with their universe, so technically, some of them, those of the larger and more powerful universe, had almost inexhaustible energy reserves. Chapter 404, The Next Steps. Now that I reached tier 12, and I could be considered as above the average tier 12, especially with all those boons and other stuff and trump cards I held, for a moment, I had an impulse to go and fight with the hive mind invading the astral boundary universe. But in the end, that would be a stupid thing to do, because in the end, I didn't really care about the astral boundary universe and what would happen to it, not to mention, with its continuous destruction, I can use it against Mercurius. The tarot cards were pretty nifty objects. They were sentient and functioned on the same principle as hive mind, though with the exception that they were collective consciousness and didn't have a leader or anything like that. It was rather a hard thing to do, to communicate with them. To achieve that, one would need a very profound understanding of the souls, which I don't have, but what I have were riches, and through them, I was able to buy some artifacts from Okwang, who allowed me to do so. In truth, Okwang was aware of the side effects of the tarot cards from the start. However, he didn't care, what for his true body was already around tier 12, and he would very soon reach tier 13. He would achieve something that Mercurius strived for countless eras to vain each time. With the foundation of the Jade Clan and Celestial Court of the ancient Tao universe, it would be an easy thing to resolve. As a fellow schemer, I had to applaud his plan. But Mercurius, at the same time, was constrained by his own nature, which didn't allow him to intervene directly, and he could remain as only an observer till he reached tier 13 entirely. It would be best to wait, don't you think so, Tarot? I asked the tarot, which was a manifestation of the collective consciousness of all 22 major arcana tarot cards, which in fact were Sapphira artifacts. Indeed, Old Fox is a crafty one, though as long as you reach tier 13 and use that method, then you can essentially take the main control from the Old Fox and even kill him. Of course, all under the premise that you will restore itself completely. Sounded the voice of Tarot in my head as I nodded rather begrudgingly, but it was still a good deal. Tarot cards were severely damaged, and most of their functions, including the Tarot's consciousness, were always sleeping. In his own words, that was what happened when a tier 13 who was fused with Sapphira was killed. Now, after countless eras, Mercurius found the tarot cards and made a deal with them, though he tricked the tarot in the end and never found the resources needed for it to restore completely. Though I could understand why, if the tarot restored itself completely, there was the possibility of more than 98% that it would leave Mercurius, and for Mercurius, tarot cards were a too precious treasure to be lost that way. Divine Star Region, some time later. The situation in the Divine Star region was dire, mainly after the last offensive carried out by the bug tribes, and now almost 80% of the Divine Star region has fallen under the control of the void insect swarm and become a land where the hive mind ruled supreme. Currently, in the divine coalition of the myriad god emperors, only 3 of them remained alive, the rest were killed, devoured, or eaten alive by the endless swarms of bugs of the void insect swarm, which turned its sight at the astral boundary universe. The remaining 4 myriad god emperors were having a meeting over their grave situation because they were already at death's door. Their territories were taken from them, and right now, each of them currently had control only over their home planes. Of the previous 7 seats, right now, only 3 of them are occupied. Where is Aigen? Asked a blonde-haired man clad in armor, reminiscing that of holy paladins while giving of aura of holiness and light around him. Indeed, this is a disturbing situation, Fidar. Answered another myriad god emperor to myriad god emperor Fidar. Fidar was the god of light, justice, and other similar things. He was the oldest myriad god emperor of the original 7 and also the strongest one. Thus due to that reason, in the situation of crisis, he was often serving as some kind of unofficial leader. We can only hope that he is still alive and not dead, Thovian. Stated Fidar to myriad god emperor Thovian, the god of dusk. He was the most reclusive myriad god emperor and the one who was rarely showing himself in public and usually just kept hidden somewhere. His divine kingdom and plane are currently under the attack of several tier 11 void insects. Stated in a grave voice, a single myriad god empress, Isis, the goddess of destiny, as she calculated the destiny of the Aigen, even though it cost the majority of her divine power. At the same time, the remaining 2 myriad god emperors were immediately alarmed. We need to send their avatars to help immediately. If more of us fall, then the situation will become even worse, but why attack Aigen's territory as the first one among us? It was no common secret that the Aegon was strongest against the void insects due to him being a god of the underworld, who controlled inexhaustible numbers of undead and ghost and other similar life forms. Attacking him directly wasn't a good strategy, and void insects would never make such an irrational move because they were far smarter than most of them together. Each hive mind had computing power much bigger than anything technological civilizations could build, thus, each and every decision of the hive mind was based on a rational foundation and empirical pieces of evidence. Myriad god emperors, while could leave their home planes for a prolonged amount of time, they still preferred the usage of their avatars because once those were destroyed, they could be almost effortlessly rebuilt with divine power. Chapter 405, Attack on the Myriad God Emperor of the Underworld. All Myriad God Emperors were in control of the primary Grade 2 plane, where they were sole gods, though some of them allowed some gods to exist there, but mostly not. Mainly because they monopolized the faith of the entire primary Grade 2 plane and secondary, but the most important reason was that they wanted to fuse more god slots. Something which I did, though unfortunately for them, it was not working in the way they intended to. Right now, I was standing with Weissman in the emptiness of space as we both observed the primary Grade 2 plane in the Divine Star region. This particular one was the one where one of the Myriad God Emperors ascended, and it was also the one where we lured several Tier 11 void insects into this plane and killed them in one go, possibly together with the Myriad God Emperor Aegon, who was the Myriad God Emperor of the Underworld. Meaning this one was very problematic to deal with due to the literally inexhaustible armies he commanded through his divinity. So for this one, the void insects, who were equally troublesome to deal with, would do the dirty job for us. Not to mention, Weissman and I had a strong conjecture that the hive mind that was attacking the astral boundary universe was only a Tier 12 one, because if not, we would see much more Tier 11 bugs wreaking havoc, together with at least Tier 12 swarm tyrants which were created by such hive minds. Not to mention, we can greatly weaken the remaining Myriad God Emperors with this dog move. Also, how are the plans with the ancient Eternal Star region? I asked Weissman, who was standing next to me while performing some spells onto the primary Grade 2 plane. Excellent, with the addition of the void insects wreaking havoc in that place, the factions in the ancient Eternal Star region are getting much weaker, and conquering them would be much safer and could be used for the final phase of the plan. He stated. Right now, after I managed to get void insect swarm to invade the ancient Eternal Star region, they were wreaking havoc there, destroying everything in their path while killing countless Tier 10 and even several Tier 11 powerhouses. Of course, this was not without a price because, apparently, the void insect tribe was suffering enormous losses in the ancient Eternal Star region, and evidently, even the hive mind would soon be forced to make an appearance. Weissman was one, if not the sole person, who was aware of the trap of the tarot cards, aside from Okwang. Though he knew about that, he didn't really care because, by his own words, it didn't really matter, not to mention that he didn't have any method to get rid of it, even if he wished. Though he indeed didn't have a method to get rid of it, I may have one in the near future, not to mention that I already had a way to bypass Mercurius's restrictions on the tarot cards. It is starting already. I muttered quietly as hundreds of enormous bioships warped all around the primary Grade 2 planes and billions of void insects started descending onto the primary Grade 2 plane called Underworld Garden, or what it was called in Aegon's religion. A rather silly name if you ask me. But whatever. Even the weakest of these bugs was a Tier 4 insect, which was a frightening spectacle itself, and showed the might of the void insect species as one of the strongest races living in the endless void. With this sort of power, no wonder almost none can resist their power. Not to mention, if one invasion fails, it is just a signal that a bigger and more powerful swarm was needed to conquer the universe. The secondary Grade 2 plane was the size of an average galaxy. In contrast, the primary Grade 2 plane was approximately x150 size of the secondary Grade 2 plane, so its size was enormous. But, even something as big as this plane was soon enough enveloped by the void insects like a kraken pulling down a ship in a stormy sea. I sent several hundreds of Tier 10 bugs, mostly, they were bug kings, multi-eyed worms, superbrain worms, and other types of void insects. Not to mention, there were around 8 or 10 Tier 11 void insects leading this swarm. Rather powerful, currently, we have seen around 30 Tier 11 void insects. Weissman stated as I nodded in agreement, because indeed, even if this void insect swarm hive mind was just a Tier 12 one, it was still very powerful, especially in terms of numbers. Having documented for over 30 Tier 11 void insects was unusual for swarm headed by Tier 12 hive mind. Begone from the domain of this almighty god. Boomed a deep ghostly voice from the depths of the underworld garden plane. Instantly an equal if not a larger number of ghost, wraiths, evil spirits, and undead started marching in orderly formation to combat out the incoming hordes of the void insects. And then the battle started. All undeads took formation as they stood in their fortifications, awaiting the attacks of the ferocious and brutal void insects, which were charging at them with horrifying speed. At the same time, the stronger bugs just stayed behind the lines and observed the situation. I watched how the bugs with a height of several tens of meters tore through the orderly formation of undead, like a hot knife cutting through the butter, and wreaked havoc behind the lines of the undead. Indeed, in this regard, they were at a disadvantage. But soon, something happened, which bugs probably didn't anticipate, as all destroyed undead started rising once more as the avatar of the myriad god Emperor Aijin revealed a grin. Aijin was basically resurrecting everything which has been destroyed, and from what I could see, the cost of the resurrection was minimal in truth. He was also using his divine kingdom as a support in the process. This was or would be really a war of attrition. Chapter 406, Void Insects vs. Undeads. Several hours later, Underworld Garden. As it was predicted, this siege became a battle of attrition really fast. Bugs were brutally efficient in their fights, tearing through one line of the undeads after another, killing them, destroying them, and getting through their fortifications with relative ease. Unfortunately for the bugs, after they destroyed the undeads, they were resurrected several seconds later by the domain of the myriad god Emperor of Underworld, Aijin. He was continuously using his divine power to keep resurrecting the undeads that the bugs killed, and thus the odds were still equal. Thought it was an important thing to say that the strongest bugs participating in the siege were of tier 10. While the several tier 11 bugs were still within the bioships, waiting for the right moment to strike. They were probably waiting for the moment when the divine avatars of the other myriad god emperors arrived to ambush them, or possibly had other schemes going on. You are more familiar with the void insects. How long before they will break this through? Suddenly Weissman asked me this question because I have may or may not studied the void insects extensively. In my collection, I had even tier 10 bugs that I managed to capture several centuries ago because, in the end, they were fascinating creatures. Not to mention, I was always modeling my new mechs after the void insects. Several hours at best, while the undeads under Aijin seemed to have the upper hand, it was not so. Bugs are still keeping their biggest hitters closely hidden, juggernaut-type bugs were not properly deployed, and higher-tiered bugs are now just watching. Not to mention, even 3 super brain bugs are coordinating the war efforts. I explained that while now basically the undeads had the upper hand, mainly due to their continuous resurrections, it was not so. Firstly, all higher-tiered bugs were just watching from their bioships, and even the bioships were not participating in the combat. If they were, then even Aijin would have some problems keeping up with the resurrection rate of his undeads. Secondly, right now, insects were not even coordinates, as the superbrain bugs were just throwing them in waves, but that was just to test out the waters. Normally, superbrain bugs were able to devise strategies and tactics far eclipsing our best tactician and strategist. Thirdly, on those bioships were far more void insects than they let out, so they were probably waiting, wanting to weaken Aijin as much as possible. Not that they were taking any losses, because technically, undeads killed millions if not billions of insects. However, it was still biomass that would be, in the end, recycled by the swarm and remade into new bugs. They probably want to weaken Aijin as much as possible, in the end, as long as they win the battle as a whole, then their losses are basically nothing because they could turn entire biomass into new bugs. I said this was the terrifying ability of the swarms. No matter how bad losses they take, no matter how much they lose, as long as they are final winners, they are able to recuperate and rebuild what was lost. After several more seconds had passed, Weissman and I sensed powerful auras approaching from the direction of the center of the Divine Star region. There were 3 of them, each one radiating terrifying divine power. Naturally, those were the divine avatars of the remaining myriad god emperors, and as expected, they sent their divine avatars to help Aijin, because they were aware that if even one of them was killed, it would practically send them to their grave. Even if each of them was individually comparable to 2 or 3 tier 11 bugs, there were tens of such bugs, and with the support of hundreds upon hundreds of tier 10 bugs, they were an unstoppable force. Immediately after the 3 divine avatars of remaining myriad god emperors were in the vicinity of the underground garden, hundreds of bioships from the void insect swarm started firing all of their weapons at them. So, they were waiting for them in the end. In this situation, destroyed completely, even a single divine avatar would hurt the myriad god emperors a lot because right now, most of the planes where they were farming power of faith from their followers were overtaken and processed by the swarm. Though they remained with their home planes and power of faith from there, it was not enough for combat of this level. By my own calculations, it would probably take 6 to 9 divine avatars to completely exhaust their resources to recreate them, meaning after these tries, myriad god emperors would be forced to fight with their true bodies. And that was the aim of the swarm. 3 divine avatars of the myriad god emperors erected around them some kind of golden barrier, which protected them from the incoming artillery strikes of swarm's bioships, but that was not enough. After several minutes of intense bombardment, the barrier cracked, and they were attacked by tier 11 bugs which were already waiting there for an opportunity to ambush them. And the real show starts right now. I muttered as several tier 11 bug kings started fighting with the divine avatars of the myriad god emperors. Chapter 407, Void Insects vs. Undeads and Gods. The divine avatar of the myriad god emperor of light Vidar unleashed a huge ray of divine light directly at the tens of bioships that were surrounding the underworld garden plain, obliterating them from existence before they had a chance to escape. One needed to be said about the divine avatars and that they were all extremely powerful. Now only they were more powerful than the average tier 11 entity because they were the crystallization of the whole power of the myriad god emperor. On top of all, they were constantly being powered by the divine kingdoms of their true bodies. Clearly, the gods already learned how to fight with a void insect swarm a bit. I commented on the unpredicted development this time. I personally was awaiting that the divine avatars of the myriad god emperors would be focusing on the bug kings and other tier 11 insects exclusively to the point of ignoring their own surroundings. I didn't expect from them to decisively strike at the bioships as the first move because this was a very clever move. That was because the bioships were housing all of the bugs the swarm sent here, and not only that, but they were also weapons on their own, capable of obliterating tier 10 from existence, and the biggest ones could even injure or kill tier 11 beings. And on top of all that, each bioship was also a factory for new bugs at the same time. They were all collecting the biomass all around, and cultivating new bugs from it, so they were supplying deceased bugs in real time. In the distance, I could see Thonian, the myriad god emperor of dusk, repeating the actions of Fadar, and even the myriad god empress of destiny, Isis, was repeating this, as all three of them were ignoring the attacks from the tier 11 bugs, in favor of absolutely decimating the bioship fleet of the swarm. They were using some kind of treasures to block the attacks from the tier 11 insects, which worked well enough until they destroyed approximately 80% of the bioship fleet, which was a tremendous number and would hit the void insect swarm even more than the death of a few tier 11 bugs. So they came here with some sort of plan. Interesting. Who could think that these arrogant things would for once use their heads for something? I muttered, as evidently, the gods were implementing some sort of strategy when they were fighting this battle. Something unheard of for the gods because most of them were arrogant to the point of not bothering with something so mundane such as employing strategies and tactics, believing themselves to be strongest. Such was the power of faith's effect, which was corrupting or corrupted them. Still, it won't change the final outcome. Divine avatars are outnumbered 3:1, so they will be killed sooner or later, no matter how much damage they will cause to the swarm during this short time. Weissman said next to me, as I subconsciously nodded in agreement, as the initial success of the gods was soon enough extinguished, as they were surrounded by the tier 11 gods, who managed to divide them successfully. After they entrapped them, ferocious bug kings were brutally attacking the divine avatars of the myriad god emperors. Soon enough, I saw that Isis was having a very hard time against the 3 tier 11 void insects, as she was not really a fighter and combatant, she was more of support, if I should use this terminology. Abruptly, one tier 11 bug king appeared behind her, biting her to her neck, ripping out her spine from the divine avatar's body in one go. Then after technically her divine avatar was destroyed, the rest of the tier 11 bug kings started devouring her divine avatar. And that is one down. I muttered as the 3 tier 11 bug kings were feasting on the divine avatar of myriad god empress of destiny, Isis. Compared to the Isis, Fadar and Thonian were much better, as they were fighting with their enemies almost on an equal level, though that was soon changed as the remaining tier 11 bug kings joined against them and soon enough started pushing them back. Reaming 2 myriad god emperors were more combative, but even they were soon enough losing, as the divine avatars were extinguished and devoured by the tier 11 bug kings. This cemented the end of the underworld garden because the moment the divine avatars of the myriad god emperors were destroyed. Instantly after that, the tier 11 bugs joined in the siege of the underworld garden plain, and together with the billions of bugs, they slowly but steadily started overwhelming the undeads, tearing through the defenses, and soon enough, they managed to breach into the underworld garden plain, as they started devouring the plain itself. So, the hive mind didn't appear, and God basically failed in their endeavor of saving Aigen and were overwhelmed by the bugs, something that was expected to be honest. I muttered as Weissman shrugged his shoulders hearing that. The only reason why they were hiding here and waiting was in case the hive mind arrived, but now that it was pretty much clear that the hive mind wouldn't be arriving, not to mention, I got this confirmed from the Empire. Apparently, the hive mind was right now in the ancient Eternal Star region by all hints. So, now that the reason for hiding has disappeared, they could go in and dispose of all tier 11 bugs and other unsavory elements. Do you want to go, or should I go? I asked as Weissman took out his parasol, which was by all signs his mystic code, as he disappeared in a flash, and appeared high above the primary grade 2 plane underworld garden, aiming at all void insects that were entering the plane. Out of nowhere, a burst of silverish energy burst out of Weissman, and in a split second, all void insects were crushed into a bunch of bloody mess of flesh and blood. Chapter 408, Swarm Scheme, Phase 1 done. This was Weissman's path of the Silver King, something with the gravity or in that way, but it was extremely efficient as all of the void insects that were here were killed in a split of a second, including the majority of the tier 11 bug kings and other bugs of that level. Only a few of them remained alive, which I swiftly restricted, as I wanted to conduct some research on them. They would for sure prove to be excellent research material. I also collected some of the bioships that managed to survive the reckless attacks of the divine avatars of the myriad god emperors. This is a good loot. I muttered while Weissman was disposing of the rest bugs that somehow managed to avoid getting killed in the first wave, as he then fixed his attention on the Aigen, who was still acting like a rat in his divine kingdom. Previously Weissman wouldn't dare so lightly enter the entire Divine Star region because apparently, together, the myriad god emperors could activate some sort of special formation that was able to repel even tier 12 powerhouses. Naturally, Weissman was aware of this fact, so when the swarm was first detected in the astral boundary universe, I let them attack at the spots where one of the pillars of the formation, so the myriad god emperors couldn't activate it. After Weissman found myriad god emperor of the underworld, Aigen, he directly killed him, and because Aigen was tired as hell and had already sustained plenty of injuries, it wasn't that hard to kill him. After everything was done, Weissman returned to my place. And now what? He asked me as I coordinated our efforts in defeating the void insect swarm. Nothing, we wait. Due to our interference, the bugs suffered enormous causalities in the Divine Star region, so sooner or later, the hive mind would be forced to come here, not to mention that the loss of their entire fleet and more than 15 tier 11 void insects is a tremendous loss for the swarm. I noted, as now we would need to wait. The most probable outcome of this would be the retreat of the hive mind from the ancient Eternal Star region and bringing the rest of the swarm to the Divine Star region to personally take care of the newly created problematic situation. Certainly, it would be very careful when entering the Divine Star region, as the loss of the entire fleet and a whole bunch of tier 11 bugs would create huge awareness of danger, so we would need to lay low for some time. But in the end, when the hive mind enters the Divine Star region and exterminates the myriad god emperors who are right now hiding in their planes and divine kingdoms, it would be the best opportunity for us to strike and kill the hive mind, ending thus the threat of the void insect swarm in the astral boundary universe. How long before it will arrive here? Weissman questioned when we entered the void ships and sailed back to the Baator. Several months probably, maybe one, if it is in a hurry. If everything goes according to the plan, then the most troublesome work of getting cleared the myriad god emperors out will be done by them, and with ambush, we can kill it. I gave a short answer to his question. While it wasn't a problem for the tier 12 to dispose of the myriad god emperors, at least in terms of power, as they were many times weaker, the real problem lay, in fact, that it was troublesome and annoying as fuck. Even now, the job was easy as nothing, only due to the swarm basically paving the way for the Weissman, who only strolled into the plane as if nothing happened, found Aigen, and killed him easily. Normally it was not that easy because fighting against the entire primary grade 2 plane and myriad god emperor in his divine kingdom will annoy even tier 12 entities and will take some time. With this, phase 1 of the plan is complete. I said as I closed my eyes, wanting to give myself a bit of sleep. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the ancient Eternal Star region, the territory of the Tyasi species. Tyasi species was a race of snakemen with great aptitude for magic, as they produced countless tier 10 and even several tier 11 magic users, including one tier 12 magician. They followed magic system that didn't belong to the astral boundary but rather was native to another universe. The Tyasi species control hundreds of planes, ranging from the smallest and unassuming grade 9 plane, which numbered in thousands, to even 7 primary grade 2 planes and 1 grade 1 plane, which they kept hidden from the rest of the universe. But right now, this mighty species was in flames of wars, as their planes and their people were mercilessly devoured by the void insect swarm. Their territory has shrunk to around 20% of what it was before, and countless of their powerhouses were killed. Even their tier 12 ancestor was grievously injured by the tier 12 hive mind. The hive mind of the void insect swarm was inhabiting a body that it was created specifically for itself, based on the best genetic materials it collected across the void. So contrary to the rest of the void insects, the hive mind had a relatively humanoid shape, though some of the bug-like features were unmistakable. Suddenly, as it was about to give orders to march deeper on the Tyasi territory, the message about the demise of the fleet and troops in the Divine Star region reached the ears of the hive mind. The Divine Star region and its conquest were crucial for the hive mind, mainly due to the divine sparks and gods living there. They were one of the best materials to create a new and stronger type of bugs, and almost instantly. Contemplating about what to do, in the end, the hive mind decided to conquer a few planes of the Tyasi species, but not advance into their core territories, but instead return to the Divine Star region before other tier 12 experts of the ancient Eternal Star region arrive. The hive mind was almost reaching tier 13, so it was not taking any risks at the moment. Chapter 409, Swarm Scheme, Phase 2 Start. Third POV, Baator, approximately the same time as the attack on Underworld Garden has been concluded. Is everything prepared? Sounded the voice of the Emperor of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, Serzex Lucifer, who was clad in his runic battle armor, pulsating with the power of tier 11 because he reached the Lord class several weeks ago. He was one of the most talented people in the Empire, so when his father gave the order to release all resources, he was one of the people who benefited the most because he drastically shortened his own way toward tier 11. Due to the presence of 3 clan traits in his body and the recklessness of his youth, as he comprehended several laws that didn't fit in his path, he had a hard time undergoing the law fusion and creating his own path. Due to that he was stuck at his level for several centuries, and would be for millennia to come, if not for his father's order. Yes, my Emperor, all fleets and armies are in the place, we are waiting for your order to depart for the ancient Eternal Star region. Answered the person standing behind the Emperor, as they were on the top of the balcony in the bronze fortress on the Avernus layer, which was basically the sole entry point to the Baator. Below the bronze fortress, one could see millions of soldiers from the Imperialis Miliotarum, clad in their battle armors, marching in a perfectly synchronized formation as they boarded countless voidcrafts, ready to depart for the war. The person standing behind Serzex was wearing the golden runic battle armor of custodians and holding a lance in his right hand. He had black hair, in a short cut with violet eyes. Even though the armor was big, it couldn't hide the man's muscular physique like that of lifelong martial artist. Then give the order for the attack, Serorg. The man was Serorg Bale, the current Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes and of course, one of the peak tier 10 powerhouses in the Empire, not like the Emperor, who was even stronger than he needed the protection, but it was a formality. And, of course, the custodians were devils on the battlefield. Serorg spent his entire life in the custodians after he was sent there by his ancestor Zekrom because, for his father, he was a disgrace for most of his life due to his power of destruction being dormant. He never bothered with the duties of the noble houses, and even though he was technically the heir during that time, the moment he conceived a child with his wife Keisha Baden, he dropped that responsibility onto his son because being noble meant he had duties to territory, which in turn meant lots of paperwork and administrative works. Even Captain General of Adeptus Custodians did some of those. However, not even 1/10 was done by the noble houses of the Ikes rank. So for him, it was better than being stuck in some office, reading through stacks of papers and doing a boring administrative job like some rat all over again. The attack on the ancient Eternal Star region should be carried out as fast as possible. We got the message that the Hive mind had left the ancient Eternal Star region for the Divine Star region, but it still managed to destroy countless factions there and even severely injure one of the tier 12 powerhouses of the ancient Eternal Star region, while the other 3 received various degrees of injuries. Serzex muttered to himself while thinking over the recent development. Zeoticus has reached tier 12, and his power should be no less than those old monsters in the ancient Eternal Star region, and on top of that, we have finished one Blackstone fortress. Commented Azura, who was sitting on the sofa together with Zekrom as they were having a party of go. Both of them were very old even compared to Serzex, as Zekrom was several thousand years old even before the Thonian Empire was formally established, and Azura was too an old fossil. Playing strategic games was something that both of them enjoyed greatly, especially Zekrom. He even collected them as a hobby. The Blackstone fortress is finally finished. Questioned Zekrom, surprised because he didn't think that they would manage to construct it or rather finish the construction this fast. The Blackstone fortress was the pinnacle of the arcanotech and a marvel of engineering that reached the combat prowess comparable to very strong tier 12. The amount of resources required to construct even one was astronomical, and the engine of the Blackstone fortress was made with the planar core of primary grade 2 plane as base material. With this, we should be able to conquer large territories of the ancient Eternal Star region, especially the Tyasi species territories are absolutely fucked up, and their tier 12 ancestor is apparently on the verge of death. Stated Azura, as they were now planning to strike at the place which was the most vulnerable. Ancient Eternal Star region was filled with countless resources. However, it was divided into a few very strong factions, each headed by tier 12 ancestor, and those which weren't still had a very high concentration of the tier 11 powerhouses. Not something that the Thonian Empire could invade or change on their own, but the appearance of the void insect swarm instantly changed everything. When they lured the hive mind into the ancient Eternal Star region, not only did they weaken the swarm, but they also messed up the political landscape of the entire star region. That should be enough. The territories of the Tyasi are enormous, not to mention that majority of the ancient Eternal Star region has suffered due to the hive mind. Serzex said, as he looked at the first fleet of the Novice Imperialis to take off from the Avernus as they went towards the ancient Eternal Star region. Chapter 410, Attack on the Tyasi, 1. Ancient Eternal Star region, atop of Blackstone Fortress, the central command on the top of Pyramid. The origins of the Blackstone Fortress were unclear, but it was apparently found by someone in the Solar Federation in some data vault, dug up in some godforsaken world in the Milky Way galaxy. Nobody knew its origins or who designed it. It was only known that it was an extremely powerful weapon of war, and something that the Solar Federation could not dream of constructing due to the resources required for it, so they just stored it in the central AISTC command and left it there. And somehow, countless years later, Zeoticus figured out how to construct it. While the Solar Federation didn't theoretically lack the resources to construct the fortress, what they lacked was the engine, which required a tremendous amount of energy, comparable to several massive stars like a sun, something which wasn't possible with their current level of technology. The engine was essential in powering up all the fancy weapons and other functions of the Blackstone Fortress. And then, the Thonian Empire, the scientists, and engineers within the Magisterium of Arcanotech and Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research came up with the proposal of using the planar core of primary grade 2 plane as the base material for the engine. Right now, an enormous swarm of void ships, numbering in thousands, was approaching the ancient Eternal Star region, as they were going to hit the Tyasi territory hit and hard, now when the window of the opportunity has presented itself. The hive mind has already retreated to the Divine Star region after the debacle in the Underworld Garden Plain, and now, the ancient Eternal Star region was left drastically weakened, with countless of their powerhouses dead, Tier 12 all injured, and many places without a ruler. That was the terror of the void insect swarm, and that was only a Tier 12 one, but it was peak Tier 12, and if it borrowed the psionic potential of the entire swarm, then it could obtain the combat prowess of Tier 13 for a limited amount of time. 1 hour till we arrive at the ancient Eternal Star region, said the AI of the Blackstone Fortress, as Serzex was sitting in the log on the top of the pyramid together with elders of the Baator, namely Elder Zekrom and Azura, and together with them, there were some important people of the military, ironically mostly the members of the Imperial House or the Electoral Houses. Serzex could see that Vale was already getting impatient with this entire ordeal as the men reached the pinnacle of Tier 10 and now itched for the fight, like the proper battle maniac he was. What are the most recent news from the region? Questioned Serzex because, technically, he was the person in charge of everything here. Negative. The state remains the same, answered the AI of the Blackstone Fortress, as everybody was satisfied with the current development. The thing was, as nothing changed in the ancient Eternal Star region, it meant that Hive Mind didn't return or some Tier 12 powerhouse appeared. After 1 hour, the void fleets of the Thonian Empire of the Baator finally arrived at the outskirts of the ancient Eternal Star region. The moment they arrived at the vicinity of the ancient Eternal Star region, Serzex gave an order to increase the combat readiness to maximum, as the engagement with the hostile targets could happen anytime. Their current location was not far from the Tyasi territory, which was heavily devastated by the void incests of the swarm and the hive mind, so right now, the Tyasi were salvaging what they could, searching for the survivors as countless of their planes were exterminated or attacked. The Tyasi territory, Grade 1 plane of the Tyasi species, unknown location, Temple of the Serpent. In the unknown location of the Grade 1 plane, which was the birthplace of the Tyasi species, there was a temple decided to the ancestor of the Tyasi species and the sole Tier 12 powerhouse their race had. This allowed them to arrogantly conquer everything in their vicinity and move across the majority of the ancient Eternal Star region unhindered, looking down on the others. In the depths of this relatively unknown temple, an old man with snake-like features was sitting cross-legged as he applied some medicine to his bleeding wounds. Damned incests, fortunately, other old coots didn't attack us during this moment of weakness. He cursed, as in a certain twisted sense of fate, they were indeed lucky, as they were not attacked by other species with Tier 12 backing immediately after the hive mind departed to another star region, which was like heavenly luck smiling at them. And just as he was tending to his wounds, because the fight with the hive mind was really terrifying, the old man lived for too long and fought with countless other Tier 12, but when he looked at the hive mind, he immediately knew that it was the pinnacle of Tier 12, only a small slight step from reaching Tier 13. He was injured the most from the all Tier 12 powerhouses in the ancient Eternal Star region and suffered the most severe injuries. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and he saw a disturbing vision in front of his eyes, which was projected in real time. He saw thousands if not tens of thousands of void crafts heading directly at their Grade 1 plane, the Serpent plane, especially when he looked at the biggest vessel, which was in the middle of the swarm of void ships, he saw an immediate threat to his life. Thonians, so they reached this level of magitech, said the old man in resignation when looking at the armada flying toward them. Not only that, he also felt an entire bunch of Tier 11 powerhouses and countless Tier 10 and Tier 9 among them. Only then did he realize that someone had carefully planned this. Chapter 411, Attack on the Tyasi, 2. Atop the Blackstone Fortress. Brace for the impact, fire from all main weapons, shouted the Lord Admiral of the Novus Imperialis in command of the Blackstone Fortress as they saw powerhouses of the Tyasi race incoming at their position. Outside of the Blackstone Fortress, suddenly, the main cannon started gathering an overwhelming amount of power, ready to fire. Of course, this didn't escape the eyes of the Tyasi powerhouses, who immediately dispersed to all sides to dodge the incoming attack from the Blackstone Fortress. Those stronger and luckier managed to escape the beam of pure destruction comparable to the strongest attack of their Tier 12 ancestor, but several of them still get caught in it and obliterated to the dust. While the rest, who managed to escape the onslaught of the Blackstone Fortress, didn't escape the attacks from the rest of the Void Fleet as various powerhouses of the Tyasi species were being bombarded to death by the Void Fleet of the Thonian Empire. Unfortunately for the Thonians, they managed to kill only one Tier 11 expert of the Tyasi species, but even that was better than nothing. The main problem of the Blackstone Fortress was that it was pretty static, and the agility of the Void craft was close to zero, but that was something understandable as it was Space Fortress, not a spaceship. Give the order to advance, stated Serzex as he watched from his seat the show and how it was unfolding. Seeing that their initial attack has failed, the remaining powerhouses of the Tyasi species has retreated to the nearest primary Grade 2 plane, as the fight would commence there, planning to make use of the natural environment. Serzex knew that the Tyasi ancestor wouldn't make a move on them unless they attacked the Serpent plane, their ancestral home. Right now, as he was severely injured, he lacked the power to attack them, but it was just Serzex's own assumption. In the plane before them, there were at least 2 Tier 11 powerhouses of the Tyasi species and countless lower-tiered ones. However, the number of the Tier 10 experts should be no more than 20 or so probably, as long as they hit hard and fast, they could win the battle without any unnecessary casualties. I will lead the vanguard, reposition the Blackstone Fortress so it can detect the Tier 12 experts if they come here and attack them instantly. Zeoticus said, choosing to lead the attack this time. Their little expedition had entirely 3 Tier 11 powerhouses, him included, of course. At the same time, the rest of the Tier 11 experts remained at the Baator to protect their territory. Now, there was a need to have at least one of 3 to remain at the Blackstone Fortress and protect it from possible infiltrators if some Tier 11 expert decided to destroy the Blackstone Fortress, and his best bet was to do it from the inside. Among the 3 of them, Azura was undoubtedly the strongest one, while Zeoticus and his ancestor Zekrom were tied on the spot. While Zeoticus was more diverse and boasted higher raw power, Zekrom's destruction was very absolutely frightening, thus, his destructive prowess was higher than his descendant. Zeoticus, together with Captain General of Custodians, half of the entire Custodians, and some of the elite forces of the Imperialis Militarum descended down onto the primary Grade 2 plane, where their enemies were already waiting for them, and the moment they landed, they were instantly ferociously attacked. Zeoticus himself was attacked by 2 Tier 11 snakemen of the Tyasi race. Both of them looked like an old man, but their power was unmistakable, but he could see that they had plenty of injuries, probably suffering them in their fights with the void insects of the swarm. He instantly used the Law of Devour to disperse their attacks, while at the same time, he was using the Law of Destruction to create artificial stars and shooting them at the Tier 11 Tyasi elders, who warily looked at the destruction stars, dodging them, not wanting to be incarnated to nothingness. Not giving them any time to rest, he immediately used the Law of Darklight to constantly attack them with the various Darklight weaponry, boosted up by the Law of Destruction. This style was something he copied from his father, and it was pretty useful in a certain situation, even if it didn't suit combat style too much. While Zeoticus was entertaining the 2 Tier 11 elders of the Tyasi species, the armies of the Thonian Empire were disembarking from their void ships as they started engaging their enemies from the Tyasi race. Cow's brigade, under the leadership of Vala Lucifer, led the charge as they held the line. As one of the elite forces of the Imperialis Militarum, they protected the line so the other average soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum could safely exist in the void ships. Valley, who reached the pinnacle of Tier 10, decimated the lines of the Tyasi. With his true Longinus, he kept killing one expert of the Tyasi after another and, within just 10 minutes, managed to kill 10 Tier 9 experts and even 1 Tier 10. Currently, he was engaging another one of Tier 10 of the snakemen. In the background, sounds of the artillery could be heard, as hundreds of the antimatter magicule cannons were firing one round after another at the lines of the Tyasi defenders while the void ships were slowly being emptied and getting ready to join the artillery. In the back, the faces of 2 Tier 11 elders of the Tyasi species went pale when they saw Blackstone Fortress reposition itself somewhere around this plane, which would mean that another Tier 11 would be soon departing from the invasion force to join the fight. Both of them then realized that the fight for this plane was lost, so after contemplating about the situation for a while, both of them decided to abandon this plane and retreat to the Serpent plane. Chapter 412, Attack on the Tyasi, 3. Unknown primary Grade 2 plane, formerly belonging to the Tyasi species. Indeed, the best decision they could make in their current situation. Zeoticus just sighed, seeing those 2 elder of the Tyasi species flee so decisively together with the rest powerhouses who were in the plane, leaving the rest of the population to their fate, was certainly admirable. Indeed, from the logical point of view, this fight was lost even before it started, as the armies of the Thonian Empire hit the hardest and fastest here, so it was predicted that they couldn't defend against their advance here, so in the end, the retreat was the best solution. Without the support from the high-end experts, the armies of the Tyasi species, which were defending this plane, were soon enough overwhelmed by the armies of the Thonian Empire. Cow's brigade broke through the last line of defenses, and soon their cities and fortresses started falling one after one. In the face of such a highly coordinated attack on the all-important places across the plane at the same time, and without any leadership, it took only 3 days entirely for the plane to fall into the hands of the Empire. Surprisingly, during these 3 days, the Tyasi was very quiet and very silent, not making any move, which was anticipated, but instead, only the silence came. MCPOV. In truth, I knew that the Tyasi wouldn't attack us even if we took a few of their planes, something which was agreed on only by a few in the expedition, but it proved to be the truth. Under normal circumstances, we would be met with fierce defense and with even more brutal retaliation, but here nothing came. They were too weakened and suffered too high losses under the void insect swarm and the hive mind, so having us take a few planes and hope that we would be satisfied while seemed foolish was the best possible outcome for them. When I came to the plane, the first thing I did was to meet with Zeoticus so he could fill me in on the situation. Fortunately, from what I could see, there were not any major problems during our attack on this plane, and our losses were kept to a minimum, only numbering a few tens of thousands, mainly from the standard armies of the Imperialis Militarum. We were currently in the Blackstone Fortress, as I found the environment of the Tyasi plane not to my tastes, and the Blackstone Fortress was something akin to my other child. I heard that you fought with 2 Tier 11 elders of the Tyasi race. I stated casually as we sat down together with us. Also, Hela was present as she arrived around the same time as I. In the end, she decided to participate in the invasion, just for fun or probably because she couldn't resist the temptation of the slaughter and carnage that would happen soon. Now that she was not the Lord Martial Militant of the Imperialis Militarum, she had too much free time on her hands. Contrary to me, she lacked some hobby, so she was often bored. For that reason, she often barged to me when I was conducting my research and indeed, they were pretty powerful, especially when they fought together. Their teamwork was polished by millennia of experiences. He answered as I summoned 3 cups of tea. Hela would probably appreciate a good cup of tea. How are things going on here? I asked as I took a sip of my tea. The Blackstone Fortress has been successfully positioned over the orbit of the plane, and we have successfully established this plane as a foothold into the ancient Eternal Star region. On top of that, we are preparing to invade the surrounding planes in the upcoming days. Serzex summarized the situation as I was satisfied with the current development, not that my insight was needed for this. I was not as good in military strategies as Hela or the current Lord Martial Militant Arthur Pendragon. Good, then be prepared for the attack. I think after we conquer a few more planes, the Tyasi would, for a sure attack, possibly drag other tier 12s into this mess, and even though I am pretty strong for my current tier, I can't fight all those old monsters at the same time. I said seriously as Serzex nodded. While I was certainly very strong, stronger than them in the one-to-one fight, because of entire beings, especially my special abilities and my destructive ones, the situation would be precarious if they ganged up on me. I knew that the moment we conquered more than was acceptable, they would be forced to fight us. Not that I cared about that, the preparations I had made for this situation were enough. We have stationed the Blackstone Fortress onto this plane. Not to mention that if I could devour the entire existence of Tier 12, Tyasi Ancestor would increase my raw power greatly for sure. How long do we have before the hive mind realizes that it has been tricked? My eldest questioned me while Hela stood from her previous spot and sat directly on my lap, letting me be spoiled by me as I gave her a few kisses. Few months, maybe even years, who knows, God knows what will happen if those gods are forced to take up the extreme measures, such as Divine Kingdom detonation, for example. I explained. Detonation of the Divine Kingdom belonging to the Myriad God Emperor was no joke and technically should be strong enough to severely injure even some more powerful Tier 12 if they are not careful enough. Chapter 4:13, Ancestors of 3 Ancient Races. The Tyasi Territory, Grade 1 Plane of the Tyasi Species, Unknown Location, Temple of the Serpent. For the past few days, the ancestor of the Tyasi race was mainly tending to his wounds while also contemplating about the situation of the ancient Eternal Star region, or more specifically, the Tyasi race. Lord Ancestor, the Thonians are marching from one plane to another, and we have lost more experts to them than we have to hive minds and the void insect swarm. Reported one of the remaining Tier 11 experts of the Tyasi race. The Taiscus were a very old, very ancient species and were one of the major ancient races in the ancient Eternal Star region, not only due to the fact they had a Tier 12 powerhouse overseeing their race but mainly due to the fact that they were old. During countless eras, they managed to survive, they amassed a ridiculous number of powerhouses, but right now, countless of them were being killed like flies. Such was the result of the invasion from the Thonian Empire. The real problem was that many of their high-end experts were already injured in various degrees when fighting the bugs, and now the Thonians came and started killing everyone here and there. I am aware of this fact. Too late, we have noticed that the hive mind didn't come here on its own. Muttered the old man sadly, while a few gasps of shock were heard across the solemn meeting room, especially among the weaker and younger Tier 11 or Tier 10 powerhouses. Ancestor, you don't mean? Asked one young-looking man, who was the youngest here and was the newest addition to the Tier 11 powerhouses of their race, who broke through to the Tier 11 only a few decades ago. Indeed, it is. How else the hive mind which started its invasion from the Divine Star region appeared here? Somebody must have guided the hive mind to our ancient Eternal Star region, not to mention that the void insect swarm came into contact at first with Evil Spirit Sect. Why that? Because the men who did it knew that the madmen of the Evil Spirit Sect would attack the hive mind instantly while committing some unspeakable atrocities, which would force the hive mind to invade the ancient Eternal Star region at full force. Explained the ancestor of the Tyasi species with a defeated voice. How did the void insect swarm come here? Easily. Dimensional pathway appeared somewhere in the territory controlled by the Evil Spirit Sect, and for sure, they entered it and found some plane that was controlled by the swarm. And it was not an ordinary plane, but it was one that had been remade into a hatchery for new bugs. When it was found by the members of the Evil Spirit Sect, they immediately slaughtered all of the larvae that were in the entire plane, committed some other atrocities on the little bugs, and not surprisingly, they were immediately found, captured, tortured, and soon enough there were fleets of the void insect swarms knocking on the doors of the ancient Eternal Star region. When the hive mind arrived at the doors of the ancient Eternal Star region, the first the bugs did was to kill every single member of the Evil Spirit Sect to the last one, and then they started spreading towards the other areas. After then, 3 major ancient races of the Tyasi race, the Three-Eyed race and the Venom race decided to fight back collectively. This roped in other factions, especially those who once produced the Tier 12 powerhouse, not mattering if they were alive or not, and started resisting the advance of bugs. Suddenly, as they were in the middle of the discussion, the Tier 12 ancestor of the Tyasi race closed his eyes before he opened them once again, bearing a serious expression on his face. "Everybody, immediately leave," he commanded. Not a single person dared to question his orders as they fastly emptied the meeting room, leaving their ancestor alone there, sitting as if waiting for something or somebody. After minutes, two figures appeared in the room. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a futuristic suit, which looked like a very advantaged form of nanotechnology, giving off the subtle hint of overweight power. He seemed very humanoid, practically indistinguishable from the average human. The only feature which would differentiate him from ordinary human was a third eye on his forehead. The other figure was a purple-skinned humanoid with long hair, deep purple skin, with visible skeleton a bit, and red markings across his whole body, which were glowing like they were alive. The first one was ancestor of the three-eyed species, which was a very technologically advanced species that based their technology and power system on psionic energy. Originally, they were drifters within the void, survivors of another universe until they crashed here. The purple-skinned man was of the Venom race, who were also not natives to an astral boundary, but could be considered as some sort of failed products of a very mighty Tier 14 individual. He probably hoped for his creations to reach at least Tier 12, but their natural limit was only Tier 11. Only by heavenly luck could the one who became the ancestor of the Venom race reaches his tier. "So, why have you called us here, Siren?" asked the ancestor of the Venom race with a frost voice as he looked at the injured ancestor Siren of the Tyasi race, probably deciding if it was worth attacking him right here and now in an attempt to obtain more resources. "You should be already aware of the reason, Var. The Thonians who are right now invading the ancient Eternal Star region and are the masterminds behind the attack of the Hive mind on the Star region this fast before we could finish our preparations." The ancestor of the Tyasi Siren bit back immediately, while the ancestor of the three-eyed race kept all of his three eyes closed, just listening to the conversation. Chapter 4:14, To Strike Back. Seeing that the Thonians were luring the Hive mind to the ancient Eternal Star region was not that surprising to the other two Tier 12 powerhouses and ancestors of their respective species. They both long ago guessed that somebody set it up, and it wasn't that hard to pinpoint the mastermind because there were only so many Tier 12 powerhouses in the ancient Eternal Star region or similarly skilled heaven-defying Tier 11s. When counted in motivation and gains, only one person was capable of organizing this entire thing, and that was the father of all devils and the supreme ruler of the Baator, ancestor of the Thonian Empire, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. The problem was that there were rumors of the father of all devils reaching Tier 12, because there were not many of them in the astral boundary. News like this would always spread really fast. It was clear that the power of the father of all devils was absolutely frightening even when he was Tier 11, and by their calculations, he should have the destructive prowess of some weaker newly advanced Tier 12. Now that he had actually reached their level, neither one of them wanted to test their luck. Even though the three ancestors were very arrogant and confident in their power, there was one thing they were more: survivors. They clung to their life like koalas to a tree. Not to mention, he is a very close ally with the arcane ancestor. How are the chances that they would too jump into the fray? Questioned the ancestor of the three-eyed race as he suddenly opened two of his eyes while keeping his third eye on his forehead closed. "It is highly possible, Ashborn. That is why we need to act as one and defeat the Thonians as fast as possible before they start getting fortified here and worse, calling their allies here," said the ancestor of the Tyasi race, as only Var agreed with him, while the Ashborn who asked the question still seemed unconvinced. "Weissman has been fence-sitter for past eras. I seriously doubt he would actively seek war," stated Ashborn shortly after, because indeed arcane ancestor Weissman has been the perfect epitome of the fence-sitter for the past eras. Compared to their races, the Baatorians were extremely militaristic, and their ability to wage war was unparalleled. If they were given the opportunity to fortify themselves properly, it would be very hard to drive them out. Even though their entire expedition and attack lasted only something around a week, they already controlled one primary Grade 2 plane, which was already being turned into an impregnable fortress as they were speaking right now. This alone spoke about their nature as species that mastered the art of war, and contrary to many, their commanders were always people who were best at the military strategies and tactics, not minding their personal power. It wasn't uncommon to see even Tier 8 officers or even lower giving orders to Tier 9 or even Tier 10s, something which would be absolutely unacceptable in most if not all species and factions because the personal strength was on the top. "We need to act right now. They already stationed some weapon capable of killing the Tier 12 entities over that plane, and their progress in fortifying the plane is astounding, something I have never seen before," stated the Tyasi ancestor Siren, as the other two agreed with him and, in the end, decided to ally once more. Just this time, they won't be fighting the void insect swarm and the hive mind but the legions of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. "And how are we going to deal with their navy? Even though my race is technology extremely advanced, compared to the level of the Thonians, our ships are severely lacking, not to mention, even if we are outnumbering the Thonians 3-1, it might not be enough," said the ancestor of the three-eyed race Ashborn. The technology, especially the firepower of the void ships of the Thonian Empire, was several generations ahead even of such technological races such as the three-eyed race, which was the most technologically advanced in the entire astral boundary. but contrary to the Thonian Empire's ships, they were smaller and didn't have such frightening firepower. Not talking about the defensive ability, as the ships of the Thonian Empire could easily traverse the void itself, while only the bigger and stronger ships of the three-eyed race could boast of the same feat. If we use our client races, we can use them as cannon fodder to take most of the damages and losses for us. Stated the ancestor of the Venin race Var, because this was in their option, the perfect usage of the vassals and other ancestors wholly agreed with his statement. We need to quickly go and organize the counterattack on the forces of the Thonian Empire. We have approximately 3 days at max. Stated the Teshiu ancestor Siren, as the other two agreed with him. After they finished the discussion about their next advances, 2 ancestors of the Venin race and three-eyed race left the serpent plane to prepare things on their own end. Chapter 4:15, Dresden Empire Strikes. 1. Somewhere in the ancient Eternal Star region, around the same time. Right now, it was quite a time on the borders between ancient Eternal Star region and Central Star region, that much quiet and peace that nobody from the facts of the ancient Eternal Star region, which were stationed here, bothered to do any kind of patrol check. Especially considering that most of them were dealing with the aftermath of the Hive Mind's invasion and attacks, they were a bit lax at the moment. This whole part of the border was under the patronage of the three-eyed race, and all of the factions that were here were basically their vassals. Nicely said that. In other words, they were slaves or servants. And just like that, during some silent day, where nothing out of the ordinary happened, suddenly the space folded as thousands of space cracks appeared all around the border between two-star region of the astral boundary and thousands of spaceships started existing them in neat formations. They were not humongous like that of the Thonian Empire, but they bore with themselves some sort of elegance and beauty of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Even when compared to the designs of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, which was known for its fearsome navy, the Dresden Arcanum Empire wasn't that much behind. On the largest ship in the entire fleet, which exited from one of the space cracks, in the command center, Arcane Ancestor Weissman was talking with a silver-haired man clad in runic battle armor, who was happily drinking beer. I think that you are in a very good mood, Sigmar. Stated the Arcane Ancestor Adolf K. Weissman as he looked at Sigmar Hellison Lucifer, who was happily drinking and eating, not really caring about the angry looks he was getting from his 2 female companions, who looked like they would burst out every second. In fact, he recognized the blonde one with fox ears, as she looked like an older and more mature version of Kuna Lucifer, Sigmar's daughter, so he quickly concluded that this should be Kuna's mother, Yasaka. Though the second woman was relatively unfamiliar to him, she was a very young-looking beautiful woman with long, straight silver hair and aqua-colored eyes who appeared to be in her late teens. She wore a battle attire consisting of a set of Valkyrie armor consisting of a white breastplate with gold and pale blue accents and matching, fingerless gauntlets, boots, hip guards, and wing-shaped hair clips. She also wears a black leotard underneath her breastplate, black thigh-high stockings, and a pale blue cloth wrapped underneath her hip guards, all clad with pink lacing along with her hair clips. She was Rosweiss, Sigmar's second wife, whom he married only a few centuries ago. They met when he was named to his position of a Magister of the Outer Plane Development, where she worked as one of the high-ranking administrative state employees. Of course. There is nothing better than 3 things. Good fight, then good food and drink and good sex. And immediately when he said that sentence, both of his wives slapped him on the back of his head. Sigmar, that was absolutely inappropriate behavior for some of your status. Shouted Rosweiss as she started reprimanding him for his behavior while Asasaka just nodded her head in agreement, agreeing with her co-wife, while Sigmar was grinning with a silly smile, not saying anything. This was happening every time. Sigmar was never of social conventions or some official protocols. One could say he was a brute who did what he wished, and when he wished, that was why he was never put in any position which would require him to negotiate with foreign powers. Fortunately, the position of Magister of the Outer Plane Development was like heaven sent for him. Right now, Sigmar was assigned in the front that the Dresden Arcanum Empire would create because the Dresdens were trying new applications of military strategies, mainly adopted from the Thonian Empire. We would be arriving within the next half an hour. After some uncomfortable silence that was created after a 20-minute-long lecture from Yasaka and Rosweiss about the appropriate behavior for high-ranking people, though Weissman seriously doubted the man would remember anything from it. Excellent. What are the first targets? Sigmar asked happily, finally some sort of action. Right now, the man in question was already at the peak of Tier 10 as now all of the children of the Father of all Devils were competing for who would reach Tier 11 next after Surzex. Not talking about Rinshue, who, unfortunately, was still stuck at Tier 8, but everyone knew that if she ascended as god in her universe, then she could reach Tier 11 within a few months at best. The strongest faction here is the heaven-defying sect. It is created from some cultivators from another universe. Ancient Eternal Star region has many factions that do not originate from the astral budenry. Most of them are actually outsiders that just settled here, though many of them are living here for countless eras. Answered Weissman while Sigmar tilted his head in confusion. Heaven-defying. What an arrogant name, really, these cultivators are silly people. Sigmar grinned as he said, already caressing his warhammer Galmaraz in anticipation of a good fight. How strong are they? questioned Sigmar's wife, Rosweiss. Not much, they have only one tier 11 expert. Most of the vassals of the hegemons of the ancient Eternal Star region are very restricted on their development, and only the most loyal factions are allowed even to have tier 11 expert. Answered Silver King of the Dresden Empire. That was indeed not really strong, but it just showed how paranoid the hegemons of the ancient Eternal Star region were. That was partially understandable, as most of them were foreigners who were cast out from their home universe, mostly because they lost in some strife there. So just a small fries. Sigmar said relatively unhappily, but at the same time, this was a good opportunity to fight a tier 11 expert for him, who wouldn't be very strong. Chapter 4:16, Dresden Empire Strikes. 2. He was at the peak of tier 10, and he never had the opportunity to fight someone at tier 11 with relatively average combat prowess, mainly due to the lack of such people in the Thonian Empire. All of the tier 11 experts of the Thonian Empire had extremely high destructive prowess, and so on, so he couldn't just go and fight with his mother, or he would be squashed like a bug in seconds. Hela was terrifying even among the other tier 11 experts of the Baator. After approximately 25 minutes, they had already arrived at the territory of the heaven-defying sect, which was a sect of the cultivators that came from another universe and became vassals of the three-eyed race. Among the vassals of the three-eyed race, they were one of the very few ones who were not technologically advanced and rather focused on improving their own strength. There were even rumors that they had more tier 11 experts than they were showing, but nothing was confirmed yet. Let the one with the highest kill count win. When they were in the vicinity of the home plane of the heaven-defying sect, Sigmar shouted to the rest of the tier 11 experts in the expeditionary fleet while taking his warhammer Galmaraz, as he teleported out of the ship and directly attacked the plane. Oh my lord, that idiot. Yasaka held her templates as she watched her husband charging into the battle without care of anything else, while soon enough following after him. She herself was tier 10, and even though she was the only initial one, she was the high priestess of the father of all devils. In times of need, she could showcase some power of Father of all devils himself, so aside from Arachne's ancestor Adolf K. Weissman, she was the strongest person here. And finally, Rosweiss remained there, just looking at both of them. Considering her peak tier 9 strength, she concluded that it would be safer for her to remain with her Valkyrie division and participate in the upcoming siege rather than in duels that were commencing right now. After hearing Sigmar's bold proclamation, some more hot-headed or competitive arcanists immediately followed after him, and even one of tier 11 who was Yatagami Kuro, in case there were more tier 11 cultivators in the heaven-defying sect than initially predicted. When Sigmar arrived at the plane, he noticed thousands of humans already coming to him. Thus, he gripped his warhammer Galmaraz, unleashing the power of his godhood and the laws he comprehended, as he followed a similar way to his father. Godhood and laws as one, as his father liked to say. Unleashing the power of death to the maximum, enveloping the entire the warhammer Galmaraz, he waved at the incoming cultivators as the wave of the energy of death hit them, instantly decaying their bodies, consuming their lifespan as their bodies crumbled to ash and dust. Only a few of them survived, those who reached the peak of tier 10 and could forcibly resist the decaying power of his godhood. Instantly, Sigmar revealed a bloodthirsty grin as law of dark light cracked around the Galmaraz, teleporting to the nearest tier 10 cultivator who had been turned into a frail old man from his previous handsome middle-aged appearance, smashing the Galmaraz directly into his chest with a full force. The strike created a shockwave that sent flying all people in the vicinity of those two, as the tier 10 cultivator was killed, as half of his upper body was missing. Weak. Pathetic. Sigmar cursed at them as they were weak. That was due to their power system. Most of the typical cultivation systems made by cultivators were based on an aspect of gathering energy and refining that energy, something very similar to the devils in the first 8 tiers of their existence. Due to such kinds of power systems, cultivation was easy as fuck, and the people practicing it had extremely long lifespans, but it had one serious disadvantage. Their combat prowess was shit, even weaker than those of warlocks of the astral boundary. Compared to Sigmar, who followed the path of laws and godhood, one casual strike was enough to kill some random peak tier 10 cultivator of an energy-gathering-based cultivation system. Not all cultivation systems were only about gathering energy and purifying it, some of them had aspects similar to law comprehension or other unusual methods of tremendously increasing their combat prowess. Looking at the surviving cultivators, he conjured hundreds of dark light weapons coated with the power of death, shooting the object at them, instantly slaughtering them like ants. Father was right, they really amount to nothing, but still, they could probably outnumber us several times over if it was under normal circumstances. Sigmar muttered. Practicing these power systems was relatively easy, practically anyone could do it, and with enough resources, ascending to higher tiers was not a problem, of course, at the price of rather low combat prowess. Nevertheless, for many people, that was an acceptable price. Especially for species that lacked a naturally long lifespan, the advantages of such a power system were very appealing to them, as they provided them with long lifespans and some power, which was good for countless people. After finishing off these cultivators, Sigmar entered the place of the heaven-defying sect and started searching for the sect master or whoever was at tier 11 because the rest of the people were not a match for him. A few brave ones attacked him already, but they were squashed like a bug by his warhammer Galmaraz. Still, he had to admit that if one thing was impressive about the entire place, it was the architecture, distinctively similar to that of yokai in the Empire, and because his first wife was one, even their house was stylized in the similar architecture. "Out of my way!" he shouted. With one swipe of his warhammer, he turned another of the elders of the heaven-defying sect into a meat past as he finally entered the main building of the sect. Chapter 417, Sigmar vs. Sect Master Heaven-Defying. Sigmar soon enough fought up his way to the central pavilion, which was located on the highest peak in the heaven-defying sect. Which was not really heaven-defying at all, as most of the people here couldn't take even a hit from his warhammer Galmaraz before being killed. After killing a few more elders and some young people who seemed to be some disciples or whatever, he finally arrived at the peak and barged into the pavilion where the sect master of the heaven-defying sect was already waiting for him, sitting cross-legged in a meditative posture. The sect master of the heaven-defying sect was an old-looking man with visible wrinkles over his whole face, long white hair, and a beard. Altogether he gave Sigmar no feeling of a sect master but rather some administrative worker from the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Development, who were pestering him from time to time to finish his paperwork on time. "You are the sect master?" Sigmar questioned curiously, his warhammer Galmaraz ready to battle against the men instantly if it came to him, or rather, in case he was surprisingly attacked. "Indeed I am." The sect master answered while opening his eyes as Sigmar grinned, teleporting in front of the old man and attacking him with full force. The old sect master hastily stretched his hand, catching the incoming strike by the warhammer Galmaraz head-on. Sigmar, while surprised at this development, didn't hesitate and attacked the sect master heaven-defying with his free hand, which was coated with the power of death as Sigmar activated his godhood to maximum and infused all of his god force and law of death into that punch, sending the sect master heaven-defying flying through the several walls. "That was a good one, now we will see what his attacking capabilities are," Sigmar muttered as he wanted the sect master heaven-defying to return after getting punched out from the pavilion. Instantly, a ball of energy was shot at Sigmar, who raised his warhammer Galmaraz as he blocked the ball of energy relatively effortlessly. So a typical energy gathering with minimal focus on combat. Realizing the relative extent of the combat prowess of these cultivators, Sigmar gauged the power of the sect master heaven-defying as weaker than that of the warlock emperors. He was probably even weaker than the Dawn Emperor in his prime, which was pretty weak for the tier 11 standard. But the energy he has in his body is, approximately thrice of that of tier 11 being of law. He sensed that the energy levels of the sect master heaven-defying were terrifying. He had approximately thrice the energy compared to the average tier 11 lord-class devil, which was frightening itself. While the energy levels weren't everything in the battle, they were crucial for prolonging the fights, something which would put Sigmar at a disadvantage if they fought for a very long time, something which the sect master heaven-defying would favor. Soon enough, several more of these energy-based attacks reached Sigmar, and he blocked all of them effortlessly, not really putting any effort into it, as they were relatively weak in his view. At the same time, each one could injure him, but not to some serious level. Though it was apparent that the sect master heaven-defying wasn't planning to fight him head-on anytime soon, and because of that, Sigmar would need to take the initiative and close the distance between the two of them. After 10 more minutes, where it continued in the similar style of sect master heaven-defying, attacking Sigmar with a varied repertoire of energy-based attacks, to which he blocked or dodged all of them. Suddenly the sect master heaven-defying waved his hand in an attempt to activate the sect suppression formation that were all around the pavilion. Boom. Just the huge explosion was heard as one of the smaller spacecraft of the Dresden Arcane Empire fell down from the sky after being shot down by colliding with some tier 10 cultivator, who used his life to take it down. Probably he wanted to take the entire part of the fleet with him, not awaiting the energy shield that was created around the ship and him, containing the explosion. And fortunately for Sigmar, the crash of the spacecraft destroyed a large part of the sect suppression formation. The expression on the sect master heaven-defying face turned grim before Sigmar teleported in front of him, hitting him with the warhammer Galmaraz, which the law of dark light boosted. Sending the sect master heaven-defying crashing into the nearby wall, he stood up quickly and coughed a mouthful of blood before taking out his saber. Now that Sigmar had forced him into the corner, there was no other chance than to fight him head-on. Physically wise, Sigmar was several times above the sect master heaven-defying. Still, the old sect master was very experienced and knew how to fight people with Sigmar's power type, but unfortunately, Sigmar was not the hot-headed as he was during his younger days. Several near-death experiences and scolding from Yasaka and 1 or 2 beatings from his mother were enough to change his perception of things and how he was fighting. He instantly continued the barrage of attacks on the sect master heaven-defying, not letting him do anything. Sigmar continued using the law of death and law of decay in combination with his godhood to continuously attack the sect master heaven-defying, weakening him to a tremendous degree, until all the advantages that the sect master heaven-defying had over the Sigmar disappeared into thin air. And now that both of them stood on the same ground, it was clear who would be a winner. After Sigmar started attacking the sect master heaven-defying even more ferociously than before, each of the strikes with his warhammer Galmaraz contained an unnatural amount of the law of dark light and law of death. Chapter 418, Forward. Sect Master Heaven-Defying dodged the incoming hit from the Warhammer Galmaraz, but it was clear that the battle started taking a toll on the elderly Sect Master. His whole body was riddled with injuries, and the regeneration of chi was abysmal because the law of decay was stuck in his body, constantly wreaking havoc inside of his body. That one was also obstructing the regeneration of his injuries, so overall, the situation looked very grim for him. He was very well aware that there was a very high possibility of his impending death right here and right now. Deciding that this was the end of the entire Heaven-Defying sect, the Sect Master Quan Ni decided to use the forbidden technique to at least kill the foe before him. While the ancient Eternal Star region was largely cut out from the rest of the astral boundary universe, not literally, they kept to themselves, not really bothering with the affairs of the other star regions. Factions existing here were practically isolationists and never bothered with the matters of the outsiders. But they still knew about the important people and factions in the entire universe, and for the past centuries, the one with the biggest sway, which was on the extreme rise, was the Thonian Empire of the Baator. And the elderly Sect Master recognized the men before him as one of the Grand Princes of the Thonian Empire, Sigmar Hellison Lucifer, who was rather notorious throughout the entire astral Bodarni because he often traveled around the universe and challenged powerful people to fight. Sigmar, seeing the rising energy levels of the Sect Master Heaven-Defying, knew what was happening because his father often warned him to be wary of cultivators in life and death situations. While in normal combat, most of them had subpar combat prowess and destructive prowess, some of them had some pretty neat forbidden techniques in their sleeves, which could give them a tremendous increase in combat prowess for a limited amount of time at the cost of burning their lifespan. Most of them will either die afterward or would be left half dead or crippled, but it was enough for them to kill most of their foes. His father stated that, for example, even weak tier 9 could easily match peak Apocalypse class being of law with very destructive law. Before the Sect Master Heaven-Defying could finish executing his forbidden technique, out of nowhere, he was hit straight to his chest by the Warhammer Galmaraz and, at the same time, pierced through his back by several dark light spears, as Sigmar wasn't giving him any chances. And this is the checkmate, sir. Sigmar grinned as the law of decay, law of death and his godhood all pouted into the body of the Sect Master Heaven-Defying. He could see how the life was escaping the body of the Sect Master Heaven-Defying Quan Ni until the light in his eyes completely diminished itself. Death. That was the only outcome. After Sigmar killed the Sect Master Heaven-Defying Quan Ni, he had a bittersweet feeling. It was good that he managed to fight, defeat, and even kill a tier 11 powerhouse. Yet, on the other hand, his opponent was relatively weak for the tier 11 standards, and aside from the ridiculous amount of energy, he was nothing special. But there was nothing he could do about it as he went to check up on his stash of resources. Like most of the children and descendants of the Lucifer house, Sigmar inherited the greedy nature of the founder Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. He also would search every nook and cranny for anything useful. Meanwhile, Sigmar was fighting against the Sect Master Heaven-Defying Quan Ni. The entire Heaven-Defying sect was being razed to the ground by the forces of the Dresden Empire, which was advancing with little to zero losses. They lost only a few thousand of soldiers, and a few powerhouses were killed, mostly though only those the tier 9 and some of the spacecraft were shot down, but that was done. Nothing more and nothing less. Many of the powerful Archnaists joined the fight, as they fought with the powerhouses and experts from the Heaven-Defying sect. Even Sigmar's wives Yasaka and Rosweiss were participating in the siege of the sect. Rosweiss was leading her Valkyrie division, established only a few centuries ago, from the original female Assirin Vanir, who migrated to the old underworld under the leadership of Hela. Rosweiss came to the old underworld with her grandmother Gondel on orders of Frigga, who wanted to have somebody she trusted near her daughter. Even though relationships between the Thonian Empire and Asgard in the old dimensional gap were cold at best, an open fight never erupted between them. Valkyries were the elite all-female forces exclusively chosen of those from Aesir and Vanir species, or hybrids of these species or some heritage, making them almost on the level of elite forces of the Imperialis Militarum. Arcane ancestor Adolf K. Weissman was observing everything atop of his spacecraft in a boring mood, as nothing interesting was happening during the siege. Nevertheless, for him, the boring state of siege was the best thing that could happen. Boring meant that everything went according to the plan, and if everything went according to the plan, then it was perfect. Now that the Dresden Empire took their first step onto the territory of the three-eyed race, they would need to fortify their positions and then slowly expand forward toward the other territories of the ancient Eternal Star region. Together with a few high-ranking military officers from the Thonian Empire who were experts on the planar conquest and were acting as an advisor, the process went very smoothly. Plus, compared to their Thonian allies, the Arcanists were not militaristic in nature, they and their army were inferior to that of the Imperialis Militarum. Thonian Empire perfected the art of war during the millennia. Arcanists usually approached the planar conquest rather straightforwardly. Brute strength and power above all else. Chapter 419, always at the Dresden Empire didn't have the sophisticated military approach or the strict doctrine that the Baatorians were implementing in every battle, fight, or conquest, no matter the strength of the enemy. Even if the plane they were invading seemed absolutely weak and ordinary, the military doctrine of the Imperialis Militarum and other armed forces dictated to approach with the utmost caution till the last hostile life form had been killed and the entire plane had been conquered. After several hours the pacification of the heaven-defying sect had ended, with the forces of the Dresden Empire achieving decisive victory over the force of cultivators, and the Arcanists controlled the most important place of the entire plane. How long would it take to clean up the entire plane? Weissman sat on the throne in the command center of his mothership as he was in meeting with his generals, admirals, and a few advisors from the Thonian Empire of the Baator. About 1 week, 2 weeks for the complete and thorough cleanup, stated one of the generals from the Imperialis military. Cleaning out of the planes after the planar conquest was always a troublesome thing. Mainly because this act was practically necessary to do because even if the main resistance was crushed, many insurgents elements would still survive and hide somewhere. And so the plane could effectively operate under the rule of the Dresden Empire, they would need to clean it out properly. Fortunately, the cultivators of the heaven-defying sect, which ruled the entire primary grade 2 plane, were concentrating in their sect, primarily. So, only a few hundreds of thousands of them were outside, and those who were mainly disciples of the outer sect, meaning they were pretty weak. Only a few elders and experts of the heaven-defying sect were outside of the sect during the siege of it. You have 2 weeks to clean out the plane completely from all insurgent elements and people who could cause trouble for harvest, build solid fortifications and defenses before leaving the garrison here and moving towards the next target. Ordered arcane ancestor as all of them bowed in respect and immediately went to work. It was clear that this plane would be ransacked for all resources and then probably sold to the Thonian Empire for their devices. Arcanists rarely conquered the plan to obtain resources from them for a long period of time or even indefinitely. Such things were problematic, as they would require a lot of manpower, a permanently stationed army, and some experts to protect it, not talking about the time for it. That was the reason why the Thonian Empire never kept the planes they conquered and rather either absolutely ransacked them and destroyed them in their plunder or used them as means to expand the Baator, which was actually the best thing because by expanding the Baator, then the Baator would yield more resources. MCPOV. Blackstone Fortress. The past days were suspiciously peaceful, as our forces rarely met with any strong resistance from the Tyasi race or their vassals, as their planes fell one after another. At the same time, I remained at the comfort of the Blackstone Fortress together with my wives as we spent time together. Surprisingly, none of the Tier 12 experts appeared when we continued our attacks. I predicted that they were scheming something, probably choosing some suitable plane where they could hold our advance altogether, possibly wiping out the majority of our expeditionary force. My lord husband, you are neglecting your marital duties here. Venelana's voice broke me from my train of thoughts as we were lying naked. Not only with Vina, but Graphia and Hela were there too, though they were sleeping as we finished another round of our lovemaking, and now we had a pause. What a life. Before I could enjoy some once more pleasurable activities, my hollow brain vibrated, notifying me of some incoming call from someone as I cursed at anyone who was calling me at this moment. Zeoticus. Stated the image of Adolf K. Weissman, who called him in this untold moment, as he wanted to rip the men apart because he always called in the most inappropriate moment he could. It was fascinating how he always did it. Make it short, Weissman. I was pretty irritated at this moment, and it was clearly showing itself. We assaulted the ancient Eternal Star region and conquered one of the stronger vassals of the Three-Eyed race. Right now, we are advancing at the home plane of the Three-Eyed race. At least he called with something important to tell me, or it would be fucked up. Any encounters with the Tier 12 ancestors or anyone of that level? I questioned him as he shook his head in denial because their conquest till now was without any complications. They didn't encounter anyone of that level till now. Clearly, the people of that level were still waiting for their chance. No, though we are soon approaching the territory of the Three-Eyed race, and I predict that the ancestor Three Eyes will show himself or send the damned psionic weapon in his stead. Stated Weissman clearly, as I nodded in agreement. While the level of technology of the Three-Eyed race was inferior to that of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, they had some neat weapons, one of which was a weapon capable of killing even a Tier 12 powerhouse. Then continue, if you encounter it, then call me, and I will order Architect to hack into that thing. Maybe we can learn something if we reverse engineer it. I said to Weissman, as the reverse engineering of some of those technological wonders of the Three-Eyed race was something that had dwelled in my mind since the start of the invasion into the ancient Eternal Star region. Certainly, then I will be going out for now. Weissman then cut the connection as he told what he needed to tell, and now, finally, I could return to the more pleasurable activities of the day. Chapter 420, Crusading with Emperor Serzex, 1. Several days later, the ancient Eternal Star region, one of the expeditionary fleets of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. This expeditionary fleet was led by the current emperor of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. As one of the Tier 11 powerhouses, Serzex was too leading the expeditionary fleet into the territory of the Venom species, which were one of the 3 hegemons of the ancient Eternal Star region. Compared to the Tyasi race and Three-Eyed race, the Venons were the least populous, and their population was the lowest. In truth, they were one of the smallest races across the entire star region. Though, that didn't apply to their strength, as each member of the Venom race was extremely strong. They were unnaturally gifted in terms of physique and were all talented in the area of body refining. Even the weakest member of their species was at least tier 4 in terms of physique. Of course, in exchange for a heavenly gift like this, their affinity with mana or other energies was abysmal, and only a few of their race were able to use them. Thus they rather incorporated various elements into their martial arts, giving them various attributes like fire, wind, or lightning. On the commanding center of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, Serzex was drinking tea with one of his wives. Because his first wife Seraphal was Magister of Foreign Affairs, and especially now during their conquest of the ancient Eternal Star region, she had an even higher workload. Only his second wife accompanied him. Cleria Belial was a beautiful woman, with short white hair and tan skin, like the rest of the Belial house, which was already High Lord house, after her brother Dihazar Belial became tier 10 by ascending into the dimensional class. She wore a combat outfit, which only enhanced her curves and athletic physique, which she developed by practicing martial arts for whole millennia, like the rest of the Belial house members. They, who were known for their clan trait Worthless, and all of them comprehended the law of negation, were the masters of all kinds of martial arts. "What are you thinking about, dear?" asked Cleria kindly. She was always a very kind and gentle soul, never very prone to violence and fighting, like most of the species that inhabited the Baator. "Nothing, just that we would be soon landing at one of the major fortresses of the Venom race, and the fight there would be a tough one, very tough one," Serzex said seriously, as his father gave him the task of conquering practically the most critical plane, which served as one of 4 entrances towards the core territory of the Venom race. Each one of those entrances was the plains, which were guarding the borders, and were heavily fortified with countless experts presiding over them, and huge armies were stationed there. Hopefully, the ancestor of the Venom race won't appear. If not, then we can take the plane from the Venoms with some degree of casualties and probably even kill a few of their tier 11 experts, which would be for best. Serzex commented that while he was relatively new tier 11, his combat prowess was extremely fearsome, to the level he predicted he could fight even 2 or 3 average tier 11. His path was very powerful, and while not unique as his father's or as dedicated as his great-grandfather's, it was extremely destructive in its fundamental nature. By the information gathered by the Department of the Intelligence and Executioner Temple, there should be only 2 tier 11 powerhouses present. Reported Cleria, she was very talented in espionage and information gathering or organizing strategies for the planar conquest, and that was why, even now, during this expeditionary fleet, she was in charge of devising the strategy. Unfortunately, against the experts of the Venom race, our usual strategy won't be effective against them too much. She then continued her analysis of the situation. The typical strategy of the Thonian Empire during the planar conquest, if the plane was strong and had some very powerful experts, was to use their naval superiority to kill as many of their experts. In this case, they would be making use of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship to kill or at least severely injure their tier 11 experts who were guarding the plane. But with the Venom race, it was relatively impossible because, aside from the terrifying physical capabilities of the Venom race, they all had very strong resistance against various forms of energy. That was another perk of their terrifying physiques. "Then we will employ newly developed seals, and if we cannot kill them fastly, then we will seal them," stated Serzex shortly after. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, we have entered the outer perimeter of the Venom territory," sounded the voice of one member of the custodians who came here to deliver them the message. "Excellent, then prepare for the engagement. How long till we arrive at the target destination?" The entire territory of the Venom race was heavily monitored by them, so it was probable that their expeditionary fleet would be noticed by them any minute, so the direct confrontation before they even managed to reach the plane was inevitable. "Approximate time for the confrontation is 1 hour and 13–18 seconds. Answered the custodian. Serzex nodded his head in agreement before the custodian bowed his head in respect as he excused himself and returned back to his position. With the Dresden Arcanum Empire, at least, the three-eyed race will have their hands tied, and they won't be able to make any move towards us, that is leaving only the Tyasi and Venoms, but for now, all eyes are focused on the Blackstone Fortress and father-in-law who are attracting their attention, giving us some sort of blank space to continue the conquest. Serzex agreed with Cleria's statement, as that was indeed the truth, and thanks to that attracted attention, they were free to breach through the defenses of the Venom race and spread their reach forwards. Chapter 421, Crusading with Emperor Serzex, 2. Serzex was aware that with his power, they could practically fight anything below the tier 12 and even multiple tier 11 experts. Of course, there was still a chance to encounter somebody with the heaven-defying battle power, but chances for that were very low. Heaven-defying battle power was a term typically used in the cultivation-based universes, but across the void, it became a common standard. It was basically a name for anyone with combat prowess that is able to fight high above his own power tier. For example, Serzex, while was tier 9, could fight against tier 10, and that was his own power system, which is based on the comprehension of laws. So compared to other weaker cultivation systems, his combat prowess would be even higher. Attention to all personnel. Enemy incoming. Everyone at their positions. Sounded the voice of the ship's AI across the void ship, and similar scenes occurred around the entire fleet as everyone was getting ready for the upcoming fight with the incoming enemies. And it appears that the peaceful time has ended. Sirzek stated Cleria agreed with him on that thing before they went to combat. As they were energy signatures approaching the expeditionary fleet, they needed to act appropriately because there was almost guaranteed that enemies would have minimally one Tier 11 powerhouse. With Sirzek's 9th Army Yesid Keepers were present, under the leadership of their Lord General Feng Xiu, who had already reached Tier 10. And a few others also reached Tier 10 across many of the military branches of the Empire or the major noble houses. Lord Admiral, they are already in range of our weapons. Reported one of the staff to the Lord Admiral from the Novus Imperialis, who was dressed in the standard Navy uniform, heavily decorated with various medals and awards, as he smoked a cigar. To all ships, you are free to fire, focus on the sure-to-kill ones. The Lord Admiral puffed out smoke as he gave out the order, and not even a second later, all hundreds of the void ships of different classes started bombarding the incoming enemy at their top power. Sure-to-kill targets were a designation for the enemies that the artillery could kill surely. So, for example, if the void ship can kill at least a Tier 9 enemy, it won't be attacking the Tier 10 enemy, whom it doesn't have a chance to injure. 10% of the enemies have been eliminated, and the number is increasing, though those are mostly from the vassal species of the Venin race. The Venins themselves are mainly unbothered by our artillery barrage. Reported one of the staff once more, as the Lord Admiral nodded, predicting such an outcome. Yet even this was a good result because the battlefield was cleared for their experts to fight, and they considerably lowered their numbers. It was clear that the Venins planned to engage them in the space for whatever reason, but the one which was the most probable was the fact that any fight between them would result in large collateral damage on the plane itself, something that Venins wanted to prevent. Meanwhile, during the time, the void fleets were bombarding the incoming experts of the Venin race and their vassals to intercept them. Sirzek was already levitating in the vast emptiness of the space, together with some of the high-tier experts from the Thonian Empire. Aside from Sirzek, a few notable individuals of the Thonian Empire were Feng Xiu, Draegwei, Gotcher Dihazar Belial, who were all Tier 10 individuals with fearsome combat prowess to back them up. Soon enough, the artillery barrage of the Void Fleet stopped because the incoming enemies were already pretty close to them, and right now, the fight would be moving in the close combat direction. There is only one Tier 11 expert, one from the Venins. I will be taking care of him, the rest of you take care of Venins or other species. Sirzek ordered the people around him, as he soon saw the Tier 11 expert from the Venin race. It was a purple-skinned muscular humanoid with shining blue eyes, wearing golden armor that fitted him very well, not covering his entire body, but only mainly the weak parts. Without any warning and before they could reach, Sirzek unleashed the full might of his path, as endless waves of crimson-black energy of destruction materialized all around them, and like enormous tsunamis, they attacked incoming enemies. Sirzek's path was named the Star Extinguisher, a combination of Law of Destruction, Devour, Dark Light, and a few other laws, and because of that, the crimson-black energy of pure uncontained destruction was sparkling. Compared to Zekram's own variant due to his path as Incarnation of Destruction, which was refined, perfectly contained, and controlled, but Sirzek's own was nothing like that. It was wild and uncontained, a primal form of the destruction itself, taking along everything it touched. Seeing what was coming for them, the Tier 11 expert from the Venin race stepped forward, and with the great sword he was holding in his hand, with a swift wave, sent a slash of energy, which cut the destruction like a tsunami in half, in attempt to dissipate it. Unfortunately for him, while he split it in half, he didn't stop or disperse, so he decided to use a special technique to protect himself from the destructive energy, which had already annihilated a few weaker experts under his command. Other experts on his side instantly hurried behind him, where they took cover, not anticipating that the tsunami of the crimson-black energy suddenly turn around and attack them from the back, forcing the Tier 11 expert from the Venin race to take out some protective artifact. When he took out that small orb, he threw it above his head, and instantly a translucent barrier appeared around them, which was effortlessly blocking the attacks from the Sirzek's path. Sirzek knew that it was something that his ancestor created, and it was a futile attempt to break it through the raw force. Chapter 422, Crusading with Emperor Sirzek, 3. Seeing this, he took out a spear that was looking especially threatening to everything that was alive, as an overwhelming aura was seeping from the spear that Sirzek was holding. Even the Tier 11 of the Venin race squinted his eyes in shock when he saw that weapon. Then in a swift moment, Sirzek threw the spear directly at the dome barrier, which was protecting the people from the Venin race, as the space cracked from the aftershock when he threw it. Instantly, the previously untouched barrier, which was created by the power of Tier 12 expert, cracked like nothing when the spear hit that Sirzek threw at it. Naturally, it was not an ordinary weapon. Still, it was one of the consumable weapons, which were undoubtedly masterpieces on their own. They were imbued with the full power of the father of all devils, containing the terrifying power of the end and godhoods that he possessed. Their father distributed these weapons to all of his children, so they could have some means to defend themselves on this expedition in case an enemy attacked them they could not handle or encountered a situation that could not be solved without the interference of someone at Tier 12 like this time. When the barrier crumbled into pieces, Serzex teleported in front of the Tier 11 expert of the Venom race, sent a punch at him with his hand coated with the energy of the destruction and powered up by his path. Other people were also attacked by the powerhouses of the Thonian Empire, as Drake transformed into his dragon form, which was already bigger than the Grade 9 plane itself, as he started chasing after some of the experts that the Venom men brought with him. Feng Xiu elegantly decapitated several Tier 9 squid-looking people who were unfortunate to block his path towards one of the stronger Tier 10 experts. The Tier 10 expert that Feng Xiu chose was one of the Venom race, in appearance very similar to their leader. Feng Xiu instantly teleported in front of the men, slashing at him with his sword, which was releasing a dangerous-looking purple aura that flamed like a burning fire, which was, in fact, very dangerous miasmatic dark energy that was burning everything to ash. His opponent quickly reacted to the incoming attack, dodged to the side, and counterattacked with the golden polearm weapon he was holding, attacking Lord General Feng Xiu. It was indisputable that Feng Xiu would lose in terms of physical strength in the first exchange, thus, seeing the Tier 10 Venom attacking him, he used the instantaneous teleportation spell to teleport backward, creating a distance between them. When Feng Xiu was at a safe distance, he murmured something into his hollow brain. Subsequently, in a split of a second, tens of battleships started bombarding the Tier 10 expert, and surprisingly, causing him various degrees of injuries from the bombardment. While the members of the Venom race had inborn resistance towards various types of energies, something similar to which the devils had, due to father of all devil machinations, theirs was stronger as it was on another level entirely. Meanwhile, the Tier 10 expert of the Venom race was defending against the artillery from the battleships. Feng Xiu cast severe stealth spells on himself before teleporting behind the Tier 10 Venom. With one swift movement of his sword, he pierced the Tier 10 Venom through his stomach. Upon piercing him through his stomach, the purple miasmatic energy burst out of the sword and started devouring and burning the Tier 10 Venom from inside. The men started screaming in pain and rage as his insides were being burned by the vicious miasmatic energy flame, soon enough turning him to ash. Meanwhile, Drake Gotch, who was in his dragon form, chased another of Tier 9 squid-looking enemies as he crushed the expert between his jaws and gulped him down in one go. He was pretty tasty. Weirdly, he tasted like an octopus, but probably that seems expectable. The Red Dragon Emperor thought as he looked at the rest of the squid-looking people, who were shivering in fear, seeing one of their own being killed and eaten at the same time, like he was just a snack for the humongous dragon. He then spewed a massive mouthful of a dragon's flames, turning the nearest two squidoids into ashes as they crumbled instantly. Flames of a Tier 10 dragon, a pinnacle Tier 10 dragon with special and mighty bloodlines, were not something that even an average Tier 10 being could take head-on without suffering severe injuries. Generally, dragons were one of the strongest species, no matter which universe they were in or what their origin was. Then with a swipe of his tail, he pierced through the chest of the remaining squidoid expert as he dropped his body to his mouth, chewing on the squidoid like candy. I am still a bit hungry. I better go and try to kill one of the Tier 10s that are still alive. Drake thought while looking at the Tier 10 expert, who had a human-like appearance, before the humongous red dragon flapped his wings and attacked the Tier 10 expert with his claws, using some of his magic to boost himself and his attacks. The man was shot backward like a cannonball in a single exchange, not able to withstand the overwhelming physical power of the peak Tier 10 dragon like Drake. The Red Dragon Emperor did not waste any second, as he flew immediately after him, sending at him various elemental attacks through the usage of the dragon chant magic. The human warrior defended against the attacks with his shield, though after some time, the shield started showing signs of cracking, which in the end happened. After he was forced to block Drake's tail attack. After the shield broke, a massive wave of the dragon's breath followed before Drake destroyed his heart by crushing the man in between his claws. After killing the Tier 10 expert, he immediately ate him because dragons could innately get stronger by eating the corpses of the other beings. The battle is already ending, such disappointment. He muttered as he looked around when he saw that the duel between his emperor and enemy Tier 11 was already heading to the inevitable end. Chapter 423, Crusading with Emperor Serzex, 4. While the people around them were being killed off one by the experts of the Thonian Empire, Serzex was fighting against the Tier 11 expert from the Venom race in an equal fight. While the Tier 11 Venom was far stronger than in the close combat, especially in the physical aspect, Serzex's attacks were more devastating. His vitality and endurance is really something, especially his defense. He is able to resist all of my attacks to a certain agreement, but it is clear that I am wearing him down slowly, but that is not enough. Serzex, though, if his enemy wasn't stupid, then he would try to end the fight as soon as possible. In the long term, Serzex had a slight advantage because while he was expending a lot of demonic energy for his attacks, he was regenerating it very fast. And as he predicted, the Tier 11 men of the Venom race started slowly closing the distance, using various artifacts that were taking the hits for him as he was closing the distance between them, to which Serzex wanted to curse at his luck. He shot another wave of the dark light weaponry, but to his surprise, the Tier 11 Venomman just took the attacks with his own body as another protective treasure. Seeing this, Serzex conjured several dark light chains, imitating his technique and initiating the chains of heaven style. The Tier 11 Venomman was stuck in the place, as the dark light chains were enveloping his whole body, not allowing him to move an inch. He started struggling, attempting to break free from the dark light chains, which were binding him down. Soon enough, the dark light chains started cracking one by one, which prompted Serzex to act very fast, immediately teleporting in front of the struggling enemy as he struck him with the full force of his path, piercing through his stomach, causing the Tier 11 Venom raceman to cough mouthful of blood. Second later, the remaining dark light chains that were binding the Tier 11 Venom raceman cracked as he broke free from his bindings and hit Serzex into his chest, sending him flying through the emptiness of space. That hurt like hell. His physical force is no joke. Serzex thought when he recovered moments later. Due to the protection of his armor and his own power, he was largely okay, but he knew that a few more hits like this and his armor, which was Empyrean-grade artifact on its own, would be broken into countless pieces. He thus immediately used the dark light chains once more, though this time, the Tier 11 Venomman awaited such a move and dodged the incoming chains. Serzex was no newbie in using them, as he saw his father using this technique countless times and in many ways. Thus instantly, the dark light chains twisted backward and enveloped themselves around the right hand of the Venom expert, throwing him backward, allowing Serzex to conjure several star-like objects from his path, the Star Extinguisher. The moment the stars were created from the path of the Star Extinguisher, they started shooting extremely destructive beams of energy at Tier 11 Venomman, which forced him to defend against the incoming barrage because he instantly recognized that they were above the limits that his physique and energy resistance could handle. Not to mention this also had another side effect in the great scheme of this fight. With each contact the beams of the Star Extinguisher had with his body, they prompted the remnants of the Star Extinguisher's energy, which was already in the Venom's body, to act faster. And the effects were devastating and immediate. Serzex could see that the energy of the Star Extinguisher was slowly destroying and devouring the Venom expert from the inside, and each beam the Venom expert blocked just sped up the entire process. Due to this, the Venomman attempted to dodge more and more beams, which just led to Serzex conjuring more and more of these stars from the Star Extinguisher that was barraging the Tier 11 Venom with the beam attacks. This continued for a while, as Serzex was very cautious not to let the Venom expert close the distance, and after 10 or so minutes, he could see that the injuries on Tier 11 Venom man's body were becoming more and more severe. Sending another wave of the attacks from the Star Extinguisher took the Venom expert like nothing, as he didn't have any power to resist all of these law attacks, which was the bane of their species. Instantly, he lost his entire right arm, while at the same time, he felt something piercing his shoulders. When he turned to look at it, he noticed that several dark light chains, which were coated in the energy of the Star Extinguisher, which allowed them to pierce through his defenses. The Venom expert cursed something at Serzex that he didn't understand before Serzex decapitated the men, as the energy of the Star Extinguisher soon enough dissolved his entire corpse to absolute nothingness. And it is done. Serzex muttered, seeing that his foe was finally killed, meaning they had an unhindered path to their target, which was another of the major planes of the Venom race to gain the foothold for the next invasion. After the conclusion between Serzex and Tier 11 men, the fleets of the Thonian Empire released swarms of mechs as they cleaned up the battlefield, scavenging the usable corpses that remained floating in the coldness of the space for later use. Serzex, meanwhile, returned back to his capital ship, where his wife Cleria was already waiting for him while being in charge of the cleanup coordination. For the Thonian Empire, resources were always the first place, and they were not leaving anything unused, as everything had its own use. "I see that you are busy," Serzex stated, only to be met with a sharp glare in his way by his wife. "Maybe if you didn't destroy many of the corpses, then my day would be much better." Cleria replied sharply. Chapter 424, Damnation of the Divine Star Region. Divine Star Region of the Astral Boundary, Unknown Time. After the hive mind of the void insect swarm returned back to the Divine Star Region, the myriad god emperors were soon enough overwhelmed by a huge sense of despair and dread. Not only did they lose one of the strongest myriad god emperors when the myriad god emperor of underworld was killed, but now this. When the hive mind arrived back at the Divine Star Region, the hordes of void insects arrived with it too, and they started another wave of the ferocious offensive toward the remaining planes under the control of the local gods. 3 myriad god emperors remained, namely Myriad God Emperor of Light Fidar, Myriad God Emperor of Dusk Thonian, and Myriad God Empress of Destiny Isis. After they lost their divine avatars some time ago, the backslash they suffered was so severe that they were gravely injured, and their power got reduced exponentially. The hive mind was already searching for the culprit who schemed against the mighty swarm because, with its frightening intelligence and the information it obtained about the astral boundary universe, it was able to deduce the person who was scheming against it. The hive mind of this concrete swarm was already a limit of Tier 12, just one step of the next evolution and becoming a Tier 13 hive mind, something that would greatly enhance its power among other hive minds of the whole void insect species, which were spread across the entire endless void. Somewhere above the plane of the myriad god Emperor of Light Fidar, an enormous fleet of bioships of the void insect swarm appeared as it continued in its path towards the plane. On the biggest of the bioships, which could easily rival the ships of the Thonian Empire, a lone figure was standing in one enormous empty dark room. There was a sole figure of a humanoid, it appeared to be an appearance of man, a weird combination of appearances of human and void insect, together with certain features from other races, such as leathery wings like that of a dragon and horns of a golden-horned fiend. This was the hive mind of this void insect swarm. When the hive mind returned to the Divine Star region, it immediately started the attack on the planes of the gods, and especially on those that the myriad god emperor themselves directly controlled, to dispose of them as soon as possible. Not to mention, their corpses and divine sparks are precious materials for the hive mind and the whole swarm, as they could reproduce several tier 11 bugs from them, which were right now needed very much, considering their loss at the battle in the Divine Star region. The hive mind was looking from the bioship directly at the plane under the control of the myriad god emperor of Light Vidar before it telepathically ordered the entire swarm to begin their assault. After the void insects deal with a few gods and their divine kingdoms and divine legions, they develop effortless means how to deal with them. The greatest weakness of their divine legions was that they were beings of energy, of extremely concentrated divine power, so the hive mind developed and evolved a new kind of bug that was created for a sole purpose: to feed on the divine power. And thus, it released the divine eater bugs, who swarmed the incoming divine legions like a swarm of locusts on wheat and started eating the divine legions. Not only for the divine legions, these were the dark days, but from the billions of divine eater bugs which were released into space and were literally feasting on the divine legion of the gods, some of them found their way even to the divine kingdoms. The moment they arrived to the divine kingdoms of the gods, who were also participating in the fight, right now with their true bodies, they started eating the kingdom apart. The divine kingdom of God was just a huge place of divine power given shape. Not even a second later, the hive mind itself decided to descend into the fright as it exited the bioship and started blasting apart the divine legions and gods one after another, killing its way towards the myriad god emperor of Light Vidar, who was commanding the defense forces. The hive mind didn't waste its time, appearing near the Fidar's actual body, gripping him by his throat and lifting him up. Several tentacles sprouted from the hive mind's body and pierced the entire body of the myriad god emperor of Light Vidar through and through, especially the brain. Instantly, the once glorious and strong body of mighty tier 11 being started turning into a withered mummy in a matter of seconds. At the same time, the hive mind devoured every genetic material it could and absorbed everything from the Fidar. So Baatorians, as predicted. The hive mind stated as if saying the obvious. After devouring everything from the Fidar, it also got his memories. He knew exactly who orchestrated the entire thing because the myriad god emperors long ago realized who was the puppeteer behind the shadows. Right now, even the hive mind realized that it was played around by the father of all devils, who lured the hive mind into attacking the ancient eternal star region. It seemed that the machinations of that devil ran deep, way deeper than the hive mind anticipated. Such troublesome enemy. While the hive mind was extremely intelligent, it underestimated the natives of the universe, a relatively common occurrence for many powerhouses or factions that were invading weaker or more primitive universes. Soon enough, the entire plane was overrun by the void insects, as they ate everything that could be or could not be eaten by the void insects. Everything would be turned into biomass to create more and more void insects. And soon, the rest of the universe will become my biomass. The hive mind stated as it looked all around the vastness of the space. Not aware that its moves were all closely monitored by the Baatorians and that everything happening was within the prediction of the father of all devils. Chapter 425, Closure is near. MCPOV. When I got the news that Serzex had succeeded in spreading our forces into the territory of the Venin race, I was mildly surprised because I awaited a more considerable resistance from them, but alas, it was false. The Tyasi race was hit the hardest, and they were withdrawing from the planes of lesser significance toward those more crucial for their species' survival and development. This was an understandable strategy, as they didn't really have the power to fight us head-on. Meanwhile, the situation with the three-eyed race was getting worse by each other day, as the armies of the Dresden Empire were literally swarming into their territory and taking one plane after another. While the Dresden Empire was not so militaristic as the Thonian Empire and the Baator, they were still an enormous war machine that now adjusted their entire nation to waging war on the three-eyed race, and I must admit that they were doing splendidly. I even got reports that Sigmar has reached tier 11 in both his class and godhood, making him demon incarnate on the battlefield. Just by himself, he broke several vassal species protected by some powerful tier 11 experts into empty husks. Tomorrow it was decided that I would be pushing for the offensive personally, attacking several important planes of the Tyasi race, possibly coming into a confrontation with their ancestor, who was still severely injured. In truth, I wasn't taking him even that seriously. What I was concerned about was the news about the Divine Star region which should be coming with each second. It was clear that the myriad god emperors won't be able to entertain the hive mind for long, though that was only under the presumption that the hive mind decided to go all out. The last myriad god emperor has been killed. We have confirmed that the divine kingdom of the myriad god emperor of Dusk Thorian has crumbled apart. The swarm should have full control over the entirety of the Divine Star region as we speak now, and soon it would be making a move on the other parts of the astral boundary. I closed my eyes when I heard Hela's voice, who returned back with this piece of news, as she sat down next to me, leaning over my arm. Done, the plot thickens as it seems. Indeed, things were getting more and more interesting. Right now, I was wondering what the hive mind would do next. I wasn't delusional and knew that the moment the hive mind got its hands on the last surviving myriad god emperors, it confirmed its suspicion of everything being engineered by me. That would attract the attention of the hive mind to my persona, so there were two possible scenarios. One was that it would return back to the eternal ancient star region, or that it would go to the desolate star region to attack the Baator itself. What are the possibilities that the Baator would be attacked? Hela asked with visible concern. Attack by the pinnacle tier 12 powerhouse was no joke, especially the one like the hive mind of the void insect swarm, which was already nearing tier 13. Even if I was sure that the plane could withstand it, it would leave tremendous damage on it, both to lives and properties. It's more like 50-50, though from my perspective, it would be more prudent to attack us here. Even if the hive mind is extremely powerful, it will not be able to leave Baator uninjured, especially with the defenses I laid down there, and with additional Blackstone fortress stationed at the Nessus. Indeed, the Thonian Empire of the Baator had, in fact, 2 Blackstone fortresses. The existence of the second one was the utmost secret that was known only to my wives and me. Nobody aside from us knew about it. Not even the elders of the Baator were aware of its existence. If it comes to the worst situation, the architect will personally activate it, taking control of the Blackstone fortress and confronting the hive mind directly. The hive mind won't be taking its chances. Soon, by doing analysis and infiltrating the Baator up to a certain level, it will count that attacking the plane would cost more than gains, and thus it will decide on the most logical course of action. I said as Hela finished the words for me. And that would be killing you here, where without the direct support of the Baator, it would be the best opportunity. Then by obtaining the control command sequence, it could essentially take over the Baator without any problem. I nodded and gave Hela a kiss as a reward, happy at how smart my wife was. Indeed, such would be the plan. Possibly I can catch all the fishes in my net with one swing of the rod, I stated as our kiss turned more passionate. Clearly, Hela was in the mood for some more action than just fighting against the enemies of our glorious empire. Several hours later, after the pleasures activities were finished, Hela was in the mood to go and kill something. Thus, I was forced to follow her to one of the nearby outposts of the Tyasi race, which she wanted personally slaughter with her astral army. In the end, I gave the order to start the invasion of the further Tyasi territory several hours earlier than it was initially planned after getting news that Weissman had personally fought with the ancestor of the three-eyed race, who used a naturally formed black hole to escape certain death. From what Weissman told me, he didn't have much to live with the current injuries that he had inflicted on him. This was another good news in the end because I wanted to finish those 3 as fast as possible. While their personal strength was not threatening to me, the real problem was the incoming hive mind. And I don't want to watch my back during the fight with the hive mind, where even the slightest mistake could lead to certain death. Chapter 426, My Wife Hela, 1. Blackstone Fortress, Command Center, the direction of the Serpent Plane, Ancient Eternal Star Region. Around the Blackstone Fortress, hundreds of the void ships were flying in the emptiness of the space while I was sitting comfortably on my throne at the commanding center of the Blackstone Fortress with Hela at my side because we were nearing the outpost of the Tyasi race. Hela was itching to unleash her astral necrotic army onto something because she didn't have such an opportunity, and right now, the one appeared out of nowhere. I have previously forbidden her to use her astral necrotic army, mainly because anywhere she unleashed them would be turned into a wasteland of death and decay, with nothing remaining. Even the minerals and ores would be corroded by the overwhelming power of her godhood, as the decay turned everything into a pile of rust and dust. The military outpost of the Tyasi race that we are attacking was the last barrier, which was the separation of the expeditionary army from the Serpent Plane, which was the home plane of the Tyasi race. Surprisingly, the military outpost was not built located on the plane, but rather it was built around the huge asteroid, which was floating around the entire area, thus creating something like a natural patrolling fortress. I am going, darling, Hela said happily, after which she gave me a kiss on my cheek before teleporting outside of the Blackstone Fortress and heading towards the military outpost on the asteroid, like a shooting comet, in anticipation of blood and fire. Target their anti-spaceship planetary defenses and take them out, I ordered. Instantly seconds later, hundreds of the battleships fired at the same time one slave of rounds, which passed near Hela. All of them hit the anti-spaceship planetary defenses, which were strategically placed through the entire asteroid and the military outpost the Taskus had up there. Moments later, tens of explosions could be seen from the military outpost of the Tyasi race on that floating asteroid in the vastness of space as I smiled at this. Meanwhile, I could clearly see the panic that spread on the outpost because the members of the Tyasi race were running here and there, in absolute panic, that they were under attack. Hela POV. Weaklings, pathetic. I formed when I saw the initial reactions of those damned snakes when they were attacked. For the species that proclaimed itself as one of the hegemons of the ancient eternal star region, where war and strife were on the daily schedule, they were pathetic beyond belief. Instead of reacting to the incoming attack, they were just running here and there like a bunch of headless chickens. While the pleasure from slaughtering such disgraces is lower than meeting and fighting with a strong foe, it was still better than nothing at all. I conjured my necroswords and activated my godhood. At the same time, millions upon millions of astral necrotic undeads appeared behind me, in their ghastly appearance shining with the menacing green light. Attack! With my command, all of the astral necrotic undead rushed at the enemies who were on the asteroid, only now realizing that the enemy was already in front of their gates, thus their experts were already activating the defensive measures. Unfortunately, in fights of this caliber, every second was a precious commodity, and their inability to react swiftly in time cost them their defenses when I teleported on the person who was in charge of activating the defense spell formation. With one swift slash of my necrosword, one snack-healing head rolled on the ground, as one of their peak tier 10 powerhouses was killed before he could even react. The moment the person controlling the defensive spell formation was killed, the entire barrier, which was in the process of forming, started crumbling apart once more. At the same time, my astral necrotic undead rushed in, as they had already landed on the asteroid, and started breaching the defensive positions of the Tyasi race, who, in turn, desperately tried to defend against the hordes of the astral necrotic undead. Though that was futile, for every destroyed astral necrotic undead, several more would take its place, not to mention I released only a few million of them while I had billions of them in reserves. Thought I had to admit that they were doing pretty well in resisting the astral necrotic undeads. In some places, they even managed to stop my army's advance, which is already something to behold. However, it was indeed the truth that I didn't really realize my most powerful astral necrotic undeads, and even from the tier 10s, I released only a few of them. Just as I was about to move on to my next target, my instincts kicked in, and instantly dodging to the right side and turning around, I saw one specimen of the Tyasi race, who seemed to be at tier 11, wearing some sort of runic armor, as he threw a javelin at me. Interesting, so you have been hiding. I muttered quietly as I readied my two necroswords and charged at the Tyasi men, who attacked me. Even though I clearly sensed that the man was tier 11, in terms of brute power and combat prowess, he was severely lacking compared to me. Surprisingly, he was able to dodge the first wave of my attacks relatively easily, which signified his skills as a warrior, so I had to increase the force and power I was putting into the duel, but not to such an extent where I would be using the power of my godhood to the maximum. My opponent then started suddenly radiating some kind of energy, which exponentially increased his very own aura, as I sensed that his raw power had undergone some kind of nirvana. So either he was using some method to temporarily increase his power by burning his life force, or he had something in his sleeve. Let's dance, I said, as instantly pitch-black flames of pure death and decay burst out behind me, enveloping two of us in a duel to the death. Chapter 427, My Wife Hela, 2. When the tier 11 Tyasi saw me releasing my aura, I swore that I saw that he took 1 or 2 steps back, in fear or whatever. Unfortunately for them, even if they surrendered to the Thonian Empire, they would be killed for sure. Husband gave an order to not take any survivors from any race of the ancient Eternal Star region, mainly because they didn't have that worth as slaves. However, that stemmed from the fact that soon enough, the latest plan for the Baator would be initiated and we can't have that many slaves. And integration of those races was out of the question. Even though some of them would be good additions to the Empire, especially the three-eyed race, even despite their human-like origins, their potential with the psionic energy was something fascinating. But in the end, those old races, with even a fraction of their history longer than the entire existence of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, probably many of them are far older than even Dresden Arcanum Empire, so integrating them into the Empire would be mission impossible. Not worth the resources invested into it. Thus death was the only solution. Not to mention, even their death is profitable, be it corpses could be used as food to increase the population of the magical beasts in the Baator or for necromancers to raise undead armies. As the pitch-black flames flamed around my necroswords, I teleported in front of tier 11 Tyasi men, slashing at him with my two swords with the cross-like pattern at full force, forcing him to raise his lance to defend against my attacks. His physical strength is a bit higher than my own without supplementing it with my godhood directly, I thought, sending one powerful kick at the Tyasi man's stomach, sending him flying, crashing several hundreds of meters away into some random military building. Seconds later, after he clashed there, an enormous explosion was seen through the entire asteroid. That sucks, crashing into the storage building of something explosive, I commented, but soon enough, I noticed another of the javelins shooting through the space directly at me. As I dodged to the right side, outstretched my right, catching the javelin with my hand, I threw it directly at the Tyasi expert, boosted up with my divine power for the extra kick. Contrary to my expectations, he withstood the kick relatively well, something appreciated because a strong foe was always welcomed. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about the rest of the Tyasi and their vassals. With each passing second, countless of them were being killed by hordes of my astral necrotic undeads, and I could sense that even the last major defensive trenches and measure that the Tyaskus had, were being breached by my astral necrotic undead. Not even moments later, the tier 11 Tyasi burst out with tremendous levels of energy as I immediately grew alerted at the transformation, and I started increasing the output I was using, essentially utilizing my godhood. Divine power surged through my entire being. I rushed at tier 11 Tyasi men, attacking him with my necroswords, forcing the tier 11 men to dodge each of my attacks, as he was keeping with me. Probably whatever he did which caused his energy level tremendously increase, allowed him to keep up with me effortlessly. But in the end, the borrowed power was never for the free and side effects. I could see that he was using some sort of technique, which was forcibly converting his vitality in a much more subtle way than the simple burning of the life force. The effects were very visible that the method that the tier 11 man was using was not the complete one and had some sort of severe side effects, judging purely by the black veins appearing all around the man's body. While I was not following the path of laws, the godhood method my beloved gave me was in no way inferior to the path of laws. In some cases, in terms of the combat prowess and destructive capabilities, it may be even higher. And due to that, I naturally far outclassed most power systems, which followed a simple structure of energy gathering and nothing more and nothing less. The godhood I had was far more superior and powerful to the divine path of the astral boundary, especially in the aspect of destructive prowess, even though the auxiliary capabilities were lagging behind. When I used my godhood to the maximum of its power, appearing instantly in front of the tier 11 Tyasi man, and before he could react to anything, I pierced his heart with one of my necrosword, mainly because I was beginning to get bored with this fight. Mainly because I already saw everything that my opponent had to offer me, and when it already crossed the line, I quickly lost my interest. After I killed the men, I looked around the military outpost, seeing that my astral necrotic undeads had completely overrun the entire asteroid and finished killing everything that was alive until nothing remained from the military outpost. MCPOV. I was calmly observing Hela having her fun, but as I knew my beloved wife very well as an attentive husband would, I knew that she would be soon enough bored out of this because her opponent was weak and, at the same time, stupid. A deadly combination. And exactly as I thought, several tens of minutes later, Hela killed the Tyasi protector of this concrete military outpost, releasing even more astral necrotic undeads to finish the ongoing slaughter before she returned back to the Blackstone fortress. Have you enjoyed your little fun? I asked her with a smirk as she lunged at me, hugging me like a koala. Not enough, maybe we can continue with our previous activities. Hela whispered into my ears seductively, as I could just nod my head, thus we departed to my chambers. It appears that all that fights, killing, and slaughter made her very aroused, and I was no different, even though a little bit lesser. Chapter 428, Father of All Devils vs. Great Serpent, 1. Currently, it is one of the worst days for the entire Tyasi race because just a few days ago, they learned that the Baatorian expeditionary fleets had breached their last lines of defense and that all of their people had been brutally killed one by one. Such was the cruelty of the planar war, the same one which the Taskis brought up on the thousands if not tens of thousands, of civilizations and planes themselves. This time, they just appeared on the other end of the blade and were clearly losing. The higher-ups of the Tyasi race had long since come to the realization that their situation could not be saved. Their last hope was to ask the other two hegemons of the ancient Eternal Star region for assistance, but even they were not in a better position. Three-eyed race was literally being decimated by the armadas of the Dresden Empire, and even the ancestor of the three-eyed race was on the verge of death after the confrontation with the arcane ancestor. So the three-eyed race was out of the equation because they had their own problems. Venom race was a bit better on it. While they were not on the verge of extinction like them or being pushed back such as the three-eyed race, they were stopped by one of the expeditionary fleets of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, which the current emperor led. While they were not taking a lot of territories, they were doing a splendid job at playing a turtle and blocking the Venoms from helping their allies. It comes to the end of the day and the only thing left for the Tyasi race to do, with all of their defenses in place, is to fight to the death since nothing else remained but to fight to the death. Activate all defenses over the entire serpent plane, we are not going down without the fight. As a result of their current situation, they did not need any more words from the Tyasi race ancestor at the last meeting, so he spoke only those words. The first defensive measure, which was already nearby the serpent plane, started receiving signals several hours later from the expeditionary fleet of the Thonian Empire. They are already here. As he gazed upon the incoming Thonian expeditionary fleet, the Tyasi ancestor Siren spoke with a grim expression. MCPOV, Blackstone Fortress, the commanding center of the Blackstone Fortress. They already know that we are coming. I commented on the development. Clearly, the Taskis put everything to the defense, albeit already aware of the inevitable end that awaited them. The pure and cold extermination, nothing more and nothing less. At the same time, I would be dealing with the ancestor of the Tyasi race, Siren, and unfortunately for him and me, he was severely injured. It was a sad thing for me because I wanted to test out my power. This would be the first I would be fighting someone at tier 12, however irrational it sounded. In Siren's case, it was a miserable situation because even if he were at his peak, I would be able to dispose of him in a very short amount of time. Suddenly, as I was about to leave the Blackstone Fortress, I suddenly felt something coming from the Serpent Plane, and I was deeply disturbed at the sight because I knew what the Siren was doing. We need to evacuate immediately. That madman is sacrificing the entire Grade 1 plane along with all of its inhabitants in order to heal his injuries and reach his even higher tiers, probably aiming to ascend as tier 13. I ordered, as everyone instantly went to carry out my orders. Not even several seconds later, the entire expeditionary fleet from the Thonian Empire started retreating as far as possible while I exited the Blackstone Fortress to fight against Siren. Meanwhile, the expeditionary fleet of the Thonian Empire has retreated. I could sense that the entire population of trillions were being sacrificed by the ancestor Siren, who was getting stronger and stronger with each passing second as I sense his existence becoming more and more powerful, eventually reaching the peak of Tier 12. He didn't stop there. Then, soon enough, his existence and power reached some sort of a semi-state, where he reached the half-step of Tier 13, but despite the fact that he couldn't ascend as a Tier 13 as a result of the method he used, he wasn't able to ascend as such. In order to reach Tier 13, it was basically a matter of approaching the conceptual entity, no matter who the power system was or what it was. No matter who and what the power system was, the approach was always the same. Getting to Tier 13 was like transcending and becoming more than just an average powerhouse in some universe. In other words, the method was breaking through just by accumulating tremendous energy levels. Even when reaching Tier 12, this method was generally frowned upon and considered as being short-sighted and extremely dangerous to use. Upon the completion of the entire process, I felt that Siren's energy levels had calmed down, and at the same time, I summoned Atish to my right hand and prepared to engage him in combat. Even though I doubted that Siren was a threat to me, I could sense that his energy levels are absolutely frightening, and in the war of attrition, I would be at a severe disadvantage, probably. Several moments later, tremendous pressure shot out from the empty husks of the Serpent Plain, a once vibrant and powerful civilization, where only a post-apocalyptic wasteland remained as the entire plain was slowly falling apart. The half-step Tier 13 powerhouse appeared before me in his full glory. Just the pressure he was emitting would put even people like Weissman to shame. Hopefully, his combat capabilities and destructive abilities won't be any way less. And I had to admit that this was becoming interesting, and hopefully, it would fulfill my expectations. Chapter 429, Father of All Devils vs. Great Serpent, 2. Since the first thing he did was attack me with his newfound full power, the Tyasi ancestor Siren outright attacked me with his newfound full power, I closely observed him and felt his aura. It was unfortunate for the old fossil that I immediately devoured the entire thing with my arcane seal. As a result of this, my demonic god force was subtly increased, resulting in an increase in my own power at his expense. Increasing my demonic god force became pretty much a hassle and a very hard thing to do, as it required a tremendous amount of devouring to increase it even a bit. Devil filth. Seeing that his attack had been effortlessly dispersed into nothing, he shouted at me. Alas, I was way smarter than he was and had already been anticipating all of his moves, not to mention the fact that fighting an opponent that had lost most of his rationality was one of my strongest abilities. One could say it was my specialty. You seem a bit angry. Perhaps that you had bad past years. I asked him with a toothy grin, enraging him even more. I really wondered what was going on in his head right now because I doubted that he was angry due to all the people we had slaughtered. There was something else. He had spent countless years building this foundation for the past countless years, but when the Thonian Empire suddenly intervened with one expedition, all his minions and all the resources he had worked so hard to gather turned into dust. That would hurt like hell, though that is understandable, as the loss was tremendous. The space felt itself cracking around us at that moment because of Siren's tremendous pressure, which was evenly distributed over the entire space, causing it to crack at the same time that I began gripping Atish closer to me in preparation to defend against his incoming attack, knowing that would be even more powerful this time around. And as I predicted, in a split second, he sent a wave of weird flames directly at me, and not only me but clearly aiming at the Thonian Empire expeditionary fleet. Something that was unacceptable for me, as my arcane seal, Imperial of End and Ruin appeared in midway and blocked all of the incoming attacks. That is all. After all of this grandeur, I would await something bigger. I mocked the Tyasi ancestor Siren, his eyes turning into snake-like slits, and some parts of his body began morphing into something more abominational. I just saw how all of the rage and anger that was directed at me was turning him into a literal monster. Indeed, it powered him once more because I could barely react when Siren appeared before me, with a punch at my face, as I was barely able to dodge his attack. Indeed, the close-quarter combat was not what I was home. So the most logical thing I could do was to create a distance once more between the two of us when I used my arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin and released a wave of the ruination energy that shot towards the Tyasi ancestor Siren. Because the man was very old and experienced, he could easily discern the danger behind the ruination energy, which spread all around the space, and already went to attack the nearby planes, essentially bringing the ruination on them, sending them to oblivion. Siren tried to dodge the ruination energy wave, but soon he realized that it was not possible. Thus, he started using some technique to create a translucent shield around his entire body. I could see that it could withstand a few rounds of attacks but nothing more. Soon enough, several seconds later, after it came into contact with the translucent shield around his body, it started showing cracks all around the place, clearly not able to withstand the might of the ruination. The results were as I expected, and later approximately 1 minute after the ruination energy came into contact with that shield, it cracked down into countless glass-like shards. Using this opportunity that presented itself to me, I instantly teleported in front of Siren, slashing at him with the blade part of a tish. Not shaming his eras of experiences and martial mastery, Siren skillfully dodged the incoming blow from the Atish rather effortlessly and counterattacked me with a kick to my stomach that took me by surprise as it sent me flying several kilometers away. That hurt like hell. I thought while coughing out some blood, for the first time in a very long time, I was injured like this. Typically all my fights ended very fast, with my overwhelming victory, due to a combination of the right amount of scheming and brutal raw force. Average law attacks would be of little use against some as powerful as Siren, and my usage of the arcane seal Imperial of End and Beyond always required some time to ask and use properly, not to be more than just wasted energy. But there was still something at my disposal that could deal a good amount of damage to the half-step tier 13 Tyasi ancestor, who just right now started undergoing another wave of the serpentinization. And those were the magic rules, especially the nuclear magic rule, which was an extremely destructive thing on its own, and after I became the tier 12, I was able to use the nuclear magic rule to unleash an even larger degree of destruction and carnage. In a split second several beams of pure energy shot towards Siren with tremendous speed, all of them being conjured with the usage of the nuclear magic rule, forcing the ancestor of the Tyasi race goes onto the defensive. Quickly he started using various defensive treasures to protect himself from the nuclear magic rule beams because the first 3 injured him pretty severely after he tried to block them with his own body and some defensive technique. The nuclear magic rule was pretty destructive on its own, and due to this, Siren decided to start using other means. Also, considering the fact that the nuclear beams were very volatile when they came into contact with other energy types. Chapter 430, Father of All Devils vs. Great Serpent, 3. When the Siren was busy trying not to get hit by any of the nuclear magic beams that I was shooting at him, like artillery bombarding its target, on the other hand, I started subtly using the starfall magic rule to create an artificial star from it all around us at the same time. It was a relatively simple act with a relatively straightforward purpose. As I was creating these artificial stars, simultaneously, I was programming them on which attacks they ought to use and in what situations they should use them. They were like semi-sentient manifestations of my power and my very own will and thus could act on their own, with great autonomy and attack through their own decision. Siren immediately noticed that something was going on in the background, and when he realized that several artificial objects were being created by me containing tremendous levels of energy, his face immediately grew grim. He took out a shield-like artifact that he threw in front of him before he activated some kind of technique and rushed at the nearest artificial star created through the starfall magic rule in a clearly futile attempt to destroy it. That was because, even though it seemed that the artificial star was not complete and thus not capable of defending itself, the opposite was the truth, and it was all an illusion. The closer you are, the less you see, the wise men once said. Instantly as Siren was approaching the artificial star, tens of chains burst out of the artificial stars as they started trying to tie down the half-step tier 13 expert, but unfortunately, they were too slow of that. Seeing this, I injected even more power into this concrete, artificial star as it started attacking Siren with orbs made from the starfall magic rule, causing Siren to take a step back. And with each strike of the starfall, a new wave of injuries appeared on Siren's body all over again. Right now, the fight was entering a new stage because I could see that Siren started using all of his power, which allowed the serpentinization of his body to progress at tremendous speed, of course, at the cost of his very own rationality. What was happening to him, one could ask. Basically, the more he was using his relatively cursed power, which was obtained by sacrificing the entire serpent plane with all Taskus living there. He brought up some kind of curse on him, which was turning his very own being into one giant serpent, which was the manifestation of the wills and souls of people living on the serpent plane. That was why when amateurs started paying with these methods of getting power, it would always end badly for them. I already saw this scenario several times over, and this time it was no different from the previous attempts of people getting powerful really fast. One cannot obtain something without losing something else in return. It was indeed the truth. When I retrospectively looked back, I also lost many things, like the last remains of my humanity from my past life, when I became apathetic to everything else, aside from a few people in my life. Everyone else was just an expendable pawn on the chessboard. Under the effects of the serpentization curse of his very own being, Siren started losing care of his own state, thus ignoring all the incoming attacks from the artificial stars of the starfall magic rule as he charged directly at me, clearly going to engage me in the close-quarter combat. In regard to this, I gripped my staff blade Atish. Getting into the combat stance, I easily dodged one of his punches and counterattacked by slashing at his eyes with the blade part of the Atish. Regrettably, I missed them, as he was more agile than he seemed at first glance. Instantly after, I dodged several kicks Siren was sending at me, only to be hit to the back by something as I flew several tens of kilometers in the vastness of the space. Only then I noticed that the serpentization grew severe enough. He already had a tail. I got a bit careless. I thought when I looked at the incoming Siren, who was bleeding all over his body from the sustained attack of the Starfall's artificial stars without care for his life. Suddenly, without warning, his body began massively morphing as the flesh melted down and started growing. It reminded me of my phase where I was experimenting with zombie viruses. That was pretty fun, though, and the mutation seemed pretty much like this one. Soon enough, in the place of Siren stood an enormous serpent. It looked majestic, similar to the basilisk's appearance, with shining emerald scales and yellow eyes, with the size that dwarfed even the biggest void chimps in the Thonian Empire's Novus Imperialis. It would be wrong to call it huge because that wold is an underestimation of how big the serpent was. Roar. The serpent roared, and the roar alone created a shockwave that I was forced to block with the artificial stars, which were crumbling, but I couldn't risk the shockwave damaging or destroying the void fleet far behind me. It has stabilized as the half-step tier 13 creature and even became a bit stronger. Though it could be classified as an abomination category creature, those typically live in the endless void itself and are pretty rare to meet. Perhaps this is one of the methods of how they are created. I thought, and I had to admit that I was deeply shocked seeing my observations, and partially I hoped that they would be false, but regrettably, they weren't. Siren was dead, and in his place, this monstrosity stood, which evolved from his body and the serpentization curse. Really an irony. But from all of this, there was one thing that played directly into my cards, and that was the fact that most, if not all, newly born abominations and void creatures lacked even rudimentary intelligence. They typically obtained it as they got older or devoured more sentient life forms. This thing before me was acting purely on instincts, and I had technically an even better situation than with Siren because even though Siren was losing his sanity under the effects of the curse, he still had his experiences as a warrior. But this thing didn't have anything aside from its instincts. And that was something that I could work with. Chapter 431, Father of All Devils vs. Great Serpent, 4. POV Hela. Atop the commanding center of the Blackstone Fortress, the Thonian Empire's expeditionary fleet. I watched how my beloved husband was fighting against the half-step tier 13 Tyasi ancestor, and I had to admit that I was getting a bit wet down in my nether regions. That display of power and brutality made me incredibly horny, seeing how powerful and dominant my husband was. Tonight would be a very long night as it seems, and when I looked at the Grafia and Venelana, who also came out with their fleets here several hours after the duel between the two of them started, I could see that we would be having so much fun tonight. Though I could see that the Siren was no pushover, and after the serpentization curse was turning him more and more monstrous, his power was stabilizing and he was getting passively stronger. It was not like it was creating any problem for Zeo because that power came at the price of his opponent's sanity. It was apparent to anyone that Siren was slowly losing his mind and becoming nothing more than just a wild beast, or in his case abomination. Change the position of the void leet and reposition several hundred kilometers farther. I stated when I saw the Siren morphing into an enormous serpent that was eclipsing even our biggest void ship as he turned into some kind of abomination. Isn't that abomination? It was Grafia who sounded a bit surprised that the Siren had become that thing. Do you know what exactly that thing is? I asked her because of the three of us. FIA was the most knowledgeable one, always, apparently. When she was, the ice-cold Grafia was quite a bookworm, and this trait was prevalent till now. As the name suggests, it is an abomination. These creatures, or rather beings, are very rare even across the endless void, and you would be lucky to see one and even luckier to survive an encounter with one. They are typically born in situations when a large number of beings is fused into one being, like when creating a chimera but in a more amalgamation style. Typically they roam the endless void and life similar life to that of the void lifeforms, preying on the weaker universes and feasting on them. Grafia explained exactly what the abomination was, and I couldn't say I was surprised about the outcome. Seeing an entire grade 1 plane sacrificed in some butchered ritual, which probably backfired at Siren. Truthfully, such a result was to be expected. Instantly after the morphing process was complete, I could see together with Venelana and Grafia how our husband summoned his arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin before him and fired an enormous beam of ruinous energy from the arcane seal directly at the Great Serpent, as we called this thing. The Great Serpent arrogantly looked at Zeo and the incoming energy attack made from the ruination energy, probably thinking it could take it with little to no effort, thus, it didn't even bother to dodge. Grave mistake. Immediately upon contact with the Great Serpent's body, its scales around the place started turning black in color, as the Great Serpent roared in a mix of rage and pain because its body was being corroded by the energy of the ruination. The Great Serpent trashed around a lot, trying to attack our beloved with its tail, only for him to dodge, and at the same time, he used his path, the end, enveloping the blade part of the Atish with it and slashing at the tail of the Great Serpent in the second long window when it was unprotected. It happened almost instantly, as the large part of the tail was several, increasing the pain of the Great Serpent as Tin continued to roar even more. Immediately afterward, Zeo used his arcane seal to infect the Great Serpent's wound on its severed tail with the ruination energy, which contained to cause further damage to it. The ruination was a mighty concept that was something inaccessible even for 99% of the tier 13 experts across the entire endless void. Yet, our husband, my husband, was able to use it, albeit indirectly through the usage of his arcane seal of End and Ruin. The concept of ruination was basically bringing ruin to everything, living or unloving, organic or inorganic. It didn't matter because everything would fall to ruination. Be it space or time, nothing was spared from the ruination itself. And now the Great Serpent was experiencing it directly. I saw that Venelana could not look longer because the sight of seeing a living creating being decaying and decomposing while being alive was a pretty gruesome sight for many. Even I had to admit that this would rank in the top 5 of the most disgusting things that I ever saw. Graphia kept looking mainly for research purposes because it was rare to see something fall for the ruination, not to mention a creature as strong as the Great Serpent. Activate the shields to maximum, the fight is already nearing the end, and in case the Great Serpent decides to detonate its core, the explosion would be tremendous, and we rather are safe than sorry in this case. I commanded the Lord Admiral in charge of the Void Fleet as he went immediately to carry out my orders. Self-detonation of half-step Tier 13 creature would be practically a disaster, and a large part of the astral boundary universe would be destroyed, probably, space itself would be fucked up. Hopefully, it won't come to that. The ideal outcome of the situation would be if Zeo devoured the Great Serpent to increase his own power because he would get stronger and be closer to reaching Tier 13. And having Tier 13 was essential for any universe and would be the starting point of the new project of evolving the Baator itself on the level of the universe. Chapter 432, Father of All Devils vs. Great Serpent, 5. MC POV. After I managed to sever the abomination's tail and infect it with the ruination, which was now wreaking havoc in its body, essentially destroying it from the inside, which was just playing into my cards. Technically speaking, if not for the arcane crest that I managed to create, the Imperial of End and Ruin, there would be no way that I would be capable of controlling even the smallest bits of the ruination energy. Not like I would dare to do so because even controlling the ruination without proper precautions was essentially suicidal thoughts. I heard about mighty Tier 13 experts and even some Tier 14 that were killed by it because they were not careful enough. I could sense that soon after I managed to wound the creature grievously, Hela was attempting to send me a message through telepathy, as I felt my mental shields being tickled a bit before I allowed the message to pass. I have ordered the fleet to retreat as far as possible from the Great Serpent you are fighting in case it decides to self-destruct. The Great Serpent was indeed a fitting name for the creature, but the second part of the message was highly disturbing because it was talking about self-destructing, which would be disastrous for the entire astral boundary universe and our forces. Not only the damage it would cause, but there was another aspect. The second this creature decided to self-explode, then that strong explosion would lure here the hive mind, which was currently playing around with the remnants of the Divine Star region, before it would turn its attention elsewhere. Not wanting to experience such an outcome, I summoned my arcane crest once more. This time, I was using the other aspect of the arcane crest Imperial of End and Ruin, the aspect of the End, which was based on my path. In a split of a second, an enormous wave of the End rushed out from the arcane crest, directly at the Great Serpent, which already struggled a lot with the ruination, which was decomposing and destroying its body from the inside. Tremendous amount of pure energy has been devoured through the usage of the End from the arcane crest Imperial of End and Ruin. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.5. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.2. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.3. Just from using the End aspect of my arcane crest on the struggling Great Serpent, I managed to increase my demonic god force coefficient by 1.2, raising it from the previous 2.3 to the current 3.5, and there were no signs of stopping. With this coefficient, it meant that my energy reserves were 3.5 times of that of an average peak Tier 12 expert, which was terrifying on its own. Normally the Tier 12 were powerful enough to destroy even Grade 1 plane if they went all out, and destroying the Grade 1 plane was a feat on its own. Not only because its size was technically comparable to the universe of my past life, but it also had some sort of protective regeneration barrier around it, which made it even harder to destroy. What was surprising was that even my control over the laws themselves was evolving with the process of devouring the Great Serpent. While the ruination was spreading through the entire body of the Great Serpent, as I controlled it partially, but it was better than nothing because I was directing the ruination at the brain of the abomination. That way, I would be able to kill the creature as soon as possible before it could detonate itself, and at the same time, I was continuously using Arcane Crest to devour as much existence of the Great Serpent as possible. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. Once again, my demonic god force has increased, this time already reaching the number of 4.0. However, the most significant thing that happened was that I subconsciously increased my control over the law of Devour into the origin control. Getting the origin control of the law was something that was widely considered much harder than ascending into Tier 13 because that one was mainly a matter of luck. Even though there were some aspects like talent and hard work in increasing the control over the laws, many experts would say that luck was the essential aspect of the entire equation. Also, this continuous devouring had some effect on my godhood as I felt that the contracts on it were getting weaker and weaker and that I was very close in reaching the annulled state. Meaning the moment I reached annulled, I could start forging the path toward tier 13 and then even further. Becoming a real powerhouse on the chessboard of the endless void. But before that, I had a snake to eat. The great serpent apparently noticed that I was coordinating the attacks purposely, as it decided that it would take me down together with it. Something that was not acceptable, so I used the second aspect of my arcane crest and injected even more ruination into its struggling body before I started unleashing the end as much as I could. After several seconds I coughed a mouthful of blood because this had been taking a heavy strain on me. Overusing the arcane crest could typically lead to severe consequences, but right now, it was the least of my concerns. Architect, the amount of devoured energy is too high, redirect 50% of it towards the planar core of the Baator. I commanded Architect because right now, as I increased the tempo of the devouring, I was oversaturated with the energy I got from the Great Serpent. I was not keeping up with it, considering that my assimilation tempo was much slower than the devouring tempo. Chapter 433, Father of All Devils vs. Great Serpent, End. If said numerically, then the Great Serpent before me had a coefficient of energy above 100 for sure. After the serpentization was finished, its power exploded tremendously, and its energy reserved the ones that got the most significant boost. In the end, the abominations were always a pain in the ass to deal with. Still, after Architect redirected half of the energy, I devoured from the creature towards the planar core of the Baator, which was greedily absorbing all of that energy while getting continuously more substantial, and the strain on me was lower. Right now, the Baator was getting increased energy density, and this was good because I soon enough planned to evolve the entire plane into a universe. The only thing I needed for that was the universal root or the universal seed, but those things were exceedingly rare to find. But they were not necessary. I could also do it old-fashioned way, but that would take too much time. Thus, I was not really fond of the orthodox method because the unorthodox one was many times faster. Not caring about my body and state right now, I continued to devour the Great Serpent as much as possible while at the same time, I was struggling with the ruination energy, which had already wrecked the Great Serpent beyond recognition. Previously the Great Serpent looked like an imposing basilisk, with vibrant green scales and an overall beautiful appearance. Still, right now, one part of its body was mummified flesh while the second was missing because it was destroyed by the ruination energy. Seeing the head of the Great Serpent jerking to the side, I instantly sent an entire wave of the dark light chains to stop off from whatever it was planning. At the same time, I directly took control over the ruination energy, conjuring a small ball of it, and shot it towards the head of the Great Serpent. Of course, not without the price of my right hand, which was wrecked beyond recognition as half of it was disintegrated by the ruination energy. Fortunately, I was able to stop the spreading of it with my arcane crest Imperial of End and Ruin. When the ball of the ruination energy shot toward the Great Serpent's head, it pierced through the skull of the enormous snake-like abomination like nothing, instantly finishing off the poor thing. Not so poor, but it was finally killed. After it was killed, I just let the ruination energy in its corpse be because I had already played enough with it, not talking about the scolding that I was about to receive from my wives, who saw my dangerous stunt of controlling the ruination directly. Probably only Hela wouldn't say much because such suicidal stunts usually made her all horny, but Vina and FIA would haunt me for the next decade about this, probably even a century. Though I was still using the end to devour what could be devoured from the Great Serpent because this was the perfect opportunity to increase my power as much as possible for the incoming confrontation with the Hive mind, which in truth, I didn't even plan to fight directly. But most importantly, the time when I would need to deal with Mercurius was already approaching because the tarot told me that the man was attempting to control the artifact's consciousness by force and using some obscure ritual, and evidently, he was on the right track. So one pressing matter was popping up, just like mushrooms after rain, and it was becoming really annoying not to have a moment of peace. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.5. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.6. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.4. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.3. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.4. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.2. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.5. The demonic god force has been increased by 0.1. When I finished devouring the entire Great Serpent, my demonic god force coefficient stood proudly at 7.0 as the final increasement was from the previous 4.0 to a staggering 7.0, which was an astounding result. Even my arm has returned to the previous pristine result, mine destroyed armor, which could probably be thrown away or sued for scraps. Clearly the ruination energy destroyed large parts of it and it has already become unusable. Shame it was peak Empyrean grade artifact, pretty rare at that too. The Great Serpent or its corpse was already nowhere to be seen. What could be devoured was devoured, and the remaining parts, together with the mummified ones, were turned into oblivion by the ruination energy, followed by a huge explosion, which destroyed several nearby planes. Done is done. I clapped happily at the result because with this, the ancient Eternal Star region was officially brought to its knees. Of course, aside from the big three, there should be some other Tier 12 experts, but their status was relatively unknown and there were rumors that they had departed to search for opportunities in the endless void. Clearly, seeing that they have hit their development cap in the astral boundary universe, they left. Such was the thought process of countless Tier 12 experts in many universes, especially those weaker ones or poorer. If the universe was poor or weak, there was no room for the Tier 12 powerhouses to grow further, so they didn't really have much choice aside from entering the endless void in the pursuit of resources and room for improvement. Only a few people would remain, either those who feared enter the endless void, those who wanted to play petty tyrants or those who were satisfied with what they had or just couldn't advance to Tier 13 even if they had everything necessary due to other reasons. Chapter 434, Beginning of the Fall. Indeed, not even several seconds later, after I returned back to the Blackstone Fortress, I was getting a barrage of scolding from Vina and FIA, who took great joy in being able to berate me for my recklessness, as I could just hang my head in shame and defeat. At least Hela was looking at me with pride but was not saying anything because of some sort of tactful agreement between the three of them. Such was the disadvantage of having multiple wives because, in the end, they could ally together and hound me as one. Okay, I won't do it again, but look at it from the bright side, I won and I am pretty much healthy and we didn't suffer any losses. If not for that, then the self-destruction of it would be disastrous for the entire astral boundary universe. I stated because, in the end, they agreed that even though it was a reckless stunt to try directly control the ruination. Still, in the end, I managed to save the lives of countless upon countless citizens of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. If the Great Serpent had self-destruction, then the entire expeditionary fleet would have been turned to dust, and only a handful of people would have survived it. With this, we can push to the other parts of the ancient Eternal Star region, depending on what the other Tier 12 experts will do. I stated this because, in truth, I had some prediction that the ancestor of the Venom race would probably escape to the endless void. The probability of such an outcome happening was more than 90%. With Siren dead, ancestor of the three-eyed race was practically on the verge of being killed by Weissman soon enough, it would be pretty understandable that the ancestor of the Venom race would leave. I already expected that he was already long gone because Serzex reported that nobody had seen him for a long time. On top of that, Serzex already stated that Venons were becoming more and more nervous on the battlefront and were especially careful when they were doing any maneuver. And the rest of the Tier 12 experts that were noted to be still alive, probably. Grafia asked me, as this could be a serious concern, but I only shook my head in denial. If those were still present in the astral boundary, they would have shown themselves when the Hive mind invaded the ancient Eternal Star region, but no such thing happened. So, my guess is that they already left the astral boundary and the species and factions they left behind are probably just concealing this matter. I summarized the situation on hand, and even if there were some of the Tier 12 experts remaining here, I would be taking care of it. Considering my newfound power from devouring a large part of the existence of the Great Serpent, my demonic god force was increased tremendously and I was ready for the incoming enemies. In truth, I was now even more confident even against the Hive mind. Right now, the only thing I needed to do was to devour more things like the Great Serpent, which would tremendously increase my demonic god force, and even my godhood was already on the verge of reaching the annulled state, becoming a Tier 12 god through my godhood method. Afterward, I only needed to fuse the two together and reach the Tier 13 finally at last, and with the inevitable creation of the Baatorian universe, I would become a universe master in an instant. So in one move, I would become one of the top experts through the endless void. After the Great Serpent was killed and practically the entire Tyasi race fell to the ground, the armadas of the Thonian Empire had the free hand of waging wars against the remnant of the once great species. Several days later, as I predicted, I got information from Serzex that they managed to breach through the defensive wall that the Venom race built, and from the interrogation of one of their Tier 11 experts, he managed to find that ancestor of the Venom race has escaped to the endless void. This was essentially concealed and hidden by the higher-ups of the Venom race. After this info broke out to the wider population of the Venom race, their population crumbled like a house of cards and we conquered one plane after another, achieving flawless victories in a row. Right now, the only things that were going on were planning the steps against the Hive mind. From the situation in the Divine Star region became clear that the Hive mind with the Mind Hive fleet had departed for the ancient Eternal Star region. The strategy of the fight was decided to be as follows. Due to huge numerical disadvantage, we would be using our vastly superior firepower to create a line of fortified lines and void ships while the high-end experts of the Thonian Empire, Dresden Empire and even some of the Divine Blood Plane and Dragon's Nest would take charge for the Hive mind and commanding bugs. Especially the super brain bugs that were in charge of commanding and controlling the other bugs. I have decided that the main battlefield would be the place where I have fought against the Great Serpent because everything there was already destroyed and the instability of space could be used to our advantage. Right now, I was laying out the wards around the entire place together with some experts on the wards, defensive barriers, and bounded fields from the Thonian Empire and Dresden Empire. The firepower of the bioships that void insect swarms used for their travel wasn't particularly strong, but they had countless of them. To be not overrun by the sheer number of the bioships, it was decided that we would be implementing several layers of the defense to slow them down, possibly entrap them. At the same time, we could make use of the floating celestial objects from the destroyed planes and so on to hide the majority of our fleet, tricking the hive mind that we have low numbers. Technically it should work. Or probably not. Depends on the fact if the hive mind decides to be careful or not in its approach. Chapter 435, Progress Made. Third POV. The territory of the three-eyed race, ancient eternal star region, 2 weeks later after the death of the Tyasi ancestor Siren and the fall of the Tyasi race. It is finally done. His wife forced Sigmar to do administrative duties in her place, which was a pain in the ass for the men. Even though he was Magister of the Magisterium of Outer Plane Development, he never did much of the paperwork and other administrative duties because he tended to dump it on his subordinates. The three-eyed race has been largely conquered. After the death of their ancestor at the hands of the arcane ancestor Adolf K. Weissman, the majority surrendered, as Weissman decided to integrate large parts of the former three-eyed race. Apparently, the Dresdens had an interest in integrating them mainly because of their psionic potential, and they were similar in origin, as both the three-eyed race and arcanists of the Dresden Arcanum Empire were some sort of evolved super-high humans. Those who didn't surrender were either killed, but they were mostly enslaved and sold as slaves. Slaves were in very high demand in places like the Dresden Arcanum Empire and the Thonian Empire of the Baator because they typically served as material for experiments and research. Especially in the Thonian Empire, which had a very low number of criminals, not talking about the death row ones, various researchers and scientists depended on the slave trade to procure and experimental subjects. Thus right now, Sigmar was responsible for cooperation with his Dresden counterparts on rounding up the slaves and transporting them either to the Dresden plane, Baator, or to the other buyers across the astral boundary universe. There were already a few very influential nobles from the divine blood plane who paid an extravagant amount of money for the members of the three-eyed race, especially those of the noble lineages of the three-eyed race, as their blood was more delicious. Certainly, the greatest benefits in all of this for the Thonian Empire were the databanks of the psionic technology of the three-eyed race, which was, by one word, wondrous. Some of their technologies were pure engineering marvels, and countless could be effortlessly converted to the magitech. They obtained some of their weaponry. Unfortunately, the strongest weapon the three-eyed race produced was capable of killing only a tier 11 powerhouse, unfortunately, but there were blueprints for even tier 12 weapons. Sadly for the three-eyed race, due to constant threats of the other two hegemonial races and also lack of resources, especially the core of some of these weapons, it would be almost impossible to procure under the current conditions. My lord, there is a problem with the transportation of the local population from this grade 4 plane. Sigmar heard the report of his adjutant as he grimaced. What is it this time? He was already pretty irritated dealing with these pesky and insignificant things. Captain of the void ship lost his familiar in the nearby forest when his wolf decided to hunt for some food. After 1 hour, the men went to search for his companion. Subsequently, it is presumed that the captain also got lost in the forest, and we need permission to conduct a deep scanning of the plane because there were several dangerous creatures noted. This was becoming more and more irritating and annoying to deal with this kind of situation, here and there were not sole cases of things like this happening. Often some kinds of excesses were happening that were slowing down the overall operations of the transportation of slaves or other things, which were under the jurisdiction of the Magisterium of the Outer Plane Development. Send the nearest squadra from the commissariat to take control of the situation up there and find the captain of the void ship and his familiar. Sigmar gave an order because, due to some security reasons, the only people who could fly with the void ships of the Thonian Empire were its captains, commanders or the first lieutenants with the allowance from the High Command. So technically, the void ship, which was lacking its commanding officer, they couldn't take off from the plane. Thus the entire process was stuck at the same point. Is there anything else? Sigmar then asked, seeing the adjutant shaking his head in denial, he returned back to his paperwork, as there were many things that he needed to attend to and put his attention to. The progress of relocation of the slaves was going relatively slow, as the forces of the Thonian Empire and Dresden Arcanum Empire already encountered some resistance here and there. Nothing major, but still big enough to cause slight trouble and slow down the entire operation overall. And the next problem he needed to deal with was the overall spread of their forces because, based on the information from the military high command, he was ordered to relocate the majority of his forces that were deployed with the Dresden Arcanum Empire to the territory of the Tyasi race. The awaited strike of the void insect swarm was anticipated there. Right now, Sigmar had under him a considerable amount of void ships. But, all of them were tasked with the transportation of slaves, loot or other things of significant value to the Empire back to the Baator or other locations. And at the same time, he needed to coordinate the carrying out of the orders from the military high command. The worst thing, he needed to do everything by himself because his wife was watching him from somewhere, and he couldn't dump the responsibility on someone else. This was probably the divine punishment for all those centuries he spent in leisure at the Department of the Outer Plane Development, for sure it was. With this tempo, it would take 1 week to take care of all matters and transport all designed objects, creatures, and slaves to the Baator, barely enough to come to the Tyasi territory for the confrontation with the hive mind. Sigmar muttered as he finished forming some kind of preliminary plan for the situation. Chapter 436, Arrival of the Hive Mind. 3 days before the approximate arrival of the hive mind of the void insect swarm, former Tyasi territory, ancient eternal star region. MCPOV. Laying down the countless traps and spell formations was indeed a hassle, even though I was using countless specialists in this department to help and delegated countless matters to them because this was something huge. Preparing a spell formation that could be used to trap the peak tier 12 permanently, practically a semi-tier 13 entity, Genu 1, not one like the Siren after his power-up, was a highly troublesome thing to do. Even then, it took us a long time, and I even ordered the usage of the Dawn Pillars to act as the ward stones. After being retrofitted with the Imperial Mage Tech and upgraded in many aspects, the Dawn Pillars were practically one of the most advanced pieces of technology we had at our disposal. How are the things on your end? I asked Weissman through the telepathic connection we established through the spell, so we could communicate with each other, even across long distances, as each of us was in another part of the ancient Eternal Star region. This was because the spell formation I designed for the hive mind was two-layered. The inner layer was what was located in the former territory of the Tyasi race, where once the serpent plane was. The second one, the outer layer, was practically spread across the entire ancient Eternal Star region and was created from strategically placed dawn pillars in places with a high concentration of any kind of energy. After the first layer, the inner layer is activated and has trapped the hive mind, then immediately, the outer one will activate itself and support the inner layer. The sole purpose of the outer layer is just to make the inner layer more stable and supply it with energy. Because the dawn pillars were able to convert almost any kind of energy, we would be using this method so the inner layer could be maintained as long as needed because even though I was confident that this spell formation could entrap average tier 12 powerhouses and probably even stronger ones indefinitely, in regard to the hive mind, I wasn't that confident. We have finished planting the last dawn pillar and making sure there are no mistakes and malfunctions possible. With the outer layer done, we are basically prepared for the incoming confrontation. Additionally, each dawn pillar that was part of the outer layer was either hidden in some place that would require tier 12 powerhouse or peak tier 11 even to reach or were extremely heavily defended. Practically all of the tier 11 experts from the Dresden Empire, Thonian Empire, Divine Blood Plane, and Dragon's Nest who were participating in this operation were tasked with the protection of the pillars and formation. I anticipated that the moment when the formation is won, the hive mind would try to destroy it with brute force. When it fails, which I hope or I am sure it will be calculating the situation and how to get out of this predicament. With its capabilities and experiences, I have no doubt it won't take longer than 1 hour for the hive mind to realize what has happened to it, and it will send its swarm to the locations of the dawn pillars to destroy them. For that, they needed to be protected as much as possible. Even the void fleets were stationed around them and would be used only as supportive participants in the fight because these would be high-end conflicts mainly between only top powerhouses of all sides. Anything weaker than tier 10 would be nothing more than just a nuisance and burden, thus I ordered our armies to pull back to the Baator. If they remained here, it would just increase the death rate to astronomical numbers. Fighting against the void insects with numbers was a suicidal and foolish thing to do. Then return back to your position as fast as possible. Right now, I really got a very bad feeling when I peeked into the future. I stated because when I used the fate algorithm to calculate the fate of the hive mind, I noticed that the time of the arrival was uncertain, meaning that the hive mind could arrive here at any moment, which was not really welcomed information. Afterward, it took Weissman 3 hours to arrive back at my position. We then waited for the inevitable arrival of the hive mind that was plaguing our universe. And just like that, my innate feeling about this was getting worse and worse, as I kept subtly using the fate algorithm to calculate the fate, only to notice it was getting more and more uncertain and the percentage of getting less and less accurate after each calculation. Only then did I realize that the hive mind must have used something to hide its entire existence from things like the fate algorithm, and instantly the spark of greed was ignited in my very own being. This hive mind was a semi-tier 13 entity that had roamed the endless void possible for ages. It was unimaginable how much wealth, mainly some rare artifacts, resources, and other things, must have gathered from the destroyed universes. Usually, the hive minds took anything that had any value because even the things they couldn't use themselves, they could sell to those who could for things they needed, like biomass. Still, something that was capable of blocking the fate protecting technique in a very similar way than my own constitution as the fateless one is something that I must have. I thought because such artifacts were exceedingly rare, typically created only by extremely powerful magic users that delved deep into the mysteries of fate or the cultivators in the strongest cultivation universe that practiced Tao of fate. It means that the hive mind just found it or destroyed such a place, especially the latter is pretty much terrifying even to me. Either way, after 1 hour, I sensed a tremendous psychic pressure fall onto us as the hive mind finally arrived. And to meet its doom. Chapter 437, Against the Hive Mind. Tens of thousands of bioships appeared on the outskirts of the former Tyasi territory. The bioships of the void insects were not as big as those of the Thonian Empire, but they were slightly bigger or of a similar size to that of the Dresden Empire. Not to mention there were countless upon countless of them. The fleets of the void insects were not the strongest or largest, but they were using of their enormous numbers to win the fights. It was evident that across even the endless void, there were very few factions that could contend against the void insect fleets in terms of firepower or sheer numbers. Upon arriving within the system, all bioship launched fire at Weissman and me as we were in the middle of nowhere, thus practically the best targets for their weapon systems. Of course, while this action could be seen as useless, I saw several of the ships that looked very threatening, and the energy levels of several of those fired rounds were reaching the threshold of Tier 12. The hive mind probably wanted to test the waters before it would fight personally, or was it trying to drown us in pure numbers? Who knew? It could be anything. Still, I needed to wait until it showed itself, or in the case when it didn't show itself, I would need to lure it out. I created a protective shield around Weissman and me did the same, as the incoming rounds and energy projectiles and mainly that weird biological objects they were using as ammunition just tickled our shields. Most of the incoming projectiles were actually just some kind of weird bioorganic matter. The bioships of the hive mind typically use so-called living ammunition or often fired other insects as ammunition. Still, seeing that the waves upon waves of the salvos they were sending at us were not yielding any results, after several minutes, the bioship stopped altogether, and we were just waiting for what would be happening next. I personally predicted that this would be the time when the hive mind would be making its move, and as I thought, indeed, it happened. Soon, all of the bioships started creating something akin to a wall around us, probably some sort of psionic formation to either power up the hive mind or just to suppress or attack us too. Instantly, I could feel the pressure of the hive mind, as it was directly attacking my mind. Based on its psionic nature, this was the most common type of attack it was doing. Unfortunately for it, I had cast countless mind protection spells, and during my entire life, I always put a lot of effort into being resistant, if not immune, against these types of attacks. Even Weissman was completely unaffected by it, aside from just a slight headache, but soon the attack stopped, as the hive mind revealed itself in its full glory, seeing that its attempts failed. It was hard to tell if they were genuine attempts of attack or just some probes to gauge our power, even though I was leaning toward the testing method. The thing was very intelligent, and it didn't have sufficient data for combat, so it was obtaining them right here and now. The appearance of the hive mind was rather a weird amalgamation of human and void insect. The hive mind was tall, around 6 meters, with a humanoid appearance, though it had clear bug heritage. This would be fun. I hope. I stated quietly as Weissman frowned at me, but I looked at the hive mind with the anticipation of a good fight and a good scheme that should be effective. There was nothing better in this world than to see how everything was going according to the plan. Thonian Emperor and Arcane Emperor. The hive mind said in a raspy voice, which actually sounded like thousands of voices amalgamated together as one, which was indeed pretty fitting, considering it was the collective consciousness of the entire swarm. Both of us were ready for the fight to erupt any second, with me acting as the main fighter and Weissman acting as my support. His destructive capabilities and survival abilities were nowhere near mine, so this was a logical configuration of force. You have played me very well, Devil. So, in the end, it was able to identify that I had used it. Certainly, the intelligence of the hive mind was terrifying. Even now, I could see that it was constantly calculating how the fight between us would go. Because of that, we were having the conversation, as it was basically stalling for time or whatever. Ironically though, I was doing exactly the same thing, through my connection with the architect as I was calculating countless possibilities for the fight to go and end. Indeed you have to excuse me, that is in the fundamental nature of the devil species. The scheming and plotting against our enemies are in our blood as using brute strength and power to kill those who defy us. I answered with a smile which wasn't a smile at all, as I could swear the hive mind's brows twitched in anger at my answer. Yet, such was the truth about the devil species, we were using our natural cunning and schemes to get victory in a combination of brute power. I could see the Tier 11 bugs were exiting the bioships and waiting for some kind of command from the hive mind, as the bugs were too had their own plans in this situation. Apparently, the hive mind has learned from its past mistakes, and right now, it is more careful about interacting with me. If you allow me one question before we start the dance, why the astral boundary? From what I know, this universe, while being particularly weak, is still protected by the void shroud and it shouldn't be possible to find its location from the endless void, not talking about entering it easily in huge numbers. I threw out the most important and essential question in all of this worth of every soul in the universe. How the hive mind managed to get into the astral boundary that easily because crossing the void shroud would generally require a very strong Tier 13 entity to achieve. Void shroud was basically a cloud of void energy that covered the entire universe, making it almost impossible for anyone to enter it. Surprisingly, it was possible for the Tier 12 entities to leave if they had luck on their side, or they would be torn to shreds by the void shroud. Chapter 438, all according to the plan. After I asked that, even Weissman looked at the hive mind with relative anticipation. What would his answer be? This was something important to know because I was curious if my theory regarding Mercurius luring the void insect swarm to the astral boundary universe. Artificially engineering the universal calamity, bringing the astral boundary on the verge of destruction to the point of forcing the universal will to create a champion to push back the calamity, which in this case would be the hive mind, was probably all his plan. This would allow him to reach tier 13 and even fuse with the entire universe, becoming the universe master, a top powerhouse among the other tier 13 experts across the endless void. Mercurius was the only person capable of achieving something like this because he only had enough power and resources to create the hole in the void shroud through some unknown means. So you don't know? The hive mind said silently, as it soon became more absent-minded and started calculating some possibilities before it burst out in tremendous psionic energy burst in absolute rage. It appears that my worries were indeed in the place because its reaction was speaking for itself. Somebody built a psionic beacon in this universe which penetrated through the void shroud, and it alerted all the entities of the psionic origin near this universe. When I heard that, my mood turned grim because this was worse than initially anticipated, and Weissman next to me was the same. The psionic beacon was a structure that concentrated a tremendous amount of the psionic energy and radiated it across space. When I was still alive in the Solar Federation in my first life, the Immaterious universe, there were proposals to build something like this to navigate through the warp safely, but those were typically quelled down. Considering the outcome of it in the astral boundary universe, I wasn't that surprised. Even then, countless people feared the consequences of releasing such a powerful psionic beacon into the universe, what they could lure from the depths of space, from the outside of the Milky Way galaxy. Fortunately, we have never built that because the outcome would be very similar to this one. Still, hearing all of this affirmed my theory that Mercurius was behind the attack of the hive mind on the astral boundary, and something would be needed to be done about this, and my plan to dispose of him needed to be hastened, as it seemed. That is indeed unfortunate. I muttered as I saw that the hive mind was approaching us, while with a small gesture of my hands, tens of dawn pillars that were all around us in the former territory and the former Tyasi territory lit up in blinding light and creating a huge plane-spanning magic circle. Instantly several such magic circles started appearing, creating a dome with only me, Weissman, and hive mind in it, as it isolated everything from the outside worlds. This dome was the result of the activation of the spell formation that we installed beforehand. Not even seconds later, a similar spectacle occurred all around the eternal ancient star region as the outer part of the spell formation was activated and interconnected with the inner part of the spell formation, which was in the form of the dome that was enveloping the three of us. The hive mind was looking around curiously before it outstretched its right claw and sent a blast of pure psionic energy toward the dome. From the energy reading, I could sense that this attack could kill peak tier 11 with just a single contact. It could probably severely injure even average tier 12 entities. But when the psionic blast came into contact with the magic circle, which was creating the dome, nothing happened. Nothing, absolutely nothing. The magic circle didn't even shake, and I could sense that the hive mind was started getting disturbed by this development. We didn't anticipate that, did we? I asked sarcastically as the hive mind continued attacking the dome with greater and greater intensity, each time increasing the power of the psionic blast several times compared to the previous one, but nothing happened. The spell formation stood strongly without any damage to it. Afterward, the hive mind closed its eyes, as we were still just observing everything, because I wanted to gather more data on the enemy, and also, I wanted to enjoy its hatred and despair. Those ones were truly wonderful feeling. Moments later, the expression on its insectoid face morphed into a rage because it found out that it couldn't borrow the power of the collective psionic potential of the entire swarm. When I was designing this spell formation, I specifically focused on the part which would prevent situations like these. Getting the power from the outside of the spell formation meant everything was cut out once the ward was activated. After that, I could see that the bioships and the tier 11 experts of the void insect species started leaving the area, probably heading towards the locations with the dawn pillars that were creating the outer layer of the spell formation. Unfortunately for them, I had each of them guarded with powerful protective wards, and some of them had even tier 11 expert presiding over them, so it would be no easy thing to achieve. It is pretty unfortunate that you can't use the collective psionic potential of your swarm, doesn't it? I mocked the hive mind as it sent several of those psionic blasts towards me, which I effortlessly blocked with my path the end. The greatest and most powerful trump card which then hive mind had in its disposition was cut out from him. If he could borrow the collective psionic potential of the entire swarm, then it could temporarily achieve the combat prowess of the tier 13 entity. Still, even then, without this, the hive mind was a fearsome opponent when it started going all out in the battle. I still didn't use my arcane seal, and neither did the Weissman as we awaited the next move from the hive mind, so we could adjust to the combat based on the combat style that the hive mind would implement. The suppression from the spell formation still wasn't active because I had set an imaginary timer, so the suppression would be activated around 10 minutes later, after the initial activation of the entire spell formation. Chapter 439, Battle of Psionic and Arcane, 1. Seeing that the hive mind was still calculating the chances for the next move, instantaneously, I summoned my arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin and fired a beam of pure energy of the end, crystallization of my very own path, directly at the hive mind. In reaction to this, the hive mind outstretched its right hand and created a psionic shield that effectively blocked all of my incoming attacks. Not like that, it was surprising, at least. From the pure power of psionic energy, I can say that the hive mind had very strong and potent psionic energy. Meanwhile, I was attacking the hive mind and keeping it entertaining. Weissman disappeared and hid somewhere on the battlefield, and he started using his entire power to boost me, as I felt stronger approximately by 40%. This was something which I lacked, as I couldn't boost other people to such an extent, only through my godhood, but that was effectively only on my worshippers, and only on a few of them, as they must genuinely believe that I am truly an omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient god. Seeing this, I chuckled as I could right now due to the boosting from the Weissman using most of my abilities at the same time, which would be previously impossible because that would consume my demonic god force at an alarming rate. That was the reason why we have with Adolf decided on this, because even though he was pretty powerful for the tier 12, in terms of pure and unbridled destructive abilities, he was way lower than me, as I had more destructive capabilities. And against the enemy such as the hive mind, we needed to use the most destructive attacks as possible. Weissman was more comparable to an all-round. He developed many aspects of his strength to a satisfactory degree, but at the core, he was more a researcher than a fighter. Meanwhile, I developed my strength and build in an extremely destructive way because, upon dying and reincarnation, I found an extreme thirst for power and strength, not to mention after several decades, I found that I have very strong battle lust. Instantly, I used the decomposition magic rule as I started bombarding the hive mind with the decomposition magic rule, which proved to be highly effective against the psionic energy, as it was against all the remaining types of energies I have encountered throughout my life. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. And the second I counted to 0, the entire spell formation trembled violently as the psionic shield, which was showing countless cracks from the power of the decomposition magic rule, instantly cracked, and the hive mind was knocked down. It was exactly 10 minutes, and after they passed, the suppression of the spell formation have started, and I could see that the weird insectoid face was morphing into countless shades of rage because I could see that the suppression was extremely effective. Just from the energy readings, the power of the hive mind was suppressed by approximately by 30%, which was a great suppression for something as powerful as hive mind, and I could see that it was continuously being suppressed. What it is. Perhaps my spell formation is not to your tastes. I mocked the hive mind, which shot me tens of psionic blasts at full force, each one with enough firepower to kill an average tier 12 because the hive mind broke all restraints and started attacking with all power it had. For sure, it realized two facts. The first one was that it couldn't break the spell formation because it was very well done and sturdy, something of which I am very proud about. The second thing the hive mind noticed was that the suppression was continuous, even though at a very much lower extent than the initial wave, it still spread like a virus. Meaning in the battle of attrition, the percentage of overall suppression of its strength could reach even 40%, 50%, or even 60% if given enough time. Using my arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin, I devoured every bit of the psionic energy while using the devoured psionic energy to transform it into the demonic god force and increase my power. Surprisingly, the psionic energy of the hive mind was extremely pure, dense, and powerful, meaning I had a very easy time in transitioning it towards the demonic god force. Basically, with each psionic blast that my arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin devoured, my demonic god force increased a bit. As the exchange continued between us, seconds later, several hundreds of magic circles appeared behind me, as I was using all of my knowledge of mysticism magic in this because I was casting a reality warping spell. I never too much used such kind of magic because Universal will mostly reacted extremely violently and aggressively to any reality warper because, from the perspective of the Universal will, only it can warp the reality and rewrite the rules of the universe. Though this time, it was different because when I started casting the spell, I felt like some invisible chain had disappeared from my very own being, which was a restriction on the casting reality warping spell, which the Universal will placed on every being that was born or entered the universe. Certainly, the tier 12 powerhouses could cast it anyway, but they would suffer some severe backslash from the Universal will as punishment for breaching the fundamental rules of the universe. Psionic Forbidden Zone. I muttered silently as crimson-red energy burst out of the magic circles and spread around the entire ancient Eternal Star region, as the hive mind shrieked in pain and rage as it realized that it couldn't utilize its psionic energy. Psionic Forbidden Zone was my aim as I rewrote the reality of the entire ancient Eternal Star region, and all bugs and void insects lost their psionic energy, or better said, they couldn't use it properly. Aside from their numbers, the greatest weapon of the void insect swarm was done, as the Psionic Forbidden Zone was enacted, with the blessings of the Universal Will. Chapter 440, Battle of Psionic and Arcane, 2. The moment the Psionic Forbidden Zone was erected across the entirety of the ancient Eternal Star region, the hive mind almost erupted in rage because it couldn't access its psionic potential, which was an absolute hit against it. Also, the fact that the Psionic Forbidden Zone was created with the universal blessings made it extremely hard for the hive mind to even think about destroying it. The Universal Will knew very well what end awaited it when the hive mind won, or if the Machias succeeded in anything he was scheming and plotting. To destroy this Psionic Forbidden Zone, which was supported by the universe itself, one would need above average tier 13 destructive prowess, something that the hive mind was very, very far away. The best thing that the hive mind could exhibit was peak tier 12, especially now that it was cut from the psionic energy. The void insects were species that were psionical in their fundamental nature, and if someone cut their psionic connection, it made them extremely vulnerable. Not only in terms of the individual power but especially the command over the entire swarm would be messed up completely. Not to the point where every bug in the insect would be doing anything it wants, but the high-tiered bugs and the controller-type bugs would need to put much more effort into controlling the swarm, and they wouldn't be able to control as much as with the direct psionic connection, which was now severed. For this hive mind, this meant also the fact that it lost the connection with the rest of its swarm, and the tier 11 bugs were left on their own, meaning there was nobody who would be commanding them and navigating them to their targets. This would make them an easy target in the eyes of the Thonians and Dresden and experts from the Divine Blood Plane and Dragon's Nest. I observed the hive mind, awaiting its next moves. Even though the psionic forbidden zone took away the ability of the hive mind to use the psionic energy, but there was still one huge factor of the strength of every void insect, which was the absolutely frightening strength of the hive mind. The body of each void insect was a perfectly genetically engineered weapon of war whose only single purpose was to kill and slaughter. Every single part of the body was designed in a way to maximize the combat prowess and combat efficiency of every bug. The hive mind had, understandably, the strongest and most powerful physical body, as it was created with the peak biogenetical engineering, as its body was made from the most powerful and potent genetical material that the hive mind collected across its journey of the endless void. Because of that reason, I was still wary of the hive mind, especially considering the fact that the close-quarters fights were not my forte. Even after centuries of sparring with Hela, I still was more comfortable with using my spells from a safe distance. Several seconds later, I saw that the hive mind was already rushing at me as I created several protective barriers around me, which were shattered by one punch by the hive mind. Indeed, the physical strength of the hive mind was nothing to scoff at, as it was shattering one magical defense that I prepared after another, becoming completely unstoppable. I swiftly conjured hundreds of dark light chains in an attempt to bind the hive mind down, but that was futile because the thing was extremely fast and agile, effortlessly dodging all of the dark light chains that were coming at it. Meanwhile, I was constantly creating distance between us. At the same time, Weissman started casting some more offensive and debuffing-oriented spells onto the hive mind and even some curses in more obscure rituals, as I would need to buy him time to cast them. As time passed, the injuries upon the hive mind were accumulating exponentially. Still, its regenerative capabilities were absolutely frightening because even though the suppressive spell formation, most of its abilities were untouched, especially those which were genetic. I knew that this would be a fight for a very long run because the stamina of the hive mind was something out of my understanding, but that went well with me because I, on the other hand, had extremely destructive magic, not to mention I was continuously using the arcane seal of End and Ruin. Under the effects of the arcane seal of End and Ruin, the hive mind was slowly getting corroded by the power of the End. With this, I could ensure that the hive mind would surely die, but the question was when because clearly, it was putting fierce resistance against the energy of the End. In truth, I already cannot wait to dissect and study its body because it would skyrocket the genetic technology and biogenetical engineering of the Thonian Empire by entire millennia. The possibilities we could learn from studying the hive mind and obtaining the gene bank are endless because the void insects were species with the most advanced biogenetical engineering in the entire endless void. And thus, the fight continued for several hours straight, and only after it crossed the magical border of 12 hours I started feeling some sort of fatigue from the continuous act of pushing my very own being to its limits as I continued ferociously fighting with the hive mind. Right now, I was forced to confront the hive mind in close combat, as we were exchanging hundreds of blows with each passing minute. The hive mind was using its body as the weapon, while I was using a tiche, as its blade part was dangerous and sharp as hell, to the point of being able to cut through the body of the hive mind like a hot knife through butter. Because I was incorporating the magic rules into my combat style, I was able to cause the hive mind significant injuries, especially with the nuclear magic rule, which was subsequently supplemented by the End. That were kinds of injuries that even the hive mind was unable to recuperate from, as it was bleeding from all parts of the body. Several of its claws were already missing, aside from the severed wings, which right now fell into the emptiness of the space. Chapter 441, The Big Not So Bad Bug. I looked closely at the hive mind as I panted for breath. I had to admit that even with my current power and all boost spells from the Weissman, who was doing his best to try to cast some buffs on me continuously and debuffs on me, the toll on my body was terrifying. In terms of stamina and physical body, I was far from the qualities of the hive mind where its whole physical body was specially gene-crafted for the sole purpose of being a perfect killing machine, but fortunately for me, not even that was able to shrug of the End completely. Unfortunately, I had to refrain from using the ruination aspect of my arcane seal because I needed his body in some shape for further research, and ruination would practically devastate it entirely, to the point that it would become useless. So even though I was technically risking my life a bit, in my opinion, it was worth it. I readied my mystic coda tiche, once more lunging at the hive mind and slashing at the hive mind's claws, sparks appearing in the emptiness of the space from the slash, as the blood spluttered when I severed another of the hive mind's claw. instantly barraging the hive mind with another wave of the nuclear magic rule beams as it blasted off the hive mind several hundreds of kilometers away. The big bug was sent flying, directly crashing onto the walls of the barrier as the entire barrier shook a bit. The hive mind was shrieking from the pain, as it was trying to defend against the highly destructive nuclear beams helplessly, but to no avail. Blood started flowing from the corners of my mouth as I was using all of my capabilities to their very maximum, hoping to finish the hive mind finally. Launching the preservation protocol. Overloading the godhood is at 65%. Activating the backup for the connection to the Baator. The last stand protocol initiated. In a split of a second, I felt that I had become one of the Baator, and I used the might of a grade 1 plane in full-out attack, as I sent a tremendously large and powerful nuclear magic rule beam, which contained the attacking power of the entire grade 1 plane at the hive mind, targeting its head. The hive mind, who had just recovered from the barrage of the weaker attacks, didn't have time to react, as his head was blasted apart, killed in one hit, essentially destroying its brain, where the core of the hive mind was located. With the brain which contained the core was destroyed, the hive mind was killed and all of its bugs either started wreaking havoc, and the stronger ones were already escaping from their position, hoping to make it to the endless void or to hide somewhere in the astral boundary universe. The big bug was not so bad in the end. The void insect swarm was finished, as I collapsed and my consciousness was leaving my body. I started closing my eyes, letting myself fly into the emptiness of space as everything went dark with my words leaving my mouth. The Nirvana protocol has been initiated. The annulled protocol has been initiated. Third POV. Across the entire astral boundary universe, all of the bioships belonging to the void insect swarm suddenly stopped in their path, while the bugs and insects, either across the bioships or those spread in countless planes in the entire universe, suddenly went inactive as they just stopped in their tracks and did nothing. Everybody looked at the phenomenon in wonder. Nobody knew what was happening, and only some more knowledgeable individuals or those in power who were aware of the ongoing fight between the father of all devils and the hive mind of the void insect swarm knew that the fight has ended. And the father of all devils came out victorious when he killed the hive mind. And thus, seconds went by, followed by minutes and soon hours, as the bugs remained inactive as another shadow war was happening in the background. The second when the hive mind was killed and the most primal connection between the hive mind and its swarm was severed, the remaining tier 11 bugs started fighting among themselves for the superiority and control of what remained from the swarm. A Pixomodil after 6 hours of inactivity, during which the more defenseless parts of the swarm were exterminated by the people who fought them, especially in the ancient Eternal Star region, where the armadas of the Thonian Empire and Dresden Empire fiercely attacked the inactive fleets of bioships of swarm. Aside from that, in the list of casualties of the swarm were several tier 11 bugs who were at the time in the ancient Eternal Star region, where they were killed by the experts of 2 Empire, together with tier 11s from the Divine Blood Plane and Dragon's Nest. The remains of the swarm either dispersed, attempting to return back to the endless void, or some chose to hide in some forsaken parts of the astral boundary universe, as there were countless locations that were pretty suitable to become their hiding place. Right now, a time of unprecedented peace and disturbing calmness returned back to the entire universe, as the void insect swarm essentially annihilated the Divine Star region, where all of the myriad god emperors were killed. Ancient Eternal Star region was as good as finished when the 3 hegemonial species collapsed, and hidden tier 12 experts disappeared into thin air. While this may seem good for certain people, this also meant that the entire astral boundary universe was drastically weakened because countless tier 11 experts were killed, an unprecedented amount of tier 10s perished, and even many of tier 12 were either killed or escaped the universe. And this meant a single thing: with the psionic beacon that lured here the hive mind from the endless void creating a safe passage, still active, it meant that more of such entities would come. Be it other swarms, void lifeforms and experts that were wandering the endless void in search of resources. While the battle was won, the astral boundary lost the war because the damage to the universe was far more than anybody could predict. Be it a combination of bad luck, the ambitions of certain people or greed of others. Chapter 442, Long Forgotten Peace. Third POV, 10 years later, Baator, Nessus, Holy Imperial City of Aner Londo, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis. 10 years have passed since the final confrontation between the father of all devils and the hive mind of the void insect swarm. Since then, an unprecedented thing happened in the entirety of the astral boundary universe, which was called peace. It was something that many have forgotten, but it was certainly welcomed as the factions that remained afterward the Great War for the astral boundary focused on developing and digesting the gains of the destroyed factions as 2 hegemons of the universe emerged. One of them was the Dresden Empire, which expanded into the former territory of the Divine Star region, where the vacuum remained after the void insect swarm exterminated the gods that had been ruling that place since immemorial. Countless new powerhouses emerged in the Dresden Empire after the Empire got their hands on the new star region, one of the biggest and richest in the entire universe, as the Arcanists underwent an era of countless advancements and growth during this period of time. Certainly, the faction that benefited the most was the Thonian Empire of the Baator. They assured control over the entire eternal ancient star region and plundered its resources like there was no tomorrow, using everything to extract everything that was in the entire star region. The most significant event for the Thonians was that one of the Empress's dowagers managed to reach Tier 12, just short 5 years after the Great War. Hela Odin's broke the restraints and reached the annulled state, achieving Tier 12. With that notion, the Thonian Empire of the Baator became the sole faction in the entire astral boundary with 2 Tier 12 powerhouses. Since then, the oppression of the Baatorane only skyrocketed as they started conquering, enslaving, and forcefully assimilating some other minor species that fit the specifications of the Thonians' preferences. There were even clashes of the Empress Dowager Hela against the blood ancestor of the divine blood plane and dragon primogenitor of the dragon's nest, where surprisingly, the Empress of Death came out victorious as she managed to defeat both of them in single combat. Most of this brutal approach was credited to the rumors that were spreading about the father of all devils, who was said to have either perished against the hive mind or was severely injured to the point of death because he didn't make any appearance in the imperial administrative machine in past 10 years, which was rather unusual. Of course, all those who dared to bare their fangs at the Baator were ruthlessly killed by Empress Dowager Hela and turned into astral necrotic undeads as eternal punishment for their transgression. Nothing was left unpunished. Even in the Thonian Empire, only a handful of people in the imperial administration and even the imperial house knew that the Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer was in deep hibernation after the fight against the hive mind. Only the 5 elders, his wives, and Emperor of the Thonian Emperor Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer were aware of the fact. Others were told that the ancestor was in seclusion because he was researching and conducting experiments on the hive mind and the gene bank of the void insect swarm. Fortunately, due to the efforts of Empress Dowager Hela, the Thonian Empire stood strong in their hegemony as there was nobody who would dare to challenge them, especially considering the retaliation from the Empress of Death. While people may think of ancestor Zeoticus Lucifer as a cruel and ruthless tyrant, then compared to his wife, he was incarnated saint and epitome of kindness. Hela was extremely cruel and brutal to anyone who would dare to voice their displeasure among their neighbors, and after a few examples, nobody wanted to end as a soulless husk after she was done with them. Presently, Hela was in the headquarters of the Imperial Army. Several months after the Great War, a new department in the Empire was established, or rather, a new position was established, titled just as a Chief of Staff. The person who was Chief of Staff was basically a supreme commander of all the armed forces of the Thonian Empire, which included Imperialis Militarum, Novus Imperialis, Commissariat, Execution Temple, and Mechanicum. It was done for the sole reason that during the Great War, it was noted that the cooperation between various branches of the Imperial Armed Forces was not the best, coordination was lacking in some parts and communication was in some cases outright non-existent. Arthur Pendragon was appointed as the Chief of Staff, while Vala Lucifer was appointed as the new Lord Marshal Militant because, by the rules of the Imperial House, every important position needed to be filled by a person from the Imperial House or those with the strong ties to the Imperial House. In regard to Vala, after a few beatings from Hela, he willingly accepted the post of the Lord Marshal Militant. Of course, the results were almost immediate, as Arthur managed to reorganize the entire doctrine of how the Imperial Armed Force worked and increased the efficiency of the already efficient military. From the start, Hela was actively participating in the matters of the imperial military to lower the workload of Arthur because she wanted the new reform finished as soon as possible, and even she had to admit that there was too much work to be done. Especially if the deadline for the completion was set to 1 year, but with combined efforts, they managed to pull it out. As Hela was working on some documents, she saw that her butler had hurriedly entered the room without knocking. Something must have happened, as she saw him in haste. "Your Highness, the ancestor has woken up," the butler said as Hela looked and revealed a small happy smile as she hurried to meet her husband. Chapter 443, Awakening. MCPOV. 10 years later, Baator, Nessus, Holy Imperial City of Aner Londo, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis. When I opened my eyes, I felt relaxed, just like waking after a very good and long sleep. It was a rare occasion because it had been a long time since I managed to get such a good sleep. Surprisingly, I didn't feel hurt or tired or anything bad, I just felt well rested. "Architect, conduct a deep scan," I said in my mind as I awaited the more precise results, but I could already sense that I had reached annulled, meaning that I was Tier 12 in my path of laws as well as my godhood path, which was unprecedented. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satanistoria, Purgatory Furnace, and Teres. Race, God Devil, Trans-Devil Fiend/God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Leviathan. Age, 3,345 years. Class, Exark/Annulled. Combat Prowess, Half-Step Tier 13. Lifeform Level, 3. Origin, Ruination. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Arcane Crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, Beyond. Path, the End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Origin, Dark Light, 100%, Perfect, Slaughter, 100%, Supreme, Destruction, 100%, Supreme, Lightning, 100%, Perfect, Space, 100%, Supreme. Magic rules, starfall, decomposition, nuclear. Godhood, father of all devils. Unable to analyze, god of the Baator. Concept, void, 8%. Demonic god force, 9, 6. Godhood index, annulled. Body, superior Exark grade, magic resistance. Constitution, fateless 1. Baator command sequence, 100%. Clan trait. Dark light, law. The Devourer, law. Holy flame, law. Magic systems. Tier magic, origin. Devil magic, origin. Norse runic magic, forbidden. Abyssal runic magic, forbidden. Human magic, forbidden. Mysticism, forbidden. Secret method, fate algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand-to-hand, Master. Blade staff, Grandmaster. Aside from reaching the annulled state, the first most notable thing was that my demonic god force has almost doubled, skyrocketing from the previous 5, 9 to the current 9, 6. That was an absolutely staggering increasement because it meant that I was technically 10 times stronger than average tier 12, at least in terms of energy reserves, if nothing more. Because that was only about the quantity, not the quality of the energy itself. For example, my demonic god force was incomparably stronger than the chi energy of cultivars. If compared to the average warlock eternal, then the quantification would be way above 10 times. Reaching the annulled state was weird. It was like some state of existence, and yet at the same time not. Technically speaking, I didn't even know how to describe it properly. What I knew was that I got several times stronger, to the point where my combat prowess already rivaled that of the hive mind if I hadn't suppressed it. Of course, unfortunately, there was nothing free in life, and even this came with the appropriate price. To advance to tier 13, I needed to either fuse both of my paths together and thus achieve tier 13. Or there was the option of abandoning one of them and ascending with only the one which remained. That was because, above tier 12, one needed to understand more of his existence, and that cannot be done if someone followed several paths of power, as they would clash and create a mess in one's being. Of course, this was a great concern for me because I knew that if I managed to fuse both of my path and become something akin to a law-goded path, then the power I would obtain by doing so would be absolutely frightening. Coupled with my plan of becoming a universe master, then I would probably be one of the strongest tier 13 in the entire endless void and infinite reality. Of course, that would still require a lot of work to do, but I was getting there, step by step, day by day. I stood from the bed. Clearly I was sleeping for more than just a few days, though that would explain the feeling I got that I got very good sleep. For several seconds, I was thinking about the changes that my very own being experienced before I stopped and decided to call out the butler that was stationed in front of the doors. Surprisingly, it was Diablo wearing the uniform of a butler, probably some new habit he picked up so he could annoy people around the Imperial Palace, one of his favorite activities. I see that you took up a new quirk. This time even weirder than the last time, at least in your military uniform, you looked intimidating. I stated as I observed Diablo. Indeed, but this is more comfortable and causes confusion to ones, anger to others, and it is more effective at annoying people. He answered in his own way as I nodded and outstretched my body a bit because I was sleeping for a very long time, and I felt stiff. How long have I been sleeping? I asked as I could already guess that it would be years. 10 years and a few days. Diablo stated back swiftly before proceeding to ask another question. Should I send someone to notify Empress's Dowager that you have woken up? I sent him a nod. They should probably be worried that I had fallen unconscious for several years already. After that, Diablo ordered some of the butlers, this time an actual butlers, not those like him who were only cosplaying as one, to notify my wives that I had finally awoken from my slumber. In truth, 10 years of slumber was not that long. Considering the damage I received when I was fighting against the hive mind and overused my demonic god force, and those all boosts I received from Weissman through his magic and path only strengthened the toll on my body. I was lucky to fall unconscious only for 10 years because with my state, it could have been easily a century or even more. I had to admit that the hive mind of the void insect swarm was extremely powerful, and if not for me using traps and schemes against it, I wouldn't have won that easily, if not at all. Fortunately, the universe itself wanted to get rid of the hive mind, as the sense of preservation was above else, because sooner or later, if left unchecked, then the universe itself would become food for the swarm. If not for that, then the creation of something like psionic forbidden zone, a permanent one that rewrote the laws of the reality in the universe, would be impossible. Chapter 444, Reunion. After Diablo sent someone to notify my wives that I had woken up, the first one to arrive and relatively fast was Hela, but that should be credited to the fact that the headquarters of the Imperialis Militarum was not far from the Imperial Palace. When Hela entered the room, she scanned me from tips to toes before crashing into me as she hugged me closely. Because nobody aside from us was present, she could act more intimate than on the outside. Clearly, even strong-headed Hela was worried, and that was something to behold because of all of my wives. She was always the calmest and not acting emotionally in decisive situations, very similar to FIA. Where are the rest, Vina and FIA? I asked after Hela reluctantly separated herself from me as we sat on the nearby sofa. Vina is out of the Baator right now. She is handling some business of the IMC in the ancient Eternal Star region. After the fall of the 3 hegemonic species, we are extracting every possible natural resource we can find there and using it to fuel the research, innovations, or to strengthen our army and experts at the same time. There are far more resources than we can store, so we need to use everything we obtain. Hela answered as they had right now too much work on their hand. While the strength of the Baator was practically increasing with each passing shipment of resources to the Baator from the conquered territories, what they right now lacked was manpower. Because they were preparing for the project of elevating the Baator into the universe, they wanted to obtain as much as possible things from the astral boundary when it could still be done. Due to that, most senior officials of the Imperial Administrative decided to use all of their forces at their disposal to extract resources from the ancient Eternal Star region and other conquered places by the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Of course, the ones who benefited the most from this entire ordeal, aside from the local population, were the nobility and army. Tens of commoners were promoted to the nobility, some noble houses rose through the ranks, some were demoted and some were even stripped of their titles as noble because they lacked the appropriate strength. Though the last one applied only to the Thonian Ikezes, who were previously required to have a Tier 8 personal strength, during the past century, this requirement was changed to Tier 9 because the collective strength of the Thonian Empire has been increased several times over. Right now, there were tens of Tier 10 experts across the entire Thonian Empire of the Baator, and hundreds of Tier 9 experts from the various tiers. The overall count of the Tier 11 powerhouses was something little above 10, as people who were closest to reaching Tier 11 got practically everything they needed, this time without a contribution point exchange because right now, the Empire had far more resources than it could use. And Graphia. FIA should be present at the Baator because she still filled the position of the High Chancellor of the Senatorum Imperialis. Thus she rarely left the Empire, as she tended to her duties. Clearly, she loved her paperwork too much, and in truth, it would be extremely hard to find a suitable replacement for her. She will arrive shortly after. Right now, she should be on inspection of the new mechanical legions. I cocked my head in interest. While seeing this, Hela continued in the explanation. The one thing which we have an excessive amount of are various ores and minerals, thus the Senate decided to drastically increase the mechanical legions and especially the Void Fleet, from the current 10 fleets we possess right now to 25 and also increase the composition of each fleet, by 20% of all ships. When I heard that, I was shocked but also delighted to hear such good news. The Void Fleets were a crucial aspect of any interdimensional empire, especially ours, which should be technically able to traverse the endless void itself. Right now, every Void Fleet was composed of X-5000 Lunar-class cruisers, X-2-500 Avenger-class Grand Cruisers, X-500 Destroyer-class battle cruisers, X-50 Emperor-class battleships and one Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, which acted as the commanding ship of the entire fleet. The new composition with the increased numbers should be X-6000 Lunar-class cruisers, X-3000 Avenger-class Grand Cruisers, X-600 Destroyer-class battle cruisers, X-60 Emperor-class battleships, and a single Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. This would remain unchanged. After that, Hela started telling me what happened during the years that I have been unconscious, including the fact that she managed to reach Tier 12 only a very short time after I blacked out, which was like heaven-sent luck. It was clear that those other Tier 12 experts that still remained in the astral boundary would make a move on the Thonian Empire of the Baator because we have grown too powerful. If not for Hela, the results would be grim. She single-handedly defeated several of them, of which the most notable were the blood ancestor of the divine blood planet and dragon primogenitor from the dragon's nest, as both of them were added to the conquest after we became the universe. Hela decided that it would be most prudent first to finish all the plans and projects, and after everything has been settled and all gains have been properly digested, then and only then would it be the right time to expand the Baator once more and integrate more species into it, especially strong ones with an even longer history than the Baator itself. Good, you have done the best thing you could. The astral boundary universe has not mattered anymore, and after we finish becoming the universe, we can invade this place. In the end, due to Mercurius, this place is doomed as the psionic beacon is still active and sooner or later, it will lure here something worse and more powerful than just Tier 12 hive mind. I stated grimly as I gave Hela a kiss on her forehead and praised her for her efforts. Chapter 445, End of 1 Chapter 1. After I had talked with Hela for some time, Graphia arrived after approximately half an hour and similarly to Hela, she immediately hugged me, contrary to her usually stoic and cold facade. Fortunately, we were here alone, so there was no problem with showing affection. When Graphia arrived, just at that time, Hela was telling me about the creation of a new position in the entire war machine of the Thonian Empire's military, which was termed as the Chief of Staff. Basically, a person who had authority over all standard and even some of the non-standard military branches. This was done because it was noted that sometimes the communication between various branches of the military was having problems, thus, it was decided that there was a need for a department that would oversee all of them. And, of course, Hela nominated to the position of the Chief of Staff Arthur Pendragon because he was most suitable for the position. Surprisingly, she managed somehow, together with Grafia Coerce Valid to be the new Lord Marshal Militant, which was shocking. I never thought I would see him getting any other position aside from the commander of the Cows Brigade. This managed to increase the efficiency and coordination of the Imperial Army even further because previously, the coordination depended on various commanders and how they cooperated with each other. Right now, the orders for each conquest were given straight from the Chief of Staff, who ordered who would fight with whom against whom. With a clear chain of command and structure, which increased far higher efficiency with the conquests and also defense of the territories of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Easy as that. After that, Grafia immediately turned to her official mode because she started reporting to me all of the things that happened during the 10 years I was unconscious and, most importantly, the approximate time before all things were finished so we could launch the Project Universe. How long before we managed to digest everything from the ancient Eternal Star region? I asked, aware that with the exodus of the factions of the ancient Eternal Star region, the Thonian Empire of the Baator obtained direct control over hundreds of planes that were once under the rule of the hegemonial races of the region. Not only that but right now, even aside from the ancient Eternal Star region, there were a ton of places across the astral boundary universe that were under the rule or influence of Tier 12 experts, which right now disappeared. This meant many resources needed to be extracted, processed, and used. Of course, this would greatly enhance the overall strength of the Thonian Empire of the Baator and also the Baator as a whole because even the wider populace of the magical beasts was increased with each ransacked plane. Centuries, even with all current industrial capabilities of the Empire, the territory we are directly controlling is enormous, not to talk about the planes which we directly don't control, but are without any significant backer and we could effortlessly take them. Right now, we are doing everything we can to move at 120%. We have approximate data that the living standards in the Empire will slowly double if not triple for commoners in the next 200 years. Right now, almost all of the resources that the Empire obtained were reinvested into the military sector of the Empire, and only so little went to the civilian sector. Though this would soon change because even the nation itself couldn't handle all of that, so Senatorum Imperialis decided to open and sell some of the planes to the noble houses, merchants, and rich commoners. That is understandable, we have time. Right now, we are in a weird period of peace, but soon enough, the psionic beacon will lure something into the astral boundary, which will destroy this universe for all. Send down orders to cease for now unnecessary conflicts and focus on the defense of our territory and improvement. I knew that this would be a time of peace, prosperity, and improvement. Even for me, I would need to search for opportunity somewhere else, probably in the other universe. Of course, there were some places, especially in the Shao universe, where I had some matters to resolve. Now that I have reached Tier 12, I can force my way into the Shao universe and dispose of all the enemies that would hinder the Project Universe because I plan to use the Shao universe as the founding material for the new Baatorian universe, or rather how I was tempted to call it. We will proceed slowly, but there are still many concerned about the psionic beacon and the possibility of invasion of the astral boundary universe once more, like with the Hive mind. Grafia stated, and I could agree with her because this was also my biggest concern. It seems that I would need to deal with Mercurius far sooner than anticipated, but with my current power-up, I was strong enough to confront him head-on. Of course, I was still reserved about that because Mercurius was slippery as a snake. While he wasn't a fighter, he was extremely powerful, not to mention he was very sneaky, always preferring to use schemes and plots to achieve his goals. Yet, the greatest scheme that Mercurius was plotting would soon become his own demise because the tarot would gladly help me to use it to kill Mercurius if I could repair the tarot. So it would be most prudent to get things moving because I knew that soon Mercurius would start scheming against me in more intent and direct way in an attempt to kill me. The psionic beacon is hidden somewhere well, probably in some place where only he has access, but even if we destroy it, it would be technically useless because the signals have been already sent. I stated because searching for the psionic beacon is useless, doing so would consume a lot of resources and effort and bring the astral boundary maximally only a few centuries of time. Nothing significant would be achieved with that. Chapter 446, End of 1 Chapter 2. After catching up with my wives, there were still some things that I needed to personally address, mainly the current predicament with the Mercurius, because I have decided to start the plan and finish the man off. He was already becoming a danger and of course, he viewed me like one as well. I went to my study as I summoned the tarot's main consciousness, which was slumbering for a long time because it consumed a lot of its strength recuperating from the continuous attacks of Mercurius. I can start, the ritual will take a lot of time to prepare, but when it is done, it should be strong enough to kill Mercurius in one go through the soul connection he had established with you. I stated to the tarot, as the main consciousness of the Sapphire-grade artifact agreed with me. The plan I wanted to enact was relatively simple yet complicated at the same time. In the Shao universe, there were some trouble that I wanted to take care of, which included killing the universal will, which should be around half-step tier 13 or even some weak tier 13 in strength. That was absolutely necessary for Project Universe. Still, at the same time, I planned to sue the universal will of the Shao universe as the sacrificial material for the sacrifice ritual, which would target Mercurius. Because Mercurius was technically vulnerable through the soul connection with the tarot, at the same time, Tarot's main consciousness will use the last of its remaining strength to completely lift the defenses around his soul, which would allow the attack of the ritual to hit him cleanly and unhindered. This would be essentially killing two birds with one stone. After closing the conversation with the main consciousness of the tarot, I went to my laboratory to prepare some things because I wanted to finish some things. Mercurius was probably alerted by the moment I was woken up that I was well and alive, so hiding it was useless. After arriving at my laboratory, I called Mercurius through my hollow brain. There were some things that we needed to discuss, and not even several seconds after I sent him a call, he had already picked it up. So you have already woken up. I thought that with the state of your injuries, the sleep would take at least 200 years minimally. He commented casually, as I frowned but understood the sentiment. If not for me reaching the tier 12 annulled, then indeed, I would spend at least 200 recuperating in hibernation because the toll on my body during the fight was tremendous. I was lucky, so straight to the important topics. How have you progressed with it? I asked, while Weissman visibly flinched, but alas, he had no choice on this matter. In truth, the Dresden Empire was not that absolutistically ruled like the Thonian Empire of the Baator, so there was a little bit of trouble when it came to enforcing the order that the Dresdens would migrate to another universe. Slow, there are still some magisters that are thinking that we should search for the psionic beacon and destroy it, perhaps hoping that after the destruction of the psionic beacon, the situation would be solved, but we are managing. We would be migrating to one of the magical universe to which Okwang provided coordinates. Indeed, the Arcanists could be a troublesome and stubborn bunch, and I could partially understand that they didn't really wish to leave their home universe. They were a faction that was long ago established here as one of the dominant ones, so they didn't wish to leave everything behind to start somewhere anew. Unfortunately, the chances that Weissman reached tier 13 are near zero, especially if he remained in the astral boundary. He admitted that he wasn't really interested in pursuing the new paths, but I could see that some parts of his mentality in this aspect had already started cracking. It is unknown when something more terrifying from the endless void finds its way to the astral boundary, but during the time I was asleep, my wives initiated all projects and the Thonian Empire of the Baator will invest all of its forces to achieve the fastest competition of the project universe. I stated as I could see Weissman visibly frowning because this meant that the Thonians would start leaving sooner than initially anticipated. Normally, I plan to initiate the project universe after approximately at least several thousand years, but right now, 500 years is the maximum of time I could give it. Even that was more than we should give it. The skeptical part of me was screaming to not spend more than 300 years at the astral boundary due to the presence of activated psionic beacon, but there were so many resources that could be extracted. As expected, I think it is time that I started taking care of the affairs of Dresden more seriously. Weissman stated that as he cut the call, some significant changes would probably happen in the Dresden Empire. Until now, Weissman only trended his research and didn't care about what was happening in the Empire. There is still a lot of work to do. Chapter 447, End of 1 Chapter, 3. Baator, Nessus, Holy Imperial City of Anerlando, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis, Throne Room. 3rd POV. Several days after the Father of all Devils had awoken from his slumber, the news slowly reached the small number of people who were aware of the fact that he was slumbering after the fight against the Hive mind several years ago. Now that the Father of all Devils awakened, everything returned to how it should be, and with the presence of two very powerful Tier 12 powerhouses overseeing the growth of the Empire, there was practically no faction that could challenge the Thonian Empire of the Baator to an open conflict right now. With that notion, the situation turned more stable because those who were aware that the strongest entity that was protecting the Empire and the Baator was currently indisposed was something that created a lot of pressure. Especially for the small group of people who were aware of the true state of the astral boundary universe, which looked bleak and depressive at best, and was pretty much fucked up realistically speaking, though. And because of that, I proposed the passing of the Act, N.1659, Lesser Noble Houses and Rogue Trader Militant Planar Conquest Act. Stated one of the lords in the Imperial Parliament, which was the lesser governing body of the Empire, beneath the Senatorum Imperialis. The Imperial Parliament was established only a few centuries ago and was comprised of representatives of all noble houses, army branches, and other organizations of the Empire. Today Serzex was attending the meeting of the Imperial Parliament, mainly because he needed to show himself there at least once a year if nothing else. And he had to admit that the seasons here were very bawdy. Of course, this was not counting the number of shouting and screaming between various people who were sitting in the Imperial Parliament. The long debates that were here were already killing him, even though they were long-lived species, especially those of higher tiers, were essentially ageless, but here it seemed like time had stopped. The reason something like the Imperial Parliament was even created was relatively simple. It was to lessen the burdens from the Senatorum Imperialis, so the Imperial Parliament would take care of the lesser matters or pass them to the Senatorum Imperialis. During the past centuries, the Empire has expanded tremendously and it proved to be rather ineffective for the Senatorum Imperialis to decide on most of the matters. Even despite the relative decentralization of the Empire, where various territories had relatively high administrative autonomy and all fell under the magisterium of domestic affairs and development. Now, we will proceed to the voting. Spoke the Speaker of the Imperial Parliament of the Thonian Empire as more than 300 people started casting their votes, one by one, and after everything was counted, the Speaker of the Imperial Parliament, who was an elderly-looking pale blood with white hair and red yes, read the results. The number of cast votes is 350 of 350. 289 of the members of the Imperial Parliament of the Thonian Empire of the Baator have expressed yes to the act, and 1,659, Lesser Noble Houses and Rogue Trader Militant Planar Conquest Act, and 34 of the members of the Imperial Parliament of the Thonian Empire of the Baator has expressed no to the act, and 1,659, Lesser Noble Houses and Rogue Trader Militant Planar Conquest Act, while remaining 27 members of the Imperial Parliament of the Thonian Empire of the Baator have abstained from the voting. With this, I proclaim that the act, and 1,659, Lesser Noble Houses and Rogue Trader Militant Planar Conquest Act has been passed. The Speaker of the Imperial Parliament spoke finally as he announced the results of the voting, as Zeoticus sighed because finally, he could go to something more entertaining and interesting than just sitting here and watching how everybody just argued with each other. Act, N. 1659, Lesser Noble Houses and Rogue Trader Militant Planar Conquest Act was important for the further development of the Empire because, with the current laws of the Empire, only the greater houses of the Thonian Empire were allowed to initiate the planar conquest on their own. Basically, noble houses of Viceroy and Ekes rank didn't have this privilege, as it only belonged to the Elector Lords, High Lords and Lords. Of course, due to this, it created a lot of unused potential for the Empire. Not to mention the Rogue Trader Militant were basically glorified mercenaries who would be given rights to purchase a void ship from the Empire and sail under the Imperial banners, searching for the planes to conquer. If they were capable of doing so, they would carry out the conquest. If not, they would just report the world or plane to the Imperial administration, and that would take care of the rest. Maybe I should drop the responsibility to my son, with the new universe undergoing, and after that, the amount of administrative work would increase several times over. Zeoticus mused as he left the enormous building of the Imperial Parliament, heading back to the Imperial Palace, as he plotted to abdicate and let his son take over. He could then quietly retire back and enjoy the live of an Imperial Elder. Chapter 448, End of 1 Chapter, End. 1 year later, Baator, Nessus, Holy Imperial City of Aenerlando, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis. MCPOV. It has been 1 year since I have returned back to the realms of living. How I like to say it, even though not many things have happened during that time, I was more enjoying my time with my wives as they took vacations from their jobs. We were spending our time together, mostly through traveling the astral boundary universe through the Baldaquin. We went on our journey through the astral boundary universe. We were mainly only observing various planes and nice spots across the entire universe. Across the astral boundary universe, countless nice places and spots attracted powerful people who would go through them sightseeing. And of course, before we left the astral boundary universe, I took my wives on tour. Not to mention, for the upcoming centuries, it was decided that I would be participating in the leadership of the Empire, or rather in the projects that the Empire was overseeing right now. Due to that fact, I knew that I would not have much time to take vacations or anything like that. And thus, after 1 year of vacation, we all returned back to the Baator and returned to our day-to-day matters. I was heavily working on the restoration of the tarot to strengthen the artifact stealthily before I would carry out the ritual to kill the Mercurius. Because I was technical with my method, bypassing the soul protections of the person who had bounded the tarot card. Even if I restored the artifact to a certain degree, I was aware that it wouldn't have any effect on the final result. In the meantime, I was also slowly working on the fusion between the law path and the godhood path that I was practicing in order to become something akin to a law god or whatever, which would be ended in my ascension to tier 13 and my racial evolution. The law godhood that I envisioned was something peculiar indeed, but was still one major problem, which was the fact that my law path was stronger than the godhood because I had only two completely developed godhoods, namely Father of All Devil and God of Baator. After my third godhood will be developed, I could start the process of fusion because that would be the moment when I will achieve the perfect balance between two power systems, meaning I could start. My wives were also getting stronger. Unfortunately, no matter how some people progressed, some had their limits. And Vina and FIA were soon to reach their own. Based on the soul aptitude and other circumstances, the limit of both of them was peak tier 11. Unfortunately, they won't be able to reach tier 12 without outside help. I knew that even though since tier 9, we were ageless because technically speaking, once someone comprehended law in the astral boundary universe, he would live as long as the law existed, which existed as long as the universe existed. So, here was the problem: when the universe was destroyed, or the person left the universe where he achieved the law comprehension for too long, he would start aging. Of course, we have been talking here about unspoken eras, but still. That was why the tier 12 entities, who basically reached above the limits of their universe in the law comprehension speaking, were so invaluable, because even if I left the astral boundary universe right now and never returned, I would not die from old age, even till the immemorial. Unfortunately, right now, even despite all of the efforts and resource gathering capabilities of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, we were not able to gather any resources that would be able to help my Vina and FIA. The most common resources in that aspect were two kinds. One of them could be born or found only in an extremely old and powerful universe, which the astral boundary, of course, wasn't. And despite my wealth and connections, I would not be capable of buying such things, not like someone who knew of its value would sell it. The second thing was the kind of resources that were born during the creation of the universe. These kinds of things were often termed the term primordial because they were born during the time of the creation of the new universe. They thus contained the most power and some of the creation energy of the universe, and due to that reason, they had a very wondrous effect. I exited my research room as I locked my workshop and went to the gardens in the Imperial Palace Sanctus Imperialis. This was the place where Vina was keeping her collection of flora that was collected all across the endless void, though most of it originated from the astral boundary universe. Though, during the past centuries, I have procured for her countless plants, bushes, trees, and other flora from other universe in the endless void, mainly through the services of Rot Spin or Deus Ex Machina. Some of the plants and trees in this place were extremely priceless and powerful at the same time because there was, for example, another Fuso divine tree growing up here, and it was a place where Dodo took root and lived and thrived. When I arrived at the place, I realized that Vina was there and tending the trees and plants, as that was her hobby and she was always here when she wasn't tending to her duties as the CEO of the IMC. "What is my beautiful wife doing at this time of the day?" I asked, while I hugged Vina from behind. She just giggled a little and continued feeding the meat-eating plants. "Currently, feeding the meat-eating plants," Vina stated as I cringed a little, seeing how greedily the meat-eating plants were devouring the pieces of flesh that Venelana was feeding them. From the looks I could see, these little guys could probably eat even tier 6 people alive without any trouble. Nasty little bastards. I muttered because the last time one of them bit me, of course, it didn't injure me, but I could feel it and it was rather uncomfortable. "You were just being mean to the poor creatures." And, of course, Vina chastised me for that, but she liked all of her collection too much. Most of these plants were not sentient, so I didn't really think too much of them. After Vina finished feeding the meat-eater plants, we sat down on the ground and just enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere here. Chapter 449, Interlude Hela, Black Empress of Death. Hela POV. It has been several months since my husband fell into hibernation after his fight with the hive mind of the void insect swarm. It was clear that he would be in hibernation for a long time. In the worst case, it could be centuries or even millennia because such cases were not unheard of completely. But for the Thonian Empire of the Baator, this was grave news. While the hive mind was defeated and killed, and for the most part, the astral boundary universe was saved from it, the Empire was in another kind of danger, as it seemed. And that danger came in the form of the Blood Ancestor and Dragon Primordial, who were Tier 12 experts and protectors of the Divine Blood Plane and Dragon's Nest, respectively. Each of the two were a very powerful Grade 1 planes with a lot of Tier 11 experts. While their overall strength individually is lower compared to that of the Thonian Empire because we are superior in military strength, coupled with the Arcanotech and Void fleets. Yet we are lacking in terms of a number of Tier 11 experts, from which they have more, and right now, they also have active Tier 12 experts, something which we don't presently have. Currently, the Empire didn't have an active Tier 12, and at the same time, there were a few people who were at the peak of Tier 11, from which only I and Azura were close to reaching Tier 12. From the two of us, I was closer to reaching Tier 12 as I was one of the few gods that were worshipped in the Thonian Empire of the Baator and planes connected to the Baator. There were not many religions that were widespread in the Baator, or rather there existed only sole Baatorian Pantheon, which consisted mainly of my husband, me, Sigmar and some other people who were allowed to practice godhood methods. Even right now, I could feel an overwhelming amount of faith energy flowing to my godhead, as the godhead was purifying the faith energy because the energy of faith is fundamentally tainted, and that was the reason why the gods were just slaves to their believers. Of course, not with the godhood method that my beloved obtained from another universe, as the godhead was purifying and transforming the faith into the god force and increasing my power with each passing second, as my godhood index was rising. This faith, it is Zeo's. I stated with a gasp as I realized that I was getting the faith energy that was originally of my husband. It must be something that he did before he fell unconscious for me to reach Tier 12 during the time he was out so that I could protect the Empire in his place. As I realized the mighty and quantity of the faith energy, which was flowing to my very own being, I started utilizing it to its maximum while continuously increasing my godhood. I was already at the peak of Tier 11 as my godhood index was long stagnating and my godhood remained idle. Now, after several decades and so much time and resources, my strength was increasing once more as I approached the annulled state. Several seconds later, I felt that something in my godhead was cracking and changing as an enormous wave of death energy burst out of my godhead lashed out. Annulled. I muttered as I enjoyed the first bites of my newly founded strength. It was absolutely intoxicating, and at the same time, I felt freedom, unlimited freedom like I wasn't tied to anything. With this, it would be a great shock to those old fossils when they came to attack us for resources, technology, and other things. I said to myself, for the time being, I decided to conceal the fact that I reached Tier 12 from the wider populace, only some selected members of the Empire should for now know about this. Probably only 5 elders and Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes would be suitable. Right now, the Captain General was Serorg Bale, while the former Captain General took the side of my husband, as he was even right now guarding his form non-stop without any pause. A small part of me wanted for those idiots to attack the Baator so I could use it as an opportunity to beat them black and blue, possibly to obtain some gains from their severe defeat. Even Tier 12 experts could be severely suppressed by the Grade 1 plane, which the Baator certainly was, and the Baator was far stronger than an average Grade 1 plane. So, technically speaking, when they entered, their power would be suppressed enough for me to compete with them easily. With the offensive nature of my godhood as Black Empress of Death, I was confident that under such conditions, I would be able to defeat them. If I could coordinate it with some of the more fearsome and destructive arcanotech weaponry. In that case, we could send them packing with injuries severe enough to send them into hibernation for whole centuries. Fortunately, right now, nobody in the wider population of the Empire is aware of the truth that my husband has fallen into deep hibernation, and the Empire is functioning as it should be. If not for that, then it would be highly possible that mass panic would erupt from the citizens. Unfortunately, though, so we didn't have only good news, it was only a matter of time before some of the problems would arise, but now that I have reached Tier 12, I could sleep more peacefully at night. These series of wars have shown me that there were still many things that could be done to advance in the Empire, especially in the administration, where I noticed some serious blank spaces, which were absolutely unacceptable. I was thinking about creating a new position, which would have authority over all of the armed forces of the Thonian Empire for better coordination between them because I noticed that it was the aspect that was most lacking during the wars. Chapter 450, Interlude Hela, vs. Blood Ancestor, 1. Several months had passed steadily since the moment when I reached Tier 12. Aside from informing the 5 elders of the Baator, my fellow sister-wives and Diablo, nobody else knew about this fact, as we planned to make use of it to lure here some hidden enemies of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. After some time of working, we managed to establish the position of Chief of Staff of the Imperial Army, who would be overseeing Imperialis Militarum, Novus Imperialis, Commissariat, Execution Temple and Mechanicum. And, of course, I nominated myself for the position for the time being, though I plan to pass the position to Arthur Pendragon because he is far more suitable for an administrative position like this and is better at the diplomatic approach. Contrary to my own, which is purely battle-like, his is a combination of an equal amount of diplomacy and violence. Thus Arthur would be more suitable for the position in the long run, compared to me, while we would need a new Lord Marshal Militant to fill up the vacancy that would be created after Arthur's departure from the post. And of course, it would need to be someone with very close ties to the Imperial House or from the Imperial House itself, and there were not many suitable candidates for such a thing, aside from Val. Could go well with a little bit of persuasion. And just as I was tending to my paperwork, I suddenly felt the will of the Baator warning me about great danger approaching the plane. After Zeo fell to hibernation, before he managed to get the last command as the god of Baator, so I, Venelana and Graphia could control the Baator to a certain extent. Blood Ancestor, so the bloodkins couldn't hold it anymore. I muttered while activating all defenses around the Baator to their maximum while getting several of our weapons capable of injuring the Tier 12 entities to the highest alert and to be deployed at my command. Black-winged monarch Anduin Kircheisen, the first pale blood to be born from the divine blood crystal, which was a supreme natural treasure that was birthed by the divine blood plane itself. Black-winged monarch Anduin Kircheisen was born with strength comparable to Tier 8 at his creation. Within a few months, he apparently achieved Tier 9 and soon enough ascended to the higher tier without any problems, as the residual power from the divine blood crystal was digested by him. I looked at the black-winged monarch Anduin Kircheisen hovering outside of the Baator, not entering the place, as he, for just a moment, was only observing the plane. So he is either cautious or arrogant of himself, though if we take into consideration the nature of the blood races, then it would be the second possibility. In truth, Anduin Kircheisen looked, how would one say it, squishy, like some pampered noble. He had soft aristocratic-looking features, regal robes and there was an aura of supremacy and nobility around him. Though I could see that this man wasn't a warrior, he would probably be some sort of schemer and plotter, one who was using underhanded means of fighting instead of fighting head-on. Normally, this would be a great disadvantage for anyone like me because even after all those years, the Asgardian sense of honorable fight still prevailed in me. Still, fortunately, my husband was exactly this sort of person, so there were no things that could surprise me during the fight. What has brought you here, Anduin? I asked the black-winged monarch with a provocative smirk as I teleported out of the Baator, directly in front of the pale monarch and looked at him. I was still concealing my aura with the help of the Baator, so the black-winged monarch had no means of looking through it. Shut up, you wench. How dare you be casual to this mighty monarch of blood? And as expected, despite how ancient this fossil was, his ego was equally large to his age, and I knew people like him were easily provoked and tricked. Ego and pride that was the bane of many mighty men, especially people like Anduin, who ruled in forsaken places like the astral boundary unchallenged for countless eras. I needed to control my emotions very much, as I wanted to attack him outright, but that would not be suitable now. I needed to get him closer to the Baator so that I could get the suppression effects on Anduin. Why not overgrown bat? I said with a grin, provoking the men even further, and finally, with just 2 sentences, he lost his calmness as he immediately condensed the wave of the blood energy as he sent it towards me, which I easily dodged. Exactly according to the plan, and in a second, he was near me. I activated the planar suppression from the Baator, as Anduin realized that he was tricked into attacking me. Despite his outright arrogance, he was a surprisingly sharp person, but it was Slate. As I unsealed my power and with full power, I struck him with my necroswords that were boosted up by the power of death. Instantly he raised a sword condensed from the blood energy to block up my attack, only for the sword to crack apart in countless fragments while I continued to attack him furiously. Surprise, isn't it, my dead Anduin? I grinned as I was using my full power, while Black-Winged Monarch Anduin looked pretty much shocked at the revelation that I had reached Tier 12. Of course, never in the history of the astral boundary universe was there a faction with more than one Tier 12 entity at the same time. Let me show you that the majesty of Baator isn't something that an overgrown bat like you can challenge. I said while activating my godhood, the Black Empress of Death in its full glory as death energy danced around us, and green-black flames erupted all around my body. I looked at the Black-Winged Monarch Anduin Kircheisen of the Divine Blood Plane, like a predator looking at its prey. Chapter 451, Interlude Hela, vs. Blood Ancestor, 2. With the Black-Winged Monarch Anduin Kircheisen facing the suppression of the Grade 1 plane, his power was greatly lowered and basically brought on the same level as mine own, as we were technically equaled in the aspects of the raw power. In terms of raw power, we may be equal, but there is one area where that stuck-up nobling would never be able to match me: combat experiences. Just from the sole attack he attempted, it was clear to me as day that he was a terrible fighter and heavily depended on raw power to win his fights if he was not using the schemes. Especially his temper really has some gaps to work on. I swung my Necros rods at the Blood Ancestor, forcing him to stop his offensive and go to the defensive, but that left him with countless gaps in his defense for me to exploit, as they were indeed too many of them. He noticed that the power of death and all of the death energy which I was using through my godhood Black Empress of Death was contagious and extremely dangerous because I programmed my death energy to behave like a virus. That was something that Zeo advised me based on his own path the end, and it proved to be extremely effective. While the technique took a lot of time and hard work to create, it was absolutely worth it, as all of the death energy clangs onto the Black-Winged Monarch Anduin like a leech, further corrupting and weakening him every passing second of our duel. After several more exchanges, Black-Winged Monarch Anduin was suffering more and more injuries from me because the lack of experience was showing itself, not to mention I knew how to put him into a situation where he wouldn't be able to use any of his tricks to fight and win. The death energy penetrated through his body, while Anduin was clearly using a large part of his power to keep the death energy from further spreading and decaying his very own being. I very well was aware that the death energy of my godhood, Black Empress of Death, was as much effective as my husband's path the end was. Both of them were a pain in the ass to deal with, and as I kept dragging this fight further and further, mainly costing of sending a foe attack at the Black-Winged Monarch Anduin, to which was he forced either to dodge or defend, I noticed that he was becoming more and more tired. I gave a mental command to the Surzex, who was in charge of the Black Stone Fortress that was stationed in the Baator. The Black Stone Fortress had the firepower comparable to the average Tier 12 expert, and with several good hits on the Anduin, it would greatly play into my advantage. As the ancestor of the blood races, one thing about the man which was greatly annoying was his terrifying regeneration. Because while he was not able to regenerate from the damage caused by the death energy, he was able easily to regenerate almost all of the physical injuries, but that was to be expected. Blood races were known for their regenerative capabilities, so it was only understandable that the first ever of them in the astral boundary universe would be absolutely overpowered in this aspect of his power. I summoned several tens of my astral necrotic undeads, who immediately started surrounding 2 of us, fighting and getting into formation while activating a trapping array. When the trap array was activated in a split of a second, I teleported away while the Blood Ancestor was hit in his back by the energy projectiles from the Black Stone Fortress. While it was not enough to kill the creature, I knew that this would cause him severe injuries as I appeared in front of him and stabbed him to his stomach with my necrosword while pouring as much of death energy as possible in hopes of killing him. Unfortunately for my ambition, the man in question instantly took out something from his spatial ring and forcibly teleported away. While the entire area was sealed down to prevent such an outcome, some treasures still existed that could achieve such a feat. That is one. I muttered as I deactivated my godhood Black Empress of Death and refined some faith energy through my godhood, getting rid of all emotions and other shady stuff that was making the gods of the astral boundary its puppet, leaving only pure divine power. I absorbed that divine power to regenerate some of my stamina because, after the fight, I felt a bit tired. Not much, but to a certain extent, even I was tired from the fight. Chapter 452, Interlude, Luna Wolf's Eye. Third POV. Several months after the unsuccessful attack on the Baator by the Black-Winged Monarch Anduin Kircheisen. After the failed attack, the Luna Wolves army, together with its Lord General Ragnar Lothbrok, were sent to one of the secondary Grade 2 planes, which was controlled by the Divine Blood Plane, with clear orders to conquer the plane. From the information which was obtained through the Department of Intelligence, after the Black-Winged Monarch was heated black and blue by the Black Empress of Death, he locked down the entire divine blood plane. At the same time, all Tier 11 true ancestors were ordered to return back to the divine blood plane and guard the. Aside from that, there was only a small number of the primary Grade 2 planes, which were under the guard of Tier 11 true ancestors, but this one which the Luna Wolves were heading, was protected only by the peak Tier 10 ancestor. And because the Lord General of the Luna Wolves, Ragnar Lothbrok, was peak Tier 10, this conquest would be swift and brutal, especially now that the Black-Winged Monarch ordered what was essentially complete isolation with all of their remaining planes and territories completely cut out from the support. And this gave the opportunity for the people who wanted to take some territories from the blood races, and because of that, Luna Wolves were sent to action, as they would be bringing the planes into the fold of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Right now, more and more people were introduced to the project universe, and of course, the ones who were brought into the fold were the Lord Generals of the Imperial armies because it was up to them to gather crucial resources. Lord General, we are entering the perimeter of the destination plane. Lord General Ragnar Lothbrok stood at the command center while he was looking out of the windows, observing the space around them through the windows. He had been doing this already for several hours until his adjutant woke him up from his sightseeing. "Did you scan the area?" he asked as the adjutant nodded his head in agreement to his question. "Yes, no results found, not any defenses around the plane, we can land anytime," reported the adjutant of Lord General. After scanning the outer perimeter of the place, they didn't locate any defenses or anything. Blood races were not one of those who were considering other things. "Then send in the scouts to get the information on the situation," ordered the Lord General of the Luna Wolves. Because they were under the cloaking systems, they were unseen by the inhabitants of the secondary Grade 2 plane, which they would invade. Lord General Lothbrok wanted to see what were the powerhouses of the bloodkins doing on the place and then decide on the strategy they would be employing. "We already did that, the bloodkins are in their castles sleeping, only a few of Tier 9 are currently awake, even Tier 10, who is supposed to be overseeing this place, is in hibernation." Hearing this, the Lord General of Luna Wolves was pleased because this would make the entire operation much easier. They could just send someone to assassinate the heavy hitters of the vampires before they would land on the ground. While this was not entirely the style of the Luna Wolves, the military doctrine was clear as day in a situation like this, and due to this, Lord General Lothbrok gave the orders for all Tier 9 powerhouses to disembark the Void Fleet and sneak into the plane to assassinate the hibernating bloodkins. Of course, Lord General Lothbrok was no exception to this, as he too would be going after the Tier 10 bloodkin, who was supposed to be overseeing the plane. But the man in question was probably too lazy to do such a mundane job, and thus he decided to sleep while dumping the responsibilities on some of his subordinates. Typical behavior of the arrogant bloodkins, especially if the man was of the pale blood subspecies, then it would certainly make more sense. Unnamed secondary Grade 2 plane, 30 minutes later. It didn't take long for them to sneak up into this unnamed secondary Grade 2 plane. Lord General Ragnar Lothbrok landed near the castle where the Tier 10 bloodkin who was in charge of this plane, was hibernating. The castle itself looked imposing with its huge size and Gothic architecture, but it was very stereotypical and looked like any other castle of the blood race members. Lord General Ragnar readied his huge Werex as he cast several stealth spells and entered the castle. He swiftly navigated through the grounds of the castle as he was using his senses to locate the Tier 10 bloodkin. His target was hibernating deep underneath the castle's grounds, in the crypts of the castle. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the castle was empty, aside from some slaves or the siredkins of the Tier 10 bloodkin who was slumbering here. There were no people here, and it looked pretty much empty, considering the enormous size of the castle. Lord General Ragnar quickly arrived at the crypts, where the entrance was guarded by a few Tier 9 gargoyles, who were still in their stone form, and one Tier 9 vampire, who appeared to be sleeping. Probably being put on guard duty for entire centuries wasn't the most entertaining thing to do. He readied his Werex as he, in a flash, appeared in front of the napping Tier 9 vampire, as he cleaved him in half, and instantly afterward, he slashed 2 times at his right and left sides, shattering the gargoyle. Everything happened within seconds as the guards were disposed of, and he entered the room. The place where the coffin of the Tier 10 bloodkin was located was an enormous stone room, but mainly empty. There was nothing there aside from the coffin. Chapter 453, Interlude, Luna Wolves 2. Lord General Ragnar observed the huge coffin in which the Tier 10 bloodkin was slumbering as he scanned the magic array around the coffin. Surprisingly, before the bloodkin went to slumber, he erected a magical array around the coffin, so he would be immediately woken up when someone did something in the room. While the Lord General was not an expert in magic, not many Aesir were, as they were a battle race that preferred to fight with axes and swords, not with spells and magic. Still, he was relatively knowledgeable about the Runi's magic, as he learned something from the Vannirs that were serving in the Luna Wolves army and thus was able to discern the array with a single glance. When it came to the magic arrays, they were always created from the small components, and among these components, there were always weak spots of each array, and the array that was placed here was not an exception to the universal rule. He wanted to disable the array, so he could kill the tier 10 bloodkin before the leech awakened, while normally he would want to fight him in single combat, but the military doctrine forbade such actions if there was a safer solution to the situation. Quickly locating the 3 weak places in the array, he then gently deactivated those runes, as soon entire array started collapsing on its own, without, of course, alerting the tier 10 bloodkin, who was hibernating in the coffin in the middle of the spacious underground room inside the crypts. After the array was disabled, he looked at the coffin, after which he started channeling all of his power as the wild flames burst out of his Warix, and with his full power of the peak tier 10 expert, he slashed the entire coffin together with the slumbering tier 10 bloodkin in half. Rather anticlimactic, but as they say, the boring and predictable is always the best thing. The Lord General commented as he looked at the coffin together with the corpse of the tier 10 bloodkin, who was killed in one hit, though the bloodkin was many times weaker in terms of raw power and combat prowess compared to someone as Lord General Ragnar Lothbrok. He was one of the elite Lord Generals of the Imperialis Militarum, one of the best that could the Thonian Empire of the Baator offer. So it was only expectable that someone of his stature would be undefeated on the battlefield. He then activated his holobrain as he read the messages from the other experts of the Luna Wolves army who were sent on similar assassination missions to kill the experts of the bloodkins stealthily, so they could catch the entire plane in one swoop, which exactly would happen after a short time. Lord General Ragnar read the reports. All of the tier 9 bloodkins were killed without any trouble, only some of the generals ran into problems because 2 of all bloodkins were extra cautious and warded their castles or places where they were hibernating to the absolute extreme. After reading all of that, he issued the command to the Void Fleet that was carrying the soldiers of the Luna Wolves to drop the drop pods and start descending towards the plane, as the main resistance was quelled, and only sole tier 9 bloodkin remained, who would be taken care of. Not even 10 minutes later, all of the major cities in the entire secondary grade 2 plane were woken up by 2 things. The first one was an orbital bombardment from the void ships as they targeted the military installations, barracks, or some defensive machines and constructions like mage towers or mage tech weaponry. And the second were the hundreds of falling drop pods from the orbit, as the elite squads of the Luna Wolves were descending for the fight as the shock troopers and started securing the area. The Luna Wolves were all of the Aesir and Vanir species. Since the founding of the Empire, some devils, Oni, dragons, and other species that followed the same ideology as the Aesir joined the army. It was an unstoppable force of berserkers that instantly, upon existing, the drop pods started brutally tearing through the defenders, killing everything in their path and cleaving the way for the void ships that slowly started descending down from the orbit. This scenario was 100% the same in each major city or other prominent location to the bloodkins that were living on this secondary grade 2 plane. Aside from the soldiers of the Luna Wolves that descended from the void ships or came with the drop pods, thousands of Fenrisian wolves were running all around the cities, as they were familiar of the soldiers of the Second Army Luna Wolves. That was the reason why the Second Army of the Imperialis Militarum was named as the Luna Wolves, because since some time ago, the soldiers of the Second Army started taking the Fenrisian wolves as their familiars, which were very ferocious and powerful species of the wolf-type magical beasts. After 3 hours of fighting, the Luna Wolves managed to secure several major cities on this plane, as the vampires and bloodkins were not putting up much of a fight. Many of those who were here were just nobles who were enjoying pampered life because, ironically though, 80% of their standing professional army was summoned to the Divine Blood plane, leaving here only a few tens of thousands of soldiers who were defending the capital. And even the capital city of the plane was already held by them partially because the standing army of the bloodkin, while undoubtedly powerful and skilled, was outnumbered severely. Now, the outcome between the two armies was not decided by the quality but rather the quantity. Altogether it took another 3 weeks to assume control over the entire plane completely. While the cities were controlled relatively easily, some more rebellious elements decided to play guerrilla warfare, which took some effort from the Luna Wolves to root them out completely. Still, with the help of their loyal wolf companions, it was done faster than any other army would do it. Chapter 454, Interlude, Valley I, Contract Flyer. Several years after the return of the father of all devils, Baator, 9th layer of the Baator Nessus, holy imperial capital of Aenir Londo, personal residence of imperial elder Vala Lucifer. After the establishment of the position of the Chief of Staff of the Imperial Army, which oversaw all military branches of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, Arthur Pendragon. He was acting as Lord Marshal Militant, was promoted to the position of the Chief of Staff. Vala was forced to take the mantle of the Lord Marshal Militant. The position of the Lord Marshal Militant was boring because it was an administrative position where one had only one greatest enemy, the paperwork and administrative duties. And, of course, to a battle maniac like Vala, this was a torturous experience. As he was finished with another wave of the paperwork, suddenly he felt the contract flyer that was in his drawer as he had almost forgotten about the existence of this contract flyer because he wasn't ever using them at all. The contract flyers were magical communication quasi-talismans that were distributed by the devils through worlds, plans, and even thrown out into the endless void as they found their way to countless dimensions. When a person found them and activated them, they could summon a devil to make a deal with them. Lord Marshal Militant Vala Lucifer didn't make use of these because he found it useless to bargain with beings that were weaker than him. He would rather kill them and take their souls for his use by force. Vala took the contract flyers and injected a bit of his demonic energy into the piece of paper as he realized where the initiation for the call was coming from, as he grinned a bit at that. Sealed world. How the heck did it get past the world barrier and one in the endless void at that, on the top of everything, the alternative version of Earth? He muttered because this was the most unusual situation. The endless void, from what they understood, which was actually very, very little, was an absolute mess of countless universe, sometimes even parallel worlds appearing somewhere in it due to some circumstances. Maybe I should go and take a look. If I am lucky, then even time will flow there differently, and on top of that, at least I could get away from this damned paperwork. After considering all alternatives that were available to him, in the end, Vala decided to slip away and go on a trip. He knew that if he found a parallel world to Earth and one where time flew differently, he could get some nice reward from his father because the parallel worlds and these things, which were unnatural phenomena across the endless void, were one of his objects of study. As any proper devil, he was already scheming that he would go and take a look at the world he discovered, then gather as much data and world coordinates, and after returning back to the Empire, he would directly get to his father and exchange them for demotion back to commander of Cow's brigade. Yes, that should work. For Valley, this was a perfect plan because he knew that his father would agree to it if he presented him with something of significant value, and if nothing else, then at least he would obtain the souls of the entire population of the planet. Though, he doubted that would be the case because the experience taught them that each sealed world was a peerless treasure that was hiding something, so he couldn't wait to uncover what the one where he was heading was hiding. He would finally return back to the field and battle, getting rid of the paperwork and other extremely annoying administrative duties that he absolutely abhorred doing at all. After he decided on that, he now needed to sneak out of the Imperial Palace before someone from his wives, mainly Rias or Latia, noticed that he was missing, as they would haunt him about that. Even worse, if either one of his aunts, Graphia or Hela, noticed that he was missing from his duty, he shuddered at that thought. While he was heading towards the sealed world somewhere in the endless void, getting there was actually way easier than it seemed, mainly because of the contract flare that was essentially establishing the connection between 2 points in the void. Due to that, he needed only to go to Void Gate and VOA Law. He was at his destination. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the dimensional gateway, where he established the dimensional connection between the Baator and the sealed world somewhere in the endless void through the signal that the contract flyer was constantly releasing. The world barrier is strong, very strong. Vala muttered because when he wanted to enter the world, he noticed that the world barrier was very powerful, far more than it should be, probably enough to hold even an average tier 12 expert at bay, which meant that this was probably artificial. If it was so, then it meant that the world was hiding some very valuable secrets and treasures. And even if it wasn't the case, and it was natural, even that was good, because that meant that the world had some extremely precious things in it, because the word barriers that strong were enveloping only worlds that had extremely dense energy like mana or heaven and earth energy, and so. Meaning it would be full of natural treasures, ores, herbs, resources and other things, which would be a great boon for the Empire once again. Who would have thought that for me throwing the flyers randomly to the endless void out of boredom would bring me something like this? Vala muttered under his breath as he was calling the power of the father of all devils, so he could borrow the power of his father to break through the world barrier and enter the sealed world. Soon enough, he only heard a small crack as he entered the dimensional pathway surrounded by the full power of the father of all devils, who sent him his blessing, as he grinned because that meant that his father was approving of what he was doing right now. Chapter 455, Interlude, Valley 2. Obscurely Weird Magical World. Earth, the year 1968, Europe, Great Britain, London. Somewhere in the alternative Earth located in the endless void in the form of a sealed world, there was a small shop. It was quite large, dusty, and dimly lit, with a large stone fireplace and of course creepy interior. It was filled with countless skulls, vials, potions, masks, some books and sometimes some obscure curiosities that would give a lesser man a heart attack. This was a famous shop in London called Borgin & Burke's, an antique shop located at 13B Nocturne Alley, which was known to deal with unusual and ancient magical artifacts. It had a shady reputation due to the fact that it was frequented by those with sinister intents, whom were considered dodgy, as well as the greedy and money-minded nature of its founders. Under cover of the night, several masked and cloaked figures surrounded the shop, as one of them was commanding the other on what to do and what not to do. His commands, even though they were resolute, still carried some sort of charm in them. The one who seemed to be a leader of the men entered the shop together with another 2 of them, while the remaining 6 or so of his servants were waiting before and guarding in case someone came. Of course, nobody would be foolish enough to disrupt them in whatever they were doing because that would give him death, swift or slow, that would be seen only afterward. "Mr. Borgin, you know why we are here," said the leader with a polite voice, but anyone who heard him would have shuddered in fear because the polite facade of the man was only a facade that was hiding all of his cruelty and cunning if someone displeased him. The man, whom the younger one addressed as Mr. Borgin, was an elderly-looking man, not with white hair, but rather oily brown hair, but it was clear that the age was not kind to the shopkeeper of the Borgin and Burke's. The man known as Borgin was completely shaking in fear as the red eyes of the hooded man peered into his very own soul as he took something out of his drawer. It was a piece of parchment, and just by a single look, one could tell that it was centuries years old, if not 1,000 years old. And yet, despite the old age, it was completely fine, and there were no signs of decomposition or any other kind of destruction of the parchment. On the entire paper sheet which the Borgin passed to the red-eyed younger man was only a sole thing. It was a silver runic circle that appeared to be some kind of magic circle, even for those who were not knowledgeable in this subject, but that was buggering because the last person who could use the magic circles to cast magic was Merlin Emrys, or by modern language, Merlin Ambrosius, the legendary wizard. From his time, the magic was on the decline, and together with it, the entire wizard kind was slowly but surely falling into obscurity. Technology was on the rise, and the no-magical were advancing with the speed of lightning, as like one great wizard stated, it would be either them or us. There was no third path, as the war seemed to be inevitable. "Thank you, Mr. Borgin, you have done us a great service." The man took the parchment of paper from Borgin's shaking hands before he swiftly aimed his wand at him, and a striking green light shot out of the wand with the chant, Avada Kedavra, echoing through the shop as the lifeless body of Borgin fell to the ground. "We have what we came for, we can depart," stated the red-eyed younger man, as several pop sounds were heard all around and everyone disappeared from the shop and even the nocturne alley altogether within several seconds. Earth, England, Wiltshire. Somewhere in Wiltshire in England, there was an enormous manor house. The gravel driveway to the manor house was wide and had a large hedge curving alongside it. The driveway and hedge went past a pair of wrought iron gates. The yew hedge was known to have albino peacocks roving along the top of it. The outside of the manor was grand and the land surrounding it was vast, filling many acres. Those acres contained numerous types of trees and various plants and perhaps other animal life. Suddenly in front of the iron gate, pop sounds were heard, as around when the masked and hooded men arrived in front of it when the gate opened on its own, allowing all of them to enter the manor, while it shortly after which the gate closed itself. The hallway was large, dimly lit, and sumptuously decorated, with a magnificent carpet covering the stone floor. The walls of the entrance hall displayed pale-faced portraits lining the walls, and at the end of the hall was the bronze-handled door to the drawing room. "Welcome, my lord," stated a male voice to the red-eyed men. When one looked closer, they would notice the lord of this estate was a middle-aged man, with a pale, pointed face, with pale blonde hair and cold grey eyes. He was wearing a luxurious suit, befitting one of the status aristocracy or extremely wealthy individuals, as he was using a walking cane to support himself. "Abrasax, follow me to my room," said the red-eyed man, who took off his hood, revealing his very handsome and charming face, jet-black hair, and dark red eyes. Abrasax Malfoy, lord of this estate and the lord of the house Malfoy, gave him a bow as he followed after him. When they arrived at the man's room, it was a small, relatively cozy room, filled primarily with books, if anything else. "Have you obtained that thing, my lord?" questioned Abrasax carefully as his lord nodded his head, taking out the piece of parchment with the magic circle on it. "Prepare the ritual room and install their strongest wards you can find. Also, we need a powerful source of magic to activate this magic circle and summon its owner," ordered the men to Abrasax, as he agreed with the conclusion and went to carry out the orders as fast as possible. Chapter 456, Interlude, Valley 3. Summoning the Devil or So. The Malfoy Manor mirrored the standing and riches of the Malfoy family, one of the wealthy pureblood wizarding family and one of the Sacred 28. The Sacred 28 were, according to the author of the Pureblood Directory, Cantankerous Not, the 28 British families that were still, truly pureblood, by the 1930s. Due to the history of the rise of the Malfoy name, they were very rich, richer than most of the families of noble standing across the wizarding world, as they made use of the cunning and, technically speaking, cheated muggles out of their properties and lands for entire centuries since the arrival of the William the Conqueror at Britain as part of the Norman invasion of the islands. This wealth was visible even in the ritual room, as it was warded with the best wards that money could buy and performed by the best ward masters from the goblin clans. As per the commands of Lord Voldemort to Abraxas Malfoy, the current Lord Malfoy, everything was paid for by the Malfoy family, and yet it seemed like a drop in the sea. Lord Voldemort, as many knew him, or going by his birth name Tom Marvolo Riddle, stood in the ritual room as he was preparing to activate the contract flyer. He was preparing to launch a campaign to conquer the world, and for that, he wanted to enslave a devil that he would summon through the contract flyer. He wanted to get access to higher forms of magic and unlock the secrets of the arcane to obtain even greater power, which would allow him to rule the world. Be it an arrogance or confidence that would remain to be seen, he started carrying out the ritual after he prepared everything needed to summon the devil and subsequently enslave the creature to his will. The ritual took several minutes to activate as Lord Voldemort activated the contract flyer and started summoning the devil here to the earth. Meanwhile, on another side of the world, across the tunnel, Valley could see everything that the mortal human was doing. In truth, when he looked at the human that was summoning him, he realized that he was barely as strong as Tier 1 magician in terms of raw power. That would probably be a credit to the state of the world. The lower magical worlds typically tended to have weaker magic users, as he could see that the men in question had magic reserves worth of 10 mortal units, which was very low for the standards of anything. Still, considering what he felt from the world as he broke through the world barrier, he deduced that the men should be one of the most powerful magic casters in that world, as mana density was almost non-existent and it was dying. When Valid broke through the world barrier, he sensed that he was being suppressed by the world, but surprisingly not that much, or instead, he only realized later that this state was not suppression but rather deprivation of magic. The world was leeching magic off him, or rather taking the residual demonic energy he released and absorbing it to heal itself. It was a truly fascinating thing, as he immediately activated some programs through his hollow brain because he would be recording everything of this and giving it to his father. Valin knew what was going on, as the magic of the world was dying, the world was doing everything it could do to preserve it because once it died off entirely, then the consciousness of the world would perish with it too, meaning the world would become just an average planet. Of course, he scoffed at the human mortal that had the audacity that he could enslave tier 10 devil, one that was almost reaching tier 11, but he wanted to see this world because since he came here, it was giving him very odd feelings. Another thing was that he felt something of extreme danger coming from the planet, something that gave him fright, and he was a tier 10 powerhouse with enough power to wipe out entire star systems if he wished. Yet he entered and soon enough, he found himself in the ritual room of that human worm that was thinking too much of himself. Yet, as his father always said, these people are always easiest to manipulate to what he wished, and for the first time in his life, he would be taking the shadowy approach of things. Earth, England, Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor, the ritual room. Lord Voldemort, aka Tom Marvolo Riddle, looked at the devil he was supposed to summon, and yet the thing he summoned looked entirely humanoid with shining blue azure eyes and silver hair, such a handsome appearance that would put all models to shame. Suddenly Tom Riddle started growing very, very nervous when he looked at the silver-haired man. During his journey in pursuit of power, he developed a very dependable sense of danger and could very easily tell who was dangerous. And when he looked at the men, he summoned every part of his very own being who was screaming at him to get out as soon as possible. Still, before he could do anything else, suddenly the men looked at him, and with a wave of his hands, all runes around the ritual room shattered to countless pieces. Human, most peculiar. The silver-haired devil stated with a smile as the first reaction of Lord Voldemort was to take out his wand, only then he realized that he couldn't move an inch, even his breathing was strictly controlled by the main front of him. Will binding runes. This godforsaken world with dying magic has actually been that advanced. But they are, of course, of trash quality. Valid Lucifer examined the runes that were engraved all around the room, some with curiosity because it appeared that the knowledge of the runes was relatively advanced in this world, which was most unusual considering that they were in a magically dying world. Chapter 457, Interlude, Valid 4. Getting Mortal Servants. Will binding runes were a rare piece of knowledge and could be considered very advanced for a world where magic was already on the last dying breath and would kick a bucket any time sooner. Despite all of this, Valid began to ponder if this was just a lucky coincidence or if this world actually had advanced knowledge of runes. This wouldn't be the first time since the Thonian Empire started sending probes to the Endless Void in search of some more isolated dimensions and worlds in the Endless Void. They found a whole bunch of them, and there were some of them which have extremely weak magic in them. This typically resulted in their magic systems becoming more and more refined because they needed to focus on finesse and control instead of brute power. Something which was also once a problem with the Baator, because of the abundant magic that was in the Baator, many people were neglecting the aspects of finesse and control over their skills, and so. Still, after a few incorporations from different worlds and also new imperial edicts about education in the schools, academies, and universities, it was swiftly resolved. And what do we have here? Valid then turned his sight at the mortal human men who summoned him before he started examining the men while occasionally frowning in annoyance. It was clear that Lord Voldemort, or Tom Riddle, as was his name, didn't like this, but there was nothing he could do about it because he couldn't move a muscle. Foolish human, what have you thought dividing your soul into 6 pieces through this crude imitation of lichdom? At first glance, Valid was able to recognize that the magician that summoned him had divided his soul into 6 phylacteries. Or rather, it would be more prudent to call them fake phylacteries because it was done through some extremely simple ritual that was unsuccessfully imitating lichdom. While Valid was by no means pursuer of the arcane or master in the fields of magic, but he was still highly educated on the topic and was a master in several types of magic, including huge theoretical knowledge about ritualistic magic and various obscure types of the arcane. He was personally taught by his father, so his knowledge rivaled even those old coots that did nothing all days and years aside from studying grimoires and magic tome. And one of the first lessons he had with the father of all devils was never to harm your soul. Especially thing like dividing souls was not only an extremely foolish thing to do but dangerous as well. While anchoring a piece of one's soul to a material object would provide some kind of pseudo-immortality because one couldn't be really killed through normal means. Still, it also led to the partial destruction of one's talent, cutting the path before him, not to mention people who did so tended to go mad for various reasons. What to do with you now? Valid muttered because he didn't really know what to do with the human who summoned him here, as he pondered over it and took into account that he already came here through the contract flyer. It would be proper to start by introducing ourselves. Valid Lucifer, Imperial Elder of the Imperial House of Lucifer of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, son of the ancestor of the Baator, Lord of the Thonian Empire, and Lord Martial Militant of the Imperialis Militarum. Valley introduced himself in a way where Venelana Lucifer would be proud that her etiquette lessons were not forgotten somewhere on the way. While the human wouldn't know the weight behind those titles, each one of them sounded pretty important, signifying that Valley was someone socially very, very high. Tom Marvolo Riddle, a wizard and descendant of Salazar Slytherin, introduced himself as the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, wisely choosing to leave out the part of being a Dark Lord because he had some hunch that it would just irritate the devil that someone as weak as him was calling himself a Dark Lord. At the same time, his mind was spinning as he heard the words of the devil, who said that the only thing he achieved by splitting his soul into several parts was just cutting his path before him. Of course, someone as weak as him wouldn't understand the true purpose of those words, but even he could see that it was something related to power. The soul was the source of everything, and without it, nothing could be done. He created the Horcruxes to achieve immortality, but as it seems, it came with a much higher price than one would initially anticipate. Now, why have you summoned me here, human? Valley asked after some time when he saw that the human magician or wizard, as he called himself, was in deep thought, probably about that part when he told him that splitting his very own soul was an extremely foolish thing to do and came with severe consequences. In the Thonian Empire, there were only very, very, very few people who would do something like this, and all who did it were either dying or in some special and precarious situation where lichdom or something like that was the only alternative to find a way out. I want to obtain the power to win the war that I would be fighting against the muggles and other filth that are polluting the world that belongs to us, wizards. He summoned a devil contract and started writing there some things before passing it to the mortal. Sign it, and you will get whatever you want. Of course, the price will be appropriate. Valley then said as he let Tom Riddle read the contract. Of course, with his meager strength, there was nothing that the barely Tier 1 magician could do, and everything that was happening right now was just because Valley thought it would be entertaining, not to mention he needed to be careful in this world. Chapter 458, Interlude, Valley v. Ouch. What price? To this question, Valley grinned viciously. Relatively simple one. First, you will help me with some things, second, copy of every piece of magical knowledge on this planet, and third, souls of all mortals that you want to exterminate. I can see that you want to commit genocide on all non-magical mortal humans, right? I want their souls. He stated as the self-proclaimed Dark Lord's eyes widened in surprise before he quickly signed the devil contract. Even though he was very arrogant about his power, Tom Riddle also knew one thing of which he was very well aware: might make right, and in front the devil he summoned he was smaller than an ant. Of course, he wasn't really aware of the fact that it was the first condition of the devil contract that was most troublesome, because the remaining two were just distractions, so the human would think that the second and third conditions were the pillars of the contract. Meanwhile, the unassuming first one was hiding there in plain light. These ones would be good pawns to access those areas, where I can't extend my sight. Who knows what it is dwelling there? Valley thought with a grin as the human signed the devil contract, which was Soul Geas, the same kind that was widely used in Baator. So with this, the loyalty of the human known as Tom Riddle was absolute, because even Tier 9s and Tier 10s would have some huge trouble of breaking out of this Soul Geas, even though it was one of the lower grades. Now that we have this behind us, it would be prudent to start with the more pragmatic things about the situation on hand after the contract was signed. He then looked at the human wizard with mild irritation, considering that the human wizard was on a relatively suicidal quest, because from all indicators and things that he found out about this world in a short time, he knew that Riddle's conquest was basically predestined to fail spectacularly. When the contract was signed, Valley obtained some basic information about the so-called wizarding world. Naturally, he was very well aware of the technological capabilities of the Earth and civilization of humans in their 90s. There were several reasons why he came to this conclusion. The first and most notable one was that the non-magical humans were outnumbering the magical ones tremendously. When Valley came to the world, he counted several million human magical signatures around the globe, while the population of the entire planet was around 4.5 billion. The disparity in numbers was too huge. Another great factor was that the wizards, as they called themselves, were weak. Their individual power was basically comparable to the lowest dregs of Tier 1, while some of the most powerful among them were at peak Tier 1. Naturally, this was all according to the classifications of the magical reserves. Some more experienced and skilled wizards could use even more destructive spells, but those cases would be extremely rare because, from what Valley observed, the wizards were extremely backward. Voldemort himself was Tier 2, and there were only a handful of such people around the planet, meaning the population of wizards was weak, and in front of rather advanced weapons of humans and their destructive capabilities, they stood little chance. This basically ruled out the usage of brute force to achieve the wished goal, not to mention there was a very high possibility of non-magical humans having their own magical who would be fighting for them. Voldemort told Valley during their discussion that the wizards and other magical races here were living under something called Statute of Secrecy, where all wizards were basically forced to hide from the sight of normal non-magical humans. Something which Tom Riddle and his followers sought to overthrow. While during the times of old Draconic Deus, something similar existed in there too among the supernatural faction, but it worked in rather a different way. Because of the overwhelming power of the draconic Deus supernatural world, where they could wipe out the entire human race whenever they wished, they didn't have to hide because of fear of getting found or anything. Vala knew that the non-magical governments wouldn't be that ignorant of the wizarding world as the wizards thought. For sure, many of the more powerful nations would have their own branches dealing with wizards, probably even have many wizards working for the non-magical governments. That could be problematic. From what I have all heard, your followers are pathetically weak and in truth, you have no chance to stand against the no-magicals. Not considering the possibility of them having their own wizards working for them, probably part of their armies, meaning they would be trained and more powerful than your own, there is still the numbers and technology of the no-magical. He then proceeded to summarize the situation in a way that would be clear even to the biggest idiot in the world, while Tom Riddle grimaced because he could still see some merit from his words and deep inside, he knew that it was the truth. Contrary to other wizards, who never set foot on the Muggle world, as they called it, and were not aware of the true potential and power of the no-magicals of what they achieved as of late, he was. I take it that you already have the plan. Vala nodded because he needed competent thugs, not incompetent ones that would create more trouble than they brought him benefits. He had already formulated a basic plan of how to get things running, which would be technically a bit complicated as the magic in this world was already dying, but hopefully, what he had prepared was enough. If the pawn failed, there was still the possibility of him going on it through brute force. Not like he wished to go with that opinion because he sensed that right now, it would be too dangerous due to that unsettling feeling he got when he entered this world. Chapter 459, Interlude, Vala 6. Tom Riddle's State. The first step should be getting back the cowl containers that you created and patching up your soul. I will help you perfectly mend back your soul to not any damages even further. The next step would be strengthening your bunch of thugs so they could fight like an army, not like a bunch of raiding pirates. Vala stated to Tom Riddle. He needed him to be stronger if he wanted to achieve his goals in this world without alerting whatever was sleeping in this world that was making him highly uncomfortable. And if he were, to be honest, with his current tier 2 strength, it would be barely enough to do something. Vala hoped to elevate this human to at least tier 3 in the near future, with enough time and resources, to tier 4 before the human could start his conquest of the world. He knew that the chances of him reaching tier 9 and higher were basically zero due to splitting his soul. Even if it was merged back, it wouldn't really change everything in that aspect, as the path of the true experts was forever done because that was the price for the foolishness. Naturally, there existed ways, for example, some rare treasures that could mend the effects. Still, one would need to search through a lot of places across the endless void to find something like this because even though the Thonian Empire of the Baator was rich, they never had something like that. Or another possibility was to find a tier 12 expert proficient in the aspect of souls and let him heal the damage, but that was an even bigger pipe dream than the previous one because no tier 12 expert would lower themselves to do such a thing for anyone. And you seriously need to change that stupid name, Death Eaters, it sounded like a childish tantrum. Also, come here, boy. Vala said as Tom Riddle frowned, hearing the men before him calling him boy, but Vala was several thousand years old, so from his perspective, 30 years old was really in boy. Not to mention that devils are considered as children till they reach their 100th birthday and young adults till their 250th year. By reaching 250 years old, they are officially considered adults. As Tom Riddle stepped in front of the Devil Lord, Vala conjured several magic circles, which the wizard observed in wonder, as Vala started scanning Tom Riddle because he found something that was off about him. Soon enough, his magical scans yielded results. Some of the things he found out through the skin disturbed him slightly because they could be detrimental in the long run. Drink this. I am not the best healer around, but fortunately, I am rich enough to have the best potions from the Empire. The magic skin showed me that there are some serious aftereffects of love potion latching on your being, probably one of your parents used it on the other one, which resulted in several psychic disorders and other things passing down to you. Tom Riddle looked at the potion curiously while he was growing at the words of the devil, though he couldn't find anything to refute them because he knew very well that they were the truth. His own mother, Marapi Gaunt, was a squib from the House Gant, a long disgraced line that existed as a degraded and degenerated cadet branch of the House Slytherin. She used the love potion on the muggle who was living in the house next to the Gaunts, Tom Marvolo Riddle Sr., with whom she conceived a child. In the end, he didn't really have an option as he drank the potion, which immediately started taking effect. The thing that Vala gave him was one of the basic potions that were used to deal with things like mind-controlling, mind-altering effects, psyche-altering effects and so on, which were not caused by direct cause. But through indirect ones, typically passed through the genome on the next generation, this made such afflictions very hard to cure, and this concrete potion was extremely pricey in the Baator. The moment Tom Riddle drank the potion, he immediately felt like something had dropped from his mind and his mind became much clearer than it was before. He felt that his emotions were much more controlled and were not like a volcano waiting to erupt. Not talking about the fact that now he felt like he could control his emotions more properly because he long knew that he had some anger issues that typically ended in torturing most of the unfortunate of his followers with the Cruciatus curse. He knew that some side effects from his mother's usage of love potion were passed to him, but unfortunately, the wizarding world didn't have any means to deal with this thing because it was too advanced. Now that you can think more clearly, we need to address probably the biggest problem that your society faces. Valis stated grimly as the Dark Lord knew what the devil wanted to say. Stagnation of your people, based on the things that you told me, your entire society has been backward and stagnant for centuries, not making any significant achievement in the realms of magic since the time of Merlin, though this is the problem of countless magical-type civilizations, not just yours. Valley explained as Tom Riddle agreed with him entirely. The wizards were stagnant, they were content with what they had, believing to be superior, though that part was not entirely wrong because magical people were indeed racially superior to no magical ones, but in terms of thinking society, wizards were extremely inferior to muggles but extremely inferior. You know, there are essentially two types of civilizations out there. One we could classify as an energy-based civilization, be it magical, cultivation or any other. These kinds of civilizations are extremely powerful in individual strength and have many mighty people, but their society and civilizations are very stagnant and are basically depending on a few talented and genius people who would make tremendous improvements to the society. If you take these people out of the equation, then the stagnation and degeneration of the civilization return. Valis stated about the first type of civilization as Tom Riddle listened attentively, digesting the information at the speed of lighting. Chapter 460, Interlude, Valis 7. Magic and Thrill. Now that he had drunk that potion that the devil gave him, he noticed that aside from his mind being clearer, his personality started reversing bit by bit after the effects of the love potion started disappearing, as he was listening to the explanations of the devil before him. Another type of civilization is the one based on science and technology, which we could call scientific civilization. On the contrary to the ones which are based on supernatural energy and have people reshaping worlds with a flick of their hands sometimes, the scientific civilizations often don't have capabilities like this, but they have always come with means to contend against even the most powerful magical civilization in the endless void. The question you are asking, why? Vala then made a small pause before he proceeded to continue with his explanation once more. The answer is relatively simple: the scientific civilizations are continuously advancing further, never stagnating, as their society and entire civilization is based on the pursuit of knowledge and advancing further. Contrary to the magical civilization, where they need to wait for some genius to appear who would advance the entire civilization by leaps and bounds to advance even a bit, the situation here is different. While the same occurrence could happen in scientific civilizations, but contrary to energy-based ones where the stagnation comes after the person disappears, in the scientific ones, there are countless people who would take over and bring the work of the said genius to greater heights, thus continuously advancing further, because contrary to previous one, they are not dependent on the anomalies popping out and advancing their civilization. Valley finished the explanation about the two fundamental types of civilizations across the endless void before he proceeded to the next matter on hand. As you see, your society is the typical magical one and what it needs to advance. When I came here and based on the information provided, you are currently not facing only stagnation, but your society is in a constant state of degeneration. We should first start with the inner circle of your most loyal followers. How are you with the loyalty? Valley asked as the young wizard in front of him flinched in annoyance a bit. There are a few who are unquestionably loyal and there are some whose loyalty is basically a thing of personal gains and nothing more. Tom Riddle knew that some of his followers were following him only because they had much to gain, despite the risk they were undergoing. Then there were some who were following him from fear rather than devotion to his ideals or anything else. Call the ones whom you think are the really loyal and faithful, we will start with them. Aside from that, for the next few days, we will be going through the basics of the magic principles of human magic. Valis stated as he planned to teach them a human calculation magic, which was created in the Draconic Dais by Merlin Ambrosius based on observations of the devil magic system and various runic magic systems mashed up together. Also, take in mind that I am not the best teacher around and I have never properly studied art of magic beyond the master rank. Valis stated as this piqued the interest of the human wizard before him. If there was one thing that filled the entire life of Tom Riddle and what was his sole pursuit, it was magic. He loved learning about it, about various types and spells, mastering everything he could and understanding its principles. It was that made him one of the most powerful wizards of the present age. I sometimes forget that I am in a backward world. Basically, Empire has a classification of mastery over magic, where there are several ranks depending on how much one has mastered the magic system they have been practicing and studying. The lowest of the lowest is the novice rank, basically, those who mastered some simple spells and attained rudimentary proficiency with magic. Then there is adept rank, those are magicians who attained some sort of knowledge and could use magic more fluidly and actively in combat. Basically, adept-ranked magician could blast apart entire skyscrapers with little effort. Then there is the expert rank, magicians who attained expertise over some parts of their magic systems and could be called powerful practitioners of magic on their own where even basic spells used by them destroy entire cities. Master-ranked magicians is a person who completely mastered his magic system and can wipe out entire mountain ranges and even larger islands with his spells. After masters, there are grandmasters, people who dedicate their life to magic and adjust the magic system they have mastered to suit themselves, basically creating something unique. Grandmasters in any magic system could destroy entire continents with their spells and sometimes even smaller astral objects like huge asteroids and smaller planets, and that should be enough of that. I am Grandmaster in Tier Magic System, Master in Devil Magic System and Grandmaster in Dragon Chant Magic. This revelation caused the wizard to look at the devil with great fear, because such concept of destructive power was absolutely unheard of in the wizarding world. Even the strongest wizards that ever existed didn't have the firepower behind their spells to level up entire mountains or reshape landscapes as they wished. Yet the devil before him could do it probably faster than he could brandish his wand. It was fascinating to hear that one could get so powerful with magic, which could cause so much destruction with even the simplest spells around. Like any other power-hungry person, he was thrilled at the idea of obtaining so much power that would allow him to rule this world however he wished. Valley would impart him with some basics of the human calculation magic and teach him how to use magic circles. From what he saw, their own magic system, which he termed as wizardcraft, was incredibly versatile, but that came with a weakness that it lacked offensive capabilities. The devil magic system had a similar problem when it was compared to other magic systems that existed in the Draconic Dais. Chapter 461, Interlude, Valley 8. Reformation, 1. Earth, the year 1968, Europe, Great Britain, Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor, several days later after the summoning ritual. Several days have passed since Tom Riddle summoned a devil to Earth. During this time, the only thing that they have been doing was Valley teaching his new pawn how to use the basics of the human calculation magic and a basic grasp of the magic circles. From the effects, he saw that right now, the power of the human has increased from the intermediate Tier 2 to the peak of Tier 2 in terms of pure mana reserves. Probably having some sort of training system has helped him to regulate the magic core that each of the wizards had in their body. Similarly to devils and dragons, the wizards had their own specific, magic organ, where all of their magical power was stored. It was a small crystal located in their heart called Magic Core. Even Valley was surprised at how fast the human wizard was absorbing the knowledge before him. It was rather fascinating. After some time of observation, Valley scanned Tom Riddle for his soul aptitude, finding out that he had soul aptitude level 6 superior, which was fascinating that someone in such a backwater and magically dying world could have so high soul aptitude. This prompted Valley to find more information about this world and see if someone was worthy of recruiting for the Baator. The evil pieces were still fair game, and after centuries of perfection and research, they reached an entirely new level of heights when it came to reincarnating other species into another species. After some research, he learned that aside from Tom Riddle, there were publicly known other famous and powerful wizards. One of them was Nicholas Flamel, an alchemist who managed to create a philosopher's stone, though Valley seriously doubted that aspect. Probably he created some imitation of the real thing, as the philosopher's stone was considered peerless treasure even for a civilization as advanced as the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Then there were two other publicly famous people. One of them was Albus Dumbledore and another one was Gellert Grindelwald. When it came to these two, Valley immediately put Dumbledore off of his list because the person's ideology about peace, second chances, and twisted concept of good and evil would never fit well with the Empire. Meanwhile, Grindelwald was someone who could be useful in the long run. He was a magical genius even bigger than Riddle and on the same level as Dumbledore. Not to mention, he was charismatic, intelligent and a good military commander. Aside from that, he was right now in some sort of magical prison because he led a revolution against the governing body Exark that failed. Another point why Valley wanted the man is because he actually saw the threat of the non-magical and even employed some smart means of destroying them by pitting them against each other, though it was not enough. And contrary to Tom Marvolo Riddle, who just wanted to conquer the world to cure his own complex of self-inferiority, Grindelwald had something greater in his vision. We will stop now. You should call here the most loyal of your followers and force them to sign all of the Geas contracts. Valley said to Tom Riddle, who pressed on the snake skull tattoo on his left forearm, sending a call to his followers, while Valley watched this with curiosity. From the few days he had spent studying the wizardcraft magic system that was the dominant magic system in this world. The runic system that was in this world was indeed fascinating, and even though it was not that powerful, it had the potential to be developed further. Though Valley had one thought when he was learning the ancient runes, and that was the fact that while they were not powerful right now, he felt that if they were implemented in a world where magic was very dense, their effect would be strong would be an underestimation of the effect. Drawing room, half an hour later. The people that Tom Riddle summoned to meet him here were his first followers and the ones who were truly loyal to his cause, seeing beyond their personal benefits. The first ones to arrive were Augustus Rockwood and Antonin Dolohov. Rockwood was an unspeakable, and he was very well aware of the threat of no magicals to the wizarding world, and if they left them to develop even more, then a full-scale war was inevitable between the two species that inhabited planet Earth. Dolohov was a mercenary from Eastern Europe and fanatically loyal to Tom Riddle. He was one of those who didn't particularly care about ideologies or anything, he only cared about the will of his master, which was his order. The next ones to arrive after them were Thomas Avery I and Jasper Lestrange, who had been his followers since the establishment of the Knight of Walpurgis and were loyal to a fault. Jasper Lestrange was a younger brother of the current Lord Lestrange, Randolph Lestrange. And contrary to his elder brother, Jasper Lestrange had some good head on his head and was magically way more powerful than his older brother. Thomas Avery was the current lord of the Avery family, one of the sacred 28 families of magical Britain. After 2 of them arrived, Thaddeus not arrived another lord from the sacred 28 families together with François Rosier, a member of the Rosier family. All of them gathered in the drawing room of the Malfoy manor, while Lord Abraxas Malfoy wasn't at home. Tom Riddle didn't really believe Malfoy because he always took him for a crafty fox that was just using him and his cause for his own betterment and gains, though even that will end sooner or later. My most loyal friends, welcome to this small gathering and thank you that you arrived as soon as possible. Tom Riddle welcomed all 6 of them as all of them sat in chairs around a long table while he himself sat on the end of the table. Chapter 462, Interlude, Valley 9. Reformation, 2. Some of you may be wondering why I have called you here. Tom Riddle stated as he waved his hand and conjured a small magic circle as all of his followers watched in wonder. It was clear that all of them recognized it was some kind of magic, while only Rockwood realized what was going on. Magic circles, muttered Rockwood as he was woken from his shock. As an unspeakable and someone who was relatively high in the organization of the Unspeakables, he was aware of some more sensitive topics, one of them being the existence of something called magic circles. Apparently magic circles once existed in the ancient past, but they were forgotten with the passage of time, with the last person who could use the magic circles to cast magic died more than 1,200 years ago. Fascinating. As an unspeakable, Rockwood was absolutely enthralled by the sight of magic circles. I don't want to be presumptuous, but where did you obtain it, my lord? Rockwood threaded carefully on this because the short tempter of Lord Voldemort was relatively famous among his followers, as was his fearsome power and magical prowess. Among the current state of the wizarding world, he was already on the level of legendary wizards because the current generation of wizards was weak. They have been getting weaker and weaker since the death of Merlin and the fall of Camelot. I obtained it from my new benefactor, a being of great powers above everything that this world has ever seen. Tom Riddle stated causally, as this piqued the interest of several people who were sitting there. Only Rockwood gasped in shock because he was aware of the devil-summoning ritual that their lord was going to carry out in the Malfoy manor several days ago, and from the looks, it didn't go as initially planned, but it was still salvaged to something usable. And who may be that benefactor, my lord? Asked Thaddeus not carefully, but right now, everyone was curious about who the benefactor was before he could answer. Suddenly, everyone felt overwhelming pressure dropping on everyone. Neither of the people who were sitting in the room could move and some of the weaker ones had even problems breathing. Vale Lucifer and I can introduce myself, human. Sounded a voice out of the darkness as a new person came into the room, as everyone looked at the newcomer with slight fear due to the aura he was releasing. It was clear to anybody that he was very dangerous, seeing that not even their lord could move an inch. That pressure he was releasing was absolutely suffocating, and if Vala didn't control it properly, then he would have killed these weak humans like squashing bugs. Meanwhile, those who heard his name were shocked and, at the same time, felt incredible fear. Contrary to the no-magicals, wizards were aware of the existence of beings outside of their reality and world, though there were not many who attempted to travel to other worlds and dimensions. Most usually, it ended very badly for anyone who attempted to travel to another dimension, where quick death was considered a good outcome of it. Lucifer, you are the one from Bible. Valley heard one of the men talking, whom he recognized as Augustus Rockwood, who was working as Unspeakable, basically people who dabbled into dangerous magic. So they were like the madmen from Magisterium of Magic and Arcane. Usually, the spooks from the Magisterium of Magic and Arcane were just problems and Vala didn't really like dealing with them, as they were not okay in their heads. He still remembered the day when he was supposed to guard one of the spooks, who was a reincarnated devil from the Japan of Earth. That idiot almost exploded the entire grade 4 plane in some crazy ritual that would have killed them all if it went wrong. That was actually my ancestor, the original. Now the Lucifer is the imperial house of the Thonian Empire and I am one of many bearing the surname of Lucifer. Valley explained, especially proud of his heritage and his family. When he was a kid, he hated his paternal grandfather Rizavim Levon Lucifer and everything that was connected to the house of Lucifer. It was relatively ironic how things changed. And now, we should move to the more important things. I have entered into a contract with the devil and I have obtained far more power than someone could even dream of. And during that, I have realized that we need to rework many of our plans seriously. Tom Riddle stated as 6 of his most loyal followers looked at him, then at the devil who just sat on one of the chairs with his legs on the table and was tapping something on a weird device that neither of them recognized. While they were having their meeting, Vala started playing games on his hollow brain, because he was already getting bored. The first thing we need to do is to reorganize Death Eaters into something new and more efficient than they are now. Right now, all of them are weak, inefficient and most of them don't even know how to fight. This caught the attention of both Rockwood and Dalahav as they were typically in charge of training the new recruits and both of them knew that it was the truth. The quality of the Death Eaters was shit, they didn't even know how to duel properly and most of them were armed only with a basic repertoire of spells. Anything more advanced than a few basic charms and curses was already beyond them. So this decision was an especially welcomed one. This would significantly bolster and strengthen their forces altogether several times over. Another thing would be a complete reorganization of the Death Eaters into Knights of Vulpurgis. The 6 of you, who are right here and right now, would be the founding members of the Knights of Vulpurgis. Chapter 463, Interlude, Valley X, Reformation, 3. Indeed, some of them thought that the Knights of Vulpurgis sounded much better than the name, Death Eaters. At least this one referred to the traditions of the wizard kind and had some sort of deeper meaning, while the Death Eaters just sounded silly, while whatever hidden meaning it had would be mostly forgotten or ignored. Now, every one of the presents, please sign these documents. Tom Riddle stated as he passed them the same Geas scrolls that he signed when he first summoned Vala Lucifer to this world. When all of them signed the Geas scrolls, they realized that this was basically an incomparably stronger unbreakable oath spell that already existed in the wizarding world. Now, I will give you the first order: clean out the ranks of the former Death Eaters. I am sure that we will find a bunch of spies, either for the meddling old men, ICW, ministries, and probably, if we are lucky, then even for some non-magical governments. When he said those words, 5 out of 6 people gathered in this room were either shocked or enraged at the thought that the no-magicals could be spying on them, but before anyone could start shouting and screaming at each other, he waved his hand and motioned for Rockwood to speak. It is highly possible. Muggles have known about the wizarding world since the First World War, where the wizards actively participated. Since then, the Muggle governments have been developing countermeasures against the magical, and there are even rumors that they have entire departments in their governmental structures or in their armies dedicated to training and brainwashing wizards for their own devices. Signy the times of Grindelwald, their efforts have been multiplied several times over, and Rockwood was a senior member of the Unspeakables. Thus, he was aware of this information, which was currently known only to some members of Unspeakables among the ministries of magic of various countries and ICW, and naturally to the ministers of magic themselves, including the leadership of the ICW. Unfortunately for them, there was nothing they could do about it because they caught the wind of what was going on too late, far too late. In truth, the ICW, due to its incompetence and corruption, discovered the situation only after the end of World War II and the defeat of Gellert Grindelwald by Grindelwald himself. It was already time when the Muggle governments had trained already small armies of brainwashed wizards numbering thousands, and coupled with the support of their superior technology, it was nigh impossible to do something against them with brute force. And what, Rockwood? Asked Dolohov as their discussion had taken a grim-looking direction rather. And there are rumors that the USA, China, Russia, Great Britain, and France have their own version of a magical army consisting of thousands of battle-hardened, professionally trained and absolutely loyal battle mages. Meanwhile, Japan wizarding clans have fused with their Muggle counterparts, giving up their pureblood status in exchange for even more power as they essentially control the entire country, be it Muggle side or wizarding side. Stated Rockwood as hearing this, everyone was silent for several minutes because something like this was too much to take. After all, it was first crushing the worldview that many of the noble pureblood wizards had, and secondly, it was going against the base principles of the wizarding world, and thirdly even again the personal belief of many of the present. And contrary to what one would expect, like curses at blood traders at the Japanese clans or denied reality, nobody said anything. Probably it was more attributed to the presence of their lord and that devil who was playing on his hollow-brain online games. And this is the threat that we face, my dear friends. The statute of secrecy never protected us, it protected them from us, forcing us to hide like rats in sewers. If we only had fought those thousands of years ago, we would have annihilated them, but unfortunately, not. What we have before are 2 choices. Stated Tom Riddle dramatically as even Valis started to listen because he had to admit that the men had a knack for smooth talking and giving speeches, something that he was never very good with. Most of the time when he was giving a speech, it was written by Rias and Latia to ensure it was proper speech and not just some battle cry or something in that fashion. The first one is to do nothing and just wait until the Muggles have decided to go on us and kill us one by one. With their current capabilities, I am relatively sure that it won't take them a lot of time until they finally decide to declare war on US, and from what we know about them, they have far more experience with waging wars than we could ever have. Indeed, such was the truth of the situation that they were in. Slow death was awaiting all of them if they won't do anything with it. The Muggle governments were indeed superior to them, and if they had their own magical armies, then any advantage that the wizards had over them would have long ago evaporated into the air. And there is also a second option, in which we will go for a different approach, that will take more time, but sooner or later, it will yield the fruits. We need to obtain more power than anyone had and use the greatest weapons of our enemies against them. And there was also the possibility of fighting back, but if they fought, then it needed to be done perfectly because even a single mistake could lead to a premature end and death. Rockwood was too aware that Muggles brought war to the same level as art, something that the wizards, unfortunately, didn't, and most, if not all of them, knew shit about waging war. Especially on the enemy that seemed to be stronger, and Muggles were specialists in everything that was related to destruction and killing. Chapter 464, Interlude, Valley 11. Knights of the Vulpurgis Order, 1. 1 week later, Earth, the year 1968, Europe, Great Britain, Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. It took 1 whole week to reorganize the former Death Eaters completely. All interrogations were carried out either by Rockwood or Riddle himself, as they were the most proficient in the matters of legilimency and arts of mind reading. And as expected among the Death Eaters, they found tens of spies and people who were pursuing more of their own agenda and were, technically speaking, traitors. Some of them were working for the British Ministry of Magic, France Ministry of Magic, ICW, some for the Muggle governments, and there were even some who worked for Dumbledore. The last one was something that irked Tom Riddle to madness, as he personally tortured some spies and they were able to obtain some more crucial information from the minds of a few spies. The ones from the Muggle governments were basically the most disturbing, as they confirmed the things that Rockwood told them during the meeting. This caused another wave of outrage among the loyal followers of Tom Riddle, but then the most important thing came as they started reworking the Death Eaters, starting from the inner circle of the Death Eaters. The establishment of the Knights of Walpurgis went very swiftly, while the organization of the Knights of Walpurgis was relatively simple. With the seat of Grandmaster being the leader of the order, below him were the Grand Knights, who were basically the strongest and most loyal members of the order. Below them were average members who were creating the base forces of the Knights of Walpurgis. When they were reorganized, then everyone was given a specific task in the newly established Walpurgis order. Right now, only 7 Grand Knights were the founding members of the Walpurgis order. From them, Dolohov was responsible for the combat training, Rockwood was responsible for the spell and arcane research, Lestrange for the politics, Abrasax Malfoy for the finances, Rosier for the supplies/equipment and other things, not for the training, recruiting new members and arranging them, and Avery for the maintaining the headquarters of the order and daily matters of the organization. Reorganizing the Death Eaters into the Knights of the Walpurgis, a highly structured and organized entity, was something that mainly pleased some of the older generations, like Abrasax Malfoy, because they could see the benefits of being highly organized. The organization increased efficiency, and increased efficiency led to much better results. This cleanup didn't escape the sight of several powerful political players, but each one of them gave out a different reaction. When the spies were killed, the Ministry of Magic didn't do anything, which was true to be expected. ICW for now stayed silent because the mummer play was that the Death Eaters had been disbanded, which they really were. The only one who was growing restless was in fact Dumbledore, because, from his point of view, it was far more dangerous, as he attempted to set another spy to someone who was very close to Tom Riddle, but it failed. Now that Tom Riddle regained much of his clarity, he lost most of the arrogance that he developed from the side effects of the love potion's curse and gained an equal amount of cunning and ruthlessness. There was no way that he would be able to set some spy in a high-ranking position within the Knights of the Walpurgis. Not to mention that each member was given to sign a contract geas, ensuring the absolute loyalty of each member. Because of his time with Valley, Tom Riddle learned many things about the Thonian Empire of the Baator and what civilization they were. Among them, he also occasionally trained Dolohov and Rockwood in magic because they showed a significant aptitude for combat magic, and from what Tom knew, Valley needed them to be much stronger to be useful to him. The geas that all full-fledged Knights of Walpurgis signed was strong enough to bind anyone below Tier 9. Which was a lot, considering the fact that even he, who was right now one of the strongest living wizards, was only a Tier 2. Apparently, there are naturally even stronger and more powerful geas contracts, but he couldn't really make them, as the devil lacked resources for such, and in their current situation, they would be useless. Tom Riddle knew that in the Thonian Empire of the Baator, the usage of the geas contract was common to ensure the continuous existence of the empire. Even far mightier individuals were forced to sign similar geases, as this was the way in which the empire worked for thousands of years and survived and thrived. He knew that even his Tier 2 strength was abysmal in front of the geas contract, while it may sound like total nonsense, but even children of nobility in the Thonian Empire and those of very powerful bloodlines were born with at least Tier 5 strength during their birth. According to Valley, even ordinary citizens of the Thonian Empire were at least around Tier 3 in terms of strength. That was the standard tier that devils reached by reaching adulthood, even if they did shit for their whole life and never trained. Those of commoners who had some traces of noble blood could reach even Tier 5 by doing nothing. Now that the Knights of the Walpurgis were reorganized and the order started working as it should, it was time for the further consolidation of the power. There were still a lot of the supporters of the former Death Eaters and his persona as Dark Lord that he decided to put away because, in Valley's words, it was silly. Fortunately, Wizarding Britain was still in the Middle Ages when it came to the political system, something that was greatly playing into their advantage. Though, if there was a single thing that he would have a problem was the question of blood purity, because many of his followers wanted to eradicate those of no pure blood. Something that he saw as a significant problem because there were only so much pure-blooded wizards. The majority of the wizards consisted indeed of the half-bloods and those born from the Muggles, thus called Muggleborns. Chapter 465, Interlude, Valid 12. Knights of the Walpurgis Order, 2. The tensions between the purebloods and the rest of the wizarding world were something that was already a centuries-long problem that was never solved, and if anyone had to guess, with the current precedents, it would never be solved. Pureblood wizards didn't like the influence that the Muggleborns were bringing to the wizarding world, not respecting their traditions and even, in some cases, even changing them. Though the real reason was far more simple and more straightforward than that, it was all about power. Noble families of the pureblood wizards, or those who had some heritage of the magical creatures, that didn't really matter. All that mattered was the fact that the ruling families in power feared that the growing influence of the Muggleborns in their world would strip them of the power, something that countless of them dreaded. Thus they opted for the simplest yet the most stupid solution, which was discrimination and eradication. Presently in a small meeting room, all 7 Grand Knights of the Vulpurgis Order were seated as they were discussing the most recent problem on what to do with the blood supremacy issues, as that would cause them a lot of problems in the long run. Out of them all, Dalahav and Rockwood didn't really care. Lestrange and Knot were pure examples of blood supremacists that were practically pressing the agenda. Shockingly, it was Malfoy who was of the opinion that the Muggle-born should be inducted into the society as servants or something like that. In the current situation, this was probably the best solution as the heated discussion was going on between them, though mainly it was just Abraxas Malfoy and Jasper Lestrange arguing and dropping various arguments while the rest of them just listened, including Tom Riddle and Valley. To Valley, the issue of the blood supremacy was something old and new because in the times before the establishment of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, it was a big issue with the devils too. The common devils were severely outnumbering the noble devils by a great margin, but it were the noble devils who were several times more powerful than the common devils to their clan traits and bigger demonic energy reserves from their birth. The tension in the society were bad and his father told him that if he didn't prevent the evil pieces from being introduced to the broader devil society as a whole, it would become far worse. Yeah, because another discriminated party would appear, which would be the reincarnated devils. Lord Lucifer, if I remember correctly, didn't your empire face the same predicament as we are, in the past? When this question was raised by the Abraxas Malfoy, everyone looked at the silver-haired devil, who tilted his head in surprise. Valley had to admit that the old Malfoy was one scheming old fox. He really reminded him of Zekrom Bale. Yes, we had, several thousand years ago when the Thonian Empire was not established and we were still living in the plane of existence known as the underworld, devils were the only species. We were divided into common devils and noble devils, something like pureblood wizards and the other. The greatest difference was that the nobles have something we call clan traits, basically inborn abilities which allow us to have superior power compared to those of the same tier as us. Now, the tension between the common devils and the noble devils were something that lasted for millennia until it finally started breaking down. Immediately after the Great War, the common devils started getting a bigger pull in the society because many of the noble devils were killed and many of the pillar houses were weakened by one reason or another. Valis started explaining while everyone listened attentively because this was indeed relatively similar to the situation of the pureblood wizards, who were on the decline for a long time already. The conclusion was like this: the common devils could live without the nobles, but the nobles couldn't live without the common devils. If you take the Muggleborns and even some of the more unfortunate half-blood out of the equation, then your society will collapse. The number of pure-blooded wizards is too small to sustain all of their lifestyle and proper functioning without the working force of the Muggleborns who are a deep integral part of the wizarding world. Valley finished the explanation as the wizards were digesting his words while elderly Malfoy was grinning with pride that he essentially won the argument, as he went further like a hawk after his prey. And how you solve it, or rather, how can we solve it? He then asked the next question. The deeper integration of them is necessary. Basically, the first mistake that you wizards are doing is that you are essentially not integrating those who came from the non-magical world into the wizarding world. Also, I would suggest that you do what the nobles of the Thonian Empire are doing for entire centuries. Take the most talented or strongest of the Muggleborn and half-bloods as your vassals. Ideally, from the time they are introduced to the wizarding world as the children are much easier to brainwash. Valley explained as he saw that all of the humans seemed to be thinking about his words, like they had some merits in them, which he knew that they had. It was something that the Thonian Empire's nobility had been doing for countless centuries and through this way, they were able to increase their own powers far more effectively and faster. Indeed, your words have high merit in them, Lord Lucifer. Stated Abraxas Malfoy as the rest of the people nodded in the room nodded. Some of the noble wizarding families were once practicing this, but most of them, if not all, stopped over time. Now it would probably be the time to start practicing it once more as they would obtain more power and at the same time weaker their enemies. Chapter 466, Interlude, Valith 13. Knights of the Vulpurgis Order, 3. Indeed many of them saw merits in the action that Valley Lucifer proposed. In this way, they would be killing several flies in one hit. The noble families would obtain servants who would be working to empower them, thus they would be able to increase their powers with minimal input of resources, as they would be cultivating the newcomers from the time they entered the wizarding world. In the Thonian Empire, this strategy worked spectacularly for countless centuries to benefit both sides. Yes, the common devils were pulling for the shorter end of the stick, but fairness didn't exist and due to the support from the noble houses, countless of the common devils were able to reach tiers that they would never be able to rise. The government of the empire worked on the same principle, unquestionable loyalty in exchange for resources. It was as simple as that, nothing complicated or complex, just a law of equivalent exchange. Abraxas Malfoy is someone who was a tycoon in the wizarding world as he was very good with money, having invested in countless businesses in the wizarding world and even, surprisingly, in the Muggle world. Money was money, and the Muggle world was full of opportunities to make money. He was aware that without the Muggleborns, the entire economy of the wizarding world would slowly collapse because there would be no people to sustain it. Aside from that, if the Muggleborns and half-bloods were taken out of the equation, then there would be a shortage of people for relatively inferior jobs or manual jobs that no pureblood wizard wanted to do. Now that we have this solved for now. Dolohov, how is the training with the calculation magic system going? Tom Riddle asked now named Grand Knight Antonin Dolohov, who was in charge of training all members of the Knights of the Walpurgis into a proper coherent fighting force. This was something even Valley actively participated in because, why else? Valley Lucifer was a soldier with body and mind. There were not many things more pleasurable than training a new squad of magicians. Progress is slow. To fully comprehend and use the calculation magic system and magic circles, extensive knowledge of Muggle mathematics is needed to calculate the wished phenomenon, something that many of the wizards struggle as our education is far inferior in this aspect compared to the Muggles, so our progress in this aspect is relatively slow for now. His answer didn't really surprise anyone. The educational system in the wizarding world has been last reformed more than a century ago if one didn't count some minor reforms in magical Britain where they started taking down subjects like alchemy and dueling to weaken the general populace as the ministry paranoidly feared another Grindelwald. That is to be expected. Due to revision of our next steps we have time. For now, we need to cultivate our forces. Rockwood, Rosier, how is the development of the mana core enhancement potion going? One of the greatest weaknesses of the wizards was their capacity to store magic. Normally, their core would be holding all of the magic inside the wizard's body and would be increased through each magical maturity that the wizard experienced. Unfortunately, most, if not almost all, wizards could reach maximum peak Tier 1 strength according to the classification that Valley gave them. Only a very few could reach Tier 2 naturally, and with the help of some rituals, so they could reach peak Tier 2. So, Valley gave them a few ideas on how to create magic core enhancement potion, something that was pretty common in the Thonian Empire. Though one of the great weaknesses of Valley in this aspect was that he was no alchemist, the only thing he could do was give them some basic principles of how such things worked. On top of that, he was aware that only some of the more high-tiered ones worked because he didn't bother himself with the lower-tiered potions as they were not of his concern. Naturally, the rest was up to the wizards to figure out by themselves. We are nearing the breakthrough soon, though it would be more prudent to convince some more experienced potion master to work with us on this project. In this situation, the addition of Snape to the project would speed it up at least by several months. Answered Rosier while Tom grimaced at the thought. While Severus Snape was a master Poti-Oneer, probably one of the best in Europe right now, that man was too close to Dumbledore for his tastes. And even though he would be under the Geas, Valley warned him that there existed ways how to bypass the restrictions of the Geas and they didn't contain any magic or force, just pure manipulation and observation, something that the old Dumbledore was master of. No. Snape is too chummy with that old goat and the last thing we need right now is attention from the meddling old fool. Rockwood, go and hire someone from Germany or China. One is too distant and another should have enough Grindelwald loyalists who would gladly help us in our endeavor. Tom stated to Rockwood, who nodded as both countries were a suitable choice. Even to this day, in Germany, there were many who venerated Gellert Grindelwald as a hero and there were countless people loyal to his cause. Meanwhile, China had long traditions of Poti-Onering and many of their clans were dedicated to the art, and the best thing was that they didn't care about anything else as long as they were paid and wouldn't have a problem with working with them. Not to mention this would be a great opportunity to spread the influence into both Germany and China, getting them on his side for his goals. My lord, there is another thing. After the reformation into the Knights of the Walpurgis, Lord Black is willing to meet and discuss the support. Stated Abraxas Malfoy as this mildly surprised Tom Riddle because he knew that Lord Black, Arcturus III. Lord Black originally didn't want to have anything to do with the Death Eater movement, probably seeing it as a failed project, now even he could see it that way. Chapter 467, Interlude, Valley 14. Knights of the Walpurgis Order, 4. Previously many of the lords of some more prestigious noble houses of wizards, like the Blacks, didn't want to associate themselves with the Death Eater movement. At least openly not, but it was no secret that the current Lord Black, Arcturus III. Black outrage despised the Death Eaters, thinking of them as thugs who could fire 2 or 3 spells at defenseless muggles. Something that Tom Riddle had to agree with. It took a lot of effort to prevent newly reformed recruits from going muggle hunting because that would be setting a bad precedent and it was not something that a professional military should engage in. Those who refused were put to peace. Fortunately, Valley had a lot of experience with this because when the Empire was first established, they had some problems with unruly devils who often went to the human world and torturing or killing humans for fun. Apparently, now that the Death Eaters as a collective have been disbanded and the Knights of the Walpurgis Order has risen in its place, which has slightly changed the ideology that was directed towards the non-magical as the ultimate threat to the wizarding world. Some of the conservative lords and nobles who didn't previously care about the blood supremacist movement started caring about the threat of muggles to the wizarding world. Is there something more, Abraxas? Tom asked when he saw that Abraxas still wanted to say something, but it was like it was stuck on his tongue. Yes, he would like to meet with your benefactor. I don't know how, but Lord Back knows that the Knights of Walpurgis are backed by the devil. Suddenly a moment of silence passed through the meeting room, as nobody knew what to say, and even Valle, who was playing some games on his hollow brain, abruptly opened his eyes and looked directly at the Abraxas Malfoy. Did he say anything else? This time it was Valle who asked, immediately becoming serious because it should be impossible for any human to know that a devil descended onto the world. Especially considering the fact that he was at peak tier 11 being of law. So there was one question that was in his mind, and that was, how the hell somebody found out about his existence. No, Your Highness, though I remember that he said, Afi Glorausen Aro Krimukan Calm, I must apologize as I don't know the meaning of those words, Your Highness. The moment the elderly man said that, Valle froze there in shock because Abraxas Malfoy didn't know the meaning. The standard translation would be, Glory to the Crimson Emperor, which was a title that his father wasn't using officially for thousands of years already. Hearing this really piqued Valle's curiosity as much as it increased his vigilance over the entire situation because, depending on the outcome, this could be some sort of scheme or whatever. He didn't know how a person from a sealed world like this in the Endless Void got knowledge not only about the Black speech. This bastardized language was primarily used by the devil worshippers in the various worlds, but also the greeting and the title of his father. Though he had some sort of theory about that, which was a relatively plausible explanation for this, he would leave it for a later if it was indeed the truth. The first thing that came into his mind was that blacks were probably descendants of the devil worshippers who somehow ended up in this world. Probably, some of the devil worshippers were conducting research into traversing worlds or traversing through the void, or perhaps they found some treasure or device on which they experimented on and somehow ended up in this world several thousand years ago and founded the House of Black. For that, he would need to meet with Lord Black to confirm his suspicions, but this was the only explanation that he could come up with at this time. Valle then shook his head and looked at Lord Abraxas Malfoy before he nodded. I will be there. I am very eager to meet with the human. Valle said with a grim voice as he looked at the people gathered in the room, while everyone else looked surprised that the devil wanted to meet with a human. It wasn't a common secret that Valle didn't like humans very much, something similar, like they didn't like those of different blood status, though, in this aspect, it was a thing of racial superiority. And I want it to be as soon as possible. I don't like waiting for something like this important. He then stated to finish off his previous statement as he opened his hollow brain once more and continued playing the games on the device. In contrast, others continued discussing the developments of the Knights of Vulpurgis Order and how to approach other lords and influential families. Another part of the discussion was given on the topic of how to fend off Dumbledore's efforts before the meeting was concluded, and only two people remained in the room, were Valle and Tom. Do you think that ancestors of the Blacks came from the same place? Tom Riddle asked after some time, because this was indeed a most curious situation that had occurred here. Maybe, there have been countless people who experimented with traversing through the endless void despite their strength being meager and abysmal, or there is still a high possibility that they stumbled on some artifact that brought them here, whatever. Soon I will have my answers. Though if they indeed are the worshippers of the Baatorian pantheon, it could probably explain some things. Valle was referring to the bounded field that he felt in this world. When he first entered this world, he sensed several bounded fields, and one of them was in Britain, though it was a primitive one, but it was strong enough to find off tier 4s. Blacks have always been very reclusive, and even compared to another wizarding families, they had an unnatural amount of bloodline abilities. Not to mention, they were known to produce very powerful wizards, sometimes even several each generation if I think about it. Valle didn't say anything to this, though from what he knew, the bloodline abilities among wizards were exceedingly rare, like, very, very, very rare thing, and a noble family that had actually several of them was indeed most peculiar. Chapter 468, Interlude, Valle 15. Meeting with London, 1 day later. Normally when a wizard who knew of its location approached number 12, Grimmauld Place, it appeared to shove its neighboring houses, number 11 and number 13, out of the way as it appeared between them. The house had a worn set of front steps leading to a battered front door. On the door was a silver knocker in the shape of a twisted serpent, but it had no keyhole, handle, or anything else that would indicate it to be a door, as it opened only by magic. Naturally, this was just a party trick in front of the tier 11 devil and some as proficient in the arts of magic as him. Yet, at the same time, Valle was surprised at the creativity and ingeniousness of the wizards to be able to come up with such advanced magic that was able to erase something from the entire worlds, practically tricking the world itself that it didn't exist in the first place. Interesting piece of magic. Valle said as he started the deformed building, while Tom Riddle and Abraxas Malfoy, who were with him, looked around in confusion, though Tom suspected that they were right, just the place where they were heading was hidden under the Fidelis charm. So they have hidden it with Fidelis. Blacks are indeed smart to go into hiding the second they sense that there may be a war on the horizon. Tom muttered, because before the Death Eaters were disbanded and the more manageable elements were reformed into the Knights of the Vulpurgis Order, there were rumors about a new war and the Dark Lord that would unleash the war. This caused great unrest in the society, and many wizards were getting nervous about that, and several of the noble houses had already gone to hiding, cooping up in their ancestral manors that were warded to the extreme, where they would wait and see how the situation would resolve. So that is why I had a feeling that I was forgetting something. Valle heard Abraxas Malfoy saying as suddenly as they saw a man walking up to them. The man appeared to be middle-aged, with pitch-black hair and a short black beard, wearing luxurious wizarding robes that Vala saw all around, something that he came to abhor absolutely because they looked ridiculous. Entire fashion of clothing in the wizarding world. It was weirdly fantasy-like, though, with that medieval looks. Absolutely ridiculous, and most importantly, all of their clothes were totally impractical for fighting. The only thing that those long and ugly robes were good for was hiding weapons, not like the wizards knew how to wield a weapon, something that he still couldn't really understand. He also started training the Knights of the Vulpurgis Order in swordsmanship. Swords in magical fights could sometimes be a game changer, not only because one could make a sword as a magical conduit and use it to boost up his spell but also to block incoming spells. Some magic systems were compatible with the martial arts and weapon usage, and he noticed that the wizardcraft, as he started calling their magic system, was indeed pretty compatible with weapon usage. Merry meet, Lord Black. Abraxas Malfoy greeted Lord Black when he saw him as they exchanged pleasantries, after which Arcturus Black came to Tom Riddle and Valley, who were standing in the back, observing, as Valley attentively looked at the men. No mistaking it, peak tier 2, devil cultist. Valley was able to see through the human wizard with a single glance as he exchanged pleasantries with Tom Riddle before he told them where they were heading, not like Valley needed it, but for Tom Riddle, he saw the number 13 Grimmauld place. It would be my pleasure to welcome you to dinner, gentlemen. The number 13 Grimmauld place was relatively similar to the Malfoy Manor from what Valley saw, aside from one major difference being that the green color at Malfoy Manor was replaced with the black color. However, that one was fitting, black for black. Valley saw there several house elves running here and there, tending to the cleaning duties, preparing, cooking and anything else. They were the most peculiar creatures, something that he wanted to bring back with him to the Empire, mainly because their unique magic allowed them to bypass the majority of wards and even some of the weaker bounded fields, not to mention they were absolutely loyal, to the point of highest grade blood and soul void geas and loved to work. They would be perfect servants for the nobility or powerful people of the Thonian Empire, and he would be able to make loads of money selling them. Technically speaking, he would be asking at least more than 100,000 soul coins for one of them, which was an absolutely outrageous price, considering the fact that he could buy them in the world for a bit of gold. They soon arrived at the dining room, where a middle-aged woman was waiting for them, and by her looks, one could say that years had been very kind to her because she looked at least 15 years younger than she actually was, and the most curious thing was that, she also a peak tier 2 wizard. Also, the same aura, interesting, there are more of them, but they are hiding it very well, and they are not using the wizardcraft to hide it but rather calculation magic, so that one is certain. Now Valley was certain that these people were for sure descendants of the devil worshippers that somehow ended in this world. When he first met with the man known as Arcturus Black, he could sense it in his blood as it had vague traces of the demonic energy. Afi Glorausen Ro Krimukon calm. When the woman saw them entering, she stated with a graceful bow, as Valley nodded his head, seeing that she was also a worshipper of the father of all devils. He didn't like humans, but he was more tolerable to the ones that were worshipping devils. For that reason, he even converted members of the Vulpurgis Knight Order to worship the Baatorian pantheon. Chapter 469, Interlude, Vala 16. Interest. After they all exchanged pleasantries, they all sat around the dinner table as an elderly house elf called Creature started bringing dishes to the table while occasionally screaming something about the murder of muggles and similar creeds. Apparently, the little thing was nicely indoctrinated, not like Valley himself minded him because it was maximally an annoying fly at worst. Still, to him, the antics of the house elf were pretty amusing to watch, as it was annoying to hear for some others because the old house elf was constantly repeating the same thing all over again. Will there be anyone else joining us at the dinner? Questioned Abraxas Malfoy when he saw that most of the table was left empty, to which Lord Arcturus Black shook his head in denial as the food was served and everyone started eating. And before they started eating, suddenly Vala's senses perked up when he sensed somebody teleport to the place, or as the wizards called it, apparate. And yet, interestingly enough, somebody just arrived. Vala stated from the side as Arcturus Black's eyes squinted before motioning with his hand, and Creature appeared. What does Lord Black want from the poor creature? The house elf asked in that weird raspy voice. Yes, who came here? Didn't I order that I want to have a private dinner with the guests? Poor Creature shivered in fear as Arcturus Black gazed at the house elf before he started making some gestures with his hands. Young Miss Bellatrix. When Arcturus Black heard that, he dismissed the elf after ordering him to bring her here. Now that one of their guests was already aware of her presence, it would be rude not to introduce her to the guests, even as if only formality. After they continued eating, soon enough, not even 3 minutes later, another person entered the dining room, together with the house elf Creature. When Vala looked at the newcomer, it was a young woman, rather tall, considering that she was 17 years old. She was beautiful in terms of appearance, with her long, thick, shiny dark hair, strong jaw, and thin mouth. This is my granddaughter Bellatrix, daughter of my son Cygnus and his wife, Druella. Arcturus Black stated that when Vala looked at her, in her eyes, he saw the same thing that he saw in his Aunt Hela. Bloodthirst and immense lust for battle and power. Even the way she carried out was most unusual for what he saw. Contrary to most, she had the posture of a warrior. Greetings, my lords. She greeted them while sitting next to her grandparents as Creature brought her plate of food. Ironically though, the person who was sitting to her left side was Valley, who was looking at her with interest. Maybe, he thought as he cast a spell on her, scrying her soul out just out of curiosity as he sensed something about her. That weird feeling he got when he looked into her eyes now turned into the curiosity that he had met someone like him. Soon enough, he found out something pretty much shocking: the female wizard had level 8 inferior soul aptitude. Technically speaking, people with such soul aptitude could reach tier 10 with enough resources rather easily, though there was something else in her soul and it was like some kind of innate defect from inbreeding. This is a common mistake among many magically powerful human lineages. Without enough preparation and some things to consider, inbreeding would have an entirely different effect, contrary to the wished one. The general idea was to strengthen already existing genes by pairing them with genes of equal strength and potential, which should result in stronger genes in the progeny. But, yeah, always a but, the thing was if the genes were too similar, the opposite effect and they would, in fact, degrade. In the Thonian Empire, incest wasn't anything new under the sun, as Valley himself wed his sister, technically speaking, even if she was only a half-blooded sister. Yet, in the regard of Baatorians, they didn't have such problems because their bloodlines were too strong and too stable for such a thing to occur. That was why the Arcanists developed various rituals, potions, and other methods to prevent gene degradation in incestual relationships and achieve the desired result. Naturally, it was understandable that the backward magical civilization wouldn't have something like this, so that led to gene degradation and sometimes other diseases came up with it. As he saw in the young woman's soul that she was suffering from serious madness disease, though it didn't show itself in its full power yet. Contrary to Tom, she could be more useful if she is cured from her alignment. However, for this, I would need to take her back to the Empire for treatment. Who would have thought that I would find such rare talent here? Now I also need to meet that man who was called the greatest Dark Lord for past centuries. For Valley, Bellatrix Black was far more useful than Tom Riddle in the long run. While Tom was undoubtedly more talented, not just the soul aptitude-wise, but also mind-wise and had a great talent for researching magic, he had great, untamable ambitions and he knew that even despite the strict soul geas, his loyalty would be only to himself. She was one person whom he would certainly be taking with him, be it with her consent or not, that didn't matter because such potential was too rare just to pass on. Even right now in the Empire, being born with natural level 8 soul aptitude and higher was exceedingly rare, very, very rare. The majority of people who achieved such soul aptitude did it through various rituals, potions, pills, treasures or any other means, but being naturally born with it. There were only very few people who were born with such soul aptitude and all of them became extremely mighty figures in the Empire, like his elder brothers Serzex and Sigmar, who were both powerful tier 11 beings. Not even their father was born with such a high soul aptitude, on the contrary, he was born with a trashy one and rose to the current one through a combination of hard work, luck and sacrifices. Chapter 470, Interlude, Vala 17. Devil Cultists in the Weird World, 1. The rest of the dinner went smoothly, without any problems, as everyone ate and talked about some minor insignificant things, then about politics and business, something that Abraxas Malfoy took great pleasure in because the Truman was always looking for an opportunity to make more money. Meanwhile, Vala didn't really join most of the discussion for most of the time because he didn't really bother. For him, politics was the most annoying thing that existed in the endless void and he didn't have patience. He wasn't either a schemer or spider like Aunt Venelana or Grafia were. Meanwhile, the people were talking about politics and business and other boring things. Vala started talking with young Bellatrix about magic, dueling and other forms of magical combat. As expected, she was very fond of dueling and learning new spells. Lord Amaranth, would you accept my challenge to duel? She asked eagerly as they were talking, which caused everyone to stop eating and look at them. Even her grandparents were rather nervous, especially Arcturus Black, because he knew that the men before him, while he didn't look older than 20, could probably blast apart the entire planet with a sneeze. Naturally. He replied after a short time with a charming smile, to which Bellatrix was delighted that she would get some combat. He would be practically entertaining her at the point because while she was strong for her age, she was still only a tier 1. Not to mention, he even chose to imitate the wizard craft for the fun of it, to make it a bit more equal fight. Then, after we finish the dinner, we can go to the dueling room. Arcturus Black said, as he observed his granddaughter with the devil, as some will started working in his brain and judging by the way how Vala looked at her, even though he was the devil, he was feeling some sort of indescribable attraction to her, which was bugging. But devils were creatures of sin and while Vala's major sin was that of wrath, he had minor sins of lust, greed and pride. Though among the minor sins, the one of lust was strongest out of the three of them and when he looked at the female wizard that had potential, battle lust and a hidden bloodthirsty nature that she needed to hide from the world, he wanted her. He was a good example of a devil who was partially ruled by his own sin, something that his father always disapproved of. Zeoticus Lucifer was a person who always said that the devil couldn't be controlled by his own sin, something that Valley often failed to uphold because he, from time to time, let his sins rule him. Especially the one of wrath and lust. After the dinner was finished, Arcturus Black invited Vala for a talk in his study. Afterward, he would have his duel with his granddaughter, but before that, Vala wanted to deal with the more troublesome things that were still on the schedule. After they entered the study room of Lord Black, Vala instantly cast over several wards to prevent anyone below peak tier 11 from even dreaming of hearing them, especially since the content of their conversation would prove to be very sensitive. So how did the cultists of the Father of all Devils end in the unknown sealed world in the endless void? Valley asked as he sat down on the leather sofa across from Arcturus Black. We have been here for more than 2,000 years. Our ancestor and founder of our house, Lyrosis Black, was one of the heads of the Baatorian cult in some already forgotten plane that probably got destroyed from what we know from his diary. In his homeworld, he was tasked by something called Magisterium of Arcanotech to help with research on something codenamed Void Star, and apparently, the experiment went wrong and he ended here, in this world. Valley listened as he grimaced and thought that this situation was once again the result of some idiot from the Magisterium of Arcanotech. However, that wasn't entirely that shocking because they always carried out some dangerous experiments that would never be approved to be carried out in the Baator. Thus, most of them were done in various backward planes, which, even if destroyed, nothing would happen. Continue. Valley motioned for the wizard to continue as he was getting more and more curious about the situation. Considering the fact that his ancestor was personally tasked by the Magisterium of Arcanotech, it meant that the person should be of significant strength, at least tier 6 or higher, to be even allowed to participate in the research. Naturally, now, from the grimoire that only the head of the Hazu of Black has access, Ancestor Lycorisis discovered a local community of magic users. After studying their magic for a while, he discovered that it was pretty similar to devil magic and thus started working on incorporating elements of devil magic into the magic of the natives and experimenting with them. After several decades, the results are what is today known as wizardcraft. Unfortunately, several decades later, after he married and fathered several children, he descended into one of the danger zones of the world and disappeared. Even after several centuries, he didn't return, so it was presumed that he died somewhere, or else, with his lifespan, he would still be today. Unfortunately, with his demise, his descendants couldn't decipher everything he left for us and could get only some bits on the magic circles and other types of magic, which allowed the House of Black to thrive for the upcoming millennia till today. He explained to Valley, as this confirmed much of his previous speculations that he had about the origin of the devil cultists in this sealed world inside the endless void. Still, at the same time, it left some sort of uncomfortable feeling. Chapter 471, Interlude, Valley 18. Devil Cultists in the Weird World, 2. The fact that probably tier 6 devil cultists died here in this world was something that was giving Valley a bad feeling about this world. This only confirmed his suspicion that something powerful and malevolent was sleeping in this world. Also, my ancestor left something here, for eventually, if someone from the Baator ever came to this world, we were to give him this. The elderly wizard then looked for something inside his locked chest before he took out data storage for the hollow brain and even the hollow brain itself. For the human wizard, it was just a piece of metal that he didn't know how to activate, but it was passed from one Lord Black to another, treated with the utmost caution and considered as the greatest treasure of the Hazu Black. He then passed it to Valley, who instantly recognized what it was as he inserted the data storage into his own hollow brain, as a single file appeared in the data storage. However, it was considered a tremendous amount of data, as he started skimming through the things that were on the data storage with widened eyes. Traversing through the endless void has proved to be possible, even ignoring natural occurrences like Shroud or Source Wall. The only reason why the experiment on the Traxon failed was due to improper equipment that couldn't handle the energy input required to open the dimensional gateway to the worlds in the endless void. More and more Valley read, he realized that this little thing could propel the entire Thonian Empire by another century or millennia in its advancement as they would get to traverse through the endless void. He remembered the Traxon incident. It was an event that forced big waves in the Empire as it caused the destruction of the high-ranking plane that could have been considered vital for the Thonian Empire. Aside from that, among the casualties were 3 entire research teams of the Magisterium of Arcanotech and 1 research team from the Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research perished in the incident. With this, the research on the Endless Void travel will be finished in a few decades and we can start exploring the Endless Void probably several centuries earlier than it was initially estimated. Vala then stored the data storage together with the hollow brain by Lycorisis Black before he took a look at the Arcturus Black, who was attentively observing the devil. Vala knew that this was the moment when the casual fun ended, and it was time to get serious because this wasn't just about his vacation and having fun, messing with mortals anymore. You probably aren't aware of the content of these things or what they even are. He asked as the human wizard shook his head in denial. Not entirely, only briefly. It was passed through generations and we only know that it should contain some essential magic research. This was the only thing that he knew as Vala nodded. Indeed, though the word essential would be a serious underestimation of what is in the data storage. Frankly speaking, your ancestor who participated in one of the secret researches of the Thonian Empire of the Baator has recorded here a very crucial thing that has tremendous value for the Empire. Valley made a brief pause before he continued. By the primordial contract, you will be rewarded for your merits. For the devil cultists and worshippers of the father of all devils, devilhood it is. He asked with a grin as the human wizard nodded. The primordial contract was established by the father of all devils and it contained countless laws and rules, some of which were in regard to the devil worshippers and cultists. Devilhood was something that all of the devil worshippers converted and longed for because it would propel them to another level in their life. Now, it wasn't any great secret that the Thonians could reincarnate other species to devil through some of their ritualistic magic and arcanotech. Now with the Empire having the protection of 2 Tier 12, more incoming and an entire bunch of Tier 11 ones, they didn't need to keep the class cards as the top secret anymore. Some of the reincarnated devils were even raised to the nobility for their strength, merit and unique power, which, upon their reincarnation to the devil, were transitioned to the clan traits. Naturally, you will also obtain enough resources to purify your own blood to the point of pure-blooded devils and you will also get some plot of land on one of the 9 layers of the Baator. Thonian Empire society was built on meritocracy and principles that values achievements, power, progress, advancement, which was why the strongest experts or brilliant scientists or arcanists had such high status in the Empire. Obviously, the contracts were sacred for devil, as they, really loved them. It was an essential part of their culture and history, traditions, and practically everywhere where one looked or moved, one would find some bits of the contracts. And how many people could be turned to the devils for this? Arcturus Black asked carefully, as he knew that he was treading on thin ice because the rewards from the Thonian Empire were very generous and it was something that their ancestor always longed for. Maximum of 10, nothing more and nothing less. That should be enough for you to establish the noble lineage in the Empire. Also, choose the people carefully, please. Valis said this because he had only 15 independent class cards with him that were only for one use, as they were typically destroyed during the reincarnation process to heighten the effect of the reincarnation. He also didn't wish to waste all of them on reincarnating the members of the Hazu of Black. Nevertheless, the primordial contract dictates it in this way, so there was nothing else he could do aside from giving him the number of the people who could be reincarnated into devils and would be taken together with him to the Baator. That shouldn't be the problem at all. I will carefully choose the people, while the other members of the House Black will remain here. Arcturus Black stated back. Chapter 472, Interlude, Valley 19. Devil Cultists in the Weird World, 3. Arcturus Black knew that not every one of the House of Black would be suitable to become the devil because he needed to carefully choose the person whom he would reincarnate into the newly created branch of the House of Black that would be moved to the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Also to be noted down. I am interested in your granddaughter, so consider the fact that I will be taking her as my potential wife. Valis stated to the Arcturus Black nonchalantly, considering it an honor for him for his granddaughter to be married into the imperial house of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Naturally, he wished to know if they would fall in love, but the seed was there and he felt an immense attraction to her, so he was warning the elderly man not to do anything that would jeopardize his efforts. On another note, if we marry, your house would benefit tremendously from her marrying the imperial elder of the imperial house of the Thonian Empire of the Baator and son of the father of all devils, Vala Lucifer. When the human wizard heard that, he dropped to his knees, bowing deeply to the devil before him like he was the personification of the god he worshipped, and, ironically, it wasn't even that far from the truth. When Vala came, he only introduced himself as Amaranth, one of the fake names that his father used, so he chose to adopt it for him because, indeed, telling everyone his true family name, which was, of course, that of Lucifer, was too eye-catching and would attract much of unwanted attention. You can get up. I don't dwell too much on the formalities, they are not entirely for me. Vala said as Lord of the House Black stood up, this time with a twinkle in his eyes because right now he saw an enormous opportunity for his house. If his granddaughter could marry someone as high as Vala, who was apparently a senior member of the ruling house, then the newly established House of Black would be able to boast something not many could. Direct ties with the imperial house. Even right now, in the Thonian Empire, there were not many noble houses that had direct blood ties to the imperial house. Do you want to carry out the reincarnation on you right now or at a later date? When Vala asked this, he could see that the human wizard immediately perked up at the offer of being reincarnated into the devil right now. For Vala, it would be good to have another devil or devils under him because he could give them sing blood and soul void geas that he had with him, exclusively for the citizens of the Empire, thus he could have some trustworthy people under him. In the end, wizards of the Knights of the Vulpurgis Order still had their own agenda and their foremost interest lay in the earth and wizarding world, contrary to Vala, whose primary interest lay in himself and the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Naturally, the reincarnation process lasts only a short time. Contrary to the first generations of the servant class card peerage, which still took some time to reincarnate the designated person, the new generations were already made with much better technology and magic. With some of the deepest mysteries of arcane incorporated, thus the effect was more potent and the process was shorter. Seeing the human wizard nod, Vala took out independent class card and inserted it into the Arcturus Black as white magic circle bearing the symbol of the house Lucifer, a silver-colored four-winged bat with horns on its head as the process of reincarnation started when the magic circle started shining brightly. The process of reincarnation was relatively straightforward as the genes of the person who was being reincarnated were being transformed by the devil genes, which were inserted into his body through the usage of class card and the overwhelming demonic energy stored in the Agrias crystal. Together with some obscure ritualistic magic was feeding the newly created devil blood and devil genes, which then started devouring the human genes and replacing them with the devil genes and devil blood while assimilating and incorporating any unique abilities that the person had before the reincarnation. Within several minutes the entire process was complete, as the independent class card was crushed into pieces as the bits of the Agrias crystal incorporated themselves into the body of Arcturus Black. While at the same time, it strengthened his new devil genes and devil bloodline, purifying it and pushing it to a greater level. Vala could even sense that the power of the human wizard, or rather, right now, the former human wizard, was raised from the initial peak tier 2 to the initial tier 4 devil. While this wasn't the greatest increase, it also wasn't the worst, it was somewhere in the middle of being acceptable. Tier 4. Not bad but not great either, but considering that you were basically a magical human, it is considered good. Now, let me do a few scrying spells if you have some bloodline abilities, those are crucial into being named as noble lineage in the Empire. Vala stated as he then cast a few scrying spells to determine if the individual had any bloodline abilities or clan traits. It was the same set of spells that was used by the nobles of the Empire to test if the child had inherited clan traits or any other bloodline ability. Interesting, you have several bloodline abilities, while none was on the level of clan trait, together they were creating rather a deadly combination. Vala muttered, mildly surprised with the results. He didn't really anticipate that the human wizard would have 3 bloodline abilities, which was indeed surprising, with each of them having tremendous potential if developed correctly. I have detected that your bloodline has essentially 3 bloodline abilities. One is a weaker version of shapeshifting, though you can probably use some methods of purifying the bloodline and tracing it back to gene shapeshifting. The second one seems to be the ability to speak to serpents, and the third one is one that I am most curious about. Chapter 473, Interlude, Valley XX. Playing around. From the detection spell, what Vala could detect were essentially 3 abilities. The first and probably the most visible one was some bastardized version of shapeshifting, which should allow the user to change his facial features and, in the advanced stages of the ability, even alter the physique. From his point of view, in the current state, it wasn't that useful, but it was something with which they could work. The second ability was something that was partially interested him, as it was the ability to speak to serpents, which could be considered a magic language. Magic languages were rare because each word considered some sort of power, and if the person was casting spells in the magic languages, their effect and power would be greatly increased. And the third one was. It appears that your bloodline makes you mostly immune to the effect of the various types of curses, or rather, you can cast them without suffering any side effect, which is mind-blogging at least to say. This was something that could be considered by some even rarer and more powerful than any clan trait. Usually, curses were a peculiar bunch of magic because to use curses, one needed to sacrifice something. Essentially, the curses worked on the principle tit for tat, nothing was free in the world. I am sure that even my father would be interested in studying your blood. Vala muttered as Arcturus Black was in a deep thought, as he was thinking about the things that Vala said, while he was aware that the black lineage contained some bits of the Slytherins and Gaunt's bloodlines, which would explain the Parseltongue. But the immunity to the side effects of the dark magic was new. Or rather, it was old new. Nobody from the Blacks has ever contemplated about it too deeply, as they shrugged it off as an affinity for the dark magic, not considering it as anything that great, but it probably appeared to be the exact opposite. You probably aren't even aware of the true extent of your ability, right? Valley asked more rhetorically as he saw that the House of Black, if they were to be established as a full-fledged noble house in the Thonian Empire, would need to put a lot more effort into it. Especially if at least some of them mastered several of the most forbidden curses that were in the repertoires of the Thonian Empire, then the Blacks would be a force to be reckoned with. After Vala finished the discussion with the Arcturus Black, he departed to find his granddaughter while the men in question was having a discussion with the Braxis Malfoy and Tom Riddle about the support of the House Black for the Knights of the Valpurgis Order, but Vala didn't need to be present there for that, as that was not his matters. He rather preferred to have a duel with Bellatrix Black, as he wanted to have some grasp on her personality. When he found the young woman, he noticed that she was in the library, reading some books on battle magic. Blacks had evidently one of the biggest private-held magic libraries in the world. Among the noble houses, probably only a few houses had bigger private libraries in their possession. Naturally, the part which was on the number 12 Grimmauld Place was only a part of it, as the majority was on the castle, which was owned by the Black family. I see that you are a bit bookworm, Miss Black. Vala stated with a smile, which caused Bellatrix to blush mildly because this was the first time she saw as handsome a man as him. True, the Lucifer and Gremory genes were the epitome of beauty, and when he thought over it, all devils, even the common ones, had unnatural or rather supernatural beauty in the hands of mortals. Hello, Mr. Amaranth, I take that you finished your discussion with my grandfather. Vala nodded, making the young woman curious about what they were talking about. Her grandfather was politically speaking very powerful man, and even till this day, he was still head of the House Black and still held the seat of their family on the Wisingamot. though she knew that it was mainly because he thought of his son Orion, her uncle, as a spineless coward who couldn't be trusted with even a mug of goblin piss. "You may call me Valley," he stated, which caused the young Bellatrix to smile as she nodded. "Then call me Bellatrix," she said as she closed the book she was reading before standing from her chair and heading towards the dueling room, as Vala followed after her because he knew that it was time for their duel already. The dueling room was located beneath number 12 Grimald Place and it was well warded by the standards of the wizardcraft magic. Among many of the noble houses, such dueling rooms within their properties were relatively common and could be seen rather easily. Naturally, the one that belonged to the House of Black was top-notch, as while Valley was observing the dueling room, Bellatrix changed to something more suitable for combat as he then checked her out in the battle outfit, which didn't escape her attention. "Are you done checking me out?" she asked with pretended irritation when she noticed that he was checking her out, something that indeed stroked her ego a bit. "For instance, no, but I can always continue during the combat," he answered with a grin as he dodged to the right side, missing some random curse that his opponent cast at him without warning. Seeing this, he revealed a feral grin and actually was happy because another person understood how the real duels should be fought. Chapter 474, Interlude, Valley XXI. After half an hour, Valley kept on dodging the incoming spells from his opponent and occasionally returned them back with the usage of the magic circles, which fascinated Bellatrix to no end because this was the second time she saw them being used in her life. The first person who could use them was her grandfather, but even she noticed that he couldn't use them with such proficiency and fluency like the young man before her, as he was using them as easily as breathing. "Are you perhaps tired, my dear?" Valley asked teasingly because, for him, this was just playing around, doing nothing much, just standing there and enjoying her futile efforts that were all for naught, but she wasn't giving up and still continued coming up with new strategies, new combinations of spells and new attempts to defeat him. "Not in the slightest, on the contrary," she muttered while reading another wave of spells as he blocked everything with a wave of his hand. While he could take those spells head-on, he didn't wish as he pretended to be an ordinary human, albeit one who could use the magic circle in this half-dead forsaken world. And it went this way for some time before Bellatrix showed considerable levels of fatigue from their duel. For Valley, his was literally nothing, as he was a being of law, and for Bellatrix, they were already going on for more than 2 hours, though Valley admired that she wasn't giving up and still tried. Though at the same time, another part of him that was instilled in him by his father forced him to see this as a foolish notion from a purely logical point of view. Still, Valley was a person more ruled by his emotion than logic sometimes, as he waved his hand and immobilized his opponent because he was seeing that she was nearing the magical exhaustion. "We should be ending the spar, you are nearing the point of exhaustion and any more would result in rather severe consequences." Valley stated that because the magical exhaustion was nothing to scoff at and he didn't have with him anything that could help it. The mana potions he had with him were so strong that even tier 8 beings would explode from the overloading their bodies with the mana. Bellatrix nodded rather reluctantly, but even she felt that she was getting more and more tired, so it would be only prudent to stop in the spar and rest. She hoped that she would have more opportunities to fight with the dashing silver-haired young man. She could see that Valley was just playing around with her and the feeling she got from him during the fight was like standing before the immovable mountain. It was an unnerving and uncomfortable feeling, but at the same time, it was making her feel rather weird. This was the first time when she had shown an interest in the opposite gender because typically, most of the men were too scared to even speak to her properly due to her temper, which she had to admit begrudgingly wasn't the most pleasing around. Some were scared that she could overpower them easily and basically, some things which were considered pretty unladylike among some more snobbish circles. Whatever, Bellatrix loved the feeling of fighting and the thrill of danger and for the first time, she felt some sort of attraction to the young man before her. Not to mention, Valley was very good-looking and clearly, he was very powerful at that. And by a single glance, Valley could tell exactly what was going in her head as he chuckled at that, further cementing his desire to have her. Though while some people would be fussy about taking someone of not prestigious background and powerful lineage as his wife, he believed if Bellatrix manifested same bloodline abilities like Arcturus Black, then all of them would shut up and probably even praise him a bit. Though in the first place, nobody would be foolish enough to say something like that about Valley Lucifer, Imperial Elder, Commander of the Cows Brigade, Lord Marshal Militant, Butcher of the Gods, War Master, and Silver Light of Supremacy. "Do you want to sit a bit?" Valley asked as she nodded and they sat down on the nearby bench. He could see that she was tired, so they started talking about some minor things, mainly Valley was asking about her hobbies and things that she liked. Ironically though, it came as a surprise to him to find out that her favorite activities were, in fact, reading books and grimoires. She admitted that she was rather a bookworm, even though she didn't entirely look like it. After that, Bellatrix started asking about him, his hobbies, and other things, quickly resulting in an interesting debate. "Do you believe in the existence of supernatural creatures?" Though that is rather an ironic question, considering that from the point of view of an average non-magical human even wizards themselves are considered as supernatural. Vala said as she tilted her head before she nodded rather slowly, though she didn't have an exact image of what he was talking about. The world is far wider than you can imagine. Out there, gods, devils, demons, angels, monsters and various creatures that are often just told in the human fantasy are very real. Valis stated as he suddenly let out his true form, which was breathtaking. He had 12 devil wings behind his back, larger than normal devils, with silver lines pulsating through his enormous wings. 2 tails were dancing behind his back as 2 pairs of big horns sprouted on his head. As he expected, Bellatrix was more fascinated and enthralled by sight than scared. She immediately came to him and was gushing over his changes and the power he radiated. Oh my! That is so cool. She was running all around him while looking at his wings, then his tails and then his horns, as she wanted to touch them, to which Valley gave her one nod. Chapter 475, Interlude, Valley XXII. Even Valley looked at this situation a bit shocked, as this was certainly an unprecedented situation. This wasn't a reaction that he was awaiting, as normally, from what he heard, normal people, most commonly humans, tended to freak out and be frightened, not to be hyperactive and delighted at seeing a devil. Not like he did anything to forbid it to her, as he let Bellatrix pet his wings and touch his horns. How are you keeping them hidden all the time? Is it some sort of illusion? No, that wouldn't solve the material aspect of the hiding, perhaps transfiguration. She rambled the possibilities as he nodded at the last one. Devils could use sort of innate transfiguration magic to hide their wings, tail, and horns to either blend among the humans or just to hide them because always walking with their huge wings was impractical. At the same time, during the combat, sometimes the tail was considered as a weak point, especially for the younger devils, who were not that strong and or for devils who didn't have enough combat experiences. Transfiguration. All devils are gifted with countless innate racial abilities. One of them is transfiguration magic that lets us basically hide the horns, wings, and tail or tails whenever we wish. When he retraced his wings, tails, and horns, he right now appeared indistinguishable from the average human. She then ran a circle around him, observing him from all sides, before she stopped in front of Valley and looked at him with an inquisitive gaze. That was so exciting. She managed to say as Valley tilted his head. I wanted to ask, would it be possible for you to teach me some more combat magic? Valley could see the excitement in her eyes when she asked for him to teach her magic because she saw how powerful he was and Bellatrix always pursued the power in the magic, the power that he wielded like water. That should be possible. Valley stated after a short time of consideration, this could be a good opportunity to spend some time with her because while he had chosen her to become his wife, the more forceful approach was to his disgust. He preferred to develop their relationship step by step, time by time. And he had enough time, virtually all the time he wanted, though at some point he needed to return back to the Baator, so he could at max stay in the world for about few hundred years. Right now, in the astral boundary was nothing to do, as the Thonian Empire of the Baator and Dresden Empire lacked any enemies or competitors as they ran rampant through the universe. Thus Valley could remain outside of the Empire for some time. That shouldn't be any problem. I could visit a few times a week if you want, and if you want to fight against someone who could prove to be a challenge, then visit the Malfoy Manor where I am currently staying. Valley stated because having her fighting against him wasn't exactly fair and she would not advance that much if she continued dueling Valley because he was too strong. He planned to have to spar with the Vulpurgis Knight Order members, especially considering that even now, as she could probably beat most of their members, aside from the Grand Knights and some of the stronger knights. Against average members, they would stand no chance. He noticed that Bellatrix Black was very skilled, magically, she was more powerful than people of the same age and she had a very good affinity for combat. Her instincts during the battle, as he noticed, were top-notch, considering that their entire society wasn't battle-oriented. Really. She barely could contain her excitement because her father had never had her fight in a real fight against anybody, always in simulated duels, but those were boring. There wasn't anything exciting about a duel, there wasn't that thrill of battle, that excitement, and that indescribable feeling that Valley knew well. You could fight against the members of the Vulpurgis Knight Order during their training drills, they would prove a good challenge and at the same time, it will motivate them to train more if a teenage girl kicks their asses. Valley said with a smirk as he thought it over because this would be a good tool to motivate them to train more. In the Thonian Empire, sometimes, if needed, similar tactics were used to motivate the contingents of soldiers to train more. And it worked splendidly every time, so Valley knew that it would be working this time too. After that, Valley spent some time there talking with Bellatrix as she was asking some questions about the devils, Baator, magic as a whole and some other things. He answered before he even realized they had spent several hours talking as he then walked her to the fireplace, which served as some sort of teleportation point. He really thought that the wizarding means of transportation were weird, like very, very, very weird. Nevertheless, he accompanied her to the fireplace as she flashed away to her home in a wave of green flame. I can take it that everything went well with my granddaughter. Valley then heard the familiar voice of Arcturus Black, who was standing not far from the fireplace as he nodded at the elderly wizard-turned-devil. She is exactly like my Aunt Hela, that fighting spirit, thirst for power and battle lust are something that are impossible to hide in her person. He answered with glee in his eyes as he thought about Bellatrix Black. The last time he had a similar feeling like this was when he met Rias, as she was the last one to become his wife together with Kuroka Toju and Latia Astaroth. That I can only await the good news. The alderman was in a jovial mood because he had made a killing today from all of the meetings he had. Not only did he become a devil, but he also got half-raised to nobility within the hegemon like the Thonian Empire, and one of the most influential people of the empire who was also the son of the father of all devils took a fancy to his granddaughter. Andromeda and Narcissa are a must. They would prove pivotal in securing alliances with the noble houses of the empire, though who else? The elderly Lord Black thought as he departed to his study after Vala teleported back to the Malfoy Manor. Chapter 476, Interlude, Valley XXIII. 6 months later. During the past half a year, many things have changed around magical Britain. Probably the most significant one was the rise of a new faction not only on the scale of domestic politics but also on the international scale. The Walpurgis Knight Order was led by Thomas Marvolo Gaunt, the Lord of the House of Gant and direct descendant of the Salazar Slytherin. The formerly called Dark Families and a good portion of the neutrals of the British Wisengamot reorganized themselves into the Walpurgis Knight Order, which became a nightmare for the so-called Leader of Light, Albus Dumbledore and his bunch of vigilantes, Order of Phoenix. After Vala took the training of the humans as his own entertainment, he molded them into some sort of coherent fighting force, and their combat prowess was far higher than the magical police, the Aurors, or some cutthroats of hit wizards. As the best example, he forced the wizards of the Walpurgis Knight Order to study Muggle wars, tactics, strategies, and other things because the wizarding world was absolutely incompetent at the concept of waging wars. In the shadow war that Gaunt and Dumbledore led against each other, countless exchanges were already carried out, and it was the old man's Order of Phoenix that was slowly losing one feather after another. Mainly due to their reluctance to use anything remotely lethal against their opponents, which gave the Knights of Walpurgis Knight Order an easy time in killing them. Naturally, the agenda that the Walpurgis Knight Order was pushing in the Wisengamot was sometimes passed and sometimes was stopped, but overall their efforts were more successful than not, especially because of the acquisition of support from several previously neutral houses. Vala decided that his pawns would need some more time before he could use them to scout the area, which were hidden from his sight when he first entered this world. Right now, the strongest person under his influence was Thomas Gaunt, formerly Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort, who reached the peak of Tier 3 after some rigorous training and study. Which was a good result. Still, Vala needed him to be more powerful, and not only him but even his goods if they were to be of any other use than just serving as cannon fodders. Unfortunately, after mending his soul together, the results were as Vala predicted, and he would be forever stuck with the limit of Tier 8 due to injury suffered from splitting his soul into the phylacteries. Another notable thing that took place during the past 6 months was Vala vicing Bellatrix as they often trained together. Indeed, after getting the independent class cards, old Arcturus chose Bellatrix to be the first person to be told the truth and be reincarnated as devil. And one thing nearly shook Vala to the core after that happened. It appeared that her talent in the combat department was absolutely frightening because she was taking in the lessons about combat magic with lightning speed. He was even teaching her some of the more theoretical aspects of the tier magic system, though only best as he could, because while Vala was skilled in theory, teaching it somebody else proved to be a different story. During the half year since the Bellatrix was reincarnated as devil, she reached the initial Tier 3 with some help from Vala because he had countless resources with him that allowed one to advance the tiers quickly. And because the devil power system was quite straightforward in the early stages, as it was imitating the concept of cultivation by increasing demon energy, her path was relatively smooth. Naturally, this was accompanied by a lot of learning of tier magic, devil magic, abyssal magic and other types of magic that was known to the Thonian Empire of the Baator one by one, to supplement her growing raw power by some firepower. Also, from what he noticed when he was observing both Bellatrix and her grandfather Arcturus Black, their bloodline abilities have fully manifested when they returned to devils, as both of them could shapeshift and change their entire physical features with ease and could communicate with snakes in the magical language of Parseltongue. Vala predicted that if either of them could reach Tier 9 and cast some of the most forbidden magic of darkest curses and other similar types of magic, they could kill even Tier 10 powerhouses if they prepared enough without their target knowing what was going on. The curses and other branches of magic, which were considered as forbidden because those spells always required some price to pay, and most often, that price was heavy, so not many people cast or learned such magic. But right now, Vala found someone who had bloodline ability to cast them naturally without suffering their side effect. This would be a great boost for the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Right now, Vala was conducting his training alone, though he wasn't doing any exercises but rather focusing on mastering new spells of the tier magic, which were invented by the Tier 10 magicians of the Thonian Empire. While he was a primarily close combatant, as his father stated, obtaining and using every advantage you could is a must, and if you don't do that, you are an idiot. And thus, as he was practicing the magic, he suddenly heard a pop sound behind him as he felt one of the house elves teleport here. Yes, Gunny. He asked the male house elf wearing the green-silver outfit of the House Malfoy. It was one of the rare house elves who had proper clothing. Typically the noble wizards left them in rags as clothes, but that would reflect poorly on old Malfoy, who was obsessed with his image. Master V, Mistress Bella has come. He stated as Vala nodded his head, dismissing the house elf while cutting his learning time short. Chapter 477, Interlude, Vala Ziv, Bellatrix Black. Third POV. It has been 6 months since Bellatrix Black met with Vala Lucifer and started spending more and more of her time with the devil. When he started teaching her magic and its true potential, it was so fascinating, and yet at the same time, even the strongest wizards on the face of earth in all of their might paled and comprised even to low-tiered spells of tier magic. Her grandfather chose her to be the first person to be reincarnated as evil when he finished the lengthy explanation of what was going to happen to the House Black. Basically that the most suitable people out of their family would be reincarnated as devils and move to the Thonian Empire with His Highness Vala Lucifer. Bellatrix didn't know that their family was essentially a bunch of devil worshippers, but now it made sense, all of that mysteriousness and the rituals that they were carrying out in secret, always telling her that she would be told when she was old enough. Naturally, aside from her, her sisters would be too taken with them because they were talented and beautiful. If they became powerful enough, they would be essentially attracting other nobles for potential marriages. She was aware that the chances of either of them marrying out of love were basically zero because it was part of the noblesse oblige. There was nothing she could do about it. She knew that Narcissa wouldn't really care about it because she long ago accepted what was expected from her, and this would be indeed a great improvement. Marrying a noble of the Thonian Empire meant marrying the Empire's best, and literally best because the requirements of being nobility in the nation were extremely strict and harsh. Only her elder sister Andromeda would be problematic, as she was playing around with that muggle-born pet of hers, to which grandfather stated that she would be brought even against her will. She could see where it was going on. Her grandfather wanted to establish another noble house in the Thonian Empire, and whatever he conversed with Vala was enough for Baatorian to give a large amount of support. Still, they were of prime age to get married. Aside from them, the other people he chose were his sister Cassiopeia Black, who was acolyte of Gellert Grindelwald back in the time, and her cousin Regulus, because it was clear that her degenerated cousin Sirius would never accept because it was too dark. Right now, Bellatrix Black was waiting in the lobby of the Malfoy Manor for another lesson in close combat, mainly focusing on dagger mastery because she had a talent for dual wielding. Naturally, Vala was more than pleased to teach her. At least she was a beautiful young woman compared to the rest of the people whom he trained. She knew that the devil was showing some interests in her that were out of the norm, and she was also aware that her grandfather was in sixth heaven every time she went to meet with him. How could he not? If she married someone as high-ranking as Vala Lucifer, then their family would have guaranteed a future in the Thonian Empire. Mistress Bellatrix, Master V has been notified of your arrival. She strode through the halls of the Malfoy Manor as she was notified by one of the house elves of the Malfoys, walking to the drawing room, where Vala was probably waiting for her, as that was their usual meeting spot. You are a rather early, Bella. Vala asked as she entered the drawing room and sat on one of the empty sofas next to him. Today she was wearing one of her more revealing dresses, something that she asked her mother to pick her up, as she flaunted her assets to the devil, only for him to chuckle at her efforts. They were playing that game like mouse and cat. Yes, at home it is a mess once again, father being angry with Andy, grandfather pressuring father to solve the situation, and on top of that, great-aunt Cassiopeia, who has been de-aged after reincarnation, is also being a pain in the ass to deal with. As Vala told Arcturus Black that he had only 10 independent class cards with him, he started already quickly working on the thing, and right now, after deciding on whom to reincarnate, he found out that one of his granddaughters was having an affair with a muggle-born. So, that quickly escalated into a huge family drama because, for the first one, among the Devil Society, it was greatly frowned upon, especially among the nobility, to mingle with lesser species. So theoretically speaking, if in the future somebody found out that one of the members of Blacks, which would be then already nobility of the Thonian Empire, was sleeping with a human, especially a weak one, they would become ridiculed and it would bring them a shame. Not much different like it was right now, for the fact that the man was muggle-born. Fortunately, the only thing which was good about this mess was the fact that Andromeda was still a virgin and didn't sleep with him, at least yet, because that would be catastrophic. Grandfather has come and everyone was screaming at each other. If it was up to me, I would just kill her pet and be done with it. After spending much time around Valley, Bellatrix adopted some of his more unsavory quirks, primarily the one which was about solving everything with either killing or a show of power, as that was many times easier than talking. And efficient too. And your younger sister Narcissa? He asked about the youngest one in the group of 3 sisters. She doesn't care too much, on the contrary, she is delighted because it means that she could pursue her dreams of being an alchemist. Bella answered leisurely. Because of the 3 of them, Narcissa was probably the one who was eager as Bellatrix was, because while Narcissa knew what was expected from her and in this aspect, nothing would change. Yet, as a nice bonus, she could now focus on becoming alchemist and Podiwaner as she wished. Something which wouldn't be really possible if she married here some pure-blooded noble stuck-up prick who would want only a trophy wife to parade around. Chapter 478, Interlude, Valley XXV, Arcturus Black. A short time earlier before Bellatrix Black arrived at the Malfoy Manor to meet with Vala Lucifer. For Lord Arcturus Black, everything was going very well for the past 6 months. Aside from the crash course on the Thonian Empire of the Baator that he needed to learn, taking him 2 months to learn a quantum of information. Mainly about the Baator, imperial politics, lands, history, governance, various species in the empire and many other things that were considered common knowledge and even some which were not. Right now, there were 4 people reincarnated as devils, including him and his wife. The only ones to be reincarnated were his sister Cassiopeia Black and one of his granddaughters Bellatrix, who was right now enjoying some weird romantic relationships with the imperial elder Vala Lucifer. Now that he was reincarnated as a devil, he felt full of energy and vigor, so it would be highly possible that he would be having more children with his wife now both of them were returned to their 30s or middle 20s. That was one of the reasons why he preferred to take either people from his generation or mainly the unmarried females of the House Black. "Have you finished the talk with that pompous git?" he asked his sister, Cassiopeia Black, who, upon her reincarnation, was de-aged and looked like a breathtaking young woman with raven black hair in her early 20s, just a few years older than Bellatrix. "Yes, after I pressured him a bit with my power, Abraxas stopped caring about the potential engagement contract after he was told of the situation. His sister was one of few people who were actually more useful and was helping him with the migration to the Thonian Empire and was in charge of gathering the financial capabilities of the House Black for the Baator. And the goblins. One of the problems that he needed to deal with was the lack of money. While they got something from the Imperial House, it wouldn't be enough to run a noble house for more than a few years, decades, if they were saving it like squirrels. I have bargained with them to buy as much as mithril, adamantium and goblin silver as possible, though the best price we could get, even with all of the discounts and some show of force, was the usage of approximately 90% of the entire wealth of the House of Black. With a nation like the Thonian Empire of the Baator, gold was essentially worthless metal, just a bit shinier than others, but it didn't have any value. So he asked Valley how to gather wealth and for them to establish themselves, and the answer was actually more simple than he thought. Rare ores, magic tomes and grimoires, potion supplies and other magical artifacts. Such a thing would fetch them an enormous sum of money in the Empire if they find the right buyer, or they could sell it directly to the IMC, which will buy it from them at a preferential price. So right now, they were in the phase of gathering resources like this, which would be later on either sold or invested or otherwise used to increase the capital of the newly established House Black in the Thonian Empire of the Baator. From what Lord Black knew about the Empire, he could see that the requirements for the nobility were extremely strict, and even the lowest noble rank, which was the Thonian Ikes, had a requirement of tier 9 strength. Basically, a world-destroying entity if put here. And what about that thing? His sister Cassiopeia asked as his face grimaced into a frown, remembering one big and ugly problem that was growing in their plans and where all attempts at a more diplomatic approach had failed, so it would be time to resort to the more violent solution. It seems that I will be taking it for myself to resolve. Cygnus and Druella failed to resolve this peacefully, so the only choice this time would be to use force, no matter how much I detest it, against my own blood. Arcturus Black stated with strong distaste, but unfortunately, right now, there was nothing he could do about the situation with his eldest granddaughter Andromeda, as she was enamored with some muggle-born. Even if they weren't going to relocate to the Baator, this would be a problem, but right now, it was an enormous problem because it wasn't common knowledge that the old Thonian houses looked down on humans, or, effectively, those who were without any power or powerful bloodlines. Fortunately for the House Black, their bloodline was vital, that it bore them 3 bloodline abilities. Still, unfortunately, this made the situation even worse, because if a member of such a station was enamored with ordinary humans, that was a shame that won't be washed away for thousands of years. After talking with his sister a bit and deciding on some matters, he conjured a black-colored magic circle with the symbol of a raven in the middle of it and teleported away in a flash. "Hello, grandfather. I am pleased to see you, but I am in a hurry, so next time." After Arcturus Black teleported to the mansion where his son Cygnus with his family lived. After his granddaughter Bellatrix teleported away, he could see where her haste was coming from because he heard some screaming and cursing coming from the drawing room of the mansion. When he entered the room, he saw that his eldest granddaughter Andromeda was arguing with her parents, while his youngest one, Narcissa, was standing in the background and eating some snacks while enjoying the drama. He ignored his youngest granddaughter as he entered the room and made his presence known as everyone stopped in whatever they were doing. Chapter 479, Interlude, Valley XXVI, Conclusion, 1. After getting the Valpurgis Knight Order into some shape to the point where they could be of real use, Valis started sending them to the places where his sight couldn't penetrate to obtain information from there. Naturally, he didn't expect anything from this. Nevertheless, he was pleasantly surprised when one of the wizards he sent to the subterranean world returned with a piece of shocking information. At least to him, because from the memories of the wizards, he found out that the entire subterranean world served as an enormous graveyard sort. That was also the reason why his sight couldn't penetrate there, because there were countless tier 11 entities that died there and even some of tier 12, including one enormous corpse of something that appeared to be Void Leviathan of tier 13. He didn't dare to think how these beings died here and how did they end it in a place like this, but at least now he was sure that in this world there weren't any powerful entities that could harm him, as he prepared to entire the subterranean world by himself and plunder it for the Thonian Empire. From the preliminary scouting done by the wizards, it was totally empty without the signs of life, which was a good signal, so he could safely enter the place and take everything there. It was rather ironic how human wizards dismissed it as just a pile of bones and nothing interesting. If they knew that things like this could change people's civilizations by miles and bounds. There were cases where even ordinary civilizations without any special energy or inquests found such graveyards and, within mere decades, were propelled from Tier 0 to even Tier 8 civilization. Naturally, Valley wouldn't leave such wondrous resources and powerful things there, so right now, he was in the final phase of preparation for the exploration of the subterranean world. After taking everything from the subterranean world, he would take the members of the House of Black together with him and one of the non-members, as he, during his stay, found an interesting specimen with natural level 8 superior soul aptitude and unnatural talent for divination and arcane magic to the point that even his father would be shocked. When Valis stood in front of the entrance to the subterranean world in Antarctica, he was getting a bad feeling. Something was making him uneasy because while the wizards he sent to scout the underground returned with news that nothing alive was there, he was still getting weird signals out of this entire endeavor. Still, he entered the underground tunnel as he started descending deeper and deeper into the subterranean world until he, after half an hour, he reached the place which he saw in the memories of the wizards he sent there to scout the area. Just like in the memories, there was absolutely nothing in this enormous underground space, aside from bones from long decomposed corpses of countless beings. Even the weakest one who died in this place seemed to be a Tier 10 being, while there were many Tier 11 and a good number of Tier 12 beings. This made Valley wonder what happened here, then came up with two possibilities. Either this was a place where some grand battle took place and these were the participants. Or, considering the fact that this was a randomly released world in the endless void, this could be some hidden graveyard that was created by some mighty expert or civilization to prevent these things from being found. There are void creatures, fiends of the infinite abyss, cultivators, elder gods. That this place must be like really ancient if the corpses of elder gods were here. Valley thought because this was indeed a surprise. Elder gods were not a rank or grade, rather, they were subspecies of gods from the ancient times when the endless void was not only 1/10 of what it is today. Each one was born at Tier 11, reached Tier 12 by adulthood and Tier 13 if they put a bit effort into their training. Countless elder gods reached the limit of Tier 13 or became universe masters or, if not universe master, then at least divine thrones. There were even several Tier 14 paragons among their race, but alas, as time went by, some of the more powerful species wanted to obtain the power of the elder god race for themselves and thus started waging war on them. While the elder gods were extremely powerful, they were several outnumbered by many of the superior species like mind flyers, fiends, magicians or even some monstrous cultivator clans and thus, slowly but steadily, they were hunted down and annihilated. Naturally, Valen knew this because one of the very few friends of his father was actually a member of the Jade clan. The very same clan was one of many who participated in the Elder God War eons ago and some of their clansmen even killed a good number of the Elder Gods. Thus, he was more knowledgeable on the topic than others. Fortunately, the corpses of the Tier 12 entities and that Tier 13 Void Leviathan are well preserved, though shame that the Tier 11s and Tier 10s didn't manage to withstand the passage of time, probably the time they were here was too long for them. Valen muttered as he strode through the enormous underground space while heading toward the source of the biggest energy signature in the entire place. He passed by a good number of corpses, piles of bones and other things, but as he saw, not all Tier 11 corpses were entirely done. Some of those who had some extraordinary bloodlines were still intact like they were killed right now. He then went deeper and deeper into the subterranean world, following the energy signature that he felt, until he soon arrived in a new part of the underground world at a small plateau. Chapter 480, Interlude, Valley XXVII, Conclusion, 2. When he stood in the middle of the plateau, which was being lit by the sun coming from the surface through the tunnel that led to the surface, Valley looked around and scanned the area because this was the place from where he sensed the biggest and strongest energy signature of the entire subterranean world. There is nothing here besides the unnatural magical density, but that doesn't make any sense. And just as Valley was lost in his thoughts because he couldn't find any source behind the energy in this place, suddenly an enormous presence descended onto the small plateau out of nowhere, as the devil Dragonoid became wary of it. However, he knew that it was only the lingering spirit of the deceased expert who was killed here and managed to preserve his consciousness and leave it behind. Interesting, visitor, most unexpected. Valley wasn't sure about the lingering spirit of whatever died here, but he could sense that this was one lingering spirit of the Tier 13 entities that perished here, though he was aware of only one, that didn't mean that there wasn't more of them. Somewhere, in the end, this entire place was pretty massive and even with his senses, he couldn't convert it entirely in one go. Valley looked at the lingering spirit with a certain amount of wariness because this could go very wrong if the lingering spirit had any capability to defend him, which was a big unknown for the devil Dragonoid of the House Lucifer. So what are you? You smell like fiend but, at the same time, vastly different. The lingering spirit was mainly talking to itself, which was neither a good nor bad sign from Valley's point of view. Some people could change mood almost instantaneously. Devil, apparently we are artificially created species by someone at tier 13 for the purpose of combining the best area of the fiends of the infinite abyss, magicians, arcanists, and cultivators, to give birth to a perfect all-rounder. Valley answered in the best initiation of his father while omitting some of the more unimportant matters into something that could be called a basic definition of what the devils were. I see. The lingering spirit stated neutrally as it continued staring at the devil. Are you the lingering spirit of one of the elder gods who were killed in this place? Valley proceeded to ask as he looked at the lingering spirit because it was highly unlikely that it was from the Void Leviathan because the Void Leviathans, despite their overwhelming power, were creatures of very low intelligence and were mostly acting on their instincts. Yes. This was a relatively expectable result. Afterward, Valley was listening to the ramblings of the lingering spirit of the elder god who was killed here, as that was something that wasn't pleasant for him. Still, the chatty elder god occasionally dropped some important information. After 1 hour of listening to the annoying lingering spirit of the elder god, it confirmed Valley's suspicion that this was something akin to an enormous graveyard that was created by some powerful tier 14 entity that sealed this entire world in the endless void. Normally speaking, it should be virtually impossible even to enter this world, so it was mind-blogging how Valley managed to enter or, rather, how the cultists of the Baatorian pantheon managed to enter this world 2,000 years ago. Considering all things, Valley decided to take everything that was in the subterranean world, and that was a lot. From the ramblings of the lingering spirit, evidently, there were hundreds if not thousands of corpses of tier 10 entities at minimal and countless of tier 11, not to mention there were at least 3 tier 12. So, that was a huge win for the Empire because these were invaluable resources that could be used for myriads of purposes. Especially the divine sparks of the elder gods. Those ones were extremely precious because, from what Valley saw in them, they could be used by Baatorian gods to advance in their godhood index by leaps and bounds. Even Valley considered becoming a god because it would greatly enhance his strength, and at the same time, with the amount of resources that were here, it would be just drop in the enormous sea if he took some divine sparks or other materials that were from the remains of the elder gods. I could reach Paramount God in a century or so if I used divine spark of tier 11 elder god together with the collective resources of the Baator. Valley thought as he ignored the lingering spirit that was shouting all around and focused on collecting the corpses, valuables, and other things in the enormous subterranean world while also calculating the shortest time to advance into the Paramount God with the available resources. He knew that the godhood method that the gods of the Baatorian pantheon were using was, in truth, based on the elder gods, as it was imitating them to the last part. It took Valley an entire 1 day to completely clear out the subterranean world because even though it wasn't that big compared to the standards of the endless void, it was still big enough and he needed to proceed carefully when in this place. At some point, he was even forced to summon the power of his father when he was approaching the remains of then tier 12 entities and even some of the stronger tier 11 as the remnants of their power was still too strong and could hurt him severely if he was not careful. And with this, it should be done. He stated to himself while storing away the last corpse, which belonged to tier 11 dwarf, and with this, the entire place was cleared and he obtained a lot of his trip. Now that this was done, he needed to check on the last place in which he couldn't see with his senses located in something known as the Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 481, Interlude, Valley XXVIII, Conclusion, 3. 1 month has passed since Valley emptied the subterranean world and essentially took the greatest treasures that this planet had without anyone even realizing it. Immediately upon his return, he told Arcutors Black to finish his things because he would be leaving the sealed world behind, as all objectives were completed and a prolonged stay would be highly irrational. Thus, this prompted the elderly man to hasten up things because Valley gave him a deadline of 1 week to close all matters he had, as he would be returning back to the Baator with the great loot he managed to obtain in this world. Unfortunately for him, though, the Bermuda Triangle contained nothing because, as it was found out, it was a naturally shrouded zone where nobody could safely enter and exit, even for the high-tiered individuals. So the best thing Valley could do was to collect some data on the shrouded zone, and that was all. In the end, these data would prove themselves pretty valuable and good additions to the prisons of the Empire. Naturally, he notified of this, his human thugs. Nonetheless, they were too engrossed in preparation for the assault against the British Ministry of Magic. However, from what he could see, he was aware that any upcoming fight against the magical would be won by the Walpurgis Knight Order. Nevertheless, the non-magical would still be problematic, but hopefully, they would be able to handle them in a few years. Nevertheless, it was none of his concerns because the moment this world lost the content of its subterranean world, it became virtually useless, maybe aside from serving as a prison world, due to its nature as a sealed world, that would be seen. The Thonian Empire didn't have many prisons because they were virtually useless. The few that they had were enough, and typically, Baatorians didn't take prisoners of war, they killed everyone to prevent any further conflict in the future or sold the captives as slaves to the highest bidder to maximize their fans them. So, how are you feeling about the relocation to the Baator? Valley asked Bellatrix, who was leaning over his chest when he returned from the mini-expedition. One thing led to another, especially when Narcissa joked that she would take the handsome silver-haired devil Dragonoid for herself. Bellatrix made the first move and claimed him in front of her sister. Excited. In truth, everyone who is going with our little group is, aside from Andromeda, because of the incident. She said as Valley nodded. Interestingly enough, after a huge argument, Andromeda Black decided to run away with her muggle-born human pet, thinking that she would be, at worst, banished from the family, but she didn't think that the old Arcturus was so decisive. He asked the entire squad of the trackers of the Walpurgis Night Order to after them. They found them and killed Ted Tonks in front of her before they killed his entire family and brought Andromeda Black back against her will. From then on, she was under the constant watch of either her grandfather or father, so she didn't do anything stupid because she started having depression and some minor trauma since that day. It was logical to approach of things. Still, I have to admit that your grandfather has my respect for this. He behaved like a true Thonian noble. Valis stated that as he heard of similar cases happening in the Empire, there were not many, but there were some. Even though Valis was not apt at politics, he was aware that with the talents of his granddaughters they could be used as bargaining chips for marriage with other noble houses of the Thonian Empire to solidify their status. While the nobles in the Empire indeed lived a life of privileges and power, they had better resources than most and better opportunities. They had status and power, but it was not entirely without the cost. The greatest restriction was the partial loss of their freedom and their choice. Things like marriages were always decided for them with a suitable match, their time was strictly monitored and all of them needed to be the best of the best warriors or magicians that the Empire could produce. After we return home, I will be taking you with me to the Holy Imperial capital of Aenorlando to get your ID and other necessary paperwork. Additionally, you will need to go through the Imperial Examination Department to verify my claims about your bloodline. If it is true, you will get noble rank and permit to live in the capital until a territory is assigned to you. Valley explained as the young Devulus was looking at him with interest, excitement and a certain amount of fear. From what she understood about the Thonian Empire, they were extremely meritocratic driven, with merits, power and progress being everything. What is your capital like? Bellatrix asked him because the way he was talking about it sounded like it was not allowing anyone to enter. It is a beautiful enormous city with Gothic architecture and due to the low population it has, it is very spacious, calming and enjoying. You can stroll the parks or various facilities, enjoying their beauty and atmosphere without encountering any other person. Aenorlando was built in mind for either the imperial house, aristocrats, high-ranking members of the empire or powerful experts. Nobody else is even allowed to enter the city. Due to that, the entire city has a population of something around a few 100,000. Valley explained as he remembered the Holy Imperial capital. As you would have noble status within the empire, you would be allocated a right to buy a mansion in the capital, though there is one thing that I need to say before everything and I somehow forget to say this to your grandfather. Valley wasn't really sure how to continue this because this was rather embarrassing, as he had forgotten something this important. Because you will get aristocratic status without having appropriate strength for it, you will have approximately 100 years to produce one Tier 9 powerhouse at least, or else it will be stripped. Bellatrix frowned slightly at hearing this but nodded nevertheless. That was indeed important information that shouldn't be omitted. She muttered, making a mental note to notify of this her grandfather. Chapter 482, Interlude, Valizix, returning back. Several days later, everyone who was supposed to return with Valley was gathered in one of the rooms of Grimald Place number 12. Aside from the Arcturus Black, there was his wife, Sister Cassiopeia, his son Cygnus with his wife and their 3 daughters, and 2 other people whom he didn't recognize. Aside from that, there were another 3 people who were occasionally glancing at each other. One of them was a person with whom Valley was well acquainted, Gellert Grindelwald, somebody whom Valley personally recruited because of his talent for arcane and bloodline ability. The other 2 people were a couple of middle-aged men and women named Nicholas Flames and Pernelli Flame. As he found out, he was an extremely talented alchemist who created a bastardized version of Philosopher's Stone and lived for more than 600 years, so that was something interesting, as this was the pretty weaker and almost non-magical world. The Empire was always in need of talented electricists who could contribute to the development of the Empire. So now that everyone is here, it means that we could depart. I will be opening the portal back to the Baator and we will be appearing at the Holy Imperial capital. Mr. Black, you and your family will need to get registered with the Imperial Administration. Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Flammel, you will go with me for some specialized testing before anything else. Everyone right and clear? Valley asked as everyone nodded to his question, with some like Bellatrix very enthusiastically. At the same time, Flamer was excited about exploring the limits of alchemy, Gellert Grindelwald about the prospect of uncovering the depths of the arcane, and Arcturus Black was excited to establish the House of Black in the Thonian Empire. After saying his piece, Valley prayed to his father, the father of all devils, and opened the portal leading to the Baator as he motioned everyone to enter the portal. When everyone entered the portal leading to the Baator. 9th layer of the Baator, Nessus, Holy Imperial capital of Aenorlando, special VIP teleportation zone. When the portal appeared in the special VIP teleportation zone, which was exclusively used by the Imperial House and Electoral Lord houses, everyone who was around stopped doing what they were doing as the guards and personnel rushed to the teleportation zone as the honor guards. When they saw a group of people, some of the higher-ranking members of the Imperial Administration realized that these people, while having low tiers, must be personally recruited by some very high ranking, so they immediately sent a notice to the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Development. When they saw Vala Lucifer exiting the portals, everyone who was in his presence immediately knelt on the ground, showing their respects, not only to an Imperial Elder of the Imperial Hazu and Thonian High Lord but also to decorated war hero and Lord Marshal Militarant of the Imperialis Militiarum. While the small group of former wizards turned into devils, they were looking at everything in wonder. Vala just stood there for several seconds before the people from the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Development arrived, as they immediately gave Vala a bow before proceeding with the official matters, as they asked Vala what he needed. Here, take this. This is an official document about the creation of the new noble house, Thonian Ikez house, based on the contribution of their ancestor, with the contribution grade, EX, top secret. Vala stated grimly as the woman with glasses stopped writing something on her pad, as she held her breath for several seconds before adjusting her glasses and returning to her work. The last time someone contributed something that was on the EX grade was several centuries ago, and it was a big thing. Then please, Lord Black and his family and Lady Flammel to follow after me to the headquarters of the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Territorial Development. My name is Penemu and I am Vice Magister of the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Territorial Development. The fallen angel woman then motioned everyone to follow after her while leaving only Vala together with Nicholas Flamer and Gellert Grindelwald with him. We are going to the Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research to conduct a few tests on you and your affinities. Afterward, you can go register and a proper job will be assigned to you. Naturally, if you have some preferences, you may state them on the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs. Vala said as he took two of them to the Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research to see the Magister Mephistopheles for further testing, because both of them had certain peculiar bloodline abilities that he couldn't properly identify without better equipment or methods to categorize them properly. Grindelwald's bloodline ability for the divination and seer abilities were something that Vala could only detect, but not test properly, to which extent his abilities were already developed and where their true potential lay. Naturally, in the Magisterium of the Arcane and Magic Research, they had specified equipment exactly for things like this and special situations, thus, Vala was taking both of them there. Thousands of years have passed since the Holy War of the Astral Boundary. Father should have already finished all preparations. Vala thought as he strode through the enormous building, which was the headquarters of the Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research. Chapter 483, the final part of the Astral Boundary. It was interesting watching the passage of time actually. Sometimes, I actually enjoyed it, seeing how things changed, evolved, declined, or perished over time. The constant. Nobody could escape the cycle, even the ageless beings would one day die if they were unlucky, as true immortality was something that was almost impossible to achieve. How many times have passed since the final war of the Astral Boundary? 1,000, 2,000. It has been 5,000 years since the moment I killed the hive mind that invaded the universe, and right now, the Thonian Empire of the Baator was beginning to feel constrained by being in the astral boundary because its growth was becoming limited. Unfortunately, as the truth was often cruel and cold, the astral boundary was a low-level universe that didn't have many precious rescues or even very high energy density overall, meaning its uses for factions like the Thonian Empire were limited. Soon enough, it would be time for the final act, the ultimate jest against Mercurius. Right now, the Thonian Empire had several tier 12 aside from Hela and me. All 5 elders plus Architect and Diablo reached the tier as well. We also had a bunch of half-steps, who needed the final push, and tens of tier 11 entities, but at a price. The entire astral boundary was essentially plundered and all resources were drained. Not to mention I think that we have managed to damage Unvir's core, thus causing some indirect injuries to Mercurius, something which was an unseen yet welcome surprise. Slowly but steadily, I was poisoning Mercurius, who was yet to step onto the divine throne, which wasn't even birthed by the universe, but at the same time, Mercurius bind himself to the universe core till he could fuse with the divine throne as soon as possible. Right now, I was standing on the balcony of my chambers in the Imperial Palace of Sanctus Imperialis while I observed the holy imperial capital of the Inner Londo. Venelana, Graphia, Hela, and Bibi Dong were still soundly sleeping in an enormous bed in my chambers as we were up the whole night having sex. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. Proper name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satani Storia, Purgatory Furnace, and Teres. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Leviathan. Age, 8,987 years. Class, Exark / Annulled. Combat Prowess, Half-Step Tier 13. Lifeform Level, 3. Origin, Ruination. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Arcane Crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, Beyond. Path, The End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Origin, Dark Light, 100%, Origin, Slaughter, 100%, Supreme, Destruction, 100%, Supreme, Lightning, 100%, Supreme, Space, 100%, Supreme. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils, Ruination, God of the Baator. Aspect, Ruination. Concept, Void, 11%. Demonic God Force, 24, 9. Godhood Index, annulled. Body, Peak Exark Grade, Magic Resistance. Constitution, Fateless 1. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Arcane Runes, Origin. Devil Magic, Origin. Aesir Runic Magic, Origin. Abyssal Runic Magic, Origin. Human Magic, Origin. Mysticism, Origin. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Grandmaster. Hand-to-hand, Grandmaster. Blade Staff, Forbidden. I skimmed this through my own calculations together with the Architect, who has evolved to the point of reaching the Tier 12 entities. During these few thousand years, I have advanced tremendously in several of aspects. Right now, I reached the tremendous demonic god force. Based on the raw power alone, I was approximately 9 times stronger than the average Tier 12 expert. Naturally, I was already near Tier 13, but what made my situation more complicated in this aspect was that I needed to fuse both of my paths together perfectly. The Law Godhood was very close to me, as I was only one step away from perfect fusion, as everything was prepared for that. Normally speaking, to reach Tier 13 in the Law system, one needed to fuse with Spherote, upgrade path to Aspect, which was something above the Law and was the result of the fusion of the path and origin, and one needed to obtain a higher form of energy. In truth, I already long ago fused with the Spherote, with my weapon Atish long ago, which gained some sort of primal sentience and evolved to the point of Spherote when I left it to devour the universe core of one of the empty universes that we found near the astral boundary. I already obtained my aspect, which proved to be ruination and about the higher energy. That was something that was still out of my reach because such things couldn't be created artificially, but one needed to find them in the vastness of the endless void. I already comprehended 3% of the concept of void, which may seem like nothing for 5,000 years or so, but actually, it was a pretty lot and only proved that I am a genius. Totally do not want to sound narcissistic, but it was like this. Somehow I sensed that all I needed was in the Shao universe, where I was soon preparing to go. Due to void storm that was around the Shao universe dispersing and the shroud around the astral boundary universe getting weaker with each year. The connection between the Shao universe and astral boundary started getting stronger and stronger a few hundred years ago, to the point where both universes had extremely stable pathways, which stabilized the time flow to 1:1. Right now, my plan was simple. Reaching Tier 13 in the Shao universe, then creating the Baatorian universe and becoming Universe Master, killing Mercurius and officially taking over the Longinus Drazian Orden. Afterward, I could start my plans of exploring the other universe and searching my path to become Paragon and Alter on the final endgame of everything in existence. Singularity. Immaterious universe proved to be much stronger. They probably have several Tier 13 individuals who have thought that the Empyrean-class psychic entities in the warp would actually be that strong. It was a severe miscalculation on my part, but at the same time, this only wants me to enter that world even more and uncover its secrets. I thought about the birth universe that I called Immaterious Universe, which I tried to enter a few centuries ago, only to be repulsed away by the universe's will. Chapter 484, My Power After Millennias. I was almost 9,000 years old at this point. Sometimes it seemed like yesterday when I was still in the Terran Science and Technology University of the Solar Federation and was aspiring to become a weapon designer. So many years have passed since then and so many things have changed since then. Though soon enough, I would return to the Immaterious because I was very close to devising a safe method on how to not only enter the Immaterious universe but also to profit from it far more than I originally should. Frankly speaking, I originally wanted only two things from the Immaterious universe. The first one was to obtain knowledge of the Necrons and their technology, and the second was to find the fabled Black Library of the Eldari Empire. Even though the Thonian Empire of the Baator was fundamentally different from the nature of the Immaterious universe, in there were some things and weapons whose fearsome power would be able to wipe out entire universes, and it was something that I wanted to get my hands on. It would be a path to create a Tier 13 weapons. But before that, the Baatorian universe must be completed and I needed to reach Tier 13 to have even a bit small success probability of completing the mission that I envisioned for the Immaterious universe. Unfortunately, the 4 Empyrean-class entities that were living in the warp have been proven to be all Tier 13 entities in terms of their psychic presence alone. The only good thing about them was the fact that they could not enter the real space there, and even if they entered it, then their power would be accordingly suppressed because their entire existence was connected to the warp. This meant that not only they would drop a tier or two, probably to the Tier 12 or Tier 11, but they could also exist only for a very limited time in the real space. Naturally, during these past millennias, I have been training as hell and doing everything to prepare for my ascendancy towards Tier 13. Yet, unfortunately, even with my heaven-defying talent and resources available to me, due to my fundamental nature, I couldn't reach the Tier 13 through the conventional means. Still, I would be able to fight some weak tier 13 even in my current state with all of the power that I managed to amass during the past 5 millennia. My own control over the laws has been pushed to the extreme. In the case of the law of Devour and Darklight, it even reached the origin status, which would be considered impossible, while all other laws were at the supreme control status. Aside from that, my godhood was at the pinnacle of what it could be as a nulled-level powerhouse, and I had absolute control over my 3 domains: Father of all Devils, Ruination, and God of the Baator. Aside from that, with my newly found ton of free time, I was studying every magic system that I could get my hands and pushed all of their masteries to the origin. I managed even to learn something that I was pushing for a long time, which was the arcane rune system, essentially a magic system used by the arcancists of the astral boundary, but surprisingly or not, it was not them who created that magic system, but rather apparently they found it from some kind of ruins with originating out of this universe. Now my next stop was the Shao universe, where I couldn't, unfortunately, go with my true body because, as it was found out, the universe will of the Shao universe was rather hostile towards me because it could see that I was on my path to becoming a universe master instantly after I ascended to tier 13 and created the Baatorian universe. Universe wills were also living organisms and had a high degree of consciousness. When someone became a universe master, the person essentially killed the universe will and usurped its place in the universe, and the universe will of the Shao universe could sense that I had that aura when I severely damaged the universe will of the astral boundary and did something to the planar will of the Baator, which was basically my extension. Fortunately, to counter this, Bibi Dong will use the summoning ritual to summon my peak tier 11 avatar into the Shao universe, and then she and my daughter Rinxue will start their ascension as the goddesses. Naturally, their ascension to godhood will be pretty problematic because neither of them was using the method of the Shao universe and they won't be tied to it, which would mean that the universe will of the Shao universe will send everything it has in its disposal at my wife and daughter to kill them, while I would be standing guard. Aside from me, Hellas Avatar would also be going together with Venelana, and Graphia would be coming with their true bodies as all of them were still at the peak of tier 11, so the most they would face would be some mild impression from the universe will. If everything goes well, I will reach tier 13 in the Shao universe by devouring the universe will of the Shao universe, and at the same time, I will be establishing the Baatorian universe by fusing Shao universe together with the Baator and a whole bunch of planes of the astral boundary. Essentially 1/4 of the astral boundary will be used for this little project. It will be the crescendo of my work lasting for several thousand years. Just thinking about that was sending shivers through my spine in anticipation of the power that I would soon obtain, because becoming tier 13 was essentially becoming a powerhouse on the endless void scale overall. Not talking about becoming the universe master. As I was observing the holy imperial capital of Aenerlando, I greatly enjoyed the view of my hard work, how the empire thrived, how the citizens of the empire prospered under my rule, the rule that of my son, and right now the rule under that of my grandson. While it seemed that with Abraxas, the line would be disrupted because neither of Abraxas's children showed any interest in ruling, though what was almost shocking to me, at least, the current crown prince and next heir to the eternal throne was my grandson from the Valis lineage. Chapter 485, on the Shao universe. Shao universe, Dolua galaxy, Dolua planet, Dolua continent, Spirit empire, Spirit city, Spirit hall, the throne room of the supreme pontiff. Similarly to the Thonian empire of the Baator, the Spirit empire of the Duzlua planet prospered greatly, and hundreds of years passed since the unification of the entire planet under the sole banner of the Spirit Empire and Spirit Hall, under the Supreme Pontiff. The technological development allowed the Spirit Empire to reach to the stars as they started harvesting resources from the nearby asteroid, building great fleets and establishing colonies on the planets in their solar system and beyond. It took them a few decades before they established a true interstellar empire from the Spirit Empire and had countless powerhouses. Many people attained the wild god standard because they lacked the god position. Bibi Dong was still the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall because she enjoyed her job, and it was necessary that she continue to have an absolute over the Spirit Empire for their further purposes and machinations of the father of all devils. She was one of a few people who were aware of the upcoming Baatorian universe project and the ambition to create a new universe by fusing the Shao universe, the universe where they were living, with the Baator to create something entirely new. Aside from that, her husband also planned to reach the tier 13 entity and become universe master all in one go. Aside from that, she herself, together with her daughter and a few loyal and old members of the Spirit Hall, were preparing to ascend as gods through the special method that her husband created for them. The greatest weakness of the Shao universe's godhood and the further path was the fact that the gods that ascended through this method were tied to the universe will and were technically speaking some kind of semi-servants of the universe will. They couldn't go against its reasons and orders if the universe will said so. And that was a very big no-no for Bibi Dong, thus she asked her husband to create a new form of godhood, which he did. By combining his own godhood method together with that of the Shao universe and the divinity of the astral budinry a bit, he managed to create something new and perfectly suitable for the spirit masters. Not to mention, for those who already were god candidates and were eyeing a god position, which were something like a universal treasure in the Shao universe birthed by the universe itself, it allowed them to devour and assimilate the god position into their godhood. For that reason, they were planning to summon the avatar of her husband to descend to the Shao universe because this would be the starting point for the entire plan. She already gave the order for the Spirit Hall to start preparations for the summoning ritual of the avatar of the Father of all Devils. Preparing such a huge ritual required a tremendous amount of preparation and resources, so the Spirit Hall, even with its current capabilities, was preparing everything was several months already. Chrysanthemum, what is the status of that thing? Bibi Dong asked one of her arch-cardinals and the one who was her most loyal retainer even from the times before the unification, Chrysanthemum Dolua, Yuguan, who was Wild God, Spirit rank, 130 with combat prowess comparable to peak second-class God even though he was a Wild God. Wild Gods in the Dolua and, by extension, the entire Shao universe were much weaker than their counterparts with the God seats in terms of combat prowess, and it was a shard thing to meld it. Even though Yuguan had a spirit rank the same as the first-class God, his combat prowess was comparable only to the peak second-class God or maximally newly advanced first-class God with a spirit rank around 121 or 122. Naturally, this would be solved with the new godhood method that her beloved created. Only the final touches are needed, and the sacrificial ritual could start. We have raised our defenses to the maximum, and they should be able to hold even against tier 11 experts for a limited amount of time, according to our calculations. Also, we have got the message from the Baator that Empresses Dowager Venelana Gremory and Graphia Lucifuge would arrive to oversee the ritual. Answered the Chrysanthemum Dolua because, in this ritual, they would not only summon the avatar of the father of all devils, the god of Baator and ruination but also that of the Black Empress of Death and War to gain 2 pinnacle tier 11 experts on their side when several of their key members will undergo the Ascension. Bibi Dong knew that both Zeo and Hela could exert even tier 12 power temporarily, even in their avatar forms, so they were like assurance that nothing would go wrong during the Ascension and they would be ready against whatever the universe will throw against them. Excellent, then start the ritual right away. Also let everyone who will be ascending gather in the throne room in 1 hour to finalize the things. There were only a handful of people who would be ascending at the same time, most of them were carefully chosen with their loyalty towards the Spirit Hall above everything else, and all of them had the god seats already chosen. Some of them were for example, Jin Ayu or Qian Daoliu, were also the ones who were suitable to become gods through the new method that the father of all devils created. Also, increase the defensive alert to the maximum and activate the protections around the planet. I suspect that the enemies won't be coming alone. Bibi Dong ordered because right now, the Spirit Empire, as it was stretched across the stars, it was aware of the fact that they were not alone and there were countless civilizations out there. Fortunately enough, their galaxy, which they named Dolua Galaxy, was largely uninhabited, and those civilizations that existed here were mainly pretty much primitive and weak. Chapter 486, Descent of Gods in Progress. Creating such a large-scale summoning ritual was an arduous thing and the Spirit Empire invested a lot of resources into its creation. The Spirit Empire decided to make an entire planet into one huge summoning ritual, as countless spaceships were orbiting around the planet that the Spirit Empire chose for this purpose. Countless wild gods were doing the final preparations under the leadership of Venelana Lucifer and Graphia Lucifer, who arrived at the Shao universe through conventional means only yesterday. Still, they didn't waste any moment and immediately went to work. This summoning ritual was not only summoning the avatar of the father of all devils but also that of the Black Empress of Death and War. Bibi Dong was also personally overseeing the operations for everything to go smoothly. When the avatars of the 2 tier 12 powerhouses were summoned to the Shao universe, the plan's second phase could begin. Bibi Dong watched together with her sister wives, Venelana and Graphia, how countless lines over the planet shined blue as the ritual was activated over the planet. Several of the Magitech towers were spread over the ley lines of the planet, shot out a pure beam of energy into the atmosphere, and soon interconnected with each other as they started siphoning energy from the planetary core of the world. Soon enough, an enormous portal started opening high above the planet as the space itself was being destabilized, and both Venelana and Graphia could feel the uncanny presence of the universe while approaching this place as it tried to make its power to stop the ritual, but that was something for which they were perfectly prepared. When they designed the ritual, they prepared for the eventuality of the universe will intervening, and thus, instantly after sensing the possible interference of the universe will in this matter, Venelana typed something on her hollow brain. Instantly afterward disruption field appeared in the entire solar system, which blocked the power of the universe will out of this as the portal above the planet started enlarging with each passing minute, while the planet itself was getting devoid of any life, as everything was sucked by the spell formation and the Magitech towers that were draining the planet of its essence. Support the formation with more energy, interconnect the reserves. Bibi Dong shouted one order after another, seeing that the summoning spell formation for the avatar descent needed more power, as summoning 2 avatars of pinnacle tier 12 beings proved to be much harder in reality than on paper. As she commenced the order, almost immediately, countless spaceships started sending power to the Magitech towers from the reserves that were prepared and even siphoning some of it from the local sun, but not that much because they didn't want the sun to explode and create a supernova. In that case, everyone under tier 9 would be essentially obliterated to dust, not to mention if, subsequently, a black hole was created. It could kill even powerful tier 9 entities, so playing with that thing was pretty dangerous. Still, fortunately, there was no need for that because the portal was getting stabilized with the additional injection of power from the spaceship fleet and some from the local sun. Soon enough, a wave of overwhelming power burst out from the portal. At the same time, all 3 of them recognized the overwhelming power of their husband, who had descended down onto the Shao universe in his avatar form, as the power of ruination erupted from his body, directly attacking the universe will of the Shao universe. Scream from the depths of the universe, spirit. It sounded from the portal as everyone who heard the voice shivered at its sheer power and dominance, as the familiar visage of the father of all devils descended. It was an intimidating look, and some weaker-willed individuals would be scared shitless because Zeoticus Lucifer looked like a demon incarnate from the fairy tales. BB Dong looked from the commanding spaceship as crimson-haired men with silver streaks flapped his 16 wings while descending from the portal, and his tails were playfully interviewing with each other. And with this, Phase 1 is completed. She smiled, seeing that her husband banished the remnants of the universe will far away the second he descended down. Apparently, his power grew once more and was even more powerful than she initially anticipated. MCPOV. Indeed, going to the Shao universe, even in my avatar form, wasn't that easy because the I universe wouldn't even allow my avatar to descend in a piece, as it sensed that it belonged to the half-step tier 13 being. Not talking about the fact that even in my avatar, which was capped at peak tier 11, I had combat prowess of extremely weak tier 12, but tier 12 nevertheless. Still, the Shao universe was a place that didn't have any tier 12 being due to intervention and restrictions placed on the universe by the universe will itself. Probably, the universe will developed here to an extreme where it became a fully sentient being, and it feared that if someone became tier 12, it would be only a matter of time until somebody became tier 13 and tried to become universe master. Something that the universe will wanted to prevent at any cost. While I did understand it partially, but at the same time, it was utterly foolish because the universe will has directly crippled its universe in terms of powerhouses, and they were ripe for invasion. In the endless void, universes without tier 12 are not even considered worthy of being listed as powers because ordinary tier 11s were common as clouds in the endless void's common area. Still, it was pretty interesting to experience it on my own because I was aware that cases like Shao universe were actually very, very rare. That made me pity the universe will a bit because I would end up destroying it due to my plans, as I would love to study it. Maybe I should capture at least some samples if possible. Usually the universe wills were only semi-sentient beings that acted mainly on their instincts and did everything in their power to create as many powerhouses as possible because, in the long run, it was beneficial to the universe itself. To be protected by mighty experts, not talking about possibilities for evolution and expansion. Chapter 487, Descent of Gods completed. The moment I descended into the Shao universe, even though it was only my avatar that had been capped at the peak of tier 11, I felt a strong force attacking me in this very moment, coming directly from the universe will itself. Naturally, this also allowed me to precisely gauge the strength of the universe will of the Shao universe because this was the first time the universe will outright attacked me, and I made use of this very moment excellently, as I found that my suspicions were current and the power of the universe will was that of the peak tier 12. Considering the fact that the Shao universe was relatively weak, one was within the norm. Second later, after I descended, my Hela in her avatar started exiting the space portal that was high above the destroyed planet that was already crumbling apart from being used as the source of the power for the creation of a portal that allowed us to enter the Shao universe. I felt weird. I heard Hela's voice behind me as I wordlessly nodded at her words. This was the first time she had entered the foreign universe, not to mention she was entering as avatar of peak tier 12 entity, so it was logical that she was facing some sort of suppression, naturally, though much weaker as I send universal packing. You are right now experiencing the phenomenon known as universal suppression and universal rejection. One is happening due to being a foreigner and not being connected to the universal source, and the second one is happening due to being a foreigner and having a different power system not natural to the Shao universe. Thus, the universe itself is rejecting your very own existence. Though within half an hour you won't feel anything, this universe is too weak to affect us because our true bodies are peak tier 12. I told Hela so she could understand what was happening, though I seriously doubted she was listening to even half of what I was saying. She was never the most patient person, especially when it came to academic studies and scientific topics. We should meet with others, Hela said as she tried to acclimatize to the environment and control her god force in his universe. After several minutes, I let her play because she was dazed off when she found out that she couldn't properly control her own powers. I took her hand and flew in the emptiness of space towards the biggest capital ship in the fleet that was in the solar system. Soon enough, I arrived at the commanding bridge of the capital ship of the Spirit Empire, where BB Dong was already waiting for me together with Grafia and Vanillana, and aside from them, I noticed a bunch of the wild gods who were her personal guards and members of the Holy Templar Order. Right now, the Holy Templar Order was only a few bits worse than the custodians of the Thonian Empire. Some may consider them as their weaker cousins, which was indeed the truth. Each member of the Holy Templar Order of the Spirit Hall was trained by the custodian standards and given some genetic enhancements, only a level weaker than the ones I was distributing to the custodians. So, when can we start? With this stunt, we have a few hours maximally until the universe will gather practically everyone at tier 9 and above to attack the Dolua galaxy. I said as BB Dong nodded grimly because she was too aware of the severity of the situation, but it had already started and they needed to move as fast as possible. How many tier 11s have you noted down till this day? Hela asked her sister wife as it was one of the wild gods next to her, whom I recognized as Chrysanthemum Dolua, who answered. More than 8, probably. We are not entirely sure because we have barely started colonizing the greater extent of the Dolua galaxy and the information we have is scarce, mainly from some of the gods we captured, but due to the unique nature of the divine realms, we cannot enter them and we are also not entirely aware how many divine realms are there. Chrysanthemum Dolua answered, to which I could just smile grimly because this wasn't good. This was actually pretty bad because we could be kept in the dark and that was something that I didn't like. The odds would be against us. Do you have some of these prisoners yet? I asked because if they had, then I could perform some more throughout the interrogation. Seeing the chrysanthemum nod to my question put some pressure off my mind because they still had a whole bunch of prisoners in their hands. I will immediately take your highness to the prison where we are keeping them. BB Dong nodded and ordered to change the course towards the special prison planet that was constructed by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with the Thonian Empire and was having exactly the same standards as the Thonian Empire of the Baator. After the course was set, we had a few hours until we arrived at the prison planet, which was located pretty far away from the solar system where we were right now, as we needed to go into a different star system at first. For the time, I, together with my wives, retreated to Donger personal chambers so we could have some private discussions about certain matters. It would be the most suitable thing to discuss some things in the commanding center of the spaceship where everyone could hear it. Now that we are here, I need to ask, are you 100% that everything will be all right? BB Dong asked me, stress evident in her voice as she looked into my eyes, as I nodded, trying to calm down my wife. It was understandable that she was worried because the things that were going to happen would change everything. Chapter 488, Interrogation. The prison planet of the Spirit Hall was far from where I descended with Hela, but we were already on the way and would arrive within 1 hour or so. I needed to spend some time calming down BB Dong about the situation because the higher number of high-end experts was something unexpected and if not handled correctly, it would be disastrous. To that end, I needed more precise information, which was something that only the prisoners may have in their minds. Naturally, my interrogation method would be much more efficient than anything that Spirit Hall could bring out because I would be ripping that information out of his very own soul. We will be arriving within 1 hour. How are the preparations back home? The second I descended onto the Shao universe, I gave BB Dong a special formation that was used for similar things like the ascending and so on. For that, an enormous solar system-sized spell formation was needed that the Spirit Empire was right now constructing. I have ordered anyone able to start building the spell formation. Not to mention that spell formation of such size will be a deep cut into the coffers of the Spirit Empire and even vaults of the Spirit Hall. BB Dong said with faux sadness, as I could agree with that, but the effects of the spell formation was tremendous because it was tremendously increasing the success rate of whatever ascension. It was imperative for their success because the spell formation could block the inference of the universe will with the ascension process. Yes, but it is imperative that you are protected from outside interference, especially from the universe will, which will for sure try to sabotage your ascension to the new form of godhood. Naturally, for me, this would be the opportunity to cripple the universe will to start the plan. I started as I kissed my wife on her forehead and talked about some inconsequential things and around 30 minutes later, we were notified about the arrival at the prison planet that was located in a faraway solar system. The entire solar system where the prison planet was located was sealed and entrance was possible only through a special method, not to mention that over the solar system as a whole, there was cast anti-energy zone. The more we approached, the prison planet anti-energy zone got stronger and stronger. Originally, the anti-energy zone was modeled after the Slaughter City in Dolua's planet Dolo continent. That was a place where it was a natural anti-energy zone that suppressed basically any type of energy and even the Thonian Empire of the Baator adopted the same things in their prison. Soon enough, our capital ship was close enough and BB Dong sent some code towards the prison planet, which opened the shielding over the planet and we descended down. Only I was going to the prison planet as I was led to the interrogation room by the Chrysanthemum Dolua. The architecture of the prisons on prison planet was exactly the same, as it was enhanced by the magical defenses and means like the Thonian Empire. Chrysanthemum Dolua led me to the interrogation room, where one of the prisoners was already located and kept in some sort of stasis. It was a human man, looking like a middle-aged man. He wore a special suit like the other prisoners that were suppressing his entire being. Nothing was left to coincidence. I then looked at him as I put my right hand on his head and with my might, I invaded his mind. To this device, I activated my godhood and also my crest because this man was apparently first-class god that they somehow managed to capture, a god with a god seat. It seems that the Spirit Hall must have invested a lot into his capture. Because he was suppressed throughout with the anti-energy zone and through countless other means, there was no resistance as I ripped his mind into shreds and absorbed every piece of knowledge from his mind and his soul. 10 tier 11s, 10 god kings with god seats, those are the only real combatants on their side who would be mobilized by the universe will, but there is apparently the clone of the universe will. This would be pretty much problematic. I then got the information from his mind and it was relatively within the exception. The universe will possess the strongest god king and make him into his avatar, the so-called god emperor, who will have tier 12 might, while the rest would be forced to fight against us. On our side, we had an additional 3 tier 11 experts, with Hela being there for several of them. Both Graphia and Venilana could take 2 each. Hopefully, Hela would need to take the remaining 5 in the worst case. Though with her astral necrotic undead, she had several tier 11 undead that was one lifesaver and another would be my specialize and that was ambushes and dirty fighting. This person whom they captured had a lot of information, but that was understandable from the first-class god. We can go away. I have obtained everything necessary from his mind, you can use the body in whatever way you wish. I said to the chrysanthemum and left the prison because there was already nothing I could learn here. This man was their most valuable prisoner, so I doubted that the rest, that are many times weaker, would know something different. On the other side, now that I had extracted the information from his mind, it was time to prepare for the battle. The enemy would be strong, and we would have only a short time because the universe would make haste to attack us as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Final Touches. After we had finished with the interrogation of the prisoner, we went to the Dolua planet. It was long ago decided that Donger and others would be ascending on the Dolua planet because it was the strongest and most powerful planet in the entire galaxy, and aside from that, it had the strongest fortifications. It was a logical conclusion that the Ascension ceremony would be taking place on the Dolua planet. I have some good news and some bad news. I said as I sat down together with my wives as we discussed the information that I managed to extract from the head of the prison, who was first-class god. In the end, everything that you will tell us will be bad news. Hela said with a giggle as she had a point in this because the only good news, even if I could call it that, was the number of the powerhouses that the university could mobilize on its end. There are technically speaking 10 tier 11 powerhouses, while one of them would be chosen to act as a vessel of the universe while forcible raising the person to tier 12. So, we are rather outnumbered by them even if we have far superior firepower. I said as Hela's words were indeed true and I felt that she kissed me on the cheek after I said my piece, to which all of them were frowning and looked grim at my words. That is splendid, it means that you would be incapable of helping us and there is only me, Graphia and Venelana to fight them off, even with my astral necrotic undead, it would be a hassle to fight that many tier 11 powerhouses. Not talking about their unique nature and their connection to the divine realms, their combat prowess is higher than average tier 11 expert. Hela summarized, because she had studied the power system of the Shao universe and knew exactly the weaknesses and strong sides of the gods of the Shao universe. Their connection to their respective divine realms was something that was their strongest side and gave them tremendous strength. That is true, but both Vina and FIA could take 2 of them with everything that they have, that leaves us with 5 tier 11 experts that would be left for Hela. Even Hela, who usually would welcome any kind of challenge and fight, was now considering her options and what to do. We may take some of them out through the usage of traps, but with their current setup and how they would be coming, it would probably be impossible. Our only opportunity would be to launch some overwhelmingly strong attack and hopefully, we will kill 1 or 2 of them. It is highly possible that they would be arriving through teleportation, so we would have a few short seconds to carry out the ambush. I stated that if we managed to pull this out, we would be using the odds to our advantage. Together with the fact that our side would be supported by the fleets of the Spirit Empire and the Spirit Empire also had some technology capable of injuring a tier 11. At the same time, it was vastly inferior to that of the Thonian Empire of the Baator and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. But under the right circumstances, it would prove its worth and usefulness. Should we pull out one of those to the Shao universe? Venelana asked, as Hela and I didn't really agree with her proposition, even if it essentially guaranteed the success of the ambush. Right now, all Blackstone fortresses that were capable of killing tier 12 were nigh impossible, not to mention Phalanx-class space fortress was nigh impossible. All of this was important to be placed in the astral boundary universe in case of invasion from the outside. Aside from that, there was also an unstable factor in the form of Mercurius, who was still active in the astral boundary, which made the presence of the Blackstone fortresses in the astral boundary an absolute necessity. We will be alright with the weaponry of the Spirit Empire. Right now, the situation in the astral boundary is precarious enough and we can't transport something like the Blackstone fortress in a few hours. I said to all of them we would need to play it more smartly this time instead of using a pure power approach. Spirit Empire has a few experimental spaceships and even one space fortress that is essentially an imitation of the Phalanx, but it was never tested on the battlefield and we don't know how efficient it would be, thus I am rather reluctant to use it in the combat. Bibi Dong said, and while I could understand her uncertainty, it wasn't much of a problem because if everything went according to the plan, then we need only one successful shot from the space fortress and nothing more. Either way, there won't be time for the second because we have only a tiny window of opportunity when they exit the teleportation portal. Then it should be okay, we have done some preliminary tests, and if this is everything that we need, then the space fortress is combat ready. With this, we arrived after some time to the solar system, which was housing the Dolua planet and it looked like pretty much similar to the last time I was here, aside from countless space fleets that were orbiting the blue planet with a few enormous continents. Right now, I was partially marveling at the size of the planet because it was already on the size of the secondary grade 2 plane, and with the ascension of countless people into godhood, it would evolve once more. This, together with the Baator, will become the foundation of my future universe, even though calling it Baatorian universe sounds a bit too much, considering the fact that I am planning to use the Dolua planet together with it. I muttered as our spaceship was descending to the Dolua planet. Chapter 490, Defenses of the Dolua planet. As we had an essentially unknown amount of time until the powerhouses of the Shao universe arrived, the second the capital spaceship of the Spirit Empire descended down onto the Dolua planet, I immediately went to work. Not only me but also my wives were going to work, and each of them was taking up a different sector of the defenses. Grafia and Venelana were with me in checking up on the defenses over the Doluzo planet because the entire solar system where the Dolua planet was located was also filled with countless magic formations. Some of them were even inscribed personally by me. Fia and Vina were essentially skilled in the magic theory and runes, which were essential in creating such inscriptions, so they could help me with this task, thus, I delegated part of the work to them. Vina and Fia, take the inscription around the planet, I will take the ones all around the solar system across the other planets. I said as we divided into 2 teams as we went to activate the inscriptions that were inactive and check on the other ones. On my part, I had it done within 1 hour because I was, what to say, awesome. Yeah, but not really, or really. I made most of these things, and with my working speed, it took me a really short time to control everything and activate the inactive war formations because those ones needed to be activated manually. I also made some small adjustments to the already existing inscriptions to boost up their performance. Venelana and Grafia took a bit longer time to check up on everything while I was together with Hela, who was discussing the option of defense together with the military leadership of the Spirit Empire and Grandmaster of the Holy Templar Order of the Spirit Hall. While the battle would be left for the high-end powerhouses, there was still the possibility of the invasion, and even if the invasion was not probable, then the army would still have a role to play, which was service around superweapons stationed across the entirety of the solar system. Third POV. Meanwhile, the father of all devils was bolstering the magical defenses over the solar system. Right now, one of the people who would be ascending as gods through the super-secret special method, Lucifer Inshue, was sitting in her quarters and having a call through the network with her fiancé, Lord General of the 9th Army of the Imperialis Militarum, Lord General Feng Xiu. 9th Army of the Imperialis Militarum, the Yesid Keepers, came 1 week after her aunts/mothers, Venelana and Grafia. Due to their nature, they were tasked with protecting the ritual core. In their fullest battle formation, they could easily fight against peak tier 11 entities and were especially a pain in the ass to deal with. Meanwhile, Rinshue was glad that her fiancé was right now stationed in the same universe, but because of the fact that she was preparing for the Ascension, she was in the Spirit City while Feng Xiu was touring several of the locations where the pylons were located. This is already the last of the pylons we are checking. After that, we are returning back to the Spirit City to guard the Heart Crystal. Rinshue frowned hearing her fiancé because instead of spending time with her, he was spending time looking at those weird, black monoliths and looking at them. Naturally, this wasn't an activity that she, as Princess of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, Crown Princess of the Spirit Empire and Holy Daughter of the Spirit Hall, indulged. That is so boring. She complained to her fiancé, who just shook his head in amusement because there was nothing else to say about this. Rinshue, the pylons are essential in planetary defense and the fact that they are deployed here is a great honor and generosity from Ancestor. The pylons were the latest technology that the Thonian Empire developed and was considered the pinnacle of the arcanitech of the Empire. They were based on the old models of the planar suppression pillars, which were based on the Dawn pillars developed by the Dawn Emperor. They are big black pieces of metal or whatever, and they are boring. She complained about it. From the members of her family, she was never one for all techno talk or whatever. For Rinshue it sounded too boring. I will be done within 1 hour or so. There is only one pylon that needs to be checked. The pylons were right now something akin to semi-experimental technology because they weren't properly tested in extreme environments yet. In fact, there was not a situation that would require their fullest activation, so their use on the Dolua would be the trial of fire. Whatever, how long do you think we have until attack? She then turned the discussion toward the other topic because she was getting nervous about the ascension to the higher tiers, especially considering the fact that they would be attacked by all tier 11 powerhouses of the entire universe. Who knows, it could be every second, but unfortunately, you cannot ascend without the preparations being completed, which would be within a few hours. So, hopefully, your ascension process will be completed by the time the universe will decide to launch the attack. Feng Xiu answered her truthfully as Rinshue nodded in agreement with his statement. I am still a bit nervous about that. What if something goes wrong? In an ascension process like this, everything could happen. Rinshue feared that something would go wrong, not to mention she was aware of the fact that they would be attacked by the top powerhouses of the Shao universe. Nothing will go wrong because everything is within the prediction of the father of all devils. Feng Xiu answered shortly after because, like the rest, he had absolute faith in the ancestor that everything would go without any complications. Chapter 491, Ascension. MCPOV. Several hours later, everyone was in a hurry and everything was checked and the people were already going to undergo the ascension. After I finished checking the spell formations around the solar system of the Dolua planet, I decided to hasten the process and contacted BB Dong to start the ascension to the godhood for the people who could ascend. With each ascension, the universe will be weaker and weaker because of the unique nature of the ascension, which was stealing the power of the universe. Hela finished the preparations of the rest of the defenses that would be effective against the Tier 11 entities, even those as strong as the God Kings of the Shao universe. She also brought out the experimental spaceships that had firepower comparable to the Tier 11 and put them in the battle formation around the several planetoids in the solar system, where they would be hidden. They would be going through several waves, with BB Dong going as the first one. Hopefully, she would be able to reach the God King or its equivalent straight away. I designed it that way. Those people with the God positions could absorb the God position and straight away become high-end powerhouses instantly after ascending to godhood. When I returned to the Dolua planet, the ceremony for the ascension to godhood was already prepared and the first people who would be ascending were chosen and there were only 4 of them. My wife and daughter were naturally there together with Qian Daoliu and Jean Io, as these 4 people were the stronger powerhouses of the Spirit Hall, and the moment they ascend, all 4 of them should be able to reach the peak of the Tier 10 on average. While I would want for them to reach Tier 11, I doubted that was achievable even with the God position of the original God King. The balance of everything needed to be maintained in everything. So, are you ready? I asked and, seeing BB Dong nod her head in agreement, activated the defensive formation that was laid out around the solar system. When the defensive formations were activated, all 4 of them started their ascension process, as I felt immense God force erupt from all 4 of them while their ascension process was being supported by the weight of the entire Dolua planet. The assimilation of the God position was something that was lengthy and dangerous and required a lot of power. Still, with my adjustments, it was very much possible, and together with the godhood method that I practiced, all of them were in transition to reach the common God rank. The farthest on the process was naturally BB Dong because her power was being increased tremendously, and the second one was Renshue. Both of them had a God position belonging to the God Kings as they obtained their inheritance, while Qian Daoliu and Jean Ai had the ones of first-class gods only. Naturally, I was overseeing the process of their ascension as I suddenly felt the space distort around the entire solar system, and I knew that the universe had sensed them and decided to attack right now, even if it was unprepared for such action, and this may be good. Everyone to the defensive position, locate the space tear, and launch the projectile. I sent this message to my wife as they knew what to do, and Graphia, who was right now on the deck of the experimental spaceship of the Spirit Empire, started doing her part in all of this. With my single command, the entire machinery of the defenses was instantaneously activated as the main weapon of the experimental spaceship of the Spirit Empire started charging and preparing to fire around at the space crack that appeared in the outskirts of the solar system. FIA, the second someone exits the crack, fire at will. I said to Graphia as I felt an attack coming my way as I conjured a defensive barrier, but it was shattered in several seconds and I was sent flying across the solar system. The half-step Tier 13. This one is far more powerful than the hive mind. It appears that being supported by the entire universe is not for a show. I thought as I saw that the experimental spaceship fired a shot towards the space crack when one of the Tier 11 experts of the Shao universe appeared, blasting the person to smitterness. Yet, at the same time, the spaceship was essentially dead as it was in the process of explosion. Damn it. This would be a great hit for the coffers of the Spirit Empire, but whatever, mortals will deal with it somehow. I then focused my attention on the avatar of the universe will. I didn't know which God King it possessed, but it should be some extremely strong because even I felt the hit by him. Considering the amount of the God Kings that were in the Shao universe, minus the Azura god who created the special clone and long ago left the Shao universe, it shouldn't be hard to find whom the will possessed. Logically, the only person who could be such a choice was Hui Mia, the god of destruction, because he was the strongest of all God Kings of the Shao universe, and that was something that the universe will plan to use against me. Destruction was a terrifying concept. Even though what the universe will had was far from the concept, it was still strong enough actually to injure me. Chapter 492, Versus. Shao Universe, 1. It was a very long since I was injured. The last time something managed to injure me was the hive mind, and even that, I needed to invest some effort into it. Though to defend the capabilities of the hive mind, it was significantly weakened through my scheming. Still, I looked at the god of destruction dangerously because he was powerful enough even in his base form, not to mention right now that he was possessed by universe will, which elevated his power to frightening degrees. Just that attack it unleashed on me would be able to kill even some pretty strong Tier 12 entity in one hit. This increased his threat level to the utmost maximum, but I also knew that the universe will wasn't strong enough to kill me. Yet he still presented a grave threat to my wives and the entire Spirit Empire. While I was engrossed in a fight against the avatar of the universe will, suddenly, the space crack appeared in the outskirts of the solar system of the Dolua planet. The first Tier 11 experts of the Shao Unviers could be seen exiting it, only to be shot down by an enormous energy beam coming from the direction of the Dolua planet. It was an instant kill as the experimental spaceship had proved to be more capable than I was giving it credit, not to mention in the moment of surprise, I sensed that it managed to kill one God King of the Shao universe and injure another 2 of them, significantly at that. Which was a great bonus. Instantly seeing that the departed divine soul of the God King, I used my arcane crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, and devoured everything, while I sensed the universe will of the Shao universe tremble in absolute rage because not only did I permanently kill the God King but I also devoured the God position and the source of the universe. Parts of the source of the Shao universe have been devoured. Increasing the control over the Shao universe. Increasing the demonic god force by 0.1. Now that my demonic god force had reached the 25, I felt stronger than ever, conjuring hundreds of beams of the nuclear magic rule, sending all of them at the avatar of the universe will to defend against the onslaught of my magical attacks created some wall of reddish destruction energy. Surprisingly enough, the barrier that the avatar created was strong enough to withstand the brutal bombardment of the nuclear magic rule, which was my strongest offensive attack that evolved to a terrifying degree with my understanding of the magic rules. Not wasting any second, I started incorporating the decomposition magic rule in the attacks, forcing the avatar of the Shao universe to stay on the defensive. At the same time, the decomposition magic rule beams befell onto his shield, consistently weakening the reddish barrier to the point where it was showing signs of collapsing on its own. So it doesn't have an unlimited energy, how surprising, and the power I took from the God King coupled with the God position that were lost to those 4 back on the planet, is considerably weakening the universe, if that is the truth. I thought before I sent a message to BB Dong for everyone who managed to obtain an empty God seat to start the Ascension process right now and here. This way, we would achieve an indirect weakening of the universe, thus weakening the universe will and thus, once again, weakening the avatar. Each God position of the Shao universe was absolutely unique and essential to the Shao universe as it contained some bits of the source of the universe. If these God positions were destroyed or assimilated, the entire universe would be weakened as a result of these actions. Especially the God positions of the God Kings, which were absolutely invaluable to the whole Shao universe, and even if a single was lost, it was considered a tremendous loss. And that was exactly what I was aiming for, as I sent mental messages to Hela, Fia and Vina to kill the Tier 11 God Kings as soon as possible. I was being cautious about the avatar of the universe will because I wasn't aware of its entire capabilities. I was sure to say that I knew the combat capabilities of the avatar around 80%, there was still a great deal of unknown for me, so I tried to finish the avatar as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I was having a small exchange with the avatar of the universe. Several more Tier 11s of the Shao universe had already exited the space crack. Among them, I saw some stronger ones which were obtained from the mind of the captured first-class god. I recognized him as Ji Dong, the god of evil. And soon enough, another man came who was God King of Death Dai, another extremely powerful heavy hitter, though this one would for sure go to Hela. She could at least assimilate his god position and obtain some boost to her power. Seeing the reddish shield around the avatar cracking down, I sent him another wave of the nuclear magic rule beams, forcing the avatar to dodge them. Though he couldn't dodge all of them due to the sheer numbers that I was generating, he was still hit and injured by them. Indeed, the avatar of the universe was powerful enough to withstand enough damage, and I saw that his regeneration capabilities were a bit frightening to a certain degree, even when being hit with the nuclear magic rule beams that had tremendous destructive capabilities on their own. It seems that we will need to employ some more powerful means to destroy the avatar. Maybe if my beloveds devour and assimilate the god positions with those down too, I should be able to do it with even less power. With these thoughts in my head, I shot another wave of the nuclear magic rule while simultaneously constructing countless chains of heaven that appeared all around me as they shot toward the avatar of the Shao universe. Chapter 493, Versus. Shao Universe, 2. Third POV. After one Tier 11 God King was killed by the shot from the experimental spaceship of the Spirit Empire, while the other 2 were severely injured by the explosion blast as a form of collateral damage. Seeing this, Hela readied her necroswords the second she detected one of the God Kings having an enormous death-attributed aura on him, as she chose him as her target. Hela knew what her husband intended for her to achieve, which was to assimilate the God position of the God King of Death. Thus strengthening her, albeit not much, but drastically weakening the Shao universe. In a split of a second, Hela appeared in front of the Adai and swung at him with her necroswords, activating her godhood. Even in her avatar form, which was peaked at Tier 11, she was extremely powerful. Surprisingly to her, the God King of Death Adai raised his scythe, blocking her attack like nothing, but Hela didn't falter a second as she raised her left hand, throwing away one of the necroswords at the incoming God King as she released blast divine death power at the Adai, sending him flying. Instantly afterward, she was attacked by another of the God Kings. She dodged backward as she was attacked by the blonde-haired man with some kind of enormous sword made entirely from the light divine power and a mixture of light magic. Even Hela could sense the power from it, not to mention it was countering her own element of death, but she was prepared. Casting protection spells instantaneously, she created hundreds of magic circles, which slowed down the light magic sword. Meanwhile, she dodged. She then summoned 2 of her Tier 11 astral necrotic undead which blocked the blonde-haired man who was radiating pure element of light, and the second astral necrotic undead headed for another of the Tier 11 God Kings with long black hair holding a zither. That was weird even for Hela to use a musical instrument as a weapon, but she didn't dwell on that but rather turned her attention to the God King of Death. Hela flashed after him, slashing at the God King of Death, aiming at his neck and using the godhood in her avatar body. It was a competition between two domains of death. While she usually would overpower someone like Adai because her control over the death was much higher, she was already like her husband and was touching the very own concepts of the death. But here, the situations were a bit different because Adai, as God King tied to the Divine Realm, was supported by the Divine Realm, which was on the power of Grade 1 plane, maybe even a bit stronger. So both of them were a bit matched as space cracked around them from the aftershocks of the clash of two peak Tier 11 beings. Naturally, this didn't dwell very well with Hela, as she was continuously increasing the power output of her godhood and generating more and more power. One thing fascinating about the avatars was that even though this avatar of her was capped at Tier 11, it was still connected to her Tier 12 main body through the connection of the Shao universe and astral boundary. Increasing her power, she managed to break through the defenses of God King Adai. Sparks appeared in the emptiness of the space when her necrosword broke through the bladed part of his divine scythe. Hela grinned at that, using her second necrosword to stab him in his stomach, but when she wanted to use her godhood to finish him, suddenly another of the God Kings appeared next to her and, with a powerful punch, sent her flying thousands of kilometers away. She quickly stabilized herself in the space and looked at her attacker, who appeared to be a short-haired blonde-haired man with red eyes, whom she recognized as God King of Damage. His physical strength was fearsome across the entire Shao universe. So the most powerful players are already here. God of Evil Ji Dong and Mad God Lei Xiang are already fighting against Vina and Fia. Rest of the God Kings are absolutely useless in direct confrontation. Hela analyzed the situation when she noticed that all of the God Kings that her husband informed them of were already on the playing field. Aside from a few, the rest of them were not any kind of a real threat because their combat prowess didn't present a threat to her or her sister wives. She then summoned more of her astral necrotic undead. She had only 3 Tier 11 astral necrotic undead, releasing out the last one, who attacked one of the God Kings, as all of them were taken by her sister wives or the astral necrotic undead. Sadly, even though the individual power of the undead were not bad, but there was one huge problem with them. They were not strong enough to even severely injure their opponents, which was created a sole purpose for them, which was to stall them until Hela was done with her enemies. Hela released her power, shooting toward the long-haired men who attacked her with the light, magical elements, switching place with one of her astral necrotic undead, slashing at the men with her necrosword. She noticed that her target was magician before ascending as a god and his close combat capabilities should be subpar compared to his long-distance ones, as magic was his primary focus of his. She also noticed that he had some sort of martial training, probably something of Knight Order or that way, due to the style of his movement and foot technique. In a split of second, her necroswords that she was holding buried deep into his stomach before the men burst out of intense power of light magic, so she instantly teleported away, leaving her necroswords stabbed in his stomach before she smiled cruelly as the necroswords detonated themselves. All of them were just an extension of her own power, so she could do whatever she wished with them, and the second she teleported away, Hela mentally ordered them to self-destruct. And that was one down. Chapter 494, Versus. Shao Universe, 3. The self-destruction of her necroswords was strong enough to kill the God King on the spot, not only because it contained bits of Tier 12 power. Aside from that, her death energy was extremely corrosive to someone who cultivated light-attributed energy, especially elevating them to divine levels according to the standards of the Shao universe. The next thing she did was teleport to where the God King of Light was killed. She instantly ripped out the God position from his soul, opened a small portal, and sent the God position table to her sister wife Bibi Dong. Hela grinned at that because several seconds later, she sensed a tremendous energy outburst from the Dolua planet. It seems that her efforts have paid off, and soon enough, another Tier 11 expert would emerge. Even though they originally anticipated that the maximum Bibi Dong could have achieved would be Tier 10, but with an additionally affiliated God position, Tier may 11th be possible. MCPOV. Trading blow after blow with the avatar of the Shao universe for more than several minutes or whatever was already beginning to take a toll on my body. If not for my overwhelming demonic god force reserves and their fundamental power not being that strong, I would already perish in my avatar form. In the end, this body wasn't that strong and compared to the avatar of the Shao universe, which was a Genu Tier 12 entity. Aside from being boosted by the entire universe, my avatar was severely lacking, but I was making up for the shortcomings with my superior skills and path, laws, and magic rules. After being repeatedly injured by me through the usage of destructive magic rules, I suddenly sensed a raging storm congeal around the avatar of the Shao universe. It was reddish-crimson-black energy of destruction that surrounded the entire avatar of the Shao universe, and in a split of a second, it shot towards me with tremendous speed. I instantly congealed several magic circules as protective means, supported by the decomposition magic rule to slow down the incoming attack. Even if I felt that I would get severely injured by it, the concentration of destruction energy was extremely fearsome. Teleporting behind the avatar of the Shao universe, I summoned a Tish, gripping it in my hands and stabbing the avatar of the Shao universe in his back, forcing the Hui Mia or whatever remained from him to cough blood. Atish was already on the level of Spherote, not entirely, but it was very close. This level of injury won't be enough even to injure the avatar properly, but I managed to get some of the end into his body, and as expected, the end started spreading through the body of Huimia like poison, with black veins appearing all around his face. So not even the avatar of the universe is not immune to the end. I thought when I noticed that the intensity of its attacks were approximately by 17% weaker than previously. It seemed that the avatar was using a lot of power to suppress the end. Instantly after, I summoned my arcane crest, Imperial of End and Ruin. I started controlling the end within its body, forcing it to use more power to suppress the end. At the same time, I took direct control of the spell formations around the solar system of the Dolua planet and used it to support my demonic god force regeneration, which allowed me to start attacking the avatar of universe even more fiercely. Not even a moment later, several silverish objects appeared around us as they started shooting toward the avatar of universe, as I was using the starfall magic rule to create artificial stars and dropping them at the avatar/Huimia. Each one of them contained the tremendous destructive power of the mighty starfall magic rule. He used destruction energy as a shield to protect himself from the falling stars of the starfall magic rule. One after one befell on the destruction energy shield, and they were disintegrated upon the contact as the destruction energy shield proved its worth, but it didn't last long because soon enough, several cracks were showing all around the shield. When one small crack appeared in the middle of the shield I used this as an opportunity and unleashed my most powerful nuclear magic rule beam and shot him directly to his chest, leaving a massive gaping hole with several of his inner organs completely vaporized to nothingness. I grinned as I realized that, this time, he was being sustained solely by the universe. Still, with such severe injuries, the end was doing its wonders, as the corrosion was spread through the entire body of the avatar, corroding his energy reserves. When the end managed to his body this far and spread through his very own being, it was only a matter of time before he would be disintegrated and assimilated by me, as I was controlling the process. My usage of the arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin was getting better and better with each passing year, and I started siphoning very own essence of the avatar through the arcane seal Imperial of End and Ruin, which appeared on its body. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.1. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.2. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.5. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.3. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.4. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.6. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.2. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.4. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.5. Demonic God Force reserves increased by 0.4. Through Arcane Seal Imperial of End and Ruin I was able to increase my Demonic God Force reserved by entire 3.5 coefficient units as the body of the universe's avatar was being decomposed before my very own eyes. Obtained parts of the Shao universe's control. Samuel heard the voice of Architect in my head as I slowly devoured the avatar bit by bit, ending this entire scuffle in a more anticlimactic way than one would anticipate. Chapter 495, Taking Over. When I was devouring the avatar of the universe Shao universe, my wives finished off the remaining tier 11 god kings. Some of them tried to escape the moment they felt that the control of the universe's will over them was broken. As I started devouring its very own existence through my arcane crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, the connection between the universe will and god kings got broken because I was usurping the very own control from the universe will. Thus, the more cowardly ones of them, who were still surviving, just packed up their things and went to escape. Whatever, this was not my problem, as I activated the next steps of my very own plan. Architect activates the project, Catastrophe. I commanded in my head, while my avatar in the Shao universe instantly disintegrated and its particles fused with the Atish, which was floating in the space of emptiness while the space itself started shaking strong and started cracking all around the Shao universe. Meanwhile, back in the Baator, I was sitting cross-legged in the Sanctus Imperialis when I opened my eyes when I heard the Architect's voice in my head. Project Catastrophe has been activated. Refinement process of the Baator and Shao universe has been started. Sacrificial targets have been locked. Pylons have been activated. Activating the backup sequence formation for the fusion. Activating the Doomsday protocols. Activating the defensive protocols. Activating the lockdown protocols. Activating the Catastrophe. Activating the project, the Fool. Instantly after I heard the last line, I felt the entire astral boundary universe tremble and split into several parts. Weissman and everyone who needed to know about this already knew, and some were suspicious when they noticed our armadas and flotillas withdrawing back to the Avernus, the first layer of the Baator. I then stood up and released my godhood and every bit of my very own power as I started executing the first steps of my ascension towards tier 13, and that was killing Mercurius and establishing the new universe, my universe. My tarot card started glowing fiercely as I was overloading it with energy when the fusion of Baator, entire star regions of the astral boundary and some parts of the Shao universal, mainly the Dolua region, together with a few divine realms that were adjusted to the Dolua region. The remaining parts of the Shao universe were used as fuel to complete the fusion, and at the same time, they were used as sacrifice. All of the resentment, hatred and anguish of trillions of souls killed was being not only used to strengthen the newly born universe but also channeling it through me to kill Mercurius. Project Catastrophe has been activated. Phase 1 of Project Catastrophe has been completed. Project Tarot has been completed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the astral boundary universe, the soul half-step tier 13 Mercurius was observing the entire universe, sitting on the incomplete divine throne, when he suddenly felt the tarot card in his soul cracking and he instantly coughed a huge mouthful of blood. It seems like I have miscalculated. What a shame. Not even a second later, his body, soul and fledgling incomplete divine throne exploded into nothingness. Nothing remained from the previous half-step tier 13 soul powerhouse of the astral boundary, who was killed due to his own arrogance and miscalculation of his own plans. One thing is done, now the second one is remaining. I muttered when I felt that Mercurius was killed just like that, but the plan was well executed, mainly because this was the sole backdoor that was almost impossible to defend against. Especially and only in the situation when the sentient artifact opened the path for me to allow me to kill Mercurius almost effortlessly. When Mercurius was killed by me, then the only thing that remained was the creation of the new universe, which was already starting because, through my control, Baator was already ripped out from the astral boundary universe and the process of the universe formation had started as the Baator collided with the Shao universe. Parts of the Shao universe started fusing together with the Baator, which now seemed like some distance, started enveloped in some sort of bubble, started expanding furiously, devouring the space of the Shao universe and astral boundary universe through the pylons that were positioned through both of the universes. I plan to divide the worlds within the new universe into several categories, mainly based on the strength of every dimension/world. Essentially, the division would be into lower worlds, middle worlds, higher worlds, principal worlds, and higher dimensional world, which would be only one and that is the Baator. That was to ensure the superiority of my birthplace. Lower worlds were basically the lowest of the bunch, they would be for the mortals not stronger than tier 9 and thus, I have capped them at tier 4, which would be the limit of the lower worlds. Middle worlds were just stronger versions of the lower worlds and would be capped at tier 8. Higher worlds were the ones that would be capped at tier 11 and they were constructed from the corpses of divine realms of the Shao universe together with a few grade 2 planes that were under the control of the Thonian Empire of the Baator and used as material here. Principal worlds would be the strongest aside from the higher dimensional world and each one of them would need to be created by me personally because of their unique position. Right now, there would be only one principal world called Dolua World, where the Spirit Master system would be practiced as it is the base of the Spirit Empire and Spirit Hall. If any other special world or something were to be incorporated to the Catastrophe universe, I would create another principal world for its inhabitants, but I would still need to formulate an exact situation when something like this could be possible. Chapter 496, Catastrophe Universe I. Higher dimensional world was basically the category of the Baator, as I was directly in control of the expansion and creation of the new universe, it was located in the center of the new universe, and thus the energy density levels were skyrocketing. I felt that the energy density had increased several times over in the Baator since I started creating my new universe, mainly because it would be siphoning energy from all worlds as it was in the center of the universe. Basically, every single world would be connected to the Baator and give its nourishment, constantly increasing its strength with each passing second. With this, no world would ever be able to overcome the Baator in terms of cultivation environment, and the Baator would always remain the strongest one. As the higher dimensional world, it also doesn't cap on the tier which it could accommodate, so technically speaking, it should be able to accommodate even tiers 13, 14, and higher. Higher dimensional energy has been detected. Higher dimensional energy has been recognized as stardust. Absorption of the higher dimensional energy, stardust has started. I suddenly felt another energy entering my body while I was controlling the newly birthed universe Catastrophe, which was still expanding itself by devouring the area of the Shao universe and the astral boundary universe that were covered by the pylons. In the astral boundary universe, Weissman and his faction had already left for another universe, which had pretty much a similar power system, and most importantly, it was magical in nature, purely magical. While Queen Kohinum also left to wander the astral boundary in search of some elven universe. Even though I offered her a place here, she refused because she wanted to find something herself. It was a shame, but her pride was too huge for me to overcome with logic and reason. Demonic God Force and Stardust are merging. I felt the Stardust energy that entered my body from the Big Bang and started merging with the Demonic God Force. The best properties of both of them were becoming one and it was like a virus spreading across my entire body. When the Stardust came into contact with the Demonic God Force, it converted some parts into its own variant and started converting the remaining Demonic God Force into the new variant that I had just left there as Stardust. Conversion process of Demonic God Force into Stardust, Demonic God Force variant, at 1%. Conversion process of Demonic God Force into Stardust, Demonic God Force variant, at 7%. Conversion process of Demonic God Force into Stardust, Demonic God Force variant, at 13%. The conversion process was quickly increasing while I felt my raw power increasing with each passing second as I controlled the newly birthed Catastrophe universe, as the first world, the higher dimensional world Baator, was stabilized. God, the energy density here is absolutely crazy. With this, reaching tier 8 would be child's play even for absolute idiots, and even comprehension of laws would become easier, but at the same time, the laws of the world are approximately x87 sturdier and more powerful than before, and this would only rise with a number of worlds created and connected to the Baator. Fascinating. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 21%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 28%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 34%. After the Baator had stabilized, I turned my attention to the Dolua planet, which was already located in the space of the Catastrophe universe, as I started terraforming and transforming it into the Pricknipple world. This was rather an arduous process, but it was like some instinct that was guiding me on what to do, and surprisingly, it went well. Not only well, but also during the time of transitioning the Dolua planet into the Pricknipple world, I was constantly growing more powerful. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 42%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 50%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 63%. I also took a large number of divine realms and high-grade planes of the astral boundary, which was crumbling apart, to create the new Dolua principal world. Several seconds later, I already saw some subsidiary worlds being created naturally through the process of absorption and birth under the Dolua principal world that were adjusted to the Dolua. Interestingly enough, the people here and there won't be feeling anything or noticing anything because, from their point of view, it was like the interference of Deus Ex Machina. I already crossed the conversion of 60% and was nearing 70. In terms of raw power, I was at least 10 times stronger than before and would be able to fight half-step tier 13 entities with ease. After the conversion would be done, according to my calculations, my power should be comparable to half-assed tier 13 entities. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 71%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 80%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 84%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 89%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 92%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 95%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 99%. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 99%. Suddenly, when I was done with the creation of Dolua principal world, I felt the conversion rate to stop at 99%, but that missing 0.01% was something that would make an extreme qualitative change. Chapter 497, Catastrophe Universe 2. The second Catastrophe universe started expanding. I felt the remaining 0.01 coming to me as my very own being undergoing quantitative change, thus fulfilling the second condition for me to reach tier 13. The sole thing that remained was obtaining aspect of my newly formed universe, but unfortunately, it would take some time for me to do so. I already obtained the aspect of ruination, but because the astral boundary was already half destroyed, I needed some time to transition it to obtain the aspect of ruination from the Catastrophe universe. Because the Catastrophe universe was partially made from the astral boundary, it would only take a few years to transit it. The laws of the Catastrophe universe were relatively similar to that of the astral boundary universe, but they were countless times stronger and more sturdier. But with this, I was guaranteed to enter tier 13 within a few years maximally. Conversion process of demonic god force into stardust, demonic god force variant, at 100%. Host has obtained higher dimensional energy, stardust, demonic god variant. When I got the message from the architect, I ordered him to conduct a deep scan of my being to observe the changes on my existence from obtaining the stardust. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. Proper name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satani Storia, Purgatory Furnace, Antares. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Leviathan. Age, 8,987 years. Class, Half-Stell Tier 13. Combat Prowess, Half-Step Tier 13. Origin, Ruination. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Arcane Crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, Beyond. Path, The End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Origin, Dark Light, 100%, Origin, Slaughter, 100%, Supreme, Destruction, 100%, Origin, Lightning, 100%, Supreme, Space, 100%, Origin. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all Devils, Ruination, God of the Baator. Aspect, ruination, transitioning. Concept, void, 11%. Stardust, demonic god mutation 30. Godhood index, annulled. Body, peak Exark grade, magic resistance. Constitution, fateless 1. Baator command sequence, 100%. Clan trait. Dark light, law. The Devourer, law. Holy flame, law. Magic systems. Tier magic, origin. Arcane runes, origin. Devil magic, origin. Aesir runic magic, origin. Abyssal runic magic, origin. Human magic, origin. Mysticism, origin. Secret method, fate algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Grandmaster. Hand-to-hand, Grandmaster. Blade staff, forbidden. One of the other most notable changes that happened was the elevation of my control over the laws of space and destruction to the origin, the highest attainable mastery. This was possible for me only due to the creation of a new universe and observing the formation of the laws of space in their most primal form. Same with the law of destruction because technically speaking, for Catastrophe universe to be born, I destroyed one whole universe and half of another one. The coefficient of the stardust reached 30 from absorbing the residual energy released by the creation of the Catastrophe universe. Similarly to the Baator, I was able to feel the entire universe, and the sole reason why I wasn't technically speaking a universe master was only that I wasn't a tier 13 entity. Yet. But with this, the establishment of the Catastrophe universe was finished, Baator and Dolua world were created, and right now, life will need to find its own way. I could already see that hundreds of world seeds were taking root in the universe, absorbing the primordial chaos energies and growing at a rapid pace. I am feeling a little bit tired. Sitting down, I sighed in relief because now the sole thing which was standing between me and ascending toward tier 13 was the perfect fusion between my two power systems. And fortunately, due to my devouring several god kings, I already knew where the problem lay and what to do to solve it. The short story was that racial evolution was needed for me to achieve that feat. For that, I would still need more time to figure out how to force out the racial evolution of several bloodlines that I had in my body and merge them into something entirely new. Unfortunately for that, he would need to search for answers in another universe, but that was for a later time. Now, I needed to rest and assimilate everything that I gained from the advancement in my strength. After this, the most important thing was to get everything right in the newly established Catastrophe universe. Only 2 worlds were fully developed, which were the Baator and Dolua worlds. The rest of the worlds that came into existence were still developing by absorbing the energies from the primordial chaos and void. It would take a few thousand years for them to develop to fully fledged ones properly. Normally this would take a few million years at best because the growth of the world wasn't something that could be done within a few millennia. Still, the primordial chaos energies that were all around the Catastrophe universe were hastening the growth of the Catastrophe universe's worlds. For some time, I spent a few hours observing how the worlds were growing under the influence of the primordial chaos energies because this was a sight that one could experience only under unique circumstances, and some powerhouses would not experience it even in their whole lifetimes. Taking notes of how the primordial chaos energies were nourishing the worlds that were growing at visible speed, expanding through the space of the newly born Catastrophe universe, forcing the ever-expansion of the Catastrophe universe through the endless void to continue once more was truly a fascinating process. These data would come in handy in the future when I would be incorporating a new world into the Catastrophe universe or when I would be creating a new world from scratch. In those situations, having previous experience was almost invaluable. Now, the only thing that remains is to gather the Longinus Orden and get it working. I muttered while I was playing with the tarot card, but it was not my own card, the devil, but it was one belonging to Mercurius, the fool. Chapter 498, Developments. After killing Mercurius, who was the de facto leader of the Longinus Dresden Order because he controlled the Fool Tarot card, which was the strongest of the arcana, the tarot card fell into my possession. Now with it, I held to tarot cards fused with my soul, and at the same time, I was essentially in control of the other tarot cards. It has been a long time since all of the members of the Longinus Dresden Order were gathered, so I will give them some time to prepare. Especially since I knew that right now, some of the members would be indisposed, especially Weissman and Queen Kohainem, because they relocated to other universes and were in the process of acclimatization to their new environment, which would take some time. And Bibi Dong just now reached tier 11 as she profited a lot from the establishment of the Catastrophe universe and the creation of the Dolua principal world. Currently, the Dolua world holds 1 tier 11 and 3 peak tier 10 experts. In their power system, 1 paramount god and 3 peaks common gods, which was not bad considering that they were just newly established worlds. At the same time, the rest of their universe had perished. I bothered to incorporate only a few of the worlds from the original Shawanverse, which was now being fully devoured by the Catastrophe universe in the form of nutrients. Whatever, it is time to take a nap. I muttered while I went to sleep. After a long time already, I will finally get a good amount of sleep, probably for a few months. It seems that the toll of the creation of a new universe was far more than I initially anticipated. Third POV. And thus, the time in the newly established Catastrophe universe progressed, while the worlds were being created, stars exploded, and basically, life was doing its own way. In the Dolua world, the situation became a bit interesting and, as expected from the humans. Just 1 year after the ascendance of several high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall and thus the Spirit Empire, the Empire started shaking in its foundation. Humans were creatures that were never satisfied with anything, and while the Spirit Hall was being strengthened by the ascension of the several core members, Bibi Dong and neither of the gods of the Spirit Hall were doing anything about it because humans were creatures that thrived in the conflict. Without it, they became stagnant and faced degradation. Thus, for the competition of creation of a full-fledged society of that would be worshipping gods, they decided to let the Spirit Empire perish while strengthening the Spirit Hall and bringing its purpose to what it originally was in the times of the past. And it started paying off because just after a few months after the creation of the Dolua world, some of their most powerful nobles that were not affiliated with the Spirit Hall were declaring independence from the Empire in their colonies, while even some of the remote territories were doing the same thing. Naturally, the Spirit Hall wasn't doing anything to prevent that, but rather they were using it as their opportunity to convert all of them to believers of the Azura goddess, goddess of destruction, angel god, golden battle god, and even gods of the Baator were being worshipped there in some forms. Previously, the worship of gods on the Dolua planet across the territory of the Spirit Hall wasn't that good, while some people believed there were not many of them compared to the whole population of the entire empire. Another thing that happened across the entire Dolua world was something that was called tech reverse, because the gods of the Dolua started reducing the level of technology of the entire Dolua world, or rather concentrating the technology only in the hands of a few. Before this, the technological level of the Dolua was relatively well, but when Bibi Dong and other native gods of the Dolua decided to mimic the societies that were worshipped by mortals, they were letting mortals to have only certain sorts of technologies that were considered as divine gifts from the gods. Bibi Dong went even that far as to conduct a ritual with other gods of Dolua to rewrite the memory of the entire world, in which even several top powerhouses of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Meanwhile, life in the Baator was usual as ever. For the Thonians, the establishment and creation of the Catastrophe universe didn't really change anything on a large scale of things, as they continued their lives in ordinary manners, like previously. Soldiers were training, scientists and researchers were researching, magicians were experimenting with new magic, and so on. Basically, everyone was doing what they were doing when the Baator was part of the astral boundary universe, nothing more and nothing less. On the contrary, everyone was hyped for the connection to the wider endless void and for the time when the Catastrophe universe would finish developing and new life would appear in the world that are across the universe. While some of the war hawks of the Empire were irritated that there were essentially no enemies to fight or kill, maybe aside from a few idiots of the Dolua world's crumbling Spirit Empire that were declaring their independence who were attempting to enter the Baator to get their hands on some of their resources. This situation really reflected the oldest truth of existence, that for the supreme powerhouses, everyone else are just puppets, chess pieces that were being moved across the chessboard like the ones above them wished and in a way they wished. Something like this was the primordial truth and something that couldn't be changed no matter what universe someone was in. Chapter 499, That and That. It was predicted that within a few decades, or not, if a few centuries, Spirit Empire would crumble apart due to the infighting. Right now, the position of the Emperor was partially abolished because since Bibi Dong ascended to godhood, there was nobody suitable, and since the gods decided to rework the fundamentals of the Dolua world, there was essentially no head of state, only a council made from the highest-ranking people of the Spirit Empire, including some elders of the Spirit Hall who were already working on the orders of the gods of Dolua to start hoarding resources and military power in secret, which was pretty much rather easy job. Since the Spirit Hall was the central pillar of the Empire, it wasn't that hard. Their influence on the original planet Dolua was tremendous, but in colonies, it was shit because the colonies were mainly created by the people who wanted to leave the Dolua planet. MCPOV. And as the days continued to pass, soon enough, it was several years since the time I ascended to the half-step tier 13 and created Catastrophe universe. Nothing much has changed, though, in the Baator, only that everyone realized that they were part of the new universe, but Baatorians were just doing their own thing, nothing else. Because the worlds in the Catastrophe universe were still in their infant stage, so there were not many places that could be explored, so most of them were confined to the premises of the Baator. Naturally, most of them used this opportunity of a few centuries to structuralize the forces of the Thonian Empire of the Baator and also gather some strength. After a century or so, the Catastrophe universe would be possible to connect to other universe, and thus, the Baatorians would be able to explore the worlds in the endless void. When the Catastrophe universe was established and Baator stabilized, Serzex decided to abdicate and pass his position of emperor to his son Abrasax. Fortunately, Abrasax was much more dedicated to his duties than Serzex ever was because, contrary to Serzex, who needed to be forced to do his job several times, Abrasax didn't, and he dutifully did every piece of paperwork and other things. It was time to call the meeting of the Longinus Drazian Orden. I gave it a few years of time for everyone to adjust to their new situation as I took out 2 tarot cards, the Fool and the Devil, and instantly, I teleported to the Sapphira Castle. When I arrived at the Sapphira Castle, I started binding myself to Sapphira Castle, which existed on the boundary between real and unreal. It was truly a special kind of thing even across the entirety of the endless void. As I bounded myself to the Sapphira Castle, I found my power exponentially increasing, but unfortunately, it was not enough for me to reach tier 13. But at least I had another spheroid artifact under my control, as those things were precious, a unique category across the endless void. I strode through the halls of the Sapphira Castle and observed the beauty of this place until I arrived at the meeting hall of the members of Longinus Dresden Orden. For some time, I was looking around the white marble pillars and huge white marble table, but after several minutes, I sat down on a chair at the end of the table, which long belonged to Mercurius. Soon enough, I sent a signal to the other members of the Longinus Dresden Orden across the endless void, summoning them to the Sapphira Castle for the meeting. I waited there a few hours while I was reading some magic grimoire when the first person arrived. The first person to arrive was naturally Bibi Dong because she was the person who had nothing to do since she ascended to godhood in the Dolua world. And even though she didn't have much to do, but in the end, it also took her several hours to arrive. Which was infuriating. The next person who arrived was Okwang and Weissman. Both of them looked pretty much tired from all of the work. Apparently, Okwang had taken over the position of the patriarch of the Jade clan and Weissman had a lot of work to do. Especially Weissman, who, since arriving at the new universe, needed to do a lot of things for the Dresden Arcanum Empire to acclimatize properly. Soon enough, the last people of the arrived, which were Queen Kohinam and Enryu. All of us are here. I asked when I saw that nobody was missing as we started the meeting of the Longinus Dresden Orden. Then, seeing that attendance is full and complete, let me announce the first piece of news. As you already know, Mercurius is already dead and because I was the one who killed him, I am assuming the mantle of the leader of the organization. When I said that nobody said anything, as silence penetrated the meeting room, everybody accepted it as truth because I killed Mercurius and was the strongest person in the room. Maybe sans Okwang because his capabilities were pretty much unknown as I only knew of the abilities of his avatar, not his true body, which never left the ancient Dao universe. Now we have this thing done, I propose to return the Orden to the original purpose aside from spreading Mercurius's agenda in becoming a tier 13 entity. I stated, seeing several people agree with my statement. While Mercurius was saying that the purpose of the Longinus Dresden Orden was to help its members to grow in power by interacting with people from other universes across the endless void, in reality, its purpose was more like gathering energy and stealing fate through the tarot to further his advance. It was a good and solid plan, though, but not many would have noticed the side effects and hidden purposes of the tarot. From the entire Orden only I noticed it, but I was sure that Weissman had some suspicion and Okwang never trusted Observer fully. The cultivator was just using him to obtain samples of cultivation systems from other universes. Chapter 500, Longinus Dresden Orden. Nobody reacted for some time until everyone nodded their heads, agreeing with my proposal. Now, we need to fill the seats in the Orden. We are still lacking 5 seats, the seat of the Fool is not included as I am taking over. Now, how is the progress with the potential recruits that were discussed last time? I asked, sneaking peeks at Enryu and Okwang, while the rest of the members either looked interested or disinterested, or, in the case of Tubalcain, it was impossible to see what he was thinking about. Caddis Atrama D. Rizel was always impossible to read, but that was a trait of countless members of the blood species across the endless void. I sent one of my avatars to that old monster with a proposal. Surprisingly, he agreed, though he will attend the next meeting and not this one. The man about whom Deus Ex Machina was talking about was an extremely mighty cultivator who reached tier 13 and became universe master in his home universe. He was one of few tier 13 existences who managed to fight even tier 14 entities and was extremely powerful, practicing a very powerful cultivation system. His name was unknown, but everyone called him Old Man Extermination. Even I heard about him from different sources across the endless void. He was the overlord of an ancient faction known as the Demon Sealer sect. He was now living as a reclusive hermit and ancestor of his sect, but there was no denying that he was extremely powerful, and across the endless void, he was considered as someone who was bound to become paragon. And settlement. I then turned my attention to Weissman, who relocated his Dresden Arcanum Empire to another universe, which I helped locate. When I looked at the silver-haired man who had a clueless expression, I noticed subtle differences in his persona. He has gotten stronger, much stronger than he was last time. And this was not speaking of just energy-wise, because in terms of raw power, he seemed to be at least thrice stronger than he was, but right now Weissman was giving off a very dangerous feeling, a feeling that he previously wasn't giving off. The universe where the Dresden Arcanum Empire has been relocated has a very peculiar sorcery-stylized power system. After incorporating some of their aspects into our own arcane system, the forces of Dresden are steadily growing. I even managed to reach higher ends of tier 12 after stagnating for several thousands of years. Weissman answered with a charming smile. The universe they relocated to was one of the magically powerful universe and had a very old and complex sorcery-based power system, which was highly compatible with the arcane system that the Arcanist practiced. That is a good thing. Now for the further development, we need to establish further cooperation between our universes and start extracting resources and exchanging them. Some of the resources that could help people advance were still outside their reach, and for a long time, the Longinus Dresden Orden wasn't functioning as it should, so that was something that I needed to change, but without being an official leader, I couldn't. That variable was changed today. Most of our universes are pretty much far away from each other, and the Catastrophe universe is essentially shielded. Still, we could establish some sort of commerce hub because all of our universes are within the same area. I stated that others agreed with my proposal because establishing a commerce hub in the area will not only boost the economic power of our universes but also increase the political influence we can exert on the universes in the same area. In our area, there weren't any organizations that had an influence on the endless void as a whole. Such organizations were rare, and most of them were stationed in other areas. All of them were supported by paragons, and some of them even had connections to the three great powers: Sage Dynasty, Holy City, and Void Association. Those were factions supported by singularities, the three most powerful entities in the endless void that closest to the omnipotent, omniscient and omnipresent entities that were the most powerful. All three of them were essentially reclusive hermits that built their presence in the endless void for countless cycles, and all of them were connected to a whole bunch of Tier 14 and Tier 13 experts. Do you have some candidates? Okwang asked as he looked at me as I nodded in agreement because, for past years, I was searching for powerful universes within the same area where we could spread our influence. Yes, I found a suitable universe for a candidate. The limit is Tier 14, a universe capable of bearing a paragon, and most important, in that universe, there is a key to my ascension to Tier 14. During my seclusion, I found a universe which, ironically though, held a plane named Baator and had naturally born devil species. This wouldn't be something worthy of resources and energy into the operation, but they have naturally born archdevils. Compared to the devils of the astral boundary universe, which were artificially created from the start, this was something new. They are my key to the ascension to Tier 13, and not only that, they are the key. Their bloodlines and DNA were the keys to the completion of the devil species as well, and were the removal of their bloodline and racial restrictions. Then how do you plan to begin the intervention? Entering other universe was always a hassle. Especially the ones that were very powerful and were capable of bearing entities at Tier 13 and above, those were almost impossible to enter, and there was a very high possibility of such experts already existing there. I created a ritual that will mask one of my descendants as one of the natives. He would then open the gate for me to descend in my avatar form. Unfortunately, the repulsion for my true body would be too powerful if the universe will is not suppressed. I plan to use one of my descendants who would prove to be suitable for such a task. While most, if not all, of my descendants were outstanding in terms of achievements, potential, or power, not all of them were suitable for such a mission. Then, if nobody has anything else to say, I will be ending this meeting. With this being said, I returned back to the Baator within the Catastrophe universe.